A desperate woman pleads for mercy, insisting the child belongs to her. The man carefully cradles the infant in his arms. Unsettled by the scene, the protagonist wonders if divine punishment has befallen him simply because he longed for a different life. The hero insists that this child has no right to live with them and possesses no abilities whatsoever. The child recalls being abandoned in the heart of a sinister forest teeming with demons. Goblins emerge from the shadows of the forest, prompting the child to cry out in terror, desperately insisting not to become their next prey. Fear and desperation colored the hero's words as he insisted once more that becoming food for goblins was a fate he could not accept. Astonishment fills the young woman's eyes as she wonders aloud how people can be so cruel as to destroy their own kind. With gentle reassurance, the woman comforts the girl, emphasizing the importance of every life. Sincere compassion and genuine care resonate in her words. The woman confesses, her voice tinged with regret, that abandoning a child in the forest is no different than leaving it to die. The girl observes, despite the gravity of their predicament, how endearing the little one appears. The group set their sights on De La Rosa village, determined to ensure the child's safety. United in purpose, they moved forward, fully aware of the importance of protecting the little one. 5 years slipped by, and the hero admits to having grown accustomed to life among the goblins. The world around him has changed, and he has fully adapted to this new way of living. The woman notices the impressive haul of vegetables Belamus has gathered, genuinely surprised by his diligence. Belamus explains that he only trims the top of the nourishing stalk, believing this method gives the vegetables a unique flavor and makes them taste even better. Observing the wound on the goblin's body, others express concern and inquire about his well-being. The hero admits that he became so engrossed in the hunt, he failed to notice the enormous boar charging behind him. Meanwhile, another goblin mutters about how fear caused him to lose all the spoils he had gathered. Belamus recommends rubbing oak bark on the wound, explaining that this will help stop the bleeding. He notes that with such an injury, the hero will need 2 or 3 days before he can stand again. Apologies poured from the hero as he addressed Belamus, admitting his failed attempt to gather food for everyone. He asked for a bit more patience, promising to find a solution once again. The goblin notes that Belamus possesses a remarkable depth of wisdom and knowledge. He recalls that even the village elder spoke highly of Belamus, singling him out as exceptional, a clear sign of the respect and admiration his abilities inspire. The younger sister solemnly promises to help everyone. The woman notes that although Delaros is 2 years older than Belamus, he matches her in every way and remains strong. What surprises her even more is that, despite Belamus being only 5 years old, their intellects are remarkably alike. The protagonist reflects on the past 5 years spent in the village, recalling how much he has witnessed, especially the various dangers threatening hunters. Among these perils, he explains, goblins are considered the weakest of all the monsters inhabiting their forest. This challenge is just one fragment of the greater hardships burdening the villagers. The protagonist observes how the straw huts crumble easily under the force of strong winds. Belamus greets the burly goblin and asks what occupies him today. The goblin explains that he is inspecting the sturdiness of the huts in his area, making sure they can withstand even the strongest everyday winds without collapsing. Belamus reassures everyone that all is well and offers to lend a hand with the house construction if needed. In response, the man suggests that the children would benefit more from spending their time playing or training to grow as strong as Belamus himself. Memories of her illness surface as the girl recalls Belamus bringing her healing herbs. In turn, Belamus offers heartfelt thanks for the dragon fruit she once gave him as a token of gratitude. The girl shares that grinding dragon fruit into a powder and drinking it causes horns to grow much faster. The others listen in astonishment. Grandfather chimes in, pointing out that humans never grow horns, only tails. Madero expresses heartfelt gratitude to Bellamus, who simply smiles and replies that her thanks are more than enough. Still wanting to repay his kindness, the girl promises to find another way to show her appreciation. The older man joins their conversation, gently reminding them that they are all part of the same community and should always stand by each other. Surprise and delight light up her face as she announces that Belimas is, in fact, a member of their family. Settling beside a massive stone, the hero falls deep into thought, pondering the true meaning of what it is to be human. With a commanding gesture, Belimas unleashes a radiant light from his palms, revealing at once that he possesses magic or extraordinary abilities. The young man explains that regaining his strength as soon as possible is his priority. With confidence in his knowledge, he recognizes that transforming this village will be well within his abilities. With heartfelt gratitude, the hero declares his intention to use his abilities for the benefit of everyone who raised him as their own. He sincerely thanks his community and promises to always stand by their side, offering his help whenever it is needed. Curiosity sparkled in Della Rosa's eyes as attention shifted to the gleaming object adorning the hero. Belima, unable to hide the truth, admitted that she had witnessed everything and calmly explained that the radiance came from magic. The young man explains that magic is a force capable of making extraordinary things happen. He confides his deep desire to master its use. Della Rosa shares her own dream of wielding magic, yet the hero gently tells her that such power lies beyond her reach. Magic remains out of her reach, as the goblins of her kind possess only a trace of mystical energy. Mastery of sorcery will require them to evolve beyond their current state. Bellamus explains that when goblins evolve into hobgoblins, their magical power increases, granting them the ability to use it. Still, he admits that for him personally, this brings little benefit, even though such a transformation greatly improves the goblin's chances of survival. Thoughts drifted toward the idea that teaching everyone about evolution could benefit countless people. Yet a more pressing realization emerged. The next step required reclaiming his own strength first. The girl openly admits her envy, confessing her own wish to learn, just as the other character had. The protagonist responds with honesty, explaining he is unable to help her with this aspiration. Curiosity sparkled in Della Rosa's eyes as she wondered aloud why she was called Endurance. In response, Bellamus explained that patience is true strength. He recalled the story of King Ricardo, who, despite facing countless defeats, ultimately forged a powerful empire through sheer perseverance. Sensing that something is amiss, the young man suggests that Della Rosa find a safe place to hide while he heads off to investigate the strange situation unfolding nearby. Della Rosa quietly advises Bellamus that it would be safer for her to hide since she is the older sister. A gathering insists on inviting someone well-versed in the matter, or at least capable of understanding its core, emphasizing the gravity of the situation and the crucial need for specialized expertise to resolve the issue. A group of towering, fearsome creatures stands at the edge of the village, poised to descend upon its inhabitants. Yet from their midst, one figure steps forward, resolutely declaring that no harm will come to the people living here. The village elder steps forward, radiating calm authority as he assures everyone that the situation will soon be resolved. A sturdy staff rests firmly in his grasp, a symbol of his leadership and years of wisdom. The village elder inquires about the intentions of these creatures, asserting his authority by emphasizing his role as the leader of the community. King Radis declared that these lands now belonged to him. He demanded that the villagers offer him a portion of their food supplies every week, allowing them to remain in their village only if they met his terms. King Reddy sternly warns that harsh consequences await the villagers if they fail to meet his demands. One of the elders quietly inquires about the precise amount of food required each week. Without hesitation, the king declares that 10 sacks of meat must be delivered every week. The tribal leaders insist that starvation threatens their people, prompting the king to command Oberad to kill one of the opponents as a demonstration of determination and fighting spirit. Among the villagers, Radis chooses a small girl named Madero. The young woman firmly rejects the offer, making it clear that she would never allow such a thing to happen. The orc lets out a laugh and remarks that her screams are pointless, since she cannot understand a single word of the goblin language anyway. One of the subordinates, uncertain and apologetic, confesses ignorance over handling the enemies, frustrated by their defiance. The commander, eyes narrowed with anger, issues a harsh command to eliminate both adversaries without hesitation. The heroine steps forward to shield the young girl, just as Bellamus unleashes his rock barrage technique to repel the enemy's assault. His swift actions leave everyone nearby both amazed and deeply impressed. The enemy takes a powerful hit, sending shards of stone scattering in all directions. With fierce determination burning in his eyes, the hero declares that anyone who dares to harm his family will inevitably face retribution. Nothing will stand in his way when it comes to protecting those he loves. The other goblins gather around, their curiosity piqued as whispers of magic ripple through their ranks. Bella fixes Mama and Madero with a serious gaze, urging caution and emphasizing just how perilous the situation may become. The young man asks for trust and assures that everything will turn out well. Turning to Bellamus, Rades emphasizes his humanity and admits that he has no idea how he ended up among goblins. The orc roars in fury, vowing that the enemy will pay dearly for daring to challenge them. The enemy stands bewildered, clearly caught off guard by the sudden onslaught and the astonishing strength the hero displays. The hero explains that magic is not just a tool for casting spells, it is also harnessed to enhance strength and provide protection. Bellamus admits to wielding only a tenth of his true strength at the moment. Even so, his power appears nothing short of terrifying. The opponent struggles once again to conceal shock and confusion, insisting that such a phenomenon defies reality. The hero declares with unwavering confidence that the enemy's efforts are futile. His determination and self-belief shine through, revealing a spirit that refuses to yield and a resolve to fight until the very end. Confidence and determination radiate from the young man as he boldly declares that defeat is not his fate. Unwavering belief in his own strength shines in his eyes. Bellamus unleashes a powerful move known as the Arrow of Light, striking the enemy with precision. With a mighty blow, the hero sends the enemy crashing to the ground. Witnessing their leader fall from a single strike, the others stare in stunned confusion, unable to comprehend what just happened. An orc notices that the victor is just an ordinary human child and loudly expresses his disbelief at such an astonishing outcome. The revelation sends a wave of shock through everyone present. A chilling aura seems to radiate from the protagonist, distinctly unlike that of their boss. Disbelief flickers in one character's eyes as he tries to comprehend how such overwhelming power could belong to someone so young. The orc observes that Bellamus shares an uncanny resemblance to a dragon, radiating the same strength an untamed spirit in everything he does. Belimus realizes that wiping out the remaining orcs would not pose much of a challenge for him, yet he feels unprepared to take that step just now. He decides to let them go, believing they will not pose a threat for the time being. Still, a lingering concern remains. Should the orcs return, having grown stronger, they could become a much greater problem. The orcs cower before those who possess greater strength, but delight in tormenting and showing aggression toward the weak. A certain hero claims to have defeated their leader. Belimus announces his appointment as their new leader and requests that they treat him with respect and offer their support. At first, the orcs gaze at the hero with surprise and suspicion when he announces himself as their new leader. They ask if he truly intends for them to become his subordinates. The hero replies by questioning whether anyone objects to this arrangement. Ultimately, the orcs accept his authority and agree to follow his command. Once the work is finished, everyone can head home. The hero assures them that if any assistance is needed, he will be sure to call on them. Belimus issues a calm warning. His absence means little, as his magic ensures finding them will be effortless. The orcs erupt in cheer, their voices merging in celebration as they welcome their new chief, Belimus himself. With a worried look, the mother asks him why he acted so recklessly. Deep concern for her son fills her voice. Belimus admits his actions were reckless, yet he held a genuine belief in his own victory. She nods in agreement, though a faint twinge of guilt lingers quietly within her. The young man offers his heartfelt apology to his mother for all the troubles he has caused her. Gratefulness fills his voice as he thanks her sincerely for her unwavering support and care. The elder humbly asks Ares for forgiveness, emphasizing that it was Belimus who saved them all. At that moment, everyone erupts in joy, suggesting they hold a celebration to honor their victory and expressing heartfelt gratitude to Belimus for their rescue. Cheers and grateful faces surround Belimus as he is lifted high in a wave of admiration, every voice thanking him and acknowledging him as their savior. With a gentle tone, Arisa speaks to Belimus, her words brimming with respect and gratitude. Pride and genuine affection brighten her face. The heroes realize that fate had woven their paths together, making their meeting and every event that followed feel anything but accidental. Della Rosa reminds Belimus of his promise to teach her magic, her voice tinged with disappointment as she points out that he has yet to fulfill it. With unwavering confidence, the hero declares that after his recent actions, everyone will be eager to master evolution. Yet despite this, he chooses to personally guide them in learning this art. With evident pride, the goblin eagerly invites his father to witness their latest achievements, presenting the results for inspection. The young man notes that everyone has successfully evolved, confirming that the experiment was a resounding success. The hero points out another crucial distinction. While ordinary creatures remain unchanged, demons possess the remarkable ability to evolve. This transformation occurs whenever a demon consumes particular monsters, absorbing their essence to trigger further metamorphosis. Belimus observes that following their recent progress, the village's defenses have grown much stronger. He notes that this achievement marks only the first step in their united quest to ensure one another's safety. The hero pledged to harness his knowledge and magic, determined to transform the village into a place of greater strength and security for everyone. The elder brings up the recent orc attack, emphasizing the importance of discussing this troubling event. The old man turns to Belimus, expressing heartfelt gratitude for his help and support during the attack. He acknowledges that, without Belimus, the number of casualties would have been much greater. The elder turns to Belimus with a request, asking him to teach the villagers the art of magic. He emphasizes that mastering these skills is crucial for their survival in the heart of the wilderness. The elder shares his observations of Belumus, admitting that magic indeed serves as the village's greatest shield. With gentle encouragement, he urges the chief to stand tall and persist, refusing to let despair take hold. Belima agrees to teach everyone magic, seeing it as his way to repay those who once offered him their support. The hero announces with great solemnity that the time has come to begin the magic lesson for everyone gathered nearby. Climbing onto a sturdy wooden stump, he prepares himself to lead the session. The children inquire with eager curiosity whether they might one day master magic. Excitement and joyful anticipation shimmer in their eyes, reflecting their hunger for new knowledge. Apologizing for her tardiness, Arisa explains that she barely slept a wink the previous night, her nerves stretched thin. The exhaustion etched on her face stirs sympathy in everyone nearby. The hero commences the lesson with the fundamentals of magic, emphasizing the importance of mastering basic knowledge before attempting more advanced spells. The hero begins by revealing the basics of light magic, performing a simple trick, and casting an elementary spell as a demonstration. Cheers fill the air as the heroes eagerly rally behind the main character, clearly impressed by his display of skill. Amid the excitement, Bellamus gently calls everyone to order, reminding them that now is the time for focus. To command magic, one must picture themselves as the very source that brings light into existence. The hero explains that once you are able to envision the birth of light, simply say the word light. Some characters struggle to focus and harness their magic, growing disheartened when their efforts fall short of their goals. The protagonist reassured everyone, calmly explaining that there was nothing unusual about the situation. No one had ever mastered magic on their very first try. Della Rosa grumbles with clear annoyance about how dull and exhausting magic feels. The hero, smiling softly, reminds her that mastering spells was entirely her own idea. The girl unveils her mastery of the stone barrage technique, summoning a fierce storm of rocks that whirls around her. Each confident movement reveals just how much her strength has grown. The goblins watch in astonishment as she skillfully manipulates the flow of magic. The hero observes as the girl performs a simple spell, one that he never taught her. Calmly, she explains that she decided to master the technique on her own. Della Rosa admits she once witnessed a hero employ this very technique, which inspired her to try it herself. With unwavering confidence, the protagonist announces her intention to try a different magical technique. She prepares to unleash an arrow of light, leaving everyone around her thoroughly astonished. Balamus notes that crafting the luminous arrow demanded a significant portion of his magical reserves, a clear testament to its extraordinary strength and overwhelming force. The other characters observe with rising concern as the spell's power threatens to send their village hurtling skyward at any moment. Jealousy stirs in the hearts of other characters as they witness her remarkable achievements and undeniable talent. The protagonist, filled with genuine joy and pride, marvels at how far she has come, especially admiring her ascent to the highest level of mastery. Lightning crackles wildly in every direction, the air thick with chaos, untamed by any spell. Arissa's eyes widen, outrage and confusion twisting her expression as she demands to know what is happening around her. Apologies spill from the woman as she earnestly seeks forgiveness for her child's mischief and the resulting mess. The goblin calmly points out that asking him to build a house with magic would be pointless. With a confident nod, he reassures everyone that everything is under control and the situation is well within his grasp. Belamus confidently declares his readiness to take action and promises to show everyone the true extent of his skills as a carpenter. The orc issues a firm order to tear everything down at once, declaring that reconstruction must begin immediately. In his view, only through such decisive action can the village continue to grow and thrive. Picking up on the chief's suggestion, Balamus proposes expanding the village. He shares his dream of everyone living together here under the same roof. Fury flashing in her eyes, Della Rosa demands an apology from both her mother and Madero, her outrage at the whole ordeal unmistakable. Every gesture and word reveals just how far she is from even considering forgiveness. The orc stood clueless, unable to make sense of the goblin language. Meanwhile, the girls decided that apologies from him were unnecessary. The elder nods in agreement. Fortifying the village is necessary. At the same time, thoughts linger on what it would mean to share a life with the orcs. Caution fills his words, as he insists every decision must be made carefully, with everyone's safety in mind. The strongest goblin urges everyone to remain calm, assuring them that the heroes are under his control. Before the eyes of the gathering crowd, the hero weaves his magic, conjuring a magnificent house out of thin air. The sheer brilliance of his skill fills the onlookers with awe and wonder. Balamus chants an incantation, and before his eyes, the cubes assemble themselves into the walls and roof of the future house. With clear and detailed instruction, he describes each stage of the construction, emphasizing the practical logic behind every step, as well as the remarkable speed and convenience of this method. At last, the stone house stands completed, its sturdy walls a testament to everyone's hard work. With quiet pride, the main heroine announces that they now have a safe and reliable home, built from stone. Joy spreads among the group as they take in the sight, each person savoring the deep satisfaction of their accomplishment. The villagers marvel at Della Rosa's remarkable skill and enchanting abilities. Her extraordinary talent leaves a lasting impression on everyone and plays a vital role in the village's growth. The girl realizes that the spell has halted because of this specific reason. The hero provides clarification, noting that the main drawback of the spell lies in its heavy consumption of magical energy. Balamus insists that Della Rosa cannot rely on talent alone to succeed. He emphasizes that only persistent hard work leads to real achievement. The group gathered to discuss the materials they had brought, each responding to the request made by the main character. The girls exchanged puzzled glances, clearly at a loss as to what the conversation was actually about. Della Rosa found it puzzling that neither she nor her mother could comprehend a single word of the orc language. Yet Bella spoke it with ease, even if her speech was peppered with the occasional mistake. The mystery of Bella's fluency became a riddle Della Rosa could not unravel. The orc warns the youngsters, insisting that adults should handle such difficult tasks, especially now when danger lurks everywhere. She claims to have no understanding of the orcish language and insists that it be banned. Frustration and indignation color her words as she expresses her displeasure. York truly believes the girl stands with him and wishes to lend her support, while Della Rosa remains convinced that Orca has set her up. The orc expresses his gratitude to the girl for her support. A hint of awkwardness passes over her face, and although she feels a bit out of place, she remains ready to offer her help whenever he needs it. Noticing a plaque engraved with the words, "Memorial Plaque for my late father," the heroine instantly grasps its profound significance to her. The young woman insists on having her token returned, her voice carrying a note of indignation as she explains she once made a promise and now wishes to reclaim what is rightfully hers. Emotions erupt from Della Rosa as she insists with indignation that the item belongs to her and demands its immediate return. Her passionate outburst reveals just how deeply attached she is to it. Several characters gather around the girl, gently urging her to lower her voice and keep the commotion to a minimum. The orcs watch in astonishment and annoyance as the girl suddenly turns her assault toward them. One of the group suggests killing her, but the others quickly refuse, reminding everyone that they only follow Belimus's orders. The elderly man leaned in, his curiosity evident as he tried to grasp what had happened. With genuine concern, he sought to uncover the cause of the argument and offer a way to settle the dispute. With a soft voice, the girl admits that this toy once belonged to her father and was his cherished favorite. Regret and sadness color her confession as she takes responsibility for what happened. Admitting that trust between them had grown fragile, the hero nonetheless earnestly requests a chance to be heard. Belamus observes that the village could never have flourished so rapidly without the assistance of the orcs. He emphasizes the importance of working together and supporting one another. The characters study the crystal intently, noticing how it continues to glow even though no light has touched it for some time. This strange phenomenon sparks genuine astonishment among everyone present. Bell MC gently reminds everyone to cherish this moment, emphasizing the importance of holding on to memories of their shared efforts and achievements. The hero demonstrates his magical abilities by conjuring glowing stones, describing how he discovered these gems in a cave while hunting spiders. He sparks genuine admiration among everyone present. A wooden plaque adorned with handprints hangs on the wall, standing as a cherished symbol of a significant event or treasured memory. Delight sparkles in the heroine's voice as she exclaims with joy, making it clear how much this keepsake means to her. The orc admits he never realized how precious this item was to the heroine. Sincerely, he apologizes, understanding now that his actions may have unintentionally caused her pain. The other characters quickly realized that a misunderstanding had arisen due to the language barrier. They took the time to explain why it was crucial to prevent the sign from breaking. The elder remarks that such an event has never occurred before and admits he never imagined witnessing something like this. Genuine amazement lights up his face as he marvels at their ability to reach an understanding, even though they spoke different languages. The orcs grumble about their meager rations, pressing for more with a restless hunger. Persistent demands for additional provisions echo as they remain unsatisfied. The goblins, their voices tinged with worry, pointed out that they might starve since they had all agreed to share everything equally in the past. The orcs, however, insisted they needed more food than the goblins. Belamus gently urges the leader to calm down, striving to ease the tension in the room. He then suggests a possible solution to resolve the issue at hand. The hero assures everyone that the food supplies situation will be resolved very soon and asks for a little more patience from the group. Expressing a genuine desire to assist in resolving the issue, he steps forward. The leader warmly thanks Belamus for the rescue and admits that the food shortage may indeed be the result of orc activity. With unwavering resolve, the protagonist declares his intention to dedicate himself to farming in their village. Confidence radiates from him as he prepares to dive into the work without delay. The elder leans forward, curiosity flickering in his eyes as he asks about agriculture. Confusion settles across his face, the unfamiliar word leaving him visibly uncertain. Clearly, this is a concept he has never encountered before, and his reaction betrays both surprise and bewilderment at the novelty of it. The heroes paused to consider exactly what they should search for, realizing how crucial it was to select the right crops for planting. After some discussion, They agreed that fruits would be essential for beginning their life as farmers. The protagonist explains that farming is not a matter of magic, but rather a practical endeavor that yields real benefits. Genuine curiosity lights up the girl's face as she eagerly expresses her desire to join in, her enthusiasm for the work unmistakable. The boy catches sight of some berries, considering if they could be grown in a garden. However, the others warn him that these berries are poisonous, urging him to choose plants wisely and proceed with great caution. Arisa greets the children warmly, noting their discovery of excellent crops to cultivate. Observing their fatigue, she nonetheless expresses her delight at all they have accomplished so far. The girl notices the melons and, captivated by their appearance, remarks on how delicious they look. The woman agrees, mentioning that Bellemus is confident everything will turn out well. Together, they choose to wait patiently for the results. Orisa inquires about his intention to grow berries, questioning whether it might turn out to be a waste of time. She suggests considering other crops, convinced they would offer greater benefits. The young hero suggests beginning with plowing the land, emphasizing the importance of preparing the field before any seeds are sown. With determination, he announces his readiness to get to work without delay. By channeling the magic of earth, Bellemus sends subterranean waves rippling beneath the surface, transforming barren soil into fertile ground. A small, gentle cloud drifts into view, and the hero affectionately calls it Tuchka. With a sense of purpose, he readies himself for the next stage, watering. Rain begins to fall, but the downpour is confined solely to the field, revealing the unmistakable presence of powerful sorcery at work. The hero further explains that this method allows for even irrigation of the entire field. He warns that water produced by magic is unsuitable for drinking, as it contains poison. One of the other heroines turns to Bellemus and asks what he is contemplating as he suggests watering poisonous berries with toxic water. Bellemus calmly replies that he is simply waiting for the harvest, revealing his determination and readiness to act. The hero urges everyone to reconvene in 2 weeks, emphasizing the importance of unity and careful planning before making their next move. The group realizes that evening has arrived, so everyone begins preparing to gather around the table and enjoy the meal together. Arisa watches in surprise as Della Rosa suddenly devours the berries with an almost desperate hunger. Both astonishment and confusion play across her face, reflecting her struggle to understand this unexpected behavior. Della Rosa halted at her urgent request, as she warned him of the berries' poisonous nature and insisted he spit them out at once. Concern for her safety swept through everyone present. Rosa savors each berry, delighting in their sweetness, completely unaware of the lurking danger. Contentment fills her as she continues to indulge in the tempting fruit. With a look of surprise, she wonders aloud why she feels nothing at all, unable to trust her own senses. Ares responds calmly, noting that Della Rosa appears to be perfectly fine. There are no side effects after eating the berries. Delight sparkles in the heroine's eyes as she exclaims how incredibly delicious the melons are, eagerly sharing her excitement over their wonderful flavor. The other heroes quickly notice how juicy and sweet these melons are, their amazement growing as they savor the incredible taste. Balama explains that most poisonous plants lose their danger when sprinkled with enchanted water. Admiration sparkled in her eyes as she considered Bellemus's ingenious plan to use enchanted water to cleanse the poisonous plants. She confessed that such a solution would never have crossed anyone else's mind. The orc observes that the gnomes remain completely unaware of their plans to start a rebellion, emphasizing the importance of their own actions. He insists that the perfect time to strike is during the night, when everyone is fast asleep. The orc commands everyone's attention, urging them to hang on to his every word. He proclaims that only the hippos possess the strength to stand against them. The villain notes that without his magic, he turns into an ordinary person. Emphasizing this vulnerability, he points out that Bellemus can only fight with the help of his spells, and while asleep, he is completely defenseless, unable to wield any magical power. The hero declares a willingness to face capture if it means fighting for freedom, a testament to unwavering determination and steadfast resolve. The elderly man declares his willingness to face death with dignity for the sake of his people, revealing unwavering courage and true selflessness. Delight dances across Maluna's face as her eyes land on a basket brimming with her favorite fruits. With fierce determination blazing in his eyes, the orc declares that from this moment on, he will never bow to anyone again. Belima steps forward, weaving spells with remarkable skill. Waves of powerful magic surge from his hands, leaving everyone around him awestruck by his immense strength. Another character observes that the hero's physique has grown noticeably sturdier, realizing that he must be using a spell to enhance his body. A band of orcs unites with a single purpose: to launch an assault on Bellemus. Their movements are coordinated and determined as they combine their strengths, working seamlessly together in pursuit of victory. A dazzling burst of light erupts at the hero's command, blinding his foes. This formidable strike vividly displays his mastery and strength on the battlefield. The orc, speaking with unwavering resolve, insists that they have no other choice. Bellemus looks on in surprise, questioning the point of their actions when the fields have long since yielded their harvest. The orc chief explains that the real issue is not a shortage of food. Emphasizing his point, he notes how the hero has yet to grasp the deeper truth behind what is happening. With a surge of energy, the hero conjures powerful magic, forming a genuine water cannon. The sheer surprise and amazement on everyone's faces reveal how much his unexpected feat has stunned those around him. The opponent writhes in agony, clutching at their throat, tormented and unable to draw breath under the effects of the spell. With a wry smile, the hero notes that others might find amusement in the tale of an orc who managed the impossible, drowning on dry land. An utterly absurd way to die. Yet in the next breath, he warns the enemy that surrender would be wise, for the predicament they now face is far more dire than it appears. York admitted his foolishness, noting how easily they had been defeated without leaving a single mark on their opponents. The team of heroes admits defeat, emphasizing that what transpired could scarcely be called a real battle. Bellemus recalls the incidents Radi pointed out earlier, emphasizing their significance. He notes as well that orcs rarely dare to challenge those stronger than themselves. The orcs confessed their misdeeds, their voices heavy with regret, as they explained that they truly had no other choice. The hero emphasizes that even with a roof overhead and food to eat, there will still be a need for things their village simply cannot provide. And there are the girls now. The young hero, with a hint of surprise, asks which girls are being discussed. The hero paused, realizing the orc problem was far more severe than he had first believed. The thought of risking his own life for this cause now seemed completely unjustified. Bellemus fully appreciates the happiness of falling asleep beside someone he loves, showing his affection through small gestures of care. To address the situation at hand, he suggests that they both find girlfriends. With a sense of purpose, the young man asks Barbara to guide him to the orc village, hinting at a desire to resolve a conflict or fulfill a significant mission. The hero admits with satisfaction that this approach suits him perfectly, convinced it is exactly the right way to proceed. The orc nods in agreement, emphasizing how natural it all feels. Belimus wondered aloud why there weren't any women among them. The orc explained that Reedy only chooses the strongest warriors, believing that women simply aren't suited to this kind of work. Occasionally, though, they invite women from other villages. Somehow, the man navigates with certainty toward the destination, even though he has never laid eyes on it before. Confidence radiates from him, convinced that what they seek awaits at that very spot. The hero's party arrives at the village of Veronica. The unique atmosphere of the place immediately stands out to them, and the name of the village captures their curiosity. A wary local catches sight of the human hero and delivers a stern warning. It would be wise to leave this place if you value your life. An uneasy tension thickens the air. The orc nods in agreement, confirming that this man is indeed their ally. One of the guards, unable to hide his astonishment, questions whether this remarkable figure is truly human or if the orc is simply making a joke. The hero politely requests a moment to speak with the village chief, his voice steady and resolute as he makes it clear how important this conversation is to him. The orcs notice how Belimus shows respect for the great orcs, conversing with them in their own tongue. Surprise flickers across their faces as they realize he truly understands their language. The hero reveals his desire to gain another one of them, explaining that this was the reason he learned the language of the orcs. The orc, intrigued, asks how old the hero is and receives a calm reply, 5. Village headman Raydell warmly welcomes the guests, his presence exuding a sense of formality that signals the gravity of the upcoming discussion. The look in his eyes and the set of his shoulders make it clear that important matters await. The village chief bears a striking resemblance to Raids, a fact that does not escape the orc's notice. In addition, the hero observes that the leader possesses an impressively sturdy build. Introducing himself as Belomis, the hero explains that his respect for orcs, a people who value strength above all else, inspired him to learn their language. Meeting them, he adds, is a true honor in his eyes. Belimus calmly announces that he can prove his strength right here and now if necessary. His unwavering confidence leaves everyone around him visibly stunned. The orc chieftain Rydell admits his admiration for the human hero who has mastered the orcish language. He observes that humans are truly peculiar beings. The hero announces that not a single girl lives in the orc village, and its residents are longing for female companionship. With this, he wonders aloud if anyone present might be interested in moving to the village. Rital agrees, mentioning that others are welcome to join if they wish. The recent war in the neighboring village claimed the lives of many male orcs, leaving only a few behind. The orc expressed his gratitude to the leader, and the heroes set off on a new journey in search of adventure. A surprising discovery awaits the hero. Not a single girl can be found anywhere in the village. Belamest pays little mind to the women, as they bear such a strong resemblance to the orc men that telling them apart seems almost impossible. An orc approaches the girls and invites them to spend some time with him. One woman, clearly surprised to see him for the first time, remarks on how suddenly he appeared. The orc extends an invitation for the women to join him, but they dismiss his offer with a swift and resolute refusal. With unwavering resolve, the girl declares she would rather face death alone than spend her life surrounded by people like them. Belimus points out that his approach comes across as overly forceful. He suggests that the orc should proceed with more caution and finesse, mentioning that gentle words often win the favor of girls. The orc speaks with genuine admiration about the girl's beauty, drawing a vivid comparison between her eyes and the sun slowly sinking into the sea. Each word brims with heartfelt wonder and honest amazement. Another refusal sparks a sharp declaration from the orc, who insists on hearing no more. The young hero offers a quiet apology, admitting that force will not solve their dilemma. Accepting the situation, he makes up his mind to leave things as they are and begins his journey home. Bellemus devises a plan to help the orcs improve themselves and grow. York asked what their plan for self-improvement was. The others exchanged puzzled glances, clearly baffled by the question. Bellemus explained that to win the favor of the girls from Veronica's village, one must first become someone truly remarkable before inviting them to join him. Led by determination, the group of heroes sets off toward the forest on the outskirts of Veronica village. Their mission is clear: locate the burrows of the elusive blue rats. Some, puzzled, wonder aloud why the group is heading to the village of Veronica and question whether their goal truly has nothing to do with meeting girls. Among them, a character calls out and invites the boss to join their company. The hero discovers a burrow teeming with blue rats and calmly mentions that they'll need to catch around 50 of them. The orc explained that the rats could prove useful, yet they would never leave their burrow on their own. Seeing no other choice, the hero resorted to magic. With a wave of his hand, he conjured a water cannon, sending a stream of water to flush the blue rats from their hiding places. With a burst of energy, Bellemus issues the command, anticipating the moment the rats will emerge. Right on cue, the creatures suddenly dart into view, prompting the hero to order an immediate attack. A warning echoes from the hero, urging everyone to shut their eyes before he unleashes a burst of blinding light. This act reveals his willingness to employ any tactic necessary to achieve his goal. With a subtle wave of magic, the young man observes the gathered rats and notes that their numbers will suffice for their needs. One of the characters notices the blue rats are not only tiny, but also emit a foul odor, leaving him puzzled as to why anyone would choose to eat them. Bellemus wondered aloud whether these boys truly wished to remain failures in the eyes of the girls. The hero asks the orcs what they possess from Veronica and what they still lack. Barbara responds that beautiful women are abundant among them, though that answer is far from what he expected. Belima explains that the orcs from that village were much larger than they were. According to him, orcs value strength above all else, so the girls from the neighboring village always choose the largest and most powerful orcs. The protagonist goes on to explain that if an ordinary orc wishes to become a higher orc, he must eat blue rats. His gaze sweeps over the village of Veronica, noting the swarms of blue rats scurrying everywhere. These creatures, he observes, played a crucial role in the orc's evolution. A tempting proposition forms as he suggests eating the rats to absorb their newfound strength. However, the young man cautions him, warning that once evolution begins, the way back vanishes forever. A group of orcs lounged around the table, their voices weaving together in conversation about food. One declared with playful bravado that for the sake of women, he would eat absolutely anything. In response, Bellemus offered a reassuring smile, promising that everything would turn out fine tomorrow and that there was no need for concern. An orc steps forward and informs the chief Raydell that the man who appeared yesterday has now arrived, accompanied by a group of orcs. The others react with genuine surprise, unable to hide their astonishment at this unexpected turn of events. The orcs radiate unwavering determination, making it clear that they are prepared to act. Their stance and the intensity in their faces leave no doubt about the seriousness of their intentions. At last, calm settled over him regarding his girls as the new orcs proved themselves to be true warriors. Confidence grew within him. Now, he believed they would be able to defend the village. The orcs pledged their loyalty to Bellemus, their eagerness to cooperate evident in every gesture. They expressed a sincere wish to become trusted allies. determined to help ensure peace and prosperity for the village. The heroes escort the orc women to the goblin village. Weary from the journey, Belamus suggests that Barbor take over as tour guide through the settlement in his place. The orcs marveled at their formidable new leader, admiration shining in their eyes. An older man patiently instructs the orcs in the intricacies of the goblin language. The hero realizes that communication would flow more smoothly if there were a better mutual understanding. With this in mind, he offers to teach the orcs the goblin language. He also reflects on their recent interactions, noting how they managed to converse with the orcs, and discovered that the orcs were far less intimidating than they first appeared. The young hero notices his mother's torn clothes. With concern in his voice, he asks why she appears this way and takes a closer look at her condition. The mother explains how the leather clothing tore apart, not just once, but several times after the evolution. Now, wearing it has become completely impossible. The other goblins admit their desire for new clothes, yet working with large hides proves too difficult for them. One goblin mentions choosing to hide behind some special equipment. The hero confidently declares that everything here has been completed, and the moment has come to journey to the city to join the people. Those nearby watch in astonishment as he announces his decision. The other characters voice their disappointment as they question the hero's decision to leave. Their pleas for him to stay highlight just how much his presence truly means to them. Recently, she admitted that she had always believed he would thrive among people, since he was one of them. She explained that, for his own good, no one would hold back a true hero. Tears welled up in Delarosa's eyes as she learned that Belamus was leaving. One of the heroines approached her gently, wrapped her in a comforting embrace, and encouraged her to see him off with a smile instead of tears. The hero explains his journey to the city is for one purpose: to buy clothes. He assures everyone he will return straight away, emphasizing that his family remains in the village, and this trip is only a brief absence. Della Rosa also expresses a desire to join the hero on the journey. Meanwhile, Ares voices concern, pointing out that many people look upon goblins with suspicion and hostility, and emphasizes the potential danger they might face. Bellamist assures Deliriosa that in time he will personally escort her to the city. Drawing closer to Barbara, the hero engages her in a brief conversation. He explains his upcoming journey to the city and asks her to watch over the village in his absence. Barbara promised him she would defend the village and protect the girls. In response, the hero remarked that he ought to practice speaking the goblin language, believing it could help forge a better connection with the goblins. Memories of the leader's words drift through his mind, recalling how the quickest route to the city lies through Ilia's western forest. Setting about preparations for the journey, a sudden sense of unease creeps over him, as if something in the air doesn't belong. Belimus cautions that formidable demons lurk in the surrounding area, making this place truly perilous. Bracing himself for close combat, the hero displays unwavering courage and a readiness to act without hesitation. The realization dawns that the mithril armor is far more than mere ornamentation. It serves as authentic protection. Unleashing the Muller Wave technique, the hero summons a surge of explosively potent energy. The young man asserts with conviction that he will reach the city sooner than originally planned, crediting his actions for this newfound advantage. The magic he wields further strengthens his confidence in his own abilities. Deep in thought, Belamus ponders his next move, a hint of uncertainty flickering in his eyes. Accustomed to a life among wild goblins, he now finds himself in unfamiliar territory, pockets empty and unsure how to navigate this new world. Approaching the guard, the hero asks where someone might sell the peculiar white flying object he's holding. The guard eyes him with surprise, curiosity sparking as he tries to figure out what strange gadget this could be. Belamas adds that the threads are most likely magical in nature, often used as a means of transportation. The guard apologizes and openly admits that he knows little about magic. Pointing toward the crystals, adorned with sharp spikes, the hero confidently explains that these are the treasures he intends to sell. His steady demeanor reveals a clear understanding of the true value hidden within these extraordinary gemstones. With a puzzled expression, the merchant inquires about the trinket, making it clear that this is no place for children. Volumus admits that he would still like to show it to someone. The man replies that he has no time for children, and besides, the toy seems strange to him. At first, the man intended to send the hero home, noting how young he was. But the moment Belamas revealed his orb, the man's attitude shifted dramatically. The man's eyes widen in astonishment as he discovers genuine mithril and a spiked worm before him. His reaction leaves no doubt about the depth of his surprise at encountering such unexpected treasures. The young hero explains that an acquaintance simply asked him to exchange goods for money. He also admits that confessing to having killed them himself could cause a real uproar. The man estimates the cost at no less than $10,000. For that amount, he remarks, one could build an entire house. Belamas inquires whether the merchant can truly manage such a vast sum. With a confident smile, the man urges him not to underestimate the Seeker's Guild, then promptly lays out 10,000 rin without hesitation. The man offers his assistance, yet the protagonist gently reminds him of the magical threads in his possession. Grateful for the concern, the young man expresses his thanks. Memories from Belamas's past life remind him that magical threads were once an everyday occurrence. Wonder fills him as he realizes no one in this world has even heard of them. His attention drifts to the transformation of currency as well. Where Zell once changed hands, now everyone trades in rin. The hero soon realizes the shimmering threads draw plenty of curious stares his way, even though the goblin's outfits appear far stranger. Deciding to blend in, he makes purchasing a set of plain clothes his first priority. Belamas steps into the shop and asks the clerk for help in choosing some clothes. However, the man doubts that the boy really has as much as 10,000 rin. The merchant beckoned the hero over and invited him to browse the selection of clothing. Noticing the pouch of coins, the seller quickly offered his enthusiastic assistance in choosing the perfect outfit. Belamas admits his lack of familiarity with current fashion trends and asks the shopkeeper to pick out something suitable. The shopkeeper promises to bring clothes in the right size. The shopkeeper considers which sizes might suit a mage and suggests the hero try on some clothes to see how they fit. Slipping into the new clothes, the hero notices they hang a bit loosely, but find the fit surprisingly comfortable. A quick decision settles it. This attire will do just fine. The hero asks the shopkeeper to select some simple clothing suitable for men and women of all ages. With plenty of money still in his pocket after shopping, Belamas considers the possibility of staying in the city for a few more days. He points out the importance of searching for quality weapons and seed grain back in the village. A few days later, the goblin starts taunting the orc with a steady stream of cruel insults. Astonishment sweeps across the faces of the other characters as they witness the unfolding events. One among them prepares to step in, ready to resolve the situation without hesitation. Dam asserts that the orc refuses to learn anything from lesser beings such as goblins. This statement leaves the others so astonished they insist he repeat himself. With a humble bow of the head, the hero expresses heartfelt apologies to the gathered goblins, taking full responsibility for his actions. The heroes gathered in a tight circle, discussing how the orcs had long forgotten whose land they now inhabited. The heroine notices that even after the apology, the orcs continue to look down on them. She observes with regret that this has done nothing to improve the relationship between their groups. The elder remarks that all these events have only intensified the misunderstandings between both sides. Disappointment and genuine astonishment are clearly etched on his face. A mysterious cloud drifts quietly toward the village, soon noticing that a renowned sage has taken up residence there. This figure harbors a hostile attitude toward the protagonist, firmly believing that he must take full responsibility for his actions. Wrapped in a gentle embrace, the girl confides her feelings, speaking from the heart. Soon, comforted by the warmth of her friend's arms, she drifts into a peaceful sleep. A sudden, thunderous rumble echoes from beyond the walls, jolting Ares and Della Rosa abruptly from their sleep. A wave of worry colors her voice as she asks what has happened, surprise flickering in her eyes. The sudden appearance of a mysterious figure deepens her unease, stirring fresh doubts and uncertainties within her. A monstrous creature bursts out from the building, its terrifying presence instantly spreading panic among the heroes. Its menacing appearance and furious glare fill the air with an intense and uneasy tension. The other heroes stand stunned and bewildered, unable to comprehend how the monster appeared here. Without wasting a moment, everyone springs into action, calling out and urging one another to run toward the chief's house to seek shelter beneath his protection. The elder stresses the urgency of the moment, making it clear that there is no time to waste and a decision must be made immediately. He asks the heroes to choose their path. Will they flee or will they stand and fight? The heroes choose to stay and defend the village, acknowledging all that Bellamy's has done for them. They realize that their deaths would only bring him sorrow. Arita reminds everyone that their long hours of magical training have led them to this very moment. She encourages the group to stand firm and put their hard-earned skills to use in the coming battle. The elder emphasizes that joining forces with the orcs would greatly increase their chances of victory. This highlights how crucial it is to work together. Diom observes that the orcs have already fled, signaling a shift in the situation. He mentions that they regard orcs as pitiable beings, unworthy of respect. The orc urged Barbara to hurry, explaining that the village needed their protection even as the walls threatened to collapse at any moment. York observes the goblins abandoning all their belongings and fleeing in haste. He figures that even Mr. Bellamus will likely not be upset this time. One member of the group remarks that risking their lives for a goblin village makes little sense, since this place is not their home. The others exchange surprised glances in response to his words. The hero observes that the leader has always possessed a streak of cowardice, a trait unchanged even now. Barbara openly admits to feeling afraid, yet remains fully aware of the significance of this moment. Barbara recalls how Mr. Bellamus treated everyone with fairness and lent a helping hand to all, no matter their race. She emphasizes his strength and the vital role he played in their lives. He confesses to having given up his beloved to Ratus, admitting that fear often overcame him and drove him to flee the battlefield more than once. Barbara declares that they are unworthy of being called orcs, singling out the men in particular and sharply highlighting their flaws and weaknesses. The remaining orcs took note as their comrades marched alongside Barbara, stepping forward to defend the village. This unexpected alliance left them thoroughly astonished. A band of orcs gathered for an attack, their determination evident, and every member fully prepared for action. The Yorkies called out to Cyclops, openly declaring themselves as his enemies. The orc hero groans in pain, barely managing to suppress a cry, each movement labored, his exhaustion and wounds evident in his every gesture. A band of orcs struggled beneath the weight of their heavy burden, their strength pushed to the limit. The Cyclops, wild fury twisting his face, lunged forward with such intensity that everyone nearby paused in astonishment. Suddenly, a barrage of stones slammed into his face, leaving not only him, but everyone else momentarily bewildered. De La Rosa suggests harnessing magic to bring down the colossal creature. Faced with escalating danger, the heroes decide to flee the village in search of safety. Dam merges his strength with Arita's to quicken their escape, yet their efforts are interrupted when the girl halts them, asking for a moment's pause. One of the orcs steps forward, vowing to defend the village with his own hands. Determination blazes in his eyes, and his stance leaves no doubt about his readiness to protect his homeland. Vreta admits awkwardly that she was certain the orcs had fled long ago, yet to her surprise they still remain. Turning to her friends, she emphasizes the significance of this moment, insisting that only by standing united can they overcome the challenges ahead. The orcs act with brazen confidence, hurling threats at their enemies and utterly convinced of their impending victory. With steadfast allies now at their side, they feel certain they have reliable support to shield them. A powerful blow lands squarely on the Cyclops' face. The others quickly realize that this giant is nothing ordinary. Tension thickens in the air as they sense that failing to overcome this enemy will lead to serious trouble for them all. With a swift motion, De La Rosa summons a radiant magic, flooding the area with brilliant light and capturing the attention of everyone present. Summoning every last ounce of strength, the heroes command the remnants of their magical energy to converge directly on the monster's head. They recognize that this is their final opportunity to defeat the enemy. The creature continues its relentless assault, yet the heroes channel every ounce of strength to subdue the foe and wrestle it under their control. The orc hero showcased unwavering strength and determination, declaring their village as a force not to be underestimated. His resolute confidence garnered respect from those around him. Victorious after a grueling battle, the heroes celebrate together, their laughter and embraces echoing joy and relief. Genuine triumph softens their features, a testament to their strength as they savor the sweet taste of overcoming their foe and rediscover what it truly means to win. The demon admits his mistake and thanks the orcs for their assistance. A confession follows as he acknowledges that, without their support, the village would have faced real danger. Genuine gratitude shines through his words as he expresses heartfelt thanks. Barbar notes that for villagers like them, it feels only natural to defend their home. They believe there is no need for apologies or gratitude, as protecting their own is simply their duty. Among the orcs, one openly admits that he once looked down on goblins, but recent events have changed his mind. Now he sees them as worthy allies. He adds that orcs and goblins can share this village peacefully and live side by side. The senior hero admits that victory in this battle would have been impossible without their mutual support. He emphasizes the importance of standing together and offering each other help. The band of heroes comes together, forming an alliance to build peaceful lives in the village. United in purpose, they declare their wish to remain here as one, hoping to continue their shared days in harmony. Bella suddenly notices the unusual behavior among the orcs and goblins. Warm, friendly conversations pass between them. This unexpected camaraderie leaves him genuinely puzzled. De La Rosa recounts how after the terrifying monster attacked, the villagers united and formed genuine friendships. She emphasizes that life has changed. Now harmony and peace fill the village. The young hero comes to realize that, after all the hardships and trials, bonds between the different races have grown far stronger. Belness suggests gathering everyone so each person can pick out new clothing. The others agree, and soon enthusiasm fills the room as they eagerly try on a dazzling array of outfits. With a cheerful glint in her eye, the heroine asks how she looks in her new dress, delight shining through as she realizes she genuinely likes what she sees. Barbara inquires if the shop also carries clothing in their sizes, but the clerk replies that nothing in the store would fit them. A strange figure laughs at the villagers, convinced their victory over the Cyclops is nothing but a stroke of unbelievable luck. Balamas watched as everything fell apart right before him. With a somber voice, he hinted that the village would undergo significant changes within the coming year. With a bright smile, the heroine announced that the watering was finished, cheerfully sharing the good news of a job well done. Belamus revealed that he had originally planned an expedition to the northeastern cave in search of the Lightstone. However, after discovering a swarm of demons inhabiting the cave, he decided it would be wiser to assemble a small, specialized team for the mission. Della Rosa points out that the village always keeps a supply of these special stones. The protagonist observes that when the luminous stones are used continuously for a month, they lose their unique properties. The heroine proclaims with confidence that she is the ideal choice for this task, relying on her remarkable strength and unwavering determination. With conviction, she points out that no one in the village can rival her power, except for the protagonist. Oreza acknowledges Della Rosa's formidable strength, especially when she recalls her battle with the Cyclops. She also notes Della Rosa's frequent dedication to practicing magic during her spare moments, even working on simple spells she once disliked. The hero explains that they are faced with shadowy rabbits. He notes that these opponents lack strength and tend to act alone. One of the orcs compares these opponents to a Cyclops, insisting they are much weaker. This remark further highlights the unshakable confidence the orcs have in their impending victory. Delaro summoned her magic, conjuring a blazing sphere of fire that shot toward one of her opponents with incredible speed. The hero observes that what was once ordinary magic has become noticeably stronger over time. Noticing Della Rosa casting a fireball, he recognizes this as clear evidence of her significantly increased magical prowess. The other characters realize that no one was injured during the battle with the Rabbit Kings, a clear sign of their victory, yet a thoughtful expression lingers on Della Rosa's face. The hero calmly explains that the quickest way to gain greater magical power is to evolve into a goblin mage. Observing his companion, he notes that she has already reached the required level of magical energy. The task of capturing 10 shad spiders leaves Della Rosa utterly astonished. Surprise flashes across the heroine's face as she learns that this time she must swallow 10 whole spiders. Confusion lingers in her thoughts. In the past, just 3 legs had been more than enough. The hero gently reassures her, explaining that there's no need to finish everything at once. Enjoying small portions, little by little, is perfectly fine. Determination flickers in the girl's eyes as she resolves to face this challenge. No matter how unappetizing the food appears, she knows she must eat it if she is to grow stronger. Belamus notes that devouring too many spiders at once would be excessively cruel, even as a punishment for a child. He suggests it would be better to divide them into smaller portions. With unwavering conviction, Deliriosa declares her readiness to consume absolutely anything if it helps her evolve. Bellman observes the girl's determination as she finishes every last bite on her plate. The hero explained that if Della Rosa ate 1 portion for breakfast, lunch, and dinner each day, she would be able to evolve in just 10 days. His words sparked hope and optimism among everyone present. Della Rosa proclaims her new identity with delight, introducing herself as the Goblin Mage Della Rosa. With visible pride, she reveals that her evolution has been a complete success. Noticing the growth of her horn, the heroine admires her newly transformed appearance with pride. Fresh strength surges within her after this successful evolution. The main heroine exudes an air of unwavering confidence, her spirit brimming with optimism. Determination lights her eyes, certain that this time success awaits her. Della Rosa announces her intention to build a magical house, despite already having a place to live. Her unexpected decision leaves everyone else astonished. The heroine admits her desire to apologize for the time she attempted to build a house on her own. Belamas reminds the heroine that she still feels guilty about their previous home. Della Rosa hopes Dane will appreciate the new house, since earning his approval matters greatly to her. The young hero gazes around in astonishment, taking in the building standing before him. Its appearance strikes him as oddly peculiar. Belamas unfurls a rough sketch of the proposed building, emphasizing the importance of deepening their understanding of architecture. The young hero pauses, contemplating where to begin his drawing. The girl, her voice tinged with surprise, inquires about his unusual actions, clearly puzzled by his sudden behavior. The suggestion comes to pose for a drawing, since their mother had gone out of her way to buy art supplies in the city so he could occasionally take a break from his duties. Yet the hero admits a struggle. Remaining still for any length of time proves difficult for him. Madero agrees to help and promptly takes the designated seat. A genuine desire to assist shines through, though a hint of shyness still lingers in her demeanor. The girl admits that she feels a bit uncomfortable under such intense scrutiny. The young hero explains that creating a good painting requires careful observation of the subject. Meanwhile, she admits her lack of expertise in drawing, but emphasizes that his artwork truly looks impressive. Lewis recounted how, at one exhibition, such a stream of people approached him, eager to shake his hand, that he barely managed to greet everyone. Observing her artwork, he realizes that each drawing carries a piece of her spirit, subtle yet unmistakable, even if she remains unaware of it. With gentle encouragement, he invites her to embark on a journey of learning to draw together. Amazement flickers across the girl's face as she learns that the hero has already finished his work while they were still talking. With curiosity, she invites him to look at her painting and share his thoughts about it. The protagonist reflects on his dedication to capturing distinct traits in his work, paying careful attention to even the smallest details. Della Rosa gestures toward Madero's drawing, her curiosity clear as she asks about its meaning. The others glance at the sketch and point out how little it actually resembles Madero himself. Her curiosity expands as she wonders if the hero can draw. The girl soon notices that the illustration bears a striking resemblance to the buildings of Belamas, with only minor differences setting them apart. A look of surprise flashes across the boy hero's face, confusion clouding his features as he tries to grasp the meaning behind the words. Firmly, he insists that his drawings cannot possibly be bad. After all, he has been sketching for as long as he can remember. The boy confidently asserts that Madero is the one in the portrait. Meanwhile, the girl hesitates, aware that honesty might hurt Belamas' feelings. The girl admits that Belamas appears remarkably self-assured, even though deep down he feels like a complete fool. Memories of a previous life drifted through his mind, where every painting he touched drew praise and admiration. In stark contrast, he now felt utterly foolish. Quiet doubt crept in, as he wondered if his earlier acclaim had sprung from being revered as a great sage. An orc notices an unusual expression on Belomas's face and asks if they are under attack. In response, Belomas pulls out a drawing depicting the same Spider-Woman the orcs had spoken of earlier. Determined to take his art more seriously, the hero approaches his work with renewed caution. This time, he politely asks Barbara to pose for a new portrait. Belamus retrieves another painting featuring a monkey and quietly inquires if this one truly depicts Barbara. The orcs exchange glances, realizing that even Belamus himself experiences moments of doubt. Another heroine steps forward, offering words of encouragement for Belamus by highlighting his remarkable talent for magic. With a gentle smile, Belamus admits he failed to notice something so simple and apparent. Sprawled across the ground, exhaustion and irritation mark his face. The main heroine voices her frustration, admitting this ordeal is wearing on her patience. Just then, their mother returns and inquires about Belamus's condition. Noticing the shadow of disappointment on Belamus's face as he struggles with his drawing, the main heroine quietly acknowledges his frustration. In that shared moment, understanding passes between them, and she gently agrees with his feelings. She adds that the drawing is truly remarkable. The girl admits she doesn't see herself as an expert, yet she believes the drawing turned out quite well. With a proud smile, the protagonist reveals that her son crafted this drawing, eagerly showcasing his artistic talent. A wave of joy washed over Belamus when his mother admired his drawing. The hero reports that they have reinforced the village defenses, yet a persistent feeling lingers within him, reminding him that something crucial still demands his immediate attention. Calling out to Belamus, his mother invited him to join them for a swim, reminding him that today was their designated swimming day. Her voice carried genuine warmth, making it clear how much she hoped he would come along. A sudden realization flashes through the brave boy's mind as he remembers that today is swim day. Belamus sets out to construct a magical house, beginning with a modest structure. According to him, this small building will be more than enough for a start. Observing the bare surroundings of the house, he decides to plant greenery, hoping to bring warmth and tranquility to his home. Nabasha's attention is drawn to a plume of smoke rising from the Delaro's house, remarking on how strange it seems. The main character then notices a newly built wall standing where nothing existed that morning. In the warmth of the hot springs, Belamus savors a moment of rest. Noticing him there, the girls become curious about what brings him to this serene place. The hero explains that taking a bath is essential for staying clean, and that hot water also helps to improve blood circulation. Some of the other characters ask if they can join together in the bath. Just then, Bella suddenly stops Della Rosa, reminding her that everyone enters the bathing area without any clothes. Belamus reminds everyone that before stepping into the bath, it is important to rinse off with warm water for a cleaner and more hygienic experience. An awkward unease settles over Madero when it comes time to bathe alongside everyone else. Belamus advises Nabasha to avoid forcing Madero to bathe if that is not what she wants. With curiosity, the hero asks the other character about their very first experience taking a bath. Della Rosa recalled how Madero always declined their invitations to swim in the river, preferring solitude instead. Still, sometimes a hot bath offered its own kind of comfort, warmth enveloping the body in gentle relaxation. Admitting her fears, the heroine revealed that taking the first step had always filled her with anxiety. Even when the time came for transformation and newfound strength, devouring the spiders still left her trembling with uncertainty. Madero, the main heroine, confides that fear took hold of her during the Cyclops' attack. She explains how the orcs rushed to shield her, yet terror kept her frozen, unable to take even a single step. Kun gently assures Madero that there is no need for her to remain in the bath if she truly doesn't want to. At the same time, he points out that denying oneself such a pleasure without even giving it a try might not be the wisest choice. With time, even defeats can transform into cherished memories, especially when they have been shared alongside loved ones. Gratitude fills Madero as she thanks Bellamus for offering both support and understanding. She realizes that without this encouragement, her hesitation might have led to even greater missteps. The heroine quips that the sky turns a deeper blue when soaking in hot water. Her words instantly fill the air with a sense of warmth and contentment. Gratitude fills Madero as he enjoys the warmth of the hot spring. Inspired by the idea, the heroes begin to consider building a spacious communal bathhouse in the village for everyone to enjoy. A peculiar hole jutted out from the ground. The silhouette utters arcane words in a mysterious language, anticipation evident in its stance as though something is about to occur. He declares his intention to destroy everything his enemy holds dear, displaying a merciless resolve and overwhelming power. He announces that this is only the first step in his wicked plan to destroy everything that holds meaning for him, once again highlighting his cruelty and unyielding resolve. A sweeping view unfolds, revealing the flourishing village of Bellamus, protected by sturdy walls and fortified ramparts. Tranquility and abundance fill the scene. Numerous houses stand amid fertile fields, while the thoughtfully developed surroundings testify to the prosperity enjoyed by its residents. Over the past year, the village had blossomed into a vibrant and welcoming place. Where once there had been unease and conflict, former raiders, those very orcs who used to launch attacks, now lived side by side with longtime residents, their presence a testament to newfound harmony. Bellamus engages in conversation with the old man. The elder observes how much their home village has grown and wonders aloud if Bellamus has noticed the changes as well. With a gentle smile, he remarks that Bellamus, too, has transformed a great deal and matured over the years. With unwavering enthusiasm, he declares his readiness to set out on the journey today, determined not to waste any time. At his side, Della Rosa shares that same resolve, fully committed to supporting Bellamus. With a steady hand, she wields her sword skillfully, while the hero observes that everyone present has reached an impressive level of mastery. With a bright smile, the girl greets her companions, those she trained alongside. She points out that their dedication and teamwork have taught them to handle swords skillfully, and now a sense of confidence fills them all. The other person grows irritated and insists on ending the conversation. Goblin suggests settling things with another battle and requests that their previous duel never be mentioned again. The hero resolves to stop training with Novasha, believing her methods too harsh and lacking restraint. Yet Bellamus notices her exceptional talent with a sword, recognizing that while she still lacks the experience to compete with skilled opponents, her potential is undeniable. The rival acknowledges the hero's strength, yet his face betrays disappointment in defeat. The hero points out that his strike was too predictable and suggests that careful thought should guide each move before launching an attack. The goblin reports that demons recently attacked the city, leaving many residents exhausted or injured. Belima observes that attacks have become more frequent, and the reason behind them remains a mystery. He suggests everyone take a break from training today, understanding that if the enemy strikes again, exhaustion could leave them vulnerable. Suddenly, the blare of an alarm echoes through the air, signaling the approach of demons. Instantly, tension thickens, and anxious glances dart from face to face as everyone braces for what's to come. Amidst a crowd where several people lay motionless on the ground, the hero called out to Barbara. The mention of a small swarm of deadly bees from one of the bystanders caught the hero off guard, filling the air with an unexpected tension. Bellamus senses an unusual and unsettling presence deep within the forest. With furrowed brows, he voices his concern about the growing number of attacks and wonders aloud if a hidden force lies behind these troubling events. Della Rosa insists that as the demons grow in number, they must be driven back into the forest more frequently. She urges swift and decisive action to resolve the situation. Outside, the streets teem with demons, and the threat grows with every passing moment. Frustration flares as the girl demands the gates be opened, but the answer remains firm. She must wait for the password. Wow. Genuine surprise flickered across the hero's face upon realizing Della Rosa was still just a child, making it difficult to entrust him with any significant responsibilities. Despite this, Della Rosa's determined voice rang out, assuring everyone that he was ready to take action and would not let them down. The girl made her escape, boldly declaring her strength and ability to handle any challenge. A lingering sense of being underestimated lingered in her mind. Nabasha firmly believes that by growing stronger, she will one day match Belamas in skill. Determination radiates from her as she strives to grow, aiming to match his strength someday. Several heroes gather in a tense circle, weighing the risks of stepping outside to face the demons in battle. The danger looms large in their minds, yet the determination to join the fray glimmers unmistakably in their eyes. Their eagerness to take action silently pulses between them, unspoken but deeply felt. Della Rosa observes that defeating weak demons serves little purpose and suggests waiting together for a stronger opponent to appear so they can face a worthy challenge. The following day, the heroes watch a squad of armed warriors in battle armor training on an open field. Astonishment flickered in the heroes' eyes, swiftly giving way to mounting irritation as yet another assault descended upon the village. With concern sharpening his tone, he asked what was really happening in the forest, acutely aware that the danger surrounding them continued to escalate. Dam quickly realizes that this attack is far more severe than any before. He refers to the enemies as true monsters, underscoring their incredible danger and overwhelming strength. The hero's eyes widen in astonishment as an entire enemy army reveals itself at the village's edge. Overwhelmed by the sheer number of foes, he exclaims in disbelief, barely managing to hide his shock at the scale of the looming threat. The young man senses that facing this challenge alone is beyond his strength, but joining forces with others might tip the scales in their favor. He recognizes the universal mages as true masters of their craft. Bracing himself, he prepares for the inevitability of sacrifice. Wonder fills Belamus as he ponders why they chose to attack. He believes this race possesses profound wisdom and a kind spirit, certain that only a grave reason could have compelled them to strike. The young woman raises her voice and insists that the gates be opened. The woman inquired if this was truly a goblin village. Speaking on behalf of her people, she assured the goblins that they held no grudges, but insisted that the goblins must leave this place. The girl then added that if the goblins departed now, no harm would come to anyone. The goblin gazes thoughtfully, uncertainty flickering in his eyes, as he wonders if they can truly understand his language. The hero, struggling to contain a storm of emotions, studies each opponent with intense focus. A crowd of girls stood there, their bodies marked by countless bruises and scratches. Belmas glanced around, his mind turning to the wounded scattered among them. The young woman raised her voice, warning that she would not repeat herself. Her tone turned steely as she declared that unless they left at once, she and her army would launch an assault. The young man notes that exhaustion has overtaken them all, and defeat seems inevitable against their enemy. Beyond that, he points out, the opposition boasts more than 500 goblins and 100 orcs. At that moment, a nervous orc standing behind them calls out, addressing Sir Belamus. The hero states with confidence that the enemies have no idea of their true numbers. In his opinion, if the Alarons realize they stand no chance, they might simply retreat. The orc remarks that all of this was obvious to him from the start. The warrior women exchange uneasy glances as news spreads that the enemy commands a force of no less than 500 goblins. Without hesitation, they send an urgent summons to Lady Alensi calling for her aid. Balamas insists that none of them are eager to rush toward their own demise, suggesting it would be wise for everyone to leave this place immediately. The leader only shrugs and admits that he has no idea what is going on. The woman warns that retreating now would seal their fate. With a heavy sigh, she admits that it seems no other path remains for them. The young man stands bewildered, unable to grasp the situation unfolding before him. With a determined gaze, the girl lifts her hand, ready to take action. Alenzi's voice rings out with a commanding order to attack. In perfect unison, the warriors unleash a storm of magical projectiles that streak through the air toward their enemies. The village gates come under a ferocious assault. The orc burns with impatience, eager to charge out and teach the enemies a lesson. Belmus intervenes, holding him back, for a plan has already begun to take shape in his mind. The hero reflects on the intense determination these people show in their efforts to take the village from him, suspecting they must have significant reasons driving them. The boy concludes that reaching an agreement with them is indeed possible. The young man summons a thick, dark fog to envelop his enemies. Confusion clouds the girls' faces as darkness shrouds their vision, leaving them with no clue about the chaos unfolding nearby. The young man prepares to cast another spell, determination gleaming in his eyes. Summoning a spell of night vision, he allowed his eyes to pierce through the darkness. Through the swirling fog, Belamus caught sight of the Alron leader's silhouette. Shock washes over Elansi. The leader of the women was seized from the heart of the dense, damp fog. The hero issues a warning to the warrior girls, urging them to halt their attack if they wish to keep their leader unharmed. The warriors, disheartened and indignant, struggled to accept such a treacherous act. Alensi insists there is no point in holding her captive. Calm certainty colors her words as she declares that, even bound, her magical abilities remain undiminished. A woman unleashes a piercing scream, her emotions breaking free without restraint. The young man suggests they talk, holding on to the hope that a peaceful resolution is still possible. Lancy, taken aback, cannot fathom where such unwavering confidence comes from. The boy asks about the reason behind the attack on their village. The girl leading the raiders responds with icy detachment, making it clear she has nothing to discuss with him. Balama makes it clear that if she refuses to negotiate, he will simply turn to someone else. The leader, his voice tinged with fear, reluctantly agrees to the conversation. She explains that a massive army of enemy demons swept down upon their settlement. Together with her companions, she managed to escape the onslaught, though now they wander without a place to call home. The hero mentioned having an intriguing proposal, causing Elansi's eyes to light up with excitement. Laughter rings out from the table, where the warriors gather, delighting in flavorful dishes, while friendly goblins eagerly deliver fresh plates of food. The goblins carefully tend to the wounded warrior women, offering gentle first aid despite their rough appearance. The warrior woman calls Mr. Salenzi to the table and, with a hint of embarrassment, quietly asks everyone not to worry about her. The woman leading the group addressed Mr. Belly, asking for his name and inquiring about his intentions. Puzzled by his actions, she struggled to understand why anyone would willingly feed their enemies. Calmly, the man explained that he had simply done away with the reason behind the conflict. The woman admits her struggle to grasp the situation. No matter how she looks at it, danger seems to linger around them, constantly threatening their lives. The leader points out the differences between their races. The young man explains that in their village, such differences are never an issue. The boy shares how harmony reigns among the locals. He recalls the time when a being from another race saved his life, highlighting the very point at hand. The hero explains that they have always been there for each other, offering help whenever trouble comes their way. Alansi stares in disbelief, her genuine surprise written all over her face. Belima apologized to the village elder for giving food to the girls without permission. The old man, however, assured him that his actions had prevented any bloodshed and that everyone was truly grateful to him. Curiosity sparked within the girl, prompting her to ask about the village's origins. Thoughts circled in her mind as she observed the two distinct peoples living side by side and noticed that a human child held authority over them all. The woman gazes intently at the village, taking in the stone houses and the endless stretches of cultivated fields. In her mind, the place closely resembles the towns built by humans. Bewilderment clouds Alan's mind as she tries to make sense of her surroundings. Strange things fill this place, leaving her utterly perplexed. The girl who stood at the front, clearly the leader, turned to Belamis and addressed her directly. Gratitude shone in Alansi's eyes as she realized their fortune in stumbling upon the village, her thanks flowing steadily to the young man for his help. Young goblins and orcs gather side by side, sharing friendly smiles. Belimus turned to the leader and asked for her name, his curiosity sharpened by her earlier words. He urged her to clarify what she meant about an approaching demon army. Driven by a sense of urgency, he pressed her to share more details about this looming threat. The leader inquires whether he has ever heard of the Ant Legion. The goblins gaze in bewilderment, trying to figure out what this mysterious thing could be. Teork turns to Pelamus and asks if he knows anything about it. Memories of the Ant Legion come to mind as the hero reflects. Upon reaching maturity, these insects form vast colonies, each sheltering more than 10,000 members. Countless tiny ant legs march onward at a steady, unhurried pace. The young man explains that these are the most dangerous of the S-class demons. Belamus issues a warning. The Ant Legion ranks among the most perilous S-class demons. The orc, clearly troubled, inquires about the whereabouts of the Ant Legion. Alansi explains that the Ant Legion is made up of demon creatures resembling ants, all tirelessly tunneling through the earth to build underground nests. Individually, these beings pose little threat and can be defeated with ease. The goblins wonder where Adley has gone. The girl explains that the main issue lies with the so-called ant core. Unless it is destroyed, the ants will continue to multiply endlessly. She warns that once they merge into a massive army, stopping them will become nearly impossible. The leader explained that immediately after birth, they are almost identical in size to ordinary ants. Yet as their community expands, their growth and evolution accelerate until they eventually attain the stature of a human. The woman explains that the legion that attacked them was made up of creatures the same size as the goblins from this village. Alenzi explains that this means their numbers have likely already reached tens of thousands. Shock and disbelief ripple through everyone present at this revelation. The goblins and orcs stand in disbelief, overwhelmed by the sheer number before them. The young man still finds all of this a bit strange. The young man explains that when ants grow too large, they become a terrifying danger. Nests belonging to these rapidly expanding ant legions are eradicated swiftly, while the colonies of ordinary, inconspicuous ants are usually left undisturbed. The woman leader nods in agreement, then elaborates. From the very beginning, word of this nest had spread among everyone, but since the ants hunted infrequently and posed no real danger, no one ever disturbed their core. A startled exclamation escaped Belmuse, puzzled by the sudden fierceness that overtook them. "Oh, ants cannot provide an answer to this question. All she notes is that the ants attack their villagers as well, and not only the people themselves. The woman recalls how many times they have already driven demons out of their own homes. A shadow crosses her expression as she wonders if this village, too, is destined for the same terrible fate. News of this revelation sends goblins and orcs spiraling into chaos, their ranks seething with panic, terror, and fury. Bellamy's mother sits quietly, her eyes clouded with worry. With a heavy heart, the goblin girl admits how much effort they invested and how they spent an entire year nurturing their village. A wave of despair swept through everyone in the area. Jonas, the hero, stepped forward with unwavering resolve. The boy mentions his desire to head to bed. The orc, taken aback by his leader's calm demeanor, cannot hold back a shout and demands an explanation for such behavior in the midst of a crisis. The young man calmly explains that this is why he is determined to regain his magical powers. The orc, visibly confused, asks if the boy truly has a plan. Belamus explains that the ant's core grants it extraordinary strength, yet at the same time serves as its most vulnerable spot. The orc listens, struck silent by astonishment. The young man explains that destroying the ant core would bring an end to the entire legion. Determined, he resolves to infiltrate their nest and eliminate the core himself. The gray-haired village elder voices his concerns, wondering if this plan carries too much risk. The hero reassures him, explaining that most of the ant army is currently away on a march. According to the hero, only a handful of ants are likely left in their nest. Alansi studies the young man, uncertain whether his words are earnest or teasing. Observing the sheer number present, she estimates that the nest might hold as many as 1,000 of these creatures. Belima remarks that fighting everyone is pointless. Instead, he will simply choose the path with the fewest guards. The boy nods, confirming that most of them will gather near the core. Still, he quickly adds that even a single one would be more than enough on its own, so there is no need to worry. The revelation leaves Alan so astonished that words fail him. The female leader's eyes widen in astonishment as the young man calmly announces his intention to sneak straight into the very heart of enemy territory. Realization dawns on her that she must prevent him from making such an obviously reckless move. With a calm voice, Yunak tries to soothe Lansing, urging him not to worry. Admitting his words might lack conviction, he adds a quiet assurance. His own grasp of magic is nothing to scoff at. Allens gazes at Bellamus with admiration, truly believing him to be an extraordinary young man. A distant voice called out, "Belames." Among the workers, one passionately steps forward, eager to join the fight, and declares a strong desire to embark on the mission alongside the young man. The young man expressed his gratitude to the orc, yet pointed out that their approach this time required utmost discretion. Moving alone, he explained, would make it easier to avoid detection. Turning to the orc, he suggested focusing on fortifying the village's defenses instead. The orc dutifully follows his leader's command. Bellamus mentions he will rest now to regain his strength. In 5 hours, he plans to set off. A young man stifles a yawn, his eyelids heavy with drowsiness. Some time passes. The boy wakes from his nap, shakes off the lingering drowsiness, and prepares to continue on his way. Suddenly, goblins come into view, rushing hurriedly through the village. Peeking through the doorway, the protagonist asks what has happened. His mother calls him over, urging him to come closer. A mother, overwhelmed by despair, cries out that something terrible has happened and she cannot find her anywhere. Bella gently tries to calm her and asks who has disappeared. The goblin girl replies that Della Rosa is nowhere to be found, as if he has vanished into thin air. Mother's voice rises in a cry as she announces that Tella Rosa, Navasha, and Madero have vanished. Shock holds the boy motionless, the news striking him with a force he never could have anticipated. The boy asks when they disappeared. His mother replies that she doesn't know, since they only just noticed the disappearance. Miss Muse realized that their immediate departure following the discussion about Legion could only mean the situation was gravely serious. Belames realizes that from this moment on, no one will ever catch him. Meanwhile, three girls stroll leisurely along a forest path. The goblin girl wonders aloud if they are heading the right way. She confesses her disappointment as nothing exciting has happened so far. The other girl assures her that once they reach the village of Auron, they will definitely find a nest. The dark-haired goblin girl glances around and asks the others if they notice anything strange. Madero often faces accusations of cowardice, yet the young woman insists her words are utterly sincere. Madero calls everyone to gather at the designated spot, her voice edged with urgency as she warns of something drawing near. The other two girls confirm her fears, admitting that they too have caught the faint, suspicious sounds in the distance. A massive horde of monsters moves with purpose, catching the girls' attention. Della Rosa watches the scene unfold, frozen in terror. With a shout, she announces that a true army of ants is marching right before them. Bellamus mentions he will take a short break to regain his strength. The young man announced he would return in 5 hours. Meanwhile, some distance away in the crowd, three girls clustered together, exchanging quiet whispers and seemingly plotting something. With a joyful spark in her eyes, Goblinka expresses her delight, certain that Bellamus will find a solution to the problem. Confidence fills her voice as she declares that peace and happiness will soon return to the village. Della Rosa and Navasha exchange a loaded glance, an unspoken plan flickering in their eyes. A quiet suspicion begins to stir within Meteorov as the truth slowly starts to reveal itself. A girl suggests to her friend that they go and destroy an anthill. Her friend eagerly agrees, a mischievous spark lighting up her face. With a firm voice, Madero objects to their plan, declaring it far too risky and insisting he cannot support it. De La Rosa remarks that if their plan succeeds, Bellamus will finally realize just how greatly he has underestimated her. Meanwhile, Navasha can already picture the immense power she will wield once she seizes control of the core. Madero does everything in his power to dissuade the girls from going through with this venture, insisting that this is not another training exercise, but a matter of life and death, where the stakes are truly real. De La Rosa gently reassures Madero, noting her visible worry and offering comfort by promising she will do whatever it takes to keep her safe should anything happen. Madero warns De La Rosa not to try charming her with fancy words. She points out that, on top of everything else, they don't even have the password needed to get through the gate. Only now does De La Rosa remember this crucial detail. A soft laugh escapes Navasha, a gentle sound in the quiet. Maduro observes her unease, remarking that something about all this feels wrong to her, as if a shadow of dread had settled in her heart. Navasha admits she overheard the password just in case a moment like this arose. De La Rosa is thoroughly impressed by her cleverness, while Madero finds no joy in the revelation. The girls hurriedly prepare to leave, hoping to slip away before Bellasan wakes up. Three goblin girls set out on a quest for the ant core, a mission that filled Madero with unease. Anxious thoughts swirled within her, casting a shadow over the journey. Astounded, the girls gaze at the endless swarms of the ant army, struggling to comprehend how events could have escalated to this point. According to Navasha, there could be no mistake. An entire legion of ants was on the move. The gravest concern, however, was their chosen path, which led them directly toward the village. This spelled serious trouble. Medora pondered quietly, her thoughts drifting to the uncertain future that awaited their village. Della Rosa speaks with unwavering confidence, assuring everyone that together they will destroy the core and face no obstacles. Wasting no time, the girl calls the group to move forward and finally fulfill their mission. Doubt clouded Madero's mind, uncertain whether the three of them could truly succeed. The moon climbs steadily higher in the night sky. One of the girls calls out to her friends, eager to share something intriguing she has discovered. Three girls paused beside a gaping hole in the ground. Curiosity drew Navasha to wonder aloud about its purpose. Della Rosa observed the size, noting how remarkably large it was. Curiosity, mixed with a hint of fear, draws the girls to peer into the shadowy pit, their minds swirling with possibilities about what could be concealed within its depths. A giant ant suddenly emerges from the burrow, its body pushing through the loose earth. Frightened cries escape from Della Rosa and Madero as they break into loud, panicked screams. The ant's head lies split cleanly in two. Sword in hand, Navasha dispatched her enemy in a heartbeat, her actions swift and decisive. Della Rosa offered her a satisfied nod of approval, clearly impressed by her skill. Navasha teases her friends, suggesting they still have a long way to go if they're frightened by such weaklings. Della Rosa bristles with irritation at her remark. Madero believes that without Navasha by her side, she would have been an easy target for murder. Navigating the legion of ants' nest feels impossibly difficult for her. The dark-haired goblin girl hesitates, her uncertainty clear as she gently suggests they reconsider their plan. Meanwhile, Navasha points out that the opening leads directly into an anthill. Della Rosa agrees to go. Madero, caught off guard and confused, asks why she accepted so quickly. The girl wonders if the pit might be deep and imagines it could be crawling with ants. Before she can finish her thought, Madero notices that the other two girls are already making their way down. With surprise, she asks where they are heading. Fear gripping her heart, Madero peers into the abyss below. The girls, who have already climbed down, glance up and ask how much longer she intends to hesitate. Tired of waiting, they announce that they will go on without her. Madero admits that the thought of climbing down fills her with dread, yet the idea of remaining alone on the surface frightens her even more. With newfound determination, she leaps into the abyss. The goblin girl suddenly stumbled and tumbled into a pit. Within moments, something unusual caught her attention. Navasha and Della Rosa come upon a girl who has just descended the stairs. Della Rosa turns and asks where they should head next. Navasha shrugs and says it makes no difference to her. They can go wherever they wish. Della Rosa selects a hallway and instructs him to follow it, while Navasha eagerly dashes after her. Madero lingers at the rear, calling out to the boys. With fear in her eyes, the dark-haired girl quietly admits her longing to return home. Madero advises caution, urging for a careful approach. Meanwhile, the two other girls spot the ants and rush into battle, each vying to be the first to strike. A sense of unease settled over Madero as suspicion crept in that there was something distinctly unusual about these girls. Navasha plunges into the fray, her sword sweeping through the swarm of ants with swift, decisive blows. Nearby, Della Rosa unleashes a barrage of fiery orbs, her scorching magic transforming enemies to ash with fierce determination. The girl with the sword paused in mild surprise, barely having sensed any resistance. Beside her, the girl gifted with magical abilities calmly explained that these ants remained far too weak to put up a proper fight. Madero realizes how fortunate she was to have stayed out of it. Navasha instructs the girls to get to their feet. The girl mentions she can hear footsteps approaching, By her estimate, about 10 people are coming closer. She quietly urges the others to get ready. A swarm of ants emerges, surging forward in a great tide. At their head marches a formidable ant, brandishing a sword in each of its 4 hands. Madero points out that this one stands apart from the rest. Della Rosa agrees, noting the ant's enormous size and impressive strength. With a slight smile, Navasha wonders aloud if they might be facing a high-ranking warrior. Sword in hand, the young woman leaps toward the ant leader, her shout echoing through the chaos. A powerful collision erupted. The sturdy ant intercepted Nawashi's attack. Navasha feels as if she hasn't moved an inch from where she started. The ant fixes the girl with an angry stare. Madero says she must lend Navasha a hand. Fear sends tremors racing through Madero's body. Memories swirl within the mind of the black-haired goblin girl, each one holding a unique significance for her. The ant general brandished his sword with a swift, precise motion, while Navasha stood frozen, bewildered by the unfolding events. Suddenly, a powerful blow from an unknown force knocks the ant off its feet. Surprise widened Navasha's eyes. Madero admits her fear and reluctance to fight, yet an undeniable desire to grow stronger stirs within her. Driven by this resolve, she uses magic to come to Nawashi's aid. Madero admits that nothing frightens her more than watching her friends suffer. Madero asks Della Rosa to keep an eye on Navasha. With a nod, Della Rosa assures her that she understands completely. The first twist hurls a blazing fireball at the ant. The second swiftly follows with a spear of ice. Both spells struck the ant squarely. The smaller ant took the full force of the spell, leaving the girls genuinely surprised. Navasha observed the tiny ant stepping forward to shield the larger one. Della Rosa remarked that their strength truly stood out. Madero remarks that this is a good sign. She adds that if he values his own safety so highly, he's willing to endanger his comrades, then he must truly see them as a serious threat. The young woman rallies everyone to launch an attack on the ant. With a quick glance, she checks if preparations are complete. The girls respond with unwavering confidence, confirming their readiness. As one, they surge forward, initiating their assault. The 4-armed ant stands firm, absorbing each blow without faltering. Delight glimmers in Della Rosa's eyes as she announces their success, convinced that their chosen strategy is finally paying off. Amidst the fierce clash, Navasha suddenly catches sight of something unusual. Glancing over her shoulder, the young woman wonders aloud about the commotion unfolding behind her. 3 goblin girls become aware of a fresh horde of ants emerging behind them. Unlike the earlier swarm, these ants are pure white. Navasha explains that reinforcements have arrived, and now they find themselves completely surrounded. A wave of disappointment washed over the girl as she realized that someone incredibly powerful now led the new group from their side. The second ant general charges toward the girls, gripping his weapon tightly in his claws. Navasha stands frozen with tension, sensing the relentless threat drawing ever closer. Without warning, the leader of the white ants drives his sword straight through the head of the black ant. The girls stare in disbelief as the situation takes an unexpected turn. The leader of the black ants wavers, struggling to maintain her balance, then slowly begins to topple over. The leader collapses, and ants from one camp find themselves face to face with their rivals from the other. Ants abruptly break out into a fight among themselves. Bewilderment washes over Navasha as she struggles to grasp what's happening. The thought crosses her mind that some sort of uprising may have just begun. The white termite general effortlessly crushed the black ants, scattering their ranks with overwhelming force. With his weapon, he delivers a crushing blow that leaves his opponent reeling. With the defeat of all the black ants behind them, the victors set off on their way. Left behind, Navasha stands uncertain, at a loss for what to do next. The leader silently presents the girls with a mysterious hand gesture, inviting curiosity and intrigue. The girl gripping her sword glanced around, curious if anyone else had caught the movement. Madero wonders if the ant is asking them to follow. Suspicion flickers in Navashi's eyes, suspecting a potential trap. De La Rosa disagrees, expressing doubt about such a possibility. The others urge her to explain her reasoning. Guided by nothing more than intuition, the girl replies that this is simply what her instincts tell her. 3 girls set off in pursuit, following the trail left by the ants. De La Rosa, bewildered, wonders aloud if they have reached a dead end. The ant leader approaches the wall, places a hand gently on its surface, and strives to speak. As the wall slides open, De La Rosa lets out a gasp of surprise at the sight of a concealed doorway. With excitement sparkling in her eyes, the girl declares that this truly feels like infiltrating a secret base. Madeira urges her to pause for a moment, but Navasha smiles, her determination unwavering, and says they've come too far to turn back now. De La Rosa stands uncertain, casting nervous glances around the room. Navasha approaches, curiosity flickering in her eyes as she inquires about the commotion. Meanwhile, Madero's unease quietly intensifies. The field is dotted with countless ants, each gathered into the separate clusters. De La Rosa sweeps his gaze across them and remarks that the area is teeming with white ants. Navasha wonders whether these strangers can truly be trusted. Yet it strikes her that they are unlikely to attack first. The dark-haired girl gazes around in amazement, remarking on the sheer number of people present. Meanwhile, at that very moment, De La Rosa notices something unusual. The leader of the ants gestures toward the girls, highlighting them with a sweeping motion of his hand. De La Rosa asked if that meant they should wait. Madero nodded, confirming that waiting was exactly what they needed to do. Madero's gaze lingers on the nearby ants, unease quietly building within her. Although the creatures seem harmless, an undercurrent of anxiety remains. Suddenly, a voice welcomes the guests. In their path stands a woman with the features of an ant, announcing with regal confidence her status as the Queen of the Legion. She introduces herself as Medina. Madero regards the queen as breathtakingly beautiful, her skin almost translucent and white like crystal. De La Rosa watches in astonishment as Madera converses fluently in the goblin tongue. The ant queen inquired whether the girls were also battling the black ants. She expressed a desire to seek their assistance. Confusion clouds Navasha's face as she turns to the queen, asking if she commands these ants. In contrast, De La Rosa bristles with indignation, insisting the arrival of the Aurani in their village and the danger now threatening everyone is entirely her fault. A sudden wave of irritation swept over Medina, while De La Rosa's surprise at her unexpected reaction was plainly visible. Tears welled up in the ant-woman's eyes as she offered a heartfelt apology. The goblins stand bewildered, while De La Rosa, noticing the queen's tears, expresses her surprise and gently inquires about the reason behind her sorrow. Medina speaks softly of knowing all too well the pain of losing a home, yet she admits they lack the strength to stand against the black ants. De La Rosa found herself puzzled, unable to understand why things were this way when she was the queen. Medina nodded in agreement and quietly remarked that, in truth, no one in the Legion was actually obligated to follow her commands. The queen inquires whether the girls have ever been attacked by black ants. Her curiosity deepens as she reveals that, in the beginning, every ant in the Legion was pure white. Genuine surprise spreads across the girls' faces as they hear this unexpected revelation. Medina reveals that the Legion of Black Ants now serves a sinister being. Delarosa grows curious, eager to learn the identity of this entity and the dark force guiding their actions. The Queen insists she knows nothing of the details, but she does reveal the name of the one who seized control of the Legion. He called himself Dane. A shadowy, menacing creature announces that all preparations for the feast are complete, signaling that moments of entertainment are about to begin. An unfamiliar entity utters the name, Mercules. Bellamus drags a hand across his face, a clear signal of menace and unwavering resolve. Medina recounts that this story took place a year ago. The Queen shares how their people have always strived to avoid becoming entangled in the major conflicts of other races. She explains that, to keep unwanted attention at bay, their community has expanded the nest gradually and with great caution. Delarosa listens in silence, deeply engrossed in every word. Medina went on, explaining that just as they finally reached the 10,000 mark, he suddenly emerged out of nowhere. Cloaked in shadow and wearing the most sinister grin, the figure introduces himself as Dane. A mysterious being steps directly onto the ant core, offering a curt apology for the abrupt entrance. Without delay, he declares that the power of the ants now belongs to him. The Queen, intrigued by his sudden appearance, demanded to know where he had come from, and immediately ordered her soldiers to seize the stranger. Dane reaches into the very core and begins to laugh. Shock and fear sweep over Medina as she cries out, noticing the core turning black. Warrior ants stationed around the Queen slowly begin to darken, their bodies losing their usual color. The Queen stands motionless, stunned by this unsettling sight. The ants had turned completely black, their appearance now truly menacing. The dark warrior ant swung its weapons straight at Medina. Still dazed by the chaos around her, the girl let out a frightened gasp, instinctively bracing for the blow she knew was coming. A pale hand intercepts the black ant's weapon just as it nears the Queen's face. The white ant general steps onto the stage, positioning himself as the Queen's protector. White termites surrounded Medina, taking her under their careful protection, as their Queen affectionately called them her boys. Meanwhile, the Dark Brothers expanded their ranks, forming an even wider ring that enclosed everyone, including the white termites and Medina herself. Dane marvels at the rare feat of anyone resisting brainwashing, finding the notion genuinely intriguing. At the same time, he remarks that the core already belongs to him. The ants turn to their Queen for guidance. Worn out and disheartened, Medina believed her strength had failed her, leading to the loss of their core. The Queen explained to the three girls how they were forced to escape alongside those untouched by the darkness. That journey led them to this very place. Throughout all this time, she and her companions remained in hiding, patiently waiting for the slightest opportunity to regain control. Delarosa concluded that the ants, too, had found themselves in trouble, much like her own people and the Oroni. Delarosa admits with regret that she hadn't known about this. Worry flickers across Navasha's face as she asks if this means that Dana's involvement will bring serious trouble for everyone. The Queen replies that they couldn't simply leave things as they were. Medina recounts how the villain continued expanding the lair, personally overseeing every detail. Before long, the grim reality set in. Their chances of victory had all but vanished. As hope began to fade among the white ants, a message reached them. Nearby, a vast number of black ants had appeared and were circling restlessly. The Queen added that almost at the same moment, a group of goblin girls had arrived. The news sent a wave of unease through Delarosa. The Ant Queen proclaims that their chances of defeating Dane have never been better. She adds that word of the girls' abilities has already reached her ears through Ragnar. The queen directs a heartfelt request for assistance to the three girls. With shining eyes, Della Rosa immediately agrees, her excitement unmistakable. In contrast, Madero's uneasy expression reveals her apprehension about what is to come. Della Rosa explains that their original plan was to destroy the core, but if defeating the dark villain is enough to save their village, that will be sufficient. Medina pleads with them not to destroy the core under any circumstances, warning that if they do, everyone will disappear. Navasha shrugs, her only concern focused on battling a worthy opponent. Nothing else truly matters to her. She turns to Madero and asks if she is prepared. The dark-haired girl hesitates for a moment, then quietly agrees to lend them her support. The Queen of the Ants expresses heartfelt gratitude to the heroines and grasps Delaro's hand in a firm handshake. Medina urges everyone to hurry along and set off toward Geladane. Belamus peers intently into the distance, curiosity evident in his eyes, and asks what it could mean. Confusion flickered across the boy's face. He had always believed that ants should be white, yet almost at once he brushed the thought aside, deciding it no longer mattered. The hero insists that the most crucial task at hand is to destroy their core, a step necessary to save the village, Della Rosa, and everyone else. Realizing that searching for the entrance might take much longer than expected, the young man steadies himself, determined to push forward with renewed resolve. With a whisper of incantation, Belamus casts a magical sonar, its invisible waves rippling through the earth. Beneath his feet, a vast cavern reveals itself. This, it seems, is their nest. The young man pours every ounce of strength into his magic, drawing on its full power. With a swift gesture, he casts the Mulwave spell. Suddenly, a hole gaped open in the ground. With reckless determination, the young man leaps into the gaping chasm that has just opened beneath him. The ground teems with black ants, causing Belamus to shift uncomfortably and confess his growing unease. Time slipping through his fingers, the young man makes it clear that the ants should not expect any mercy. Time was ticking away for the hero, leaving no room for mercy. The ants would find no hope for forgiveness in his swift advance. The ant warriors spring into action, darting forward with incredible speed as they charge straight toward Belomus. With swift precision, the young man carves through enemy weapons, his magical swords shimmering as they slice through the air. The ants freeze in confusion, unable to grasp what is happening, while the heroes relentlessly dispatch them with blow after blow. More enemies swarm toward Belamus with every passing moment. Drawing upon a powerful spell, he surges with newfound strength, and the ground beneath his feet begins to fracture and split. Every time he moves, small dents mark the ground where he steps. Gathering incredible speed, the young warrior charges headlong into the ant horde, slicing through them with his blades like a lightning bolt, streaking across the battlefield. The battlefield lay strewn with fallen enemies. In silent contemplation, Belamus stands, voicing not a single word. In Unak's eyes, there is no difference between them. Whether ant or human, all bear the same look on the battlefield. Despair and fear fill every gaze. The young man notices their behavior mirrors that of humans as the ants scatter in every direction. Belima notes that there's a good chance they'll cross paths with that girl elsewhere, so he has no intention of letting them go. In response, the protagonist invokes a spell, summoning a shroud of dark mist. Amid the dense shroud of fog, a brutal slaughter unfolds. Suddenly, something bursts free from the mist and soars swiftly into the open air. Ants, pierced by the enchanted sword, tumble to the ground. Meanwhile, the sword slowly drifts back toward the boy. The young warrior reclaims his sword, gripping it firmly once more. Out of the dense fog, a wounded warrior ant drags itself forward. Behind it, a dark, chaotic mass slowly emerges. Struggling, the ant tries to glance back, desperate to catch a glimpse of whatever is advancing in its wake. Like a true man, horror overwhelms him as he cries out, calling the creature a demon. Belimus finishes off the warrior with a swift strike of his sword. The young man mentions that anyone can call him whatever they like. He then explains that there are people he feels responsible for protecting. A frightened young Belimus huddled alone by a tree deep within the forest. The entire goblin family gazes gently at the small human, their faces filled with warmth and curiosity. The young man strolls away at a relaxed pace, leaving behind a mountain of defeated enemies. A surge of power courses through the dark villain as he declares his arrival, his presence impossible to ignore. Hellergein calls his old friend Merkel and admits that he has been waiting for this reunion for a very long time. Memories surface as he recalls how they once grew up side by side, sharing the same path through life. Hellergein then wonders aloud if such a strong bond of friendship can still be found anywhere else in the world. The villain declares that their friendship ends today. With a cold warning, he promises that the relentless one will now fully experience the bitterness of despair. Laughter fills the air as children race across the emerald grass. A girl calls out, proclaiming Mercules as the victor. Exhausted, the boy collapses onto the grass and smiles, admitting defeat with a gentle grin. Ricky Lee responds calmly, assuring him that it's nothing to worry about. A cheerful grin spreads across the hero's face as he observes that no one can predict what the future holds. Turning to his companion Hellerdain, he shares this thought with an easy familiarity. The office of Merculi comes under the authority of Hellerdain. Dane found himself lost in thought, searching for the moment when their friendship faded, and he became an immovable obstacle in her path. Memories flooded Hellerdain's mind of every attempt, every struggle, and how victory always slipped away just as he got close. Defeat had nearly become a familiar companion, one he was ready to accept, until the day he discovered magic. Magic held a special place in his heart, captivating him more than anything else in the world. Determined never to accept defeat in this realm, he devoted countless hours to rigorous training, always striving to improve his abilities. Day and night, the young man immersed himself in study, dedicating every waking moment to mastering the art of magic. He insists that every achievement is the result of his own hard work and countless challenges along the way. He mentions enduring unimaginable pain and suffering along the way. Gelladane believed he was walking the path to greatness. He concluded that pain only affirmed his determination. Suddenly, a figure appeared behind the young man and uttered, "This is extraordinary." The young man inquires whether the master witnessed it. In response, the old man asks if the boy has gained the power to shatter the hardened, magical crystal. He remarks that such a gift is truly astonishing. The teacher explains that extraordinary talent alone cannot bring success overnight. Grandfather praises the boy, expressing his pride in him. Surprised by the words, the boy silently offers his gratitude to his mentor. An old mage steps into view before the bustling crowd. He takes a moment to compose himself, preparing to deliver words of great significance. The teacher announces that the best magic student of the year is about to be revealed. The master nearly utters the winner's name. Gelladane gazes at him with hopeful, anxious eyes, his face aglow with anticipation. The young man navigated countless hardships and challenges on his journey to attain something truly remarkable. This year, the title of top magic student was awarded to Merculistus. Standing proudly on the stage, he glows with happiness, his face alight with the thrill of victory. Dane's mood sank when he heard he hadn't earned the title of Student of the Year. Meanwhile, shouts of admiration erupted for Hercules, with classmates offering heartfelt congratulations and remarking that without his efforts, the victory would have belonged to someone else entirely. The boy offers his heartfelt thanks to everyone for their warm wishes. Dane appears deeply troubled, his expression clouded with worry. Noticing his friend's distress, Mercules calls out to him, inviting to join his side. Dean begins to describe to Mercury just how remarkable he is. Mercury humbly refuses to claim the credit and insists that success was only possible thanks to the unwavering support of everyone who helped during training. The boys exchange firm handshakes. Dane offers his congratulations to the young man on his victory. The young man calls Mercules his friend and admits he feels proud of him. With a hint of curiosity, Mercury turns to his friend, noticing the condition of his hand, and quietly asks if everything is all right. The second young man turns away, tossing out a casual remark that there's nothing remarkable about it. Many years passed, Dane recounts, and as his name grew in renown, people began to call Mercules the Great Sage. Eventually, according to Dane, there was not a soul in the world who had not heard that name. Dane agrees, saying the time is now, and remarks that they are already running a bit late. The villain shares how his once genuine fascination with magic gradually crumbled, leaving only bitter disappointment and despair in its wake. He declared his intent to strip Mercules of everything, shattering it all into pieces. Admits he never managed to orchestrate a single bloody reprisal. Students were always nearby, relentlessly disrupting his every scheme. No matter how many years passed, nothing ever changed. He even considered that this frustration might be something he would carry with him to the grave. Eventually, a realization dawned on him. Mercules had succeeded in crafting the magic of transformation. Convinced that a new life awaited, the villain became certain he could reclaim everything he once possessed, held now, and hoped to acquire in the future. In the end, he paid for it all with his body and soul. When nothing remained, he unleashed a forbidden technique and transformed into a demon. Free from the limits of human mortality, he waited with unwavering patience. Gillardin claimed he had waited, no matter if a year passed, or two, or even an entire century. His patience held strong, prepared to endure however long it took, until Mercules finally returned to the world. Dane announces that today his long-awaited dream will finally come true. The villain claimed that ending Merciless's life right after her birth would have been easy, but he dismissed the idea as far too dull. Dane prefers a crueler game. First, he offers his victim something precious, lets them savor its value, and only then destroys it before their very eyes, just moments before he takes their life. The villain commands the black ants to bring Merciless here. Dane also reminds the ants to take care of the mouse problem. The cave fills with a faint, echoing noise. Medina senses that something is off in the air. Della Rosa turns to her, wanting to know exactly what she means. The queen notes that the enemy's army must be quite large, but mentions there is one particularly interesting detail. Madero finds it odd, since they have already traveled a considerable distance without encountering a single foe. A realization begins to dawn on Navasha, as if she is on the verge of uncovering something important. Navasha inquires whether Bellemus truly appeared and took all the black ants upon himself. Anxious energy radiated from Della Rosa as she urged everyone to hurry. Time pressed heavily, and defeating Dane as soon as possible had become a clear priority. Medina offered an apologetic glance and wondered aloud about Bellemus's identity. Madeira claims that he is, in fact, Della Rosa's younger brother. The queen, noticing the girl's hesitation, wonders aloud why she doubts his words. Della Rosa admits that she cannot quite explain how it happened, but her younger brother is a true genius and remarkably strong. No matter how hard she tries, victory over him always slips out of her grasp. Gradually, the queen begins to grasp the situation. Curiosity draws her to wonder if the girl is so eager to defeat Haldane simply to surpass her own brother. Della Rosa hesitates, then clarifies that this wasn't what she meant. The queen asks if she has misunderstood something. Della Rosa explains that the issue isn't about winning or avoiding defeat. The girl went on, explaining that to her he was nothing more than a younger brother, yet he treated her as if she were a child, and that wounded her deeply. Della Rosa admits her desire to help her brother, recognizing how hard he strives for their sake. For this reason, she sets her sights on defeating the villain, hoping her brother will finally acknowledge her efforts. With a knowing nod, Medina admits that she finds Bellamus incredibly appealing. Della Rosa nods in agreement, openly admitting with genuine warmth how deeply he cares for his brother. Navasha confides that she has feelings for Bellamus as well. She explains that it was because of him that she overcame her weakness. Without his influence, she would have remained powerless. Curiosity gets the better of her, and she asks Madero what he thinks of Bellamus. With a gentle smile, the dark-haired girl replies that she, too, has fallen for the young man. His kindness has nurtured their village, allowing it to flourish and prosper. She notes that every villager holds him dear. The queen observes that he must indeed be a remarkable person, given how everyone speaks of him with such admiration. Medina confides her desire to meet with him. One of the girls begins to recount her encounter with Bellamus, but her story is abruptly cut short as dark ant shadows draw near. The queen raises her voice, announcing the arrival of enemies and ordering everyone to prepare. The girls respond instantly, following her command without hesitation. A battalion of black soldier ants assembled in a disciplined battle line, readying themselves for the impending assault. Madero marvels at the sudden arrival of even more formidable ants. Medina notes that they now face as many as 5 generals. She suggests that Haldane is truly determined and intends to stop them at any cost. Gripped by despair, Della Rosa declares with cold resolve that nothing matters to her anymore. She will destroy them all. With a swift motion, the girl conjures a blazing fireball and hurls it directly at the ant general. The queen declares that it is now their turn. The white soldier ants surge forward, launching a swift and relentless assault. Black ants and white ants clash fiercely on the battlefield, each side suffering heavy casualties. With a series of powerful strikes, the black ant general swiftly eradicates several enemy soldiers at once. Medina watched in horror as her warrior fell right before her eyes. Rising up before her stood the black general ant, a formidable presence. Frozen by shock, the queen could not move. Navasha calls out to the ant woman, urging her to watch her step. Relentless attacks rain down on the queen from every direction, leaving her with no path of escape. Defeat seems inevitable as her strength wanes. Stunned and wide-eyed, Navasha struggled to comprehend the scene before her. Without warning, Medina utters the spell, Gust of Wind. Harnessing its power, she swiftly and skillfully dispatches her opponent. The goblin girls watched in awe as the queen ant demonstrated her remarkable skills. Madero remarked that with her aid, they might just have a real chance to endure. Medina urges the girls to stay alert and sharp, encouraging them to keep moving forward without hesitation. The battle intensifies as a renewed energy sweeps through the group. Meanwhile, Bellamus finally arrived at his intended destination. According to him, these ants carry their supplies straight to the core. The boy decides to trail behind them, hoping they will unknowingly lead him all the way inside. With unwavering resolve, the hero announces that this will soon come to an end, vowing to let no one approach his home. Deep within the winding tunnels of ant nests, Bellamus makes his home. From this hidden vantage point, he quietly observes every move his enemies make. Keeping low to the ground, the young man silently trails the black ants, moving quietly from shadow to shadow at each corner. Ants scurry by, each carrying their own prize, vanishing one after another into a nearby hole. Suddenly, the young man's attention is caught by something unusual. Bellamus notices the ants returning empty-handed. With a flicker of magic, a handful of pebbles rises into the air at his command. The young man concludes that it must be somewhere nearby. To their own astonishment, the ants find themselves under attack by the hero, who pelts them relentlessly with stones, turning the rocks into his weapons of choice. After dealing with his enemies, Bellamus continues on his journey. Emerging on the other side of the tunnel, the young man spots something truly significant. According to the young man, the ant's nest is located right here. The boy looks around in astonishment, perplexed by the lack of guards near the core. The queen is nowhere to be seen, her absence deepening the mystery. Confusion clouds his mind as he struggles to grasp the situation unfolding before him. From behind the throne, fashioned from white ants, a shadowy figure began to emerge. In a low voice, it announced that Merkel had finally arrived. Stunned by disbelief, Bellamus found himself frozen in place, his eyes wide with astonishment. When a familiar voice reached his ears, he exclaimed that such a thing simply couldn't be real. The hero inquired whether the person standing before him was truly Hela Dane. A wicked smile played across the villain's lips as he slowly removed his mask, revealing his true nature at last. Gelden notes that it has been a long time since his last encounter with Billam. He remarks on how much Billam has changed, while observing that he himself seems to have remained exactly as he always was. The young man inquires about the creature's identity. Reflecting on his own past, he reveals that he was once human too. A hint of common ground might exist between them, yet he asserts firmly that he has never been a monster like the being before him. With a sly smile, the villain turns to Mirkali and confesses that he is, indeed, Hela Dane. He begins recounting how both he and Mirkali were born in Minstein and grew up side by side. However, after 40 years, fate led them down separate paths, though now such details no longer matter. Unable to shake the possibility that this creature was once his friend, Bellamus wrestles with disbelief. The creature's candid words leave no room for doubt. Realization dawns that even the alteration of the core was orchestrated by his own actions. Any reason for hesitation slips away. The young man declares his complete indifference to the true identity of this shadowy being. Drawn here for the sake of the course, he stands resolute. Even if the villain has given up all hope of forgiveness, he will do whatever it takes to bring him to a halt. Hela Dane's eyes gleam with curiosity as he inquires about the hero's haste. With a smile, he snaps his fingers and remarks that things are only just beginning. Suddenly, towering ant warriors descended from above, landing directly in front of Bellamus. The villain demands that the young man first prove his strength. Lifting his weapon, the ant prepares to strike, but the hero swiftly dodges the blow with impressive agility. Dodging a barrage of blows, the boy notices that the queen remains nowhere in sight. Suspicion creeps in, making him wonder if this villain commands the entire army. Bellamus shakes off distracting thoughts, knowing this is not the moment for hesitation. With swift and precise movements, he defeats the ant general in a flash. Another black ant seized the staff and quietly murmured an incantation. A blazing fireball, conjured by the sorcerer, hurtles toward the young man. With a swift motion, the young man deflects the spell, sending it hurtling back toward his foe. Seizing the opportunity, he overpowers his adversary with resolute precision. Another ant mage glances around in confusion. Suddenly, an unusual magical aura begins to flow around him. The young man firmly announces his decision to no longer play a part in his cunning schemes. United by a brilliant cross-shaped spell, the heroes dispatch their enemy with effortless ease, crushing him as simply as one might squash an ant. Dane remarks that it's clear to him Balamus manages everything, even with his current condition. He admits that he never expected such helplessness from the ant generals. The villain observes that the hero still seems to lack sufficient awareness. The young man freezes in shock. Without warning, shadowy tentacles burst from the darkness, coiling tightly around his arms and legs. Despite his restraints, the young man calmly announces his intention to use magic. Indecision gripped Balamus. Meanwhile, Geladay laughed mockingly, taunting him about the boy's magic having lost its power. The hero, his voice edged with anger, demands an explanation, wanting to know what has been done to him. In response, the villain turns to the bound man and asks if he has ever heard of sealing fluid. Dane explains that such occurrences are almost unheard of, mentioning that he prepared this especially for him. The boy, utterly drained, struggles to remain standing. Dane remarks that without magic, Balamus is nothing more than a child. The villain laughs, noting how clearly Merkley's suffering is written across his face. Dane asserts that his suffering is only just beginning. Suddenly, a mystical mirror materializes, revealing the distant settlement of goblins within its shimmering surface. The hero endures searing pain and overwhelming tension. Balamus gathers the villagers, announcing his departure to destroy the core. Before setting off, he takes a moment to warn them about something important. A warning comes. Should the Legion reach the village, everyone must flee at once, abandoning their homes without hesitation. He urges them not to worry about his own safety. The young man once more emphasized that the moment the incident he described occurred, everyone scattered in different directions. Shackled by heavy chains, Balamus gazes in horror into the enchanted mirror and cries out, recognizing his own beloved village reflected within its depths. Gelading explains that this mirror transmits both image and sound in real time. He issues a warning that his ants will soon attack the village. The villain claims the hero is powerless to do anything but watch its silence. A twisted curiosity sparks within him as he imagines the look on the hero's face when his hometown is reduced to rubble and those he loves are lost forever. The young man explains that he warned the villagers to flee the moment danger appeared. Geladine laughs in response and remarks that it will be interesting to see if any of them make it out. The villain explains that the ants have been given a single command: to wipe out every last inhabitant of the village. No matter how long it takes, they will relentlessly pursue each target. Even should the villagers attempt to escape beyond the outskirts, the mirror will still reveal their locations, allowing the youth to bear witness to their final moments. Balamus, his eyes burning with anger, demands to know why he is met with such intense hatred. Complete confusion clouds his face as he struggles to grasp what fuels this deep resentment toward him. The villain asserts that the hero has never tasted the bitterness of defeat as deeply as he has. He goes on to say that the young man cannot comprehend the true force of his hatred. Geladine explains that he willingly became a demon for the sake of vengeance and waited patiently through the years for his own rebirth. He emphasizes that killing Balamus immediately upon his return would have served no purpose. The villain declared that only by destroying everything the young man held dear could he truly force him to experience utter despair. The hero wonders if Helidane truly did all of this out of jealousy. Doubt lingers in his heart, refusing to accept that his friend could have become so petty. The villain asserts that Bellemus will never truly grasp the feelings of someone who has tasted defeat. In the reflection of the mirror, Geladane sees the darkness creeping ever closer, its shadow nearly upon the village walls. Quietly, he turns to the boy and asks how far he believes his family might be able to escape. Restlessness consumed Bellemus, his nerves stretched thin as he paced back and forth, unable to settle. A horde of goblins and orcs streams beyond the walls, bracing themselves to confront the enemy in battle. A fierce battle erupts between the villagers and the swarming ants. Genuine surprise crosses the hero's face as he wonders why the orcs and goblins have chosen to engage in a fight, especially after he had ordered them to retreat. The villain scoffs at them, calling them fools and warning that their time is almost up. The young man loses control and shouts desperately, begging his family to escape at once. Geladena offers an apology and admits she cannot hear anything. Worry knots Bellemus's stomach as thoughts of his mother and the well-being of his entire family weigh heavily on his mind. The young man shouts at the top of his lungs, urging them to run away. In the midst of the battle, the black ant's spear whizzes by, narrowly missing one of the orcs. Suddenly, a wooden stake bursts from the ground and impales the ant warrior. The orc remains unharmed. The orc lifts his gaze and notices a multitude of figures standing atop the village walls. Bellemus's mother, drawing upon her magic, asserts with unwavering authority that they will never permit the destruction of the village Bellemus built for them. Goblins and alarons gathered atop the wall, weaving spells as their magic pulsed through the air. With powerful swings, the orc battered his enemies, recalling the words of Bellemus's mother. He added that the boy himself would not have hesitated either. He too would have landed a punch squarely on those ants' faces. The orc, brimming with determination, proclaims that as long as the hero is away, they will protect the village from ruin. Goblins and orcs surge forward, unleashing their battle cries as they charge into the fray with lightning speed. A wave of genuine shock sweeps over Bellemusa. Hilar lets out a booming laugh, his amusement echoing through the chamber. He turns to the young man and asks if he's heard that these fools are actually depending on him, a helpless child chained up in a dungeon. The villagers stood firm, declaring that no one would be allowed through. Resolute in their decision, they believed they simply needed to hold out until Mr. Bellemus appeared, confident their leader would return at any moment. The young man's name was Geladane. Bellemus leaned in, his gaze sharp, and inquired whether Geladay understood why victory had always slipped through his fingers. The villain presented his question with a chilling calmness. The hero tenses his arms, straining with all his might to break the bindings, all the while remarking that they feel equally strong and infused with enchantments. Geladane cannot conceal her bewilderment at this revelation. Bellemus declares that unlike others, he has never lost hope or given up. A few hours before the attack, events quietly began to unfold, setting the stage for all that was to come. The village elder steps forward, standing before all the gathered townsfolk, and announces that Bellemus has advised them to flee. Yet the weight of his words settles over the crowd, for everyone knows what fate awaits their village if they try to escape. The boss declared that not even a trace of her would remain. The old man remarks that all of Bellemus's hard work and effort will simply be crushed under the relentless advance of the wild ant horde. The grandfather wonders aloud if leaving everything behind could truly be so simple, urging everyone to speak honestly. The village chief then raises the matter. Anyone who believes fleeing the village is a reasonable choice should raise their hand, just as Bellamus had suggested. Side by side, the hero's mother, goblins, and orcs face forward, their faces stern and determined. In the charged silence, not a single hand dares to move. The old man once more inquires who among them wishes to run away. Not a single hand rises in response. With a nod, the chief acknowledges this and presses further, asking who believes they must stand and fight. A flurry of hands shoots up into the air all at once. Bellamus's mother declares with fierce determination that she will never allow harm to come to the village her son built. Inspired by her resolve, the goblins steel themselves, courage surging through their ranks as they prepare to defend their home. York offered an apology to Mr. Bellamus and explained that, on this occasion, they would have to defy orders. He expressed hope for understanding and promised to do everything possible to protect the village, even if it meant acting against direct instructions. The village elder addresses the Aurancers, warning them that they should leave at once. Otherwise, they too will find themselves caught up in this trouble. Alensi, the leader of the Aurons, dismisses the accusation as utter nonsense and insists that his people are neither cowards nor parasites. The young woman recalls how, in the past, villagers once saved their lives, so now it is their turn to repay that kindness. Grandfather, the leader, hesitates, but Lancy stands firm and insists on his point. A warm smile brightens the girl's face as she assures that no one gets left behind in times of trouble. The village chief stands bewildered by the unexpected turn of events, while all the other villagers bask in genuine delight at how things have unfolded. A powerful roar echoes through the air. A vast column of ants marches steadily onward. The orc announces that their destination is close at hand. He adds that there are indeed a staggering number of ants, so many that the entire forest trembles under the weight of their marching feet. The goblin leader steps up to the orc and asks whether anxiety has gripped him or if he's simply growing restless in anticipation of the upcoming battle. The orc admits that waiting feels thrilling at first, but fear has begun to creep in. The old man nods in understanding, remarking that he can hear their enemies crashing through the woods, a roar loud enough to shake the trees. It sounds like a larger crowd than usual. Turning to the old man, the orc asks if he feels even a hint of fear himself. The village elder confesses that his time is coming to an end. Age has taken its toll. Outwardly, he manages to keep a calm appearance, but inwardly, anxiety stirs restlessly. The orc reacts with surprise upon hearing these words. The old goblin explains that what truly frightens him is not death itself, but the thought of losing everything in this world that he holds dear. The orc nods in agreement, admitting the truth of it. Fear of death does not trouble him. What truly unsettles him is the thought that everything he holds dear might one day vanish from this world. The orc spots the approaching ants and announces that they are nearly upon their destination. Sounding the alarm, he warns everyone that the enemy is at the gates and commands the warriors to prepare for battle. York proclaims triumphantly that the Kitslop has already been defeated, insisting that it was no great challenge. Rallying the others, York urges everyone to move forward and fight for their beloved village. Goblins and orcs brandish their weapons high, their voices rising in fierce war cries. Geladane leans in, asking Bellamus to repeat what he just said. The thief protests, claiming the situation is utterly absurd. Had he not surrendered, victory would have been well within his grasp. Geladane expresses a desire to clarify something for him. He points out that in this world there are goals beyond the reach of ordinary effort, and the young hero now faces precisely such a challenge. The villain lets out a mocking laugh, doubting whether the boy truly believes he can break free by sheer persistence alone. Michaelis faces pressing demands for an answer, yet the young man counters with his own inquiry, seeking clarity on a matter that weighs on his mind. Boldly, the hero proclaims his independence from Mercury's service. He reveals himself as the son of Arate, the brother of Della Rosa, and names himself Belamos. With strained determination, the young man begins to tug at his chains, desperately seeking freedom. Geladane bursts into wild laughter, his voice echoing through the chamber as he inquires whether the hero has managed to break free from his chains. Clearly delighted, the villain observes that the bindings remain secure. Escape has proven impossible and will remain so forever. With a mocking sneer, he urges the hero to suffer. A sudden spell hurled itself toward Geladane, yet he managed to raise his shield just in time, deflecting the magical assault. The villain immediately recognizes those bold enough to cross his path, never forgetting a single face. Madero and Navasha launch themselves at Geladon, attacking with fierce determination. Geladon, undaunted, mocks them as pitiful rats, openly expressing his astonishment that they are still alive. Belamus calls out the girls' names in a booming voice. Navaja urges the hero to take action and turns to Della Rosa, asking whether she is their savior or something else entirely. The goblin girl shouts out everything she knows, then hurriedly hurls a fire spell. The chains that once held the young man crackle as they burn away, reduced to nothing. Della Rosa announces herself as his sister, arriving with a mission to save him. Behind her, a liberated army of white ants gathers, poised in silent formation. The young man descends gently to the ground, landing with quiet grace. Rosa addresses the young man by name, her voice carrying a gentle certainty. Caught off guard, he meets her gaze, a hint of surprise and nervous anticipation flickering in his eyes. With a broad smile lighting up her face, Delia Rosa announces to Belamas that she has arrived to rescue him. The girl calls out to the young man, and in response, he softly utters her name. The hero launches into a scolding, criticizing his sister for always doing whatever she pleases. He reminds her that their mother worries deeply about her reckless actions. Confused, the girl points out that her only purpose for coming here was to save him. At that moment, Navasha steps into the conversation, asking whether they plan to keep standing around sorting out their issues like this. Yunak calls out to his sister by name. Della Rosa, irritation flashing in her eyes, demands to know what he means. Could he really be thinking of sending her home? Belamus points directly at Geladine, proclaiming that he is the one they must defeat. The protagonist turns to Della Rosa, seeking her assistance. With wide eyes, the girl gazes at her brother, confusion flickering across her face as she struggles to grasp what is happening. Della Rosa's expression shifts noticeably. What begins as mild confusion and uncertainty soon gives way to astonishment and genuine bewilderment. The girl beams with delight at her brother's request, her voice steady as she promises her eager support. Belamus fixes the enemy with a glare, fury, and determination burning in his eyes. Geladane remarks that the situation is far more complicated than it appears. He points out that simply removing the fluid would never be enough to defeat him. The villain snaps his fingers. White ants shuddered in confusion, unable to grasp what was unfolding. From deep within the earth, something immense suddenly burst forth. Suddenly, something enormous bursts forth from beneath the earth. The newly born creature lunges at the white ants, launching its ferocious attack. A colossal black ant rises with grandeur above the battlefield. Medina addresses the giant named Ruth, while Madero wonders aloud if she even knows who this person is. The queen declares this ant the most formidable general among their ranks. She concludes that Heladane has greatly enhanced its abilities. Della Rosa stood frozen, anxiety flickering in her eyes as uncertainty gripped her. A sense of danger crept into the air, casting a shadow across the group. Noticing the unfamiliar figure among them, Belamus turned to Medina, quietly asking her to identify the stranger. Antwoman declared her realization. He was none other than Belamus himself. Introducing herself in return, she revealed her name, Medina, queen of this very legion. Medina explains that Helidane's actions cost her control over the legion. The queen, however, insists there is no time for further discussion now. Because of this, she immediately suggests joining forces. The boy pauses to consider her proposal. The hero comes to the conclusion that the white ants could easily become their allies, since their goals align closely with those of the group. Belamus nods, signaling his understanding of the situation. The young man suggests coming up with a way to stop the giant. Della Rosa, intrigued, asks what plan he has in mind. The young man assures everyone with quiet confidence that he will handle Helide himself. Della Rosa suddenly announces her realization, her gaze shifting toward Navashi, Madero, and Medina as she shares her newfound understanding. The girl commands the group to advance and engage in battle with Ruth. Belamus informs Gela Diana that he will be the one to face him as his opponent. The villain grins, declaring that things couldn't have turned out any better. Gela Dine threatens to tear the hero in half and force him to watch as every villager endures their final moments, promising to deal with the girls right before his eyes. The villain boldly declares that although his plans were disrupted, nothing has changed. Everything still unfolds as intended. Bella steps forward, challenging him to try again if he dares. Geladine asks if the boy truly believes he can defeat him in such a body. Belamus admits that he has already used up a great deal of his strength, first on the circus performance, then on passing through the mirror, and finally on the mixture for the ceiling. Each task took its toll, and now he can barely muster any energy at all. The villain grins, confidently declaring that none of this will make a difference. In his current body, Belamus could never hope to match him. Meanwhile, the hero quietly begins to weave a spell, focusing his energy as he prepares his incantation. Furious and determined, the young man challenges his enemy to a duel, eager to prove who holds greater strength. Without hesitation, he unleashes a spell, directing its power straight at his opponent. Geladine eagerly accepts the duel, her eyes gleaming as she calls the hero relentless. The young man introduces himself as Belamus. From the hero's enchanted bow, a radiant arrow crafted from light shoots forth. A powerful beam of light erupts, soaring directly toward Geladine. Her every step draws her closer to her goal, while the villain watches with a smile, undisturbed by her advance. Geladine snatches the arrow out of the air with his bare hand and remarks with disdain that it is far too weak. The villain proposes a casual game of catch to Belamus, all the while skillfully redirecting the spell right back at its original caster. This boy embodies pure daring, never hesitating to throw himself into the heart of danger. With remarkable agility, the hero dodges the bolt of light, moving with effortless skill. An arrow bursts in a flash just behind Belamus. Geladane says there is more to come. Suddenly, countless magical portals bloom open in the sky. The young man is completely caught off guard by this unexpected turn of events. From the portals, a dark and mysterious substance suddenly begins to pour forth. The substance plummets swiftly toward the ground. Belamus recognizes it as dark magic, yet its power feels faint, hardly enough to pose any real danger. Calm assurance fills him as he realizes that handling this will be a simple task. Meanwhile, the villain speaks in riddles, hinting at the unfolding of a sinister plan. The spell known as Darkness of the Supernovae begins to take hold. Discontent flickered across the hero's face as unfolding events failed to please him. Without warning, a tremendous explosion erupted, filling the air with its force. Belamus managed to raise a magical shield in the nick of time, but the sheer force of the explosion shattered it to pieces. The blast hurled the hero aside. De La Rosa called out to the boy. Suddenly, a powerful shockwave began to unfurl, sweeping outward and enveloping everyone nearby. The colossal ant general broke free, unleashing chaos in every direction. A careless step lands on a cluster of white ants. The queen rushes forward, determined to shield De La Rosa, and urgently urges her to be more cautious. A frightened scream escapes the girl's lips. Medina insists that their attention must now be fixed on Ruth. De La Rosa hesitates for a moment, uncertainty flickering in her eyes. Navasha calls out to De La Rosa, urging her to pull herself together. With steady conviction, she insists that Belamus will not be defeated so easily. Madero echoes her confidence, voicing his agreement. According to the girls, the most important thing is to have unwavering faith in Belamus. Memories stirred in De La Rosa's mind of the moment that boy approached her for aid. He pleaded with her to find a way to deal with the giant. The young woman regained her senses and began to weave her magic. She admitted that it was the first time she had ever heard him ask for help. De La Rosa weaves a powerful enchantment, her hands moving with purpose as ancient energy gathers around her. She insists on demonstrating the proper way to fight regardless. Trouble finds him, prompting a question to Mercales about what has happened. Suddenly, his eyes catch sight of a dent marking his body. Velanus believes his barrier managed to hold, yet a hollow sense remains. He knows it was not enough. The truth settles in. His opponent possesses real power. As the villain locks eyes with the young man's pain-stricken face, a twisted satisfaction grows, a desire to witness even greater suffering. Geladine commands a darkness deeper than that of supernovae, her power stretching far beyond their distant reach. The young man declares his indifference to the villain's schemes. Geladine, determined and ruthless, thirsts for the boy's demise. Yet the youth stands firm, promising never to surrender. Brilliant swords materialize in Belamus's hands, their radiant edges slicing effortlessly through even the heart of newborn stars with swift, decisive strikes. The villain stood stunned, bewildered as the boy disarmed him in the blink of an eye. With a fierce roar, Belamus charges toward Heladine, swinging both swords with every ounce of his strength to deliver a devastating blow. With swift, powerful swings, the hero's swords carve through the air, leaving the enemy without a single hope of victory. A fierce cry bursts from the young man's chest. He unleashes a powerful blow. The blow lands squarely on Geladine, forcing a pained groan from his lips as he hurtles sideways under its force. The force of the blow was so immense that it split the very ground beneath the villain. Launched skyward, the villain soared through the air. Laughing, Geladine lands gracefully, his mirth echoing as he touches down with confident ease. Belamus charges at him with determination, declaring in a booming voice that escape is impossible. The villain calmly replies that escape was never his intention. In that very moment, a surge of magic erupts from his hands. The hero repeatedly strikes the villain's magical shield with his swords, each blow resonating with the force of his determination. Geladine stares in disbelief, convinced that what he sees must be some kind of absurd illusion. The young warrior delivers another powerful blow with his sword. The thief lets out a furious scream as his magical shield shatters into countless pieces. Belamus watches as his opponent is sent hurtling sideways with tremendous force. Swords drawn and ready, the young man holds his stance. Meanwhile, Geladine lets out a quiet chuckle as he struggles to rise from the ground. The villain coughs and lets out a mocking laugh, while the hero watches him in confusion, uncertain of what is unfolding before his eyes. Helidane found himself amazed by how the young man managed to regain so much magical power in just 6 years and felt genuine happiness for him, the feelings of a true friend shining through. The villain presses on with his rant, openly admitting that Bellemus has an uncanny talent for pushing him to the edge. In that very instant, he unleashes the spell known as Black Hole. Without warning, the black vortex began to draw the young man into its depths. Lost in thought about what truly draws him in, the young man unconsciously moves closer to his enemy. Geladane readies himself to strike Bellemus with a powerful blow. The force of the blow draws a sharp cry from the hero, who rises with a groan, determined to push through the pain. The villain's blow lands with devastating force, twisting the boy's face into a mask of pain and torment. Geller then openly marvels at what has just taken place. Suddenly, a brilliant flash of light erupts, streaking straight toward him. In the heat of battle, Bellemus unleashed the spell of the Radiant Hammer, striking his opponent with a force equal to the pain he had endured from the enemy's own attack. The sheer force of their mutual blows sends the opponents flying in opposite directions. The villain chuckles with a mocking grin, questioning why Mercelius appears so feeble, as if he can barely remain standing. The hero calmly replies that the matter does not concern him. With unwavering confidence, he declares that no matter what happens, victory will be his. Geladane points out that Bellemus is always brimming with optimism, never doubting his victory, no matter what unfolds. Yet Geller warns that this very pride will eventually lead to Bellemus's downfall. The villain cries out, lamenting that his pride will be his undoing and cost him everything. All around him, a dense, powerful dark energy begins to swirl and thicken. A sudden surge of energy pulsed through the young man. Certain that his opponent intended to end the fight with a single, decisive blow, he resolved to respond in kind. Gathering the last remnants of his strength, he prepared to bring the showdown to its conclusion. Bellemus focuses intently, gathering his energy as he prepares to unleash a spell of immense power. All around, powerful currents of magical energy pulse through the air, swirling with countless spells. The hero stands poised and alert, every muscle braced for the decisive battle ahead. The dark villain silently weaves the threads of his most powerful spell, channeling energy with unwavering determination. From the heart of impenetrable darkness, a chilling eye emerges, silently surveying everything in its path. Shadows cling to every corner, the world swallowed whole by an endless night. Bellemus casts the powerful Holy Destroyer spell upon Helidane, who retaliates by unleashing the ominous abyssal lightning straight at Bellemus. Two immensely powerful spells, one of light, the other of darkness, clash in a wild, furious duel, colliding in a relentless struggle. The villain orders Mercules to prepare for his departure from this world. A fleeting sense of regret flickers within, knowing he won't witness that helpless, terrified face. Deep down, though, he realizes it no longer matters. Belmar shouts at Geladane, declaring that today will mark his final disappearance. The villain warns the boy to abandon any hope of such a thing. Years, perhaps even centuries, have passed as he kept everything locked inside, especially the seething hatred he harbors. Never once did he allow anyone to glimpse his true feelings. Gelatine observes that not even hatred can halt the hero now. The black beam bears down on him with even greater intensity. Bellemus's legs gradually weaken, sinking deeper into the earth with each passing moment. Battling exhaustion, the young man clings to his last reserves of strength. The shadowy magic almost devours both Bellamy's beam and the young man himself. A desperate scream tears from his throat. Gelade lets out a cold laugh and wishes for the hero's demise, unmoved by the young man's desperate shouts that he will neither fall nor surrender to defeat. Pushed to his limits, the hero continues the fight with every ounce of strength he has left. The young man admits defeat, convinced that overcoming such senseless hatred lies beyond his reach. The clashing forces of energy beams meet in perfect balance, neither overpowering the other. Bellamy's addresses Gelade, declaring that within lies nothing but emptiness and malice. Gradually, a white magical radiance overcomes the darkness. Fury gleams in the hero's eyes as he demands to know if his enemy truly believes victory is within reach. Stunned by the young man's overwhelming strength, the villain can scarcely trust his senses and in disbelief asks where such incredible power comes from. The young man answers that he promised never to give up and that everything he does is for the sake of those he must protect. The Holy Destroyer spell suddenly erupts with astonishing newfound power. At last, the enchanted beam reaches Helladale. Overwhelmed by despair, he cries out the name Bellamy, the only person whose memory lingers from his former life. The villain's body begins to break apart, fragments pulling away as the relentless force of magic devours him more fiercely with every passing moment. Echoing through the air, the name Mercenaries cuts like an inhuman scream, lingering long after the voice has faded. Gelade had almost vanished, gone were the screams, replaced by raspy noises that sounded more like groans than cries. In the early days, Gelade remembered being driven by pure intentions. Admiring the merciless, he longed to become like him and devoted every effort to follow in his footsteps. The villain pauses to reflect on the moment his mind became mired in hatred. Perhaps it began when he realized he could never be truly ruthless. Or maybe the reason lies elsewhere. Yet Helladane decides he has carried this burden long enough. It is time to let everything go. Gelade believes that if he can rid himself of these feelings, all his suffering will finally disappear. Delamas collapses to his knees, utterly drained of strength. A faint, almost imperceptible voice stirs in the silence, softly calling out to the hero. Step by step, the young man approaches Helladane, who lies helpless on the ground. The young man approaches, a warm smile lighting up his face as he expresses his pleasure at finally meeting him. Gelade reveals his true form, an ancient, weary old man with eyes that carry the weight and exhaustion of countless years. A gentle smile spreads across Geladane's face as he admits his pleasure at encountering Mercurius Shiam. Quickly, though, he corrects himself, explaining that the proper address should now be Bellamy. The young man remains silent, offering no response. The old man admits he never managed to defeat Bellamy. With a heavy sigh, he closes his eyes. The young man adamantly denies the claim, leaving the old man unable to hide his astonishment. With curiosity, the hero asks if Gelade remembers the friend they all shared in their childhood. The old man clarifies, wondering if he means Ashelia. Bellamy confirms and points out that Ashelia became Gelade's wife. He then calmly asks what difference that makes. The young man confides that Ashelia was the first person he ever loved. Looking back, he realizes that when Gelade took her away, he learned the true meaning of defeat. Grandfather listens to her heartfelt confession, his expression softening. He says that he understands her feelings completely, knowing she was an exceptionally beautiful young woman. A wave of satisfaction washes over Helladane as he realizes that, in the end, victory belongs to him. Lost in contemplation, the old man gently closes his eyes for the final time. In those fleeting moments before the end, Bellamus appears before him. Memories of childhood return, recalling the moment a hand reached out to him, offering comfort and connection. A vivid childhood memory surfaces in his mind. Bellamus saying farewell to Geladane. The battle near the goblin village raged on, showing no signs of ending. Several warriors had grown weary, their reserves of magical energy nearly depleted. The orcs and goblins are certain they cannot endure the siege any longer. A dense ring of black ants surrounded the weary, wounded warriors from the village. Gasping for breath, the wounded warrior stood amidst the ruins of the battlefield, surrounded by the fallen bodies of his enemies. Despite their losses, countless black ants pressed on relentlessly, advancing without pause. Vavara, a sturdy orc whose body was covered in wounds, stood trembling with exhaustion. Despite his weakened state, he gripped his mace tightly, bracing himself for another strike. With a faint groan, he murmured a quiet apology to his master. The moment he tried to move, a group of aggressive ants swarmed around him. Their sharp spears flashed in the air, and within seconds, cold blades pierced the orc's body, racking him with waves of unbearable pain. The Kievka slipped from his weakening grip and landed heavily on the ground. Spears aimed directly at Barbora forced him to curse under his breath, muster the last of his strength, and retreat. His eyes settled on the brilliantly illuminated walls of the fortress, their final sanctuary. In that instant, an intense longing stirred within him. In a fleeting moment, a memory flashed before his eyes, lifting the little girl onto his back, carrying her through laughter and sunlight. Images of his companions and close friends followed, each face etched with loyalty. More than anything, the orc longed to protect them. Suddenly, an inexplicable force drew his eyes back to the enemies. Surprise flickered across his face as he checked himself, searching for any wounds from the spears. Yet his body remained untouched, not a single scratch in sight. Barbora stood there, completely unharmed. The berserker ancestors crumbled to dust, never managing to lay a hand on the orc. Astonishment rooted Barbora to the spot, rendering her speechless as she struggled to comprehend what lay before her. The enemies suddenly dropped to their knees, stirring up a cloud of dust. The girls stared in genuine astonishment at this unexpected turn of events. The fingers of the fallen enemies, which had only moments ago gripped their weapons with unwavering strength, slowly crumbled to dust. The ants scatter further, their bodies quivering from the pain. The goblins, exhausted and worn out, can hardly believe what they are witnessing. To the astonishment of the battling orcs and goblins, the entire enemy army began to dissolve before their very eyes, vanishing into nothingness and leaving behind only swirling clouds of ash. Exhausted defenders lined the fortress walls, struggling at first to comprehend what had just taken place. Gradually, understanding dawned on them, revealing the reason behind the ants' defeat. Their triumph carried a single, undeniable message. Bellamus had succeeded. News of this joyful victory swept eagerly through the community as the townsfolk shared it among themselves. At that moment, the night was split by a piercing cry. Warriors raised their weapons high, while those still standing on the wall echoed with joyful shouts. At last, one of the goblins sank to the ground in the middle of the battlefield, relief flooding over him. The certainty of their doom had weighed heavily on his mind. In response, another goblin proclaimed his unwavering faith in Bellamus, not once doubting their leader's strength. A sense of disbelief lingered within Barbara, struggling to accept what had just unfolded. Relief seeped through him in waves, brought on by their hard-won victory. Genuine admiration for his boss filled his thoughts, though quiet grumbling escaped under his breath about how much time it had all consumed, painfully aware of how close he had come to losing his life. Surrounded by the joyful villagers, the elder offered heartfelt praise to the warriors and presented an intriguing proposal. Mothers and children, goblins and orcs alike, celebrated, grateful for the newfound sense of safety that now filled the air. The leader suggested organizing a feast to celebrate their victory. A surge of panic swept over the girl as she screamed at the top of her lungs. Anger flashed in her eyes at the sight of the enemy crumbling before her, for she had longed to defeat him with her own strength and refuse him such an easy escape. Behind her, friends stood in silent formation, weapons drawn, prepared to defend her at a moment's notice. The White Ant Queen speculated that Belamus must have defeated Dane, which explained why the black ants under his control were now crumbling to dust. At the same time, she observed that their own strength was slowly ebbing away. In that moment, the once shadowy core became pure, radiating with a brilliant white glow. A sense of genuine relief washed over Legion, as if at last the world had settled into its rightful order. Meanwhile, the girls animatedly discussed the recent events. Della Rosa voiced her annoyance, complaining that everything had turned out dull and uninteresting. Navasha, on the other hand, boasted with a hint of bravado that she would have defeated him easily anyway. Madero, feeling a bit embarrassed, quietly asked them to stop, reminding them that it was all in the past now. Suddenly, a voice called out to them, asking if everything was all right. Della Rosa was the first to turn around. Bellamy shook from pain and wounds while the protagonist struggled to remain standing, his legs nearly giving way beneath him. Shock painted itself across Madero's face as she caught sight of him, both hands flying to her mouth in horror. Alarm sounded in Navasha's voice as she cried out, unable to hide her concern for him. She quickly asked if he was all right, noticing the terrible state he was in. Slowly raising his hand, he tried to signal that he was all right. Each word came out with difficulty, spoken in a careful, deliberate manner. His eyelids grew heavier with every passing moment. Suddenly, his body swayed, and whispering weakly that he would pull through, he lost consciousness. Della Rosa rushed to his side without hesitation. With joyful energy, she scooped the boy into her arms, paying no mind to the anxious shouts coming from the others. After a careful look, the girl realized he had simply fallen asleep. At first, the goblins seemed taken aback, but their surprise soon melted into tenderness as they watched the protagonist sleeping. Navasha noticed how unusual it was to see his face so relaxed, a rare sight given his usual stoic expression. Unable to resist, she reached out and poked his cheek with her finger, amused by how soft he felt. With a gentle smile, Della Rosa remarked that seeing Bellamus as a child would have been a real treat, for he was even more adorable back then. The queen apologized and suggested they return at once, noting that everyone must be quite weary by now. A hint of sadness flickered across Madero's face, yet she composed herself and called the girls to get ready. The others nodded in agreement, rallying behind her decision. With gentle care, Della Rosa lifted the boy and settled him securely on her back. Navasha offered to carry Bellamus since she possessed more strength, but the girl refused the offer. With a bright and cheerful smile, the goblin girl explained that carrying Bellamus on her shoulders was her duty. Memories surfaced of carrying him in a basket with her mother when he was just a baby. Those days were filled with warmth and gentle care. Now, the wise one makes his way back home. Bathed in the generous midday sun, the village gleamed, safely nestled behind its sturdy fortifications. Damnation lingers in the air as, standing beside the orc, he and his partner exchange astonished glances and peer downward. In the distance, eyes fixed on the dense thicket of the forest, a vigilant goblin noticed figures gradually emerging from between the trees. A faint, initial suspicion flickered through his mind. The village gates creaked open, granting the travelers entry. With Bellamy's dedicated efforts, the ant swarm had been subdued, restoring long-awaited peace to the village. In front of the open gate, smiling girls waited, guiding the protagonist to the threshold of their own home. The demon charged straight at them, while behind him, a rowdy horde of orcs and goblins surged forward like a rising tide. Delight quickly gave way to anxiety as soon as the lifeless body of the boy drew the attention of the crowd, and a dreadful whisper swept through the people, spreading fearful speculation over whether the child had perished. Upon hearing this, Della Rosa quickly urged everyone to keep quiet, her voice laced with concern that too much noise might awaken her brother. Anxiously, she glanced over at him, her eyes filled with worry. The young woman quickly moved to reassure the frightened villagers, explaining that the Bellamys had only fallen into a deep sleep from sheer exhaustion. One of the goblins then suggested postponing the celebration until the next day. Suddenly, a tense stillness swept through the crowd as everyone noticed who was trailing behind the girls. White termites emerged before the astonished onlookers, their queen exuding an undeniable tension. The residents grew uneasy at once, murmuring among themselves. Former enemies, lingering here instead of leaving, stirred quiet apprehension. Queen Medina of the Ant Legion recalled with a note of bitterness in her voice the recent moment when she was forced to face her own helplessness, unable to alter the course of events that had brought so much suffering to so many nations. Bowing deeply and with great respect, she humbly apologized to everyone present. Her modest and heartfelt gesture left the entire hall astonished. Confusion spread ever deeper among the townsfolk. They glanced anxiously at one another, whispering in hushed tones, struggling to comprehend how their all-powerful queen could suddenly appear so helpless. Della Rosa seized the moment and launched into a tale about the healer thief, or whatever his name was, the one who commanded the black ants. Navasha interjected, pointing out that if it hadn't been for the astonishing intervention of the white ants, their fate would have turned out much worse. The queen, her worry evident, braced herself to reveal something of true importance. Medina insisted that they were the true saviors of the group, claiming that without their timely intervention, everyone would have ended up buried long ago. In a solemn gesture of gratitude for unpaid debts, the queen pledged her unwavering loyalty and service to the village and all its inhabitants. The words struck the orcs and goblins to their core, leaving them stunned and unable to believe what they had just heard. The Ant Queen, sensing the boldness and unexpected nature of her own proposal, cautiously suggested that perhaps they were unworthy of such an honor. Her voice quivered and suddenly broke off as nerves overcame her. The residents slipped into silent contemplation, their eyes darting about with an air of unease. "Curse it!" The silence was broken by a comment. Remarkable words coming from an ant, especially after the fierce battle just moments ago. This unexpected remark suggested that these creatures might not be so bad after all. Much to Medina's astonishment, the others seemed to have no objections. Tears of joy streamed down the queen's cheeks as she offered heartfelt thanks to her newfound friends. With sincerity, she promised never to let them down and vowed to do everything in her power to ensure their friendship brought about as much good as possible. At that moment, someone from the crowd began softly apologizing while gently easing past people, carefully making their way forward. The mother of Bellamys and Della Rosa called out to her children, her voice quivering with anxiety and emotion. A radiant joy lit up Della Rosa's face the moment she caught sight of her. Overcome with emotion, their mother rushed to them and wrapped them tightly in her arms, leaving her daughter speechless before she could utter a word. Tears streaming down her face, she confessed how deeply she had feared for their safety and how immeasurably grateful she felt to see them return unharmed. Nestled comfortably against her mother, Della Rosa glowed with happiness. The other girls watched the heartfelt family reunion with gentle smiles on their faces. Della Rosa earned her mother's praise for managing to carry Bellamus all the way to the village. Now, her mother instructed her to hand him over. Della Rosa clung tightly to her little brother, reluctant to let him go. Her mother, gentle but firm, explained that cradling her son in her arms was a sacred duty that only a mother could fulfill. Hearing this, the girl quietly yielded and handed him over. Drawing her son close, a woman enveloped him in a gentle embrace, pressing him softly to her chest. For the first time in what felt like ages, genuine happiness washed over her, as such moments of holding him had long been out of reach. Her gaze lingered on him with endless tenderness as she softly whispered how much he had grown. Resting her head gently on his shoulder, the woman recalled with deep emotion the days when he was just a little boy. Tears welled in her eyes as she spoke, her voice tender. To the world, he might be its strongest, but to her, he would forever be her son. With quiet desperation, she pleaded for him not to break her heart. Then, the mother remarked that the little girl must be tired as well and called her home. Without hesitation, the girl obediently rushed after her mother. The neighbors watched this touching scene unfold with curiosity and affection. The mother's expression suddenly turned solemn as she inquired whether Della Rosa had ever set foot outside the village. With a bright, unwavering smile, her daughter assured her that she certainly had, recalling the time she saved Bellamus. The mother's heart remained unmoved by her daughter's action. With stern resolve, she reminded the young girl of the absolute rule against leaving the village. The girl's joy faded instantly, replaced by a look of anxious worry. Leaning in close to her daughter, the mother's face was touched by a worried smile as she softly inquired if Della Rosa understood what punishment awaited her at home. The daughter quickly defended herself, firmly explaining that her actions had saved both her brother and the entire village. The furious mother refused to hear any excuses. Cutting them off mid-sentence, she offered a harsh ultimatum: endure a blow or go hungry for a day. Tears streaming down her cheeks, Della Rosa pleaded for mercy, desperately reminding her of all her hard work. The gentle glow of the magic stone battled to break through the blanket of night. Meanwhile, the protagonist rested peacefully in his room, undisturbed by any worries. At that very moment, Bellamus began to regain consciousness. As his gaze wandered over the familiar walls, a sense of wonder washed over the young man. He found himself back at home, struggling to grasp how much time had slipped away while he lingered in oblivion. At first, concern gripped him as he realized both his mother and Della Rosa were nowhere to be seen. Uncertainty washed over him as he searched for any clue to their whereabouts. Stepping out into the street in search of answers, a distant noise suddenly caught his attention. The musician kept a steady rhythm on the drum, while the clinking of quickly filled mugs blended seamlessly with the lively chatter filling the hall. A succulent piglet slowly roasted on a spit over the night fire, its aroma and sight stunning the protagonist, who stood frozen in disbelief at the unexpected spectacle. A grand feast unfolded before his eyes, with joy embracing every single villager. Couples in love, talented musicians, graceful dancers, and even the already inebriated orcs and goblins all came together, celebrating their shared victory. Cheerful Barbora sprang to action the moment she noticed Bellamus waking. The hero observed with surprise how genuine joy filled the room, casting a warm and lively atmosphere around them. York immediately extended an invitation to the wise man to join the celebration, but the sage declined with polite gratitude, explaining that lively festivities were not quite to his taste. A shadow settled over Barbara's face, unmistakably troubled. Yet, as Belimas glanced at the wave of excitement sweeping through the crowd, uncertainty began to gnaw at him. Watching the joyful expressions of the villagers, the boy gradually realized just how precious these moments were. In that moment, it became clear to him that such simple joys and sense of togetherness were what made life truly meaningful. A faint smile touched his lips, much to the delight of the cheerful, slightly tipsy orcs and goblins nearby. Choosing an empty spot on a nearby stump, he joined the revelers. The honest smiles exchanged around the gathering glowed brightly, a clear sign that peace had finally returned to the village. The festive banquet in the village gathered momentum as everyone joined in the celebration. Villagers eagerly approached the protagonist, offering him a delightful array of dishes as heartfelt tokens of their gratitude. Surrounded by towering piles of food, Belamus grew uneasy and quietly asked them to stop, admitting he simply couldn't eat such an enormous amount. Suddenly, a voice called out his name from somewhere nearby. At that very moment, Medina appeared, the familiar ant girl whom Belamus remembered well from days gone by. She began to share how her people had chosen to remain in the village, hoping to atone for a debt of honor. After finishing her story, the young woman politely inquired if the sage had any objections. Listening intently, the main character nodded in agreement, provided that the other residents had no objections, reasoning that new allies could always prove useful. As Medina watched the cheerful villagers, she confessed with warmth that, despite having lived in this village for only a short time, she already understood why people spoke of Belamus with such genuine respect. With heartfelt gratitude, she promised that her people would do everything within their power. The boys responded with warm smiles, gently reminding her not to let them down. At that moment, the Alronsi, led by Lenzi, approached them. With a gentle smile, the delicate girl remarked how wonderful the evening had turned out. The wise man nodded in full agreement, sharing her sentiment. Once more, the Alarons tried to express their gratitude for being saved. However, the protagonist gently refused their thanks, pointing out that they had fought bravely at his side. In truth, he owed them his own words of appreciation. Amid heartfelt conversation, everyone raised their cups in a celebratory toast to the prosperity of the village, to Belamus, and to the courage displayed by their new allies. Aaron and the man stood side by side, quietly watching the lively celebration unfold around the campfire. Suddenly, Alinci announced that her people would be leaving this place in 3 days. When the boy inquired whether the girl had a place to return to, a somber shake of her head accompanied her quiet confession that there was nowhere left for her to go. The main character then suggested they stay, pledging to expand the fields and build new homes. The sage remarked that such tasks would be simple and would not require much time. Yet Alenka felt uneasy, worried that this might become a burden for Belamus. After taking a sip of his drink, the young man made it instantly clear that his invitation had nothing to do with kindness. The protagonist declared with unwavering confidence that he needed the power of their people. Alran faltered, clearly unsettled by such a reply. The girl hesitated, her uncertainty clear as she asked the hero once more. Sipping his drink leisurely, Belamus explained that survival in the demon forest demanded trustworthy allies, making this pact a mutually beneficial arrangement for everyone involved. A gentle smile spread across Ilanci's face, her heart moved by his kindness. A gentle smile appeared on your lips in response. Under the watchful eyes of all the villagers, Alenzi sealed the agreement with a firm handshake. In a solemn voice, she pledged that the universal people would dedicate themselves entirely to the prosperity of this village. The celebration continued, Ignoring her mother's scolding, Della Rosa took a bite of the meat. Nearby, Madero and Navasha chatted cheerfully by the fire. Even the sage joined in the merriment with the goblins. Evening settled in. After the festivities came to an end, Belamas finally found himself alone in the quiet. Sinking into a chair, he lifted his gaze toward the ceiling. The protagonist gazed up at the starry sky, marveling at how its beauty remained untouched, unwavering, despite whatever life might bring. Suddenly, laughter echoed through the air. The boy heard it and turned around. The village elder himself had arrived, a gray-haired old man who years ago had laughed at the boy's words when he was just 6. Settling beside the fire with measured calm, he took his place next to the wise man. Belamas had never expected to find him here. The elder began to list all the transformations that had unfolded since the main character's arrival. Food was now plentiful, everyone wore proper clothing, and an immense protective wall encircled the village, ensuring their peace. The people themselves had grown stronger as evolution took its course. Homes had been rebuilt, and now gleamed with freshness, and perhaps most significantly, new allies had joined their ranks. To the sage's surprise, the old man offered heartfelt thanks and gently interrupted his hesitant attempts to explain he was only doing his duty. The elder noticed the boy's politeness and offered a heartfelt thank you. Uncertain and flustered, the boy found himself at a loss for words. The village chief finally admitted that a particular matter had weighed on his mind for quite some time. With curiosity flickering in his eyes, Belamas turned to him, quietly waiting for an explanation. The elder engaged in a meaningful conversation. Belamas agreed without hesitation to listen to him. As he rested by the campfire, the leader revealed the dreams that lay closest to his heart. The next morning, the entire village gathered in the square. The wise man climbed a makeshift platform with the village headman standing behind him. Villagers assumed preparations were underway for another celebration. With gratitude in his eyes, the young man offered thanks to everyone who had gathered. After that, he recounted to everyone what had transpired during his conversation with the elder the previous day and announced a momentous decision. He would take on the responsibilities of village chief. A murmur of surprise rippled through the crowd, for only a short while had passed. The elder reassured everyone by revealing that, in reality, Belamas had been the true leader of the village all along. Their grandfather asked them to accept this gift. The chapter highlighted how Belamas had earned the respect of everyone around him, and now no one regarded him as a mere child anymore. According to him, no better candidate could be found. Upon hearing this, the crowd warmly embraced the decision. Ever curious, Della Rosa, the inquisitive goblin girl, inquired about the proper way to address them now. The main character introduced himself casually, suggesting everyone just use his first name. Meanwhile, the wise elder assumed the position once held by the former leader. Relief swept through Della Rosa and the townspeople as the problem was finally resolved, bringing a sense of joy and calm throughout the community. The new leader's first act was to give the village a name. At his command, the mighty orc Barbora heaved a massive stone upright and began to drag it into place. The villagers watched with bated breath as the orc hauled the heavy stone into the yard. A hush fell over everyone. Anticipation thickened the air, for the unveiling of the village's new name drew near. The stone slab bore intricate carvings of the runes associated with the Velastor owl. The sage carefully explained the meaning behind the land of shared prosperity. Once he had finished, he turned to the gathered crowd and invited them to share their thoughts. The name instantly resonated with her, and Alensi joyfully spoke it aloud. The orcs and goblins nodded in agreement, convinced this was the wisest decision they could make. The Queen Mother and the Queen Aunt nodded in agreement as well. Belamas observed that apparently no one had any objections. After listening to each person, the leader revealed the new name. Concluding the speech, a proposal was made for everyone to join hands and walk forward toward a brighter future. In this solemn moment, no one suspected that hidden eyes were quietly watching them. Hidden behind the lace-patterned mirror, a girl listened intently to their conversation, while behind her stood a dragon, dressed elegantly in a tailcoat. The stranger leaned in, whispering that it was truly fascinating, as a sinister smile slowly spread across her lips. Deep within the vast Fleeze's forest stands the magnificent world tree, towering above its surroundings. Ancient legends speak of a time when the very first demons sprang forth from the seeds of this tree, marking the beginning of their existence in the world. At the foot of the mountain stood a menacing structure, its walls adorned with skulls and fragments of flesh. This grand temple, built to honor the origins of all existence, served as a gathering place for the 6 most powerful demons from every corner of the world. The first of them, a massive demon with a skull-shaped horned head, remarked that the past centuries had been unbearably dull, and only now had something truly exciting finally occurred. The second demon, its 7 eyes glittering with mischief and a maw bristling with blade-like teeth, let out a low chuckle, delighted that the legion of ants had finally delivered the long-awaited chaos into the once tranquil rhythm of the forest. The third member at the meeting, a beast with human features and a mane of lengthy hair, observed that although the ants seemed victorious at first, someone had already managed to bring them under control. The fourth demon, distinguished by a second mouth set in the middle of his forehead, watched the unfolding events with keen curiosity. Noting that the local ants had never shown reason for sudden hostility before, he found their current behavior all the more perplexing. The fifth contender, a colossal beast with unmistakable dragon features, showed little concern for the reasons behind the attack. What truly captured its fascination was the identity of the one who had managed to repel an entire legion of ants. Letting out a doubtful grunt, memories surfaced of the western forest, home only to weak demons, creatures surely incapable of mounting such a formidable defense. In that moment, all eyes shifted to the 6th council member, a petite girl named Ameldora. Reclined casually on her throne, she seemed utterly indifferent to the commotions swirling around her. Yet a towering demon, with a skull for a head, addressed her directly, since Ameldora held dominion over the western part of the forest and was expected to know what had transpired there. Twirling a strand of her long hair, Ameldora replied with exaggerated boredom, insisting she truly knew nothing at all. A mocking glimmer flashed in her eyes. With a languid sweep of her enigmatic gaze across those gathered, she announced her refusal to waste time on such nonsense, convinced that everyone else in the room felt the same. With genuine innocence, the girl wondered if perhaps everything had unfolded while she slept. The girl let out an exaggerated yawn, making a show of her supposed boredom. Meanwhile, the demon, sporting a skull crowned with horns in place of a face, silently caught her deception and grew intrigued, pondering what secrets she was hiding beneath the act. The reason behind her reluctance to speak openly with them remained a mystery to him. Realizing that further questioning would lead nowhere, he formally declared the meeting adjourned. Stifling a yawn, the girl felt a wave of relief as the tedious meeting finally drew to a close. As Amelda stepped out of the temple with a sigh of relief and stretched, her loyal servant, a lizard, was already waiting on the threshold, bowing to her with respectful grace. The girl inquired with the shopkeeper about any news concerning Velestorali, but the reply she received assured her that the village remained peaceful and uneventful. Amaldur watched Belamus with genuine curiosity, finding him a welcome distraction from the monotony of their surroundings. His presence breathed new life into the dreary atmosphere, carrying with it the scent of adventure. Suddenly, a sly smile crept across her lips as she noticed something intriguing. A wicked grin quickly crept across her face as she noted to herself how suspiciously well everything was unfolding. Wearing a chilling smile, she suggested to the butler that a few challenges would make things far more intriguing. Her words visibly captivated the servant. While the butler, overwhelmed with emotion, offered his apologies, he gently pointed out that the destruction of the village might interfere with their plans. After pondering for a moment, the girl surprised the shopkeeper by accepting his reasoning. With gentle encouragement, she brought the flustered clerk out of his motionless stupor. As the group continued across the clearing, Almolder abruptly shifted the conversation. He began issuing instructions for preparations to return to Rebardal, clearly eager to wrap up their business and finally rest. Meanwhile, within the village of Velis Daral, inside the main character's room, standing by the window in his room, he lost himself in deep contemplation. His eyes remained fixed on the orcs dragging heavy logs, their labor fueling the construction of new buildings. The young man watched as different peoples, orcs, goblins, aurons, and ants, joined forces to build a place they could all call home. Ants hauled supplies while aurons and goblin mages gathered the harvest. Meanwhile, orcs and goblin warriors trained together on the field set aside for practice. At that moment, his cheerful little sister hurried over, always eager to seize any chance to chat with her brother. With a bright smile, she announced that now that he had officially become the village chief, he would have more time to teach her magic. However, Belamus simply sighed and disagreed with her. A gentle smile crossed the sage's face as he replied, certain that many tasks remained ahead of him and already knowing exactly where to begin. Brimming with determination and fresh ideas, the protagonist made a bold announcement about his desire to expand the village. This news filled Della Rosa with genuine joy, her eyes lighting up in anticipation of the changes to come. A powerful arm swung the axe with full force, sending its sharp blade deep into the heart of the wood. The forceful blow made the tree shudder, sway slowly, and finally crash to the ground, sending a cloud of dust billowing into the air. Wasting no time, the orcs quickly set to work. Skilled hands wielded their tools with practiced ease, swiftly clearing space for the buildings to come. Meanwhile, the Aurons huddled together in a tight circle, raising their slender arms high as shimmering magical rings began to glimmer in the air above them. A gust of wind swept between the tree trunks. Countless trees in the forest began to sway, and as if compelled by an invisible force, they toppled one after another onto the earth. The protagonist lingered on the sidelines, observing every unfolding moment through the lens and barber, a satisfied smile dancing across his face. Belamus noted with satisfaction that progress was now moving far more swiftly than it had during the early days of settling this land. A faint smile played on Elanci's lips as the words reached her. Warmth filled her at the realization that they were no longer outsiders, but had truly become part of this place, belonging here at last. Lost in thought about the future, Barbara asked whether they planned to expand their territory. The young man replied without hesitation, giving a confident yes. Once his plans took shape, the main character spoke about his next move, explaining how he intended to clear the western area. Before long, he said, these lands would become fertile fields. The girl listened intently, then asked if these fields would truly be enough for their needs. The sage pointed out that aside from melons, almost no other crops remained. Silently, the boy recalled how he had never really considered the need for a varied diet. At first, simply finding any food seemed like enough. Now, it became clear to him that eating the same thing day after day would soon tire everyone out. Speaking up, he mentioned that beyond food, they would also need to rebuild the wall, since the old one was no longer suitable for their larger, growing settlement. At that moment, a group of goblins arrived at the request of Belimas de la Rosa. Grateful for the support, he warmly thanked his sister. "You assumed that would be enough?" Madero inquired about their next course of action. The protagonist addressed everyone gathered, explaining that he had brought together all those skilled in constructing magical houses. He then requested that they build homes here and erect protective walls to safeguard the area. Meanwhile, Belamus counted nearly 500 Alran in need of a home. Realizing that constructing shelter without magic would take too long, he politely requested assistance. With a hint of embarrassment, Elenzi apologized for any inconvenience she might have caused and expressed her gratitude to the builders. The goblins quickly reassured her, insisting there was no trouble at all and that they genuinely enjoyed working together. Delara brimmed with enthusiasm, already preparing to dive into the construction. The protagonist, however, intervened just in time and gently brought her plans to a halt. Instead, Belamas assigned her the task of destroying the western wall, a decision that sparked clear discontent in the girl. Memories of De La Rosa's past creations prompted Belimas to make a biting remark about her talents as an architect. The comment sparked visible irritation in the girl, her cheeks flushing with anger. Madero and Mother joined forces to impress upon De La Rosa the importance of completing the task. Madero explained that this wall stood taller and held greater meaning, making it the perfect opportunity to hone her magic. Mother gently asked if she wished to become stronger. After hearing their words, the girl agreed. At the same time, the goblin wizards joined forces with Madero to conjure magical blocks for the construction. Everyone busied themselves with their own tasks. The main character and his sister worked side by side, dismantling the wall, while Alroni and the goblins bustled around the trees, caught up in their own activities. Evening settled in quietly. By the following day, the village had transformed beyond recognition. Among the group, Lenzi eagerly examined the new changes, her eyes lighting up with satisfaction as she took in the results. All the rounds eagerly admired the brand new buildings, their joyful shouts of gratitude echoing all around. Belamas offered his thanks, modestly pointing out that they had, in truth, accomplished all the work on their own. Alenzi, however, was quick to disagree with him. In a gentle voice, she admitted that without the support of the goblins and the main hero, survival in this world would have been impossible for them. With a hint of shyness, the young woman admitted this was why the Alrani would always hold deep gratitude toward them. The words brought gentle smiles to everyone's faces, filling the room for a moment with a sense of warmth and mutual understanding. A wave of concern washed over Elansi as she realized she had only been receiving help without offering anything in return, so she made up her mind to lend her own support in their upcoming endeavors. Belima paused, lost in thought. The main character requests their assistance with plowing the fields on the southern outskirts of the village. Without a hint of hesitation, the girl agreed, and even admitted her eagerness to take part in other tasks as well. Her devotion to her village left her willing to do anything required. The sage fell into deep thought once more, pondering what else he could have them do. Alenzi asked Belaumus if a decision had been made about what to plant in the new fields. Belaumus responded with a heavy sigh and a sorrowful shake of his head, admitting that no final choice had been reached yet. After weighing all the possibilities, the protagonist decided that heading to the human city offered the best chance of finding something valuable for himself. With determination settling in, he set his sights on the distant city, hopeful that its streets might hold what he needed. In that exact moment, an unexpected idea flashed through Lenzing's mind. Curiosity sparked in his eyes as he glanced over at her. Apparently, Aaron possessed something that could provide a solution to this problem. Bellamus watched with astonishment as the girl moved with unwavering confidence, her composure unshaken even when she calmly asked him to wait for a moment. Witnessing her unwavering resolve, the boy placed his full trust in the flower demons, never once doubting their abilities. Before long, Alansi solemnly extended a handful of seeds, his expression grave and intent. The discovery that these vibrant grains originated from Alrania deeply astonished both the protagonist and the curious Della Rosa, who watched every development with keen interest. Moreover, it seemed to them that right before their eyes lay the very sacred grains from which new ailerons are born. However, Elansi quickly moved to clarify the situation. These seeds did exist, but each person could create them only 3 times in their lifetime, and they served an entirely different purpose. The girl calmly explained that Alyrans possessed a remarkable trait. They could produce edible seeds. The harvest they had gathered together over the past day came from this very ability. With each new discovery, the protagonist found himself increasingly amazed by the hidden talents of this extraordinary species. Doubt crept in, making him wonder if his knowledge of demons was as thorough as he once believed. Alan shared that although encounters with other races were rare, everyone who tasted these seeds was captivated by the resulting fruit. The flavor held an unmatched richness, and its subtle notes reportedly shifted depending on the color of the seed itself. It became clear that every trait of the fruit was determined by the blossom crowning its tip, and from this very flower, the seeds of Al-Ran were born. As an example, the girl pointed to her vivid crimson flower, explaining that the fruit grown from its seeds would share the same red hue and possess a uniquely spicy flavor. News of the arrival of new flavors swept through the crowd, igniting a wave of excitement and eager anticipation. Lancy also pointed out that, in addition to their remarkable flavor, these plants withstand sudden temperature changes and rarely wither. Full ripening takes only 50 days. This was precisely the information Bellamus had been seeking. According to the young woman, the Alrani could easily produce between 1,000 and 2,000 of these seeds, facing no difficulty in doing so. Upon learning of the astonishing quantity, the protagonist immediately suggested expanding the designated field in order to fully harness the potential of the seeds. Meanwhile, the orcs worked tirelessly, hauling and stacking the massive logs left behind from the felled forest. Without hesitation, Della Rosa sprang into action. She summoned a powerful swell of moles, guiding them across the entire field as they tirelessly cleared the earth, preparing it for the planting season ahead. Our hard work quickly transformed the flat earth, revealing the first deep and precise furrows. The Alronsi wasted no time and immediately set to work. In just a few hours, the vast field stood fully prepared, every detail set in place. Surveying the scope of the work, Belomis concluded that this area of land would suffice for now. Alenzi, however, voiced a legitimate concern about how such an extensive field could be properly irrigated. With calm assurance, Della Rosa reassured everyone that the matter was well under control. Without hesitation, she suggested a tried-and-true method, targeting the nearest cloud with a special water cannon to make it rain. Yet the main character rejected this idea with firm resolve. Patiently, the young man explained that this method of infusing water with magic worked only for balloon orbs, as it removed their natural toxins. However, using such water for other plants would cause their fruit to become fatally poisonous. This unexpected detail left the girl genuinely surprised. Deep in thought, Valencia and the young man pondered alternative methods of irrigation. Drawing water from the well seemed pointless. It could never supply enough for such a sprawling field. Then Aurana offered a suggestion. What if they built a pond instead? The idea of drawing water from the river quickly proved useless. The field stretched too far from the source. Every possibility seemed exhausted, and the young woman found herself without any other options. With a playful tug on the pensive Bellamy's cheeks, Della Rosa noticed, not without a hint of irritation, that the main character already seemed to have figured out a solution, but for some reason chose to remain silent. With a firm grip on his cheeks, the goblin girl refused to let the boy get a single word in. Only after she finally released him did the protagonist hastily unveil his plan to bring water directly from the river with a canal. Elensie's eyes widened once more. To her, the river seemed a distant dream, and such an idea felt utterly impossible. As the girl pondered the many technical challenges before her, the boy gazed thoughtfully into the distance, his eyes drifting toward the river. Lindsay imagined the canal project stretching on even longer than the construction in their own neighborhood. Suddenly, her attention shifted to Bellamus, who began vigorously rubbing his hands together, as if preparing himself for something significant. She wondered aloud whether he was even listening to her, yet instead of responding, he abruptly leaned forward, bracing his hands against the ground. Gathering every ounce of strength, the protagonist pushed his magic to its absolute limit. Memories of the fierce battle with Geldern flashed through his mind, a reminder of how much his abilities had sharpened since then. Certain of his newfound power, he felt ready to reach the river ahead. A deep, growing rumble and a powerful vibration beneath their feet unsettled Lindsay and Della Rosa. The ground beneath Bellamuse's hands started to crack and crumble, unable to withstand the crushing force of the mole waves that surged forward at his command. A deep crack darted across the ground like a living creature, racing toward the distant river and startling flocks of birds along its path. Water from the river surged into the freshly carved channel, swiftly filling it up to the very edge. Before long, the life-giving water reached the edge of the field, pouring into the large, specially dug pit beside the boy. With a sense of relief, the protagonist realized he had just managed to stretch his magical power to the river. It became clear to him that feats of this scale required far more training than he currently possessed. As usual, the young sage managed to astonish everyone around him. The villagers set to work, sowing seeds across the fields they had carefully prepared. Everyone dedicated themselves wholeheartedly to their work. Meanwhile, Della Rosa held on to the hope that they would grow up soon. Despite the prevailing atmosphere of diligence, Bellamus found his thoughts in turmoil. Unanswered questions buzzed restlessly in his mind, issues demanding attention long before the dream of a fruitful harvest could ever come to pass. Renowned for her remarkable beauty and strength, she was known as the mother of both a wise sage and an incorrigible fool. Meanwhile, out on the training field, someone stood lost in thought, pondering the words of the main character. Concern for their safety shining in his eyes, the young man firmly promised to guide them through an intensive combat training course himself. Cursing under his breath, he realized he fully agreed with the plan, memories of the last battle still vivid in his mind, especially the moment genuine fear for his own life had gripped him. Nearby, another goblin silently echoed this sentiment, recalling that without the sage's timely intervention, they surely would have failed. Madeira leans in with curiosity, wanting to know exactly what this preparation involves. With calm assurance, Bellamus explained that the most crucial stage would be their evolution into stronger and more specialized forms. The possibility of evolution sparked a wave of hidden excitement in Madero, while for Bellamus, the mention of it brought back unwelcome memories of the evolution process and his encounter with Taylor Rosa. The young man chose to begin the process of transformation with the goblins. He explained to the group that successful evolution would require not only consuming a large number of aloe spiders, but also reaching a certain level of proficiency in either weapon mastery or magical arts. Much to the delight of the crowd, the protagonist gathered everyone who had either already reached the required level or was just one step away from that goal. After carefully surveying each face, Bellamus selected 5 goblins who had already attained the required level. The children beamed with delight at the names. The boy was called Navasha, and his companion went by Gugo. In his eyes, these two stood out for their exceptional swordsmanship and seemed destined, in time, to become true goblin warriors. Among the aspiring goblin warriors, Dima earns respect for his remarkable accuracy and skill with a bow. To everyone's astonishment, Bellamus suddenly pointed at Madeira. At the very end of the list appeared the name Shira Hem. Unlike her reaction to Madero, this news genuinely brought her joy. Guiding both girls onto the path of Goblin Mage evolution, he watched as Delaroso embraced her transformation and became one of them. The protagonist asked the Chosen Five to assist other relatives in reaching the necessary level for evolution, while setting out alone to hunt the aloe spiders. Bellamus deliberately repeated his request, ensuring everyone fully grasped the weight of their new responsibilities. The 5 chosen individuals wrestled with mixed feelings about their roles as mentors. Navasha agreed with quiet confidence, while Madero and the boys looked forward to the experience with eager anticipation. After bidding farewell to the entire group and entrusting them with his hopes, the main character set off on his journey. Lost in thought, Barbora pondered where one might uncover a cave inhabited by the rare aloe spiders she needed. The boy explained just how vital these creatures were to the goblin's growth. The orc immediately recalled a location in the northeast, then admitted with a hint of regret that their squad had already wiped out all the spiders there. When Bellamus inquired about other suitable locations, a spark of excitement lit up Barbara's face. She suddenly remembered a vast cave on the eastern side of the forest and eagerly offered to guide him there. The two ventured further into the dense heart of the forest, where the shadows grew thicker around them. With steady resolve, Barbora guided the young man toward the cave entrance, its mouth concealed beneath a thick veil of moss and ferns. The protagonist thanked the guide and prepared to step inside alone. Yet the orc insisted on accompanying him. Within the cool darkness of the cave, uncertainty laced Barbara's voice as she wondered aloud whether the necessary spiders could survive in such an environment. With a gesture, Bellamus conjured a small orb of gentle magical light into the air. His gaze swept over the walls, noting how perfectly suited this place seemed for the aloe spiders. At that very moment, his eyes landed on a large spider perched on a web behind him. A spark of delight lit his face as he triumphantly announced he had finally discovered the first spider. In a hushed tone, the protagonist began to share with Barbara details about the enemy's weaknesses and vulnerabilities, pleading with the orc to remain absolutely silent. The warning, however, came too late. Unable to restrain himself, Barbora let out a loud groan, grabbed a hefty stone, and hurled it upward with all his might. The projectile struck the spider squarely, hitting its mark with unerring precision. The creature, stone in tow, crashed onto the rocky floor with a thunderous impact. The noise did not fade. Instead, the echoes amplified the roar again and again throughout the cavern. From the impenetrable darkness below, the unsettling sound of a struggle soon echoed upward. With a worried murmur, Barbara muttered an apology, clearly realizing her mistake. With every passing moment, more footsteps filled the air, and the growing thunder of their approach sent deeper waves of fear through the orc. Dozens of spiders, varying in size, suddenly scurried onto the ceiling and walls, instantly racing toward those who had disturbed their lair. Grotesque creatures unleashed sticky bundles of web toward the travelers, their movements quick and calculated. As Bellamus froze in place, eyes narrowed as he weighed the threat before him, a wild panic seized Barbara. Consumed by sheer terror, a piercing scream tore from his lips. Shielding his face with enormous hands, the orc continued to scream with a piercing intensity, utterly oblivious to the thunderous roar of battle or the whistling of the webs. Fierce blows sent clouds of dust swirling through the air. For a long while, Barbara trembled with her eyes squeezed shut, but at last she gathered her courage and dared to open them, determined to see what was happening around her. Belama stood calmly above the heap of immobilized spiders, his sword still gripped in hand. He considered how best to use the magic thread to haul his quarry toward the exit, while also planning to ask the orc for help gathering all the bodies into a single pile. The young sage's lightning-fast defeat of an entire pack of dangerous creatures left Barbara even more astonished and unsettled. Belamus watched with a hint of bewilderment as emotions surged within Orc. Still shaking, he admitted to himself that at times the main character genuinely frightened him. Inside an enormous sphere, tightly bound by a magical thread, about 30 aloe spiders were concealed. The protagonist shook his head and remarked that the entire village would require far more for its evolution. With hope in his eyes, Boar turned to Bellamus and asked if this amount would be enough for every villager. At the mere thought of returning to the cave, a shadow fell across Orc's face. Sensing this, the protagonist quickly tried to reassure him, promising that next time he would go alone, now that he knew exactly where danger lurked. Barboa let out a sigh of relief, and the boy even apologized for the fright Orc had endured inside the cave. The burden on their shoulders weighed heavily, yet their steps carried them steadily back toward the village. The sage watched in silent contemplation, observing the goblin as he gradually honed his skill in combat. The sight before him stunned the protagonist so deeply that he nearly halted in sheer surprise. The village's fiercest swordswoman stood before him, brave Navasha. Exhausted goblins collapsed one after another, forming a circle around the girl. The sight left not only Bellamus astonished, but also Barbara, who followed close behind. Meanwhile, Navasha paid no mind to the newcomers and sternly announced that the break was over. The exhausted goblins, barely able to stand and trembling from fatigue, reluctantly pushed themselves up from the ground, muttering under their breath. The protagonist, momentarily unsure, called out to the girl. When her eyes landed on him standing beside the master, her entire face lit up with joy. The boy gently suggested that perhaps her strict training regime had become a bit too intense. Nevertheless, Navasha stood her ground, firmly insisting that such rigorous preparation remained essential since the village still needed their protection. The protagonist spoke with honesty, sharing his concerns. He warned that overwhelming people with work would inevitably lead some to avoid training at all costs. Her impressive strength and endurance drew his praise, yet he gently pointed out that not every goblin possessed such abilities. Constant overexertion, he reminded her, might harm their health and gradually weaken their fighting spirit. As she listened intently to his words, Mawasha drifted into her own thoughts. Her eyes drifted over the weary faces around her, and as the realization set in, a flicker of embarrassment crossed her mind. This time, she truly had pushed everyone too hard. A goblin freshly risen to his feet abruptly interrupted her words. Summoning the last remnants of his strength, he firmly declared their willingness to endure even the most grueling training. His determination sparked a newfound courage among the other goblins, who gradually rose to their feet, one after another, showing they were ready to press on. The unwavering resolve displayed by the group astonished not only Baba, Ora, and Navasha, but also surprised Belima himself. Their actions found justification in the quiet shame of realizing they were grown, capable residents of this place, no different from anyone else. Yet time and again, they shifted all responsibility and burdensome tasks onto the children, onto the sage and the young goblins. Driven by this newfound determination, they set their sights on becoming stronger, hoping never to be a burden again. Turning to the girl, they asked her to hold nothing back and to help them unlock their full potential during training. Witnessing this surge of mutual understanding and determination left the protagonist genuinely surprised and deeply moved. Trust in Nawashi's decision for this matter settled firmly within him. Buoyed by the trust and support of her students, the girl embraced her training anew, energy and inspiration flowing through her with every step. Though exhaustion clung to the goblins, they obeyed her commands without so much as a hint of complaint or rebellion. As night settled in, the grueling training finally came to an end. Navasha, setting aside her usual stern demeanor, offered words of praise to the warriors. The 5 chosen mentors gathered once more, ready to share their impressions and discuss the challenges they encountered during their initial teaching experiences. Meanwhile, Madero turned his attention to Bellamus and inquired about the specific matter he wished to discuss with them. In response, the protagonist reminded them of everything he had previously explained about the course of evolution. Their progress had brought them to the necessary level, and now only a single, decisive step remained. Despite the wave of discontent, he solemnly declared a new mandate. From this moment on, everyone would follow the strictly enforced spider diet. Damn it! Deep down, he had suspected things would unfold this way the moment the boy singled out that particular group of 5. In his mind, he had already come to terms with the inevitable, and it no longer seemed so terrible. The young man turned to Della Rosa, inquiring whether everything had been prepared. At that moment, the girl hovered by the cauldron, her expression eerily intense and nearly wild, tirelessly stirring the thick, bubbling stew. After sampling the drink with just the tip of her finger, the girl instantly scrunched up her face and began discussing its flavor. Despite everything, Della Rosa, her eyes glittering with that same wild light, eagerly pushed heaping plates toward the goblins. With fervor, she declared the food delicious, though inwardly she couldn't help but notice that the dish looked and tasted as revolting as ever. Navasa harbored doubts about whether it tasted any good at all, while Madero suspected Della Rosa might just be mocking them. Nearby, a crowd of goblins gathered, their eager faces alight with anticipation as they watched the division of food. With a warm, encouraging smile, Belomus saw no reason for concern and simply announced that it was time to eat. Yet his words only deepened the goblins' unease. To everyone's surprise, Navasha was the first to step forward and give it a try. Raising a spoonful of soup to her mouth, a grimace quickly overtook her face as the unpleasant taste hit her. Despite the obvious discomfort twisting her features, she pressed on with determination, insisting through clenched teeth that it tasted good. The girl stubbornly continued to eat, barely managing not to spit out each mouthful. With every bite, she insisted that the dish was delicious. The demon watched her growing discomfort with increasing concern. Struggling to catch her breath between spasms, Navasha whispered softly that if Della Rosa had survived something like this, then she would make it through as well. Steeling herself with silent encouragement, She embraced this responsibility to those who depended on her strength. With renewed determination, she began to eat. Her remarkable willpower and evident ability to overcome disgust inspired everyone around her. The remaining goblins took turns eating the revolting stew, singing and cheerfully dancing as they did so. Their determination and willingness to endure hardship for the sake of the group left a genuine impression on the protagonist. Witnessing their astonishing endurance, Bellamus silently admitted to himself that he had truly underestimated the strength of their spirit. With genuine admiration, he praised them as true daredevils. 4 days slipped by, marked by a steady yet grueling diet of spiders. The bodies of the soon-to-be goblin warriors grew noticeably lighter and more agile, allowing them to move with swift precision. Della Rosa observed the group, noting not only the transformation in their bodies, but also the impressive growth of their horns. The sage offered words of praise to the young goblins. The mage goblins underwent their own evolution, emerging with a striking resemblance to Della Rosa. Amazement filled them as they discovered the remarkable changes within themselves. Once certain that the evolution process was running smoothly under the careful watch of the 5 in Della Rosa, Bellamus entrusted all the goblins to their care. Recognizing that his continued presence there was no longer possible, he turned toward pressing matters in the rapidly expanding Velis Durala, duties that demanded his immediate and constant attention. The training grounds buzzed with shouts and the roar of combat as sweat-soaked orcs clashed, fiercely testing their strength against one another in intense duels. Fueled by the heat of battle, Barbara surged forward with fierce determination and sent her opponent crashing to the ground with a thunderous shout. Wasting no time, the orc, his eyes still blazing with the fire of victory, immediately demanded another challenger. His battle-weary kin exchanged bewildered glances, unable to fathom the source of such wild and nearly frenzied determination within him. Bitter memories of the humiliation suffered within the ominous spider cave clung to Barbara. At the same time, the astonishing transformation among the goblins lingered persistently in his thoughts. The realization that he no longer had the right to disappoint his master, and now had to become a true right-hand man, filled him with genuine dread. As these thoughts churned in his mind, the main character called him over. Barbara flinched as Bellamus's voice pulled her from the depths of her troubled thoughts. With calm assurance, the sage explained his reasons for coming and carefully laid out his proposal. He spoke of an opportunity that could alter the fate of the orcs forever, a chance for them to evolve. News of this reached Barbara, and a bright, genuine smile lit up her face. The young sage requested that the orc gather everyone interested in pursuing evolution, so he could impartially assess their current abilities and potential. Barbara eagerly sprang into action, determined to carry out the order with joyful enthusiasm. Before long, Barbara arrived with a whole troop of orcs and led them to the specially prepared training grounds. The young man offered her heartfelt thanks for her efforts. While the orcs animatedly exchanged their theories, Bellamus studied each of them with a keen and searching gaze. It turned out the young mage had expected far more candidates to arrive. Barbara quickly stepped forward to clarify the situation. He had chosen not to bring orcs with him, she explained, since they typically abstained from participating in battles. It became clear that many people were busy at work, while the protagonist, feeling a bit awkward, admitted he still struggled to recognize them by their appearance and offered a quiet apology for it. The sage began his tale by explaining that the current level of the high orcs' development is far from their true potential. He briefly outlined the promising paths that lie ahead for them, becoming orc mages or transforming into armored orcs. He went on to explain the differences between these types. While mage orcs wielded spells and magic, the orcs chosen for heavy armor could not access magical powers. In exchange, their strength and endurance multiplied many times over. The squad listened intently, their eyes shining with newfound inspiration. To bring his plan to life, the boy explained that they would need rare ingredients, among them blue rats. Everyone would also have to reach a considerable level of attack or defense. To commence the trial, the sage chose to measure their offensive strength. With a graceful lift of his hand, the air surrounding his fingers crackled as concentrated magic began to shimmer. With the power of his craft, the protagonist effortlessly conjured several massive stone blocks, each one remarkably sturdy and imposing. Stones landed with a dull thud right in front of the line of frightened orcs. Belamas laid out the rules of the trial. Should the orc manage to shatter the stone with a single blow, it would serve as undeniable proof that his attack strength was enough for evolution. Once the explanation was complete, he offered them their choice of weapons. Among the orcs, one particularly determined warrior volunteered to be the first to try it. With every ounce of strength, the goblin struck the stone. Yet, to his utter shock and disappointment, the massive block did not even crack and only wobbled slightly. The orc scratched his head in confusion, puzzled by the failure of their efforts. The failure weighed heavily on the desperate daredevil, leaving a clear trace of disappointment on his face. Once everyone eager to test their striking strength had finished, Belamas instructed them to line up. The moment had come to closely observe each person and assess the firmness of their muscles by touch, aiming to judge how well they might defend themselves. At the front of the line, the first orc flexed his powerful biceps and pushed out his chest, making every effort to impress. Despite his display, the wise man remained unimpressed, as the orc's strength failed to meet the mark. Suddenly, a commotion erupted behind them, drawing Belamas's attention to the back of the crowd. Everyone turned to witness Barbara unleash an astonishing display of strength as she shattered one of the stone blocks. Belamas couldn't hold back his admiration, commending her for her remarkable power. The next test of his defenses yielded equally impressive results. Realizing just how successful he had become sparked a surge of genuine joy within the orc. Deep within, Barbara felt a surge of joy as the path to newfound power finally unfolded before him. Only the rats remained to be conquered. The young sage turned to his loyal orc companion and asked him to wait a moment, for there was an important task he needed to entrust him with. The assessment revealed that, at the moment, only Barbara possessed enough strength and resilience to evolve. The other orcs, weary and somewhat disheartened, received firm instructions from Belamas to keep pushing forward and maintain their rigorous training without pause. Following his command, Barbara stepped forward and obediently carried out the order. The group set out for the forest, heading into those hidden corners they had not visited in many years. The forest stretched out, familiar and close to Veronica's village. Della Rosa now joined the group, entrusted by her brother with a special mission to assist in tracking down the elusive blue rats. The protagonist explained that around 300 of these creatures would be needed for evolution. Trusting her brother completely, his sister eagerly set out to complete the task, her spirit buoyed by excitement. The sage watched her enthusiasm with mild curiosity, while Barbara nodded in approval, clearly showing that, like him, she was deeply grateful for the trust and eager to lend a hand. Suddenly, Della Rosa announced with delight that she had discovered a suspicious-looking hole. At that moment, the bush right next to the girl rustled ominously, prompting Belamas to tense, prepared for anything that might happen. Without warning, an animal burst out from the bushes, prompting the main character to shout urgently at his sister, telling her to get down on the ground at once. Without warning, a massive, ferocious wild boar burst from the forest and charged straight at Della Rosa. The girl caught sight of the enemy rushing toward her with swift determination. Without losing her composure, Della Rosa swiftly called upon her portal-creating ability, skillfully sending the enraged beast soaring through a brief yet forceful flight. Amazement flickered across Barbora's face, mirrored by Bellamus himself, as both watched the drill lift suddenly into the air. As the animal crashed heavily to the ground, stunned, Della Rosa could almost taste the juicy meat she would soon enjoy for dinner. The orc, standing beside the sage, exchanged a brief look with him, both impressed by her skill and composure. In her thoughts, Barbora acknowledged Della Rosa as a truly worthy sister to her master, sharply ambitious and equally driven by a thirst for power. Wasting not a moment, the girl worked with nimble efficiency, urging everyone on and reminding them of their main goal, catching the blue rats. She explained that any further delay would only increase their mother's worry, so the three of them pressed deeper into the thicket, continuing their search without hesitation. Time slipped by unnoticed until evening quietly settled in. Barbaroo summoned every ounce of courage to swallow a massive spoonful of revolting blue rat porridge. Noticing his pain, Bellamus suggested spreading the potion's use over several days. The orc, however, firmly dismissed any delay. The trials he had endured, especially the memory of Della Rosa's overwhelming strength, left no room for hesitation. Time was too precious to waste, and urgency pressed him forward. A knowing smile appeared on the protagonist's face, for he understood well that true strength could be found only when both body and will were forged together. The following morning, Barbora finally achieved the success she had long dreamed of. Undergoing a profound transformation, he emerged as an orc clad in formidable armor. Despite the clear advantages, the newly minted warrior harbored a quiet aversion to his scaly armor. Yet Bella's persuasive arguments about his impending evolution into an orc dragon gradually dispelled his lingering doubts. The sage spoke of the astonishing power and grandeur found in the dragon form, the highest stage of orc evolution. Every word struck Barbor deeply, fortifying his resolve. The sage assured him that in time, wings would sprout from his back and fire would pour from his jaws. That conversation sparked a fierce determination in Barbara to attain a dragon's form. Although the boy warned her of the arduous trials that surely awaited, unwavering faith filled the hero. Barbara would conquer every challenge ahead. Despite all the warnings, the orc entrusted his heart to a fresh dream. Several months passed, and the settlement settled into its familiar, tranquil rhythm. Goblins and orcs devoted themselves earnestly to daily training, pouring their energy into every drill. With unwavering focus, he poured all his attention into mastering the art of shooting. The goblin warriors and orcs practiced their hand-to-hand combat and swordsmanship with growing skill, their improvements now clearly visible. Barbara observed a remarkable change in people around her, noticing how much they had improved. In response, the young man shared his own insights and calculations, explaining that by then, nearly 70% of the local population had already undergone a successful evolution. Suddenly, the lesson came to a halt as one of the students softly called out to the wise teacher. In a hushed tone, she revealed that something important had already been prepared. Upon hearing the news, Bellamus immediately halted the lesson and announced he had something important to reveal to the townsfolk, leaving everyone in the room deeply intrigued. Leading the warriors himself, the protagonist guided them to the place where the fruits of their hard work awaited. Along the way, he made sure to highlight the dedication and perseverance shown by each member of the group. In the heart of a tranquil grove, the announcement of the Harvest Festival echoed, offering the villagers a well-earned respite and the promise of lively celebration. The villagers gathered together, their eyes drawn with wonder to the vibrant assortment of colorful fruits. Excitement shone plainly on their faces as they admired the dazzling harvest. Driven by curiosity, Della Rosa made her way through the crowd, asking everyone nearby about the name of these remarkable fruits. For now, they are identified simply by the color of their skin. Inspired by the idea, the protagonist suggested giving these fruits a single name, Alroy, a shortened form of Alran. Yolansi's face lit up instantly, revealing just how much she liked the name. Unable to hold back her impatience any longer, Deliriosa suggested that the feast begin at once, and so the grand celebration commenced. Thus began the celebration. Villagers eagerly gathered armfuls of fruits and sweets, thoughtfully prepared for this special occasion. The sage inquired about the proper way to sample the unfamiliar fruits. Alran assured him that these fruits tasted delicious even when fresh, then demonstrated step by step the proper way to peel them. The moment Alenka tasted the fruit, its extraordinary flavor delighted her senses. Della Rosa recalled how the taste of these fruits often shifted with their color. Curious, the other goblin girls leaned over, peeking into the baskets to catch a glimpse of what treasures might be hidden inside. Upon revealing her craving for something sweet, Lency suggested she try the pink fruit. Yet uncertainty lingered in Della Rosa's mind, as she wondered if these unfamiliar fruits could ever rival the sweet perfection of her favorite melon. With a cautious first sip, surprise flickered across the girl's face. Trembling all over, she clutched the fruit so tightly in her hands that everyone nearby grew visibly unsettled. Much to everyone's astonishment, a delighted grin spread across Della Rosa's face as she burst into genuine, heartfelt laughter. Delight sparked in her eyes as she continued to eat, following the example set by Adaro and Navachi. The girls delighted in the treats, sharing laughter and sampling the delicious snacks with bright, joyful faces. Driven by a thirst for adventure, Bellamus confidently reached out for a vibrant crimson fruit, eager to discover its taste. Ebbet bit into the juicy crimson fruit, savoring its rich flavor. The protagonist found the new flavor delightful, and soon his mother shared in his enthusiasm. Shock rooted the woman to the spot. Her surprise rendered her speechless. The sharp tang of the fruit caught Mother off guard. But once the initial surprise faded, she admitted she enjoyed the flavor and gradually grew accustomed to it. Meanwhile, Barbara delighted in the tangy sweet blue fruits, her face glowing with pure happiness. Bright citrus notes from the orange fruit danced across Sherikam's tongue, offering a refreshing burst of flavor, while the former leader savored the subtle bitterness carried by the green or rose. The festive market dazzled the young man with its astonishing variety of flavors, each more enticing than the last. Meanwhile, Alan shared her diverse culinary secrets for preparing fruit with everyone. She explained how fruit could be transformed into both jam and a savory relish when handled properly. A soup made by stewing vegetables together, she noted, becomes a true masterpiece. Balamas never tired of expressing his gratitude to Auron for the culinary revolution sparked by the arrival of his fruits, which transformed daily life in the village. With heartfelt gratitude, she thanked the residents for their openness and kind words. Delicious dishes brought genuine smiles to everyone's faces as the air filled with joy and a true sense of togetherness. Some time passed, and unrest began to stir near the building. Clutching the glowing ball of magical thread, Della Rosa carefully descended into the deep chasm. As she made her way down, a sudden realization struck her. Medina had been out of sight for quite some time. She voiced this observation aloud, her words echoing softly in the darkness. Leading the way, Belimas responded to her words by explaining that he frequently visits the Queen of Ants himself. The sage went on to explain that the ant queen, despite her youthful appearance, is in fact quite advanced in age, possesses immense wisdom, and can always offer him something new and valuable. Deliriosa gazed at the two skeins of wavy yarn, uncertainty flickering in her eyes as she wondered if such a meager amount of resources could sustain the entire legion. The young man reassured her, calmly explaining that ants required no food in the usual sense. The girl still did not grasp the explanation, prompting the main character to elaborate further. The thread, he clarified, was not meant to feed the ants directly, but to sustain their core, the very heart that powered their life and allowed the entire colony to thrive and multiply. The recent great battle had reduced the ant army to merely 20 soldiers, leaving them in desperate need of nourishment to regain their former strength. At last, clarity dawned for Deliriosa, revealing the true purpose behind their journey. As their journey continued, Bellamus reflected on the immense benefits the ant army had already brought. Thanks to their efforts, an intricate maze of underground tunnels now stretched beneath both the village and the forest. Yet a persistent longing tugged at him, the hope of one day strolling freely and safely across the forest floor without ever needing to worry about lurking dangers. For now, he set the thought aside, promising himself he would revisit it in time. Immersed in conversation and lost in their thoughts, the brother and sister only realized they had reached their destination when the familiar surroundings came into view. Queen Aunt Medina extended a heartfelt and cheerful welcome to her guests. While untangling the large bundles, Bellamus gave a clear explanation for their visit. They had brought the essential nourishment for the core. The queen began to express her gratitude for their thoughtfulness, but her thanks were suddenly interrupted. The young queen felt a genuine sense of amazement, not only because she had received help, but also because of the abundance of fruits that had been gifted to her, a true and unexpected surprise. The generous offer left Medina genuinely flustered, but her brother and sister quickly put her at ease, reassuring her that it was entirely possible for them and something they truly wished for. The worker ants marched steadily onward, each one balancing a heavy basket brimming with fruit, heading straight for the very heart of the colony. Everyone watched in fascination as the ants, with precise coordination, tossed bits of food one by one into the heart of the nest. Almost immediately, the first newborn ant emerged from the core. A steady stream of newcomers continued to arrive after them. Medina and Bellamus both agreed that the exceptionally rapid and widespread recovery of the residents was largely due to the highly nutritious food they had brought, with the fruits making the greatest impact. Deliriosa carefully counted and announced that 59 new ants had joined their ranks. Impressed by such nimbleness, the boy gave an approving nod, while his sister immediately asked how large these newborn creatures might eventually become. The protagonist explained that the final size of each ant directly depended on the overall number of the legion. Larger colonies allowed their newest members to grow even bigger. Resolving to hasten their growth, he decided that next time he would bring along even more food. Medina once again voiced her concern, fearing this would place an overwhelming burden on the village. With gentle assurance, Bellamus calmed her once more. Thanks to the Arons, an ample supply of food now filled their stores. As a gesture of gratitude, the Queen of the Ants wished to personally thank Lanza for the marvelous fruits. In her mind, Ellen pictured the next time they would all return here, bringing along her and the other visitors from the village. The following morning unfolded. Chaos erupted as everything fell apart. Gripped by panic, one of the goblins dashed off toward Bellamus's dwelling. With a booming voice warning of imminent danger, Hugo hauled the protagonist to his feet. With hesitant steps, the goblin reported that strange and invisible demons had appeared by the village gates. These creatures were unlike anything he had ever seen before, and their language sounded completely foreign to his ears. According to Hugo, these beings had surely arrived from distant lands. Urgency filled the main character's movements while dressing, driven by a desire to uncover more about the looming threat. Hugo recalled their vivid features in detail: elongated black tails and sharp, menacing horns. Upon hearing this description, the sage instantly realized the true identity of the strangers. Bellemus climbed the tower. A single glance at the strangers below was all it took for him to realize they were genuine troublemakers, real imps. Hugo's suspicion proved entirely correct, and this only fueled his growing excitement. Right from the start, the protagonist warned the goblin not to underestimate these creatures, since ampas possess extraordinarily powerful magic. With a swift assessment of the situation, the sage quickly noted the presence of around 50 ordinary demons surrounding him. Calm confidence settled over him as he decided he could handle them on his own. Curiosity sparked in Hugo's eyes as he tried to grasp the meaning behind the demons' conversation, unable to comprehend their language. The boy explained that these demons possessed fluency in numerous tongues, and at this moment they were persistently chanting the same demand in a chorus, each echoing it in a different dialect. Leading her squad with bold authority, the fierce imp girl issued a loud command to open the gates at once and bring the village chief before her, while her entourage echoed her order with energetic shouts. After quickly assessing the situation, Bellemus chose swift action over hesitation, boldly leaping straight from the tower instead of wasting precious moments on the stairs. This daring move sent another wave of fear through Hugo, leaving him trembling uncontrollably. The sage descended to the earth directly before the leader of the imps, radiating an air of calm assurance and total command over the unfolding events. With quiet authority, he informed the uninvited guests that he was the one in charge, the leader of this village. With quiet confidence, Bellemus informed the young imp girl that he was the one in charge of the village. Imp gave him a thorough once-over from head to toe, as if weighing his potential and measuring what he might be capable of. From his perch atop the watchtower, Hugo's gaze lingered anxiously on the young sage below. Meanwhile, the village girls watched from afar, their eyes shining with genuine curiosity and fascination as the events unfolded before them. Upon realizing that a human stood before her, Lily seemed to forget everything else and immediately launched into a non-stop monologue. She shared stories about her human acquaintance with genuine enthusiasm, animatedly listing his many good qualities. This torrent of words left Bellemus at a loss and gradually wore on his patience. Unable to endure the suspense any longer, the sage abruptly interrupted her, eager at last to uncover the true purpose behind the arrival of such unusual visitors. The imp girl quickly apologized for her chatter and introduced herself as Lily. Genuine surprise lit up her face when the protagonist spoke their language so fluently. In response, he calmly pointed out that she too possessed an impressive command of many dialects. Brimming with pride, Lily launched into a detailed list of all the languages she had mastered, which only served to thoroughly irritate the young man. The girl pressed on without pause, her monologue flowing uninterrupted. She admitted to being excessively talkative at times, a habit her brother Ridge frequently scolded her for. The sage listened in silence to this ceaseless stream of words, a gentle weariness and quiet despair settling over him. The goblins posted along the fortress walls watched his face intently and instantly recognized, without a word, that these strangers were a genuine threat. At last, Lily chose to address the heart of the matter. Her gaze swept over the village, carefully taking in every change and silently measuring the scale of the transformation. Without wasting words, she simply offered to hand over the settlement to them. With unwavering resolve and measured politeness, Belamus firmly declined the demand, courteously insisting that the unwelcome visitors depart at once. In that moment, Lily cast aside her friendly mask and openly declared her intention to seize the village by force. The goblins above, unable to grasp the meaning of the words, nonetheless sensed the air around them grow dense with tension. With a stern voice, the heroine listed the exact number of defenders stationed in the village, intent on quelling the fervor of her followers. The girl responded with a scornful smile, clearly dismissing his words without a hint of seriousness. Upon witnessing this, Lily resolved to discover who truly held the reins of power here. According to her, the forest is divided into 4 distinct regions. The strongest demons make their home in the north, while the weaker creatures inhabit the western area, which is where they currently find themselves. With evident pride, she emphasized that these demons hailed from the majestic north, subtly alluding to the fact that they now found themselves in the west. In an instant, Belamus realized the situation remained just as it was before his transformation. Privately, he acknowledged that the evolved imps possessed formidable power, yet it was these very creatures that had begun to stir uncertainty within him. The sage remarked aloud that none of the imps present had undergone evolution yet, and only now did their true strength begin to reveal itself. His thoughts wandered further as he considered that this group likely belonged to a powerful clan once, only to be cast out and left to wander the forest in search of a new refuge. The anxious response from the imps after he spoke confirmed that his guess struck true. Belamus explained that the harshness of the north, unbearable for most, had driven people to seek refuge in the tranquil west. At his words, a flicker of joy crossed Lily's face, a silent but undeniable validation of what he had just said. This pushed her over the edge. Rage bursting free, Lily lost control, her voice rising as she wildly jabbed a finger at him. With brazen confidence, she declared that she would take him down in an instant, since, to her, he was nothing more than a mere boy. Belamus silently took note of her unyielding pride and immediately began to calculate his next move. Calmly, he asked for her name once more, wanting to be certain. A fair solution to the dispute was proposed, an honorable duel to settle the matter. The arrangement was straightforward. Should Lily claim victory, Belamus would hand the village over to her. Should the sage prevail, the demons must at once and forever abandon these lands. This unexpected condition caught the girl off guard, and genuine astonishment washed over her face. Suspicion flickered in Lily's mind, hinting that this could be a trap. Perhaps Belamus was cleverly manipulating her pride, hoping her determination to avoid losing to a young man would keep her from backing down. The blow landed perfectly, and a surge of fury swept over the girl. Annoyed by the boy's audacity, she resolved to teach him a lesson, and with blazing anger, accepted his challenge to a duel. The sage, quietly pleased, felt a spark of satisfaction as his plan unfolded exactly as he had hoped. Pressed by Lily's insistence, the boy finally revealed his name. She firmly instructed her relatives never to interfere under any circumstances and assured the sage that his memory would remain with her for a long time. The moment the girl unleashed her magic, the battle erupted. To everyone's astonishment, she suddenly launched into a loud and droning recitation of the incantation. The goblins on the fortress walls exchanged bewildered glances, unsure of what to make of the unfolding situation. A wave of embarrassment washed over Belamus as the girl continued to wrestle with the spell far longer than expected. For a long time, the belief lingered that merely picturing what he wished for would make it real. Yet, in the heart of battle, the truth dawned on him. Speaking those dreams aloud became impossible. In that moment, the protagonist finally realized the most crucial truth. The young man realized that these Ampi had no real grasp of how to wield magic properly. The news of their banishment from the northern forest came as no surprise. Survival with such limited abilities would have been impossible there anyway. Though Bellamus knew he could have easily defeated his rival, an unexpected sense of pity welled up inside him. There was no time left for hesitation. At last, determination overcame uncertainty, and with a flash of silent magic, his power surged forth, summoned by sheer thought and unyielding will. Calculating the force of his strike, he determined it would easily be enough to handle Lily. Meanwhile, beneath the girl's feet, something strange began to materialize out of the emptiness. Without warning, sturdy magical shackles clamped tightly around her body, their metallic clatter echoing as they restrained her every motion. One of the chains tightened firmly around her mouth, reducing her voice to nothing more than faint, muffled noises. Alarmed, the little demons sprang into action the moment they noticed their leader had fallen into a trap, rushing to her aid without hesitation. Without hesitation, Bellamus raised his voice in warning. Anyone who dared step forward would be bound in a choking spell without mercy. While his words echoed, Lily thrashed desperately against unseen, impossibly strong shackles. The threat landed with force. The crowd of demons froze immediately, seething with anger and frustration, powerless to act. The sage calmly declared his victory and reminded them that, according to the terms of the duel, they were required to depart from this place without delay. Freed from her shackles, Lily stood in the center of the room, her anger and humiliation radiating from every pore. Her cheeks flushed a deep crimson with shame. Around her, the other imp girls quickly gathered, flitting about in agitation and concern, their voices echoing support and outrage on her behalf. Without another word, though the sting of offense lingered in the air, the entire group slipped away into the dense forest. Their voices rose in indignant protest as they departed, and Lily vowed quietly that she would return. Bellamus silently noted the astonishing clamor surrounding him. Not far from the village, within the solitude of the forest, frustration burned inside Lily. Humiliation from her crushing defeat lingered, and no matter how hard she tried, she could not calm herself. Hidden among the bushes, she watched the village with a face twisted in fury. Beside her, Brother Ridge spoke in a quiet, urgent tone, attempting to reason with her and insisting that what she planned to do next made no sense at all. Lily remained resolute, refusing to let everything end in disgrace. Her brother watched her in horror, unable to believe his eyes or comprehend what she was planning. Gripping tightly the object that radiated pure malice, Lily resolved to take a desperate leap and unseal the forbidden scroll. Consumed by seething rage and a thirst for vengeance, Lily dared to unfurl the forbidden scroll, disregarding every danger woven into its fabric. Ridge, her brother, desperately tried to reach out to his sister, his concern evident as he repeatedly reminded her that such artifacts existed solely for the gravest emergencies, moments when lives truly hung in the balance, not for settling personal grievances or disputes. Lily, seething with anger and wounded pride, bragged about the legends she had heard. Tales of masters who could bend the will of monsters sealed within such scrolls, if only their magic proved strong enough. Ridge immediately shot her down, insisting that Lily lacked the necessary skill to attempt such a perilous act. Ignoring all warnings, Lily's determination only burned brighter. Confidence in her abilities filled her, and she was set on proving herself. Ridge tried to object once more, yet his sister's expression turned grave. With a steely gaze, she reminded him of the harsh laws that ruled their forests among the Flazy. The strong take, while the weak lose. They had already lost their hair in the unforgiving north. In order to survive, their only choice now is to take whatever they can from the weakest inhabitants of the West, resorting to any means necessary, no matter how desperate those methods may appear. Ridge offered no resistance to this harsh logic of survival. Yet beneath everything, Lily's thirst for vengeance burned brightest. A relentless urge to make that human boy pay gnawed at her, the one who had dared to mock and humiliate her in front of everyone else. With stubborn determination that bordered on madness, she unrolled the ancient scroll. Imps gathered all around, terror steadily deepening in their eyes as a sense of impending disaster gripped every heart. The scroll, responding to the awakened magic, shot into the air, unfurling as it released a sinister glow. The ritual to summon the sealed monster had begun. For a brief moment, a wild exhilaration surged through Lily as the newfound power sparked to life. In that instant, the world was flooded with a brilliant, dazzling light. Meanwhile, the main character enjoyed an unusually peaceful and quiet morning in the village. As he walked along the path, memories of yesterday's mysterious encounter with the mischievous witch gang surfaced again and again in his mind. Suddenly, his thoughts were interrupted as a brilliant light pierced through the dense wall of trees, followed by a chilling roar that made the ground tremble beneath him. In an instant, the young man tensed, every sense sharpened to its highest pitch. From behind the trees emerged a colossal beast, a giant tiger with saber-like fangs, both terrifying and unusually massive in stature. With a mix of astonishment and unease, Bellemus recognized the creature before him as a behemoth, one of the most formidable monsters known. The mere presence of such a powerful being in their usually peaceful lands defied all logic. Nothing could explain what had lured so fearsome a beast to their tranquil home. Setting aside the reasons behind the calamity, the wise sage focused on what mattered most. He immediately began devising a strategy to defend the village, determined to protect every inhabitant and prevent any loss of life, whatever the cost. Despite his efforts, no solution came to mind that would guarantee everyone's safety. Suddenly, his thoughts were interrupted by an unexpected movement. To her own surprise, Lily found herself standing calmly and confidently before the massive, fearsome creature. From their distant hiding places, the other little demons watched her with fearful eyes, yet beneath their anxiety flickered undeniable admiration. Gathering her courage, the girl reached out to gently stroke the beast, her words brimming with admiration as she praised its strength and beauty. With a single command, she ordered an assault on the village. The monster responded instantly, lifting its enormous paw, armed with razor-sharp claws. The motion sent a wave of fear through Bellemus, who sensed disaster looming just ahead. True terror seized everyone as the colossal hermit crab suddenly brought its massive claw down, not on the village, but straight toward Lily. In the nick of time, the frightened girl sprang back, narrowly escaping the razor-sharp talons that sliced through the air just inches from her. Frozen in place by confusion, she struggled to grasp why the very creature she had created would suddenly rebel against its own mistress. In response, Behemoth let out an even fiercer, more menacing roar, brimming with hatred and threat. That terrifying roar sent paralyzing panic flooding through Lily. Snapping back to their senses, the other demons rushed to her side, dragging their stunned commander away from the furious beast. Gripped by panic, the crowd scattered and hurried back into the forest, seeking refuge among the dense undergrowth. Yet the Hemif, wild and untamed, stormed after them, crushing trees beneath its rampage. Della Rosa, watching from the lofty tower above, could only note with regret how misfortune had befallen the imps, drawing such calamity onto themselves. At the same time, the main character caught sight of his sister on the fortress walls and froze in anxious dread, overwhelmed by concern for her safety. On the tower, the goblin girl readied herself for battle, her determination unwavering, while her brother pleaded with her to reconsider, warning her of the enemy's overwhelming power. Nevertheless, a spirit of resistance began to ignite among many locals, and they now openly declare their willingness to lend their support. At that moment, voices echoed up from below as someone called out for the master of the house. Balamas observed that the gathering at the walls included not only goblins and orcs, but also ants led by Medina and even Alrons under Lenzi's command. United by a resolute determination, they all stood together, prepared to defend the home they shared. Doubt gnawed at the main character as he considered pulling everyone into such a perilous battle. Yet Medina spoke with unwavering conviction, explaining that the creature's power was overwhelming, and their only hope of victory lay in facing it together. Alenzi added that the village had become their true home, and turning their backs on it was simply not an option. Deeply moved by their unity and recognizing the sincerity behind their words, the protagonist agreed and offered his heartfelt thanks. At first, the sage advised quiet observation, hoping the demons would lure the enraged beast as deep into the forest as possible. Yet all those hopes vanished in an instant. A terrified crowd of imps, led by Lily and Ridge, burst from the village and cried out desperately for help. Behind them, a furious giant thundered forward, snapping trees as he advanced, showing no sign of stopping. Disappointment weighed heavily on Belamus as his plans unraveled before his eyes, leaving him no choice but to act without delay. Without waiting for an order, Della Rosa, joined by the village's courageous young women, charges straight toward danger, their triumphant cries echoing through the air. The villagers banded together, standing shoulder to shoulder in a solid line, forming a living barrier between the monster and the terrified imp children. Witnessing their courage and sensing the turning point of the battle, the protagonist called out loudly, urging everyone to hold their ground and resist with everything they had. Without hesitation, he leapt from the tower, landing among his defenders, fully prepared to lead them in the desperate stand. The sudden emergence of a monstrous giant threw the battlefield into utter chaos. Overwhelmed by a primal terror, the imps scattered in all directions, abandoning any sense of order as fear overtook them. With astonishing swiftness, the old sage sprang up and rushed headlong into danger, moving with a speed beyond ordinary human ability. Like a flash of lightning, he shot upward and plunged down from above, aiming straight for the towering enemy. Mid-flight, the main character summoned a radiant arrow of light. The creature staggered as her magic struck, forcing a shrill cry from its twisted form, a sound carved from both agony and rage. Off to the side, Lily stood frozen, tears streaming down her cheeks, her face marked with astonishment at the incredible sight unfolding before her. Landing deftly, the young lord quickly took stock of his surroundings. The creature, driven mad by unbearable pain from its wound, grew even more frenzied. In an instant, a desperate plan took shape in the boy's mind, an idea so improbable it bordered on impossible. Without time to hesitate, he understood there was no other way. He would have to risk everything for the slightest chance at success. Spinning around to face the fleeing IPS, Belamus unleashed a torrent of scornful words, making no effort to hide his contempt for their cowardice. His sharp rebukes did not land on deaf ears. At the very least, Lily felt their sting. The girl halted abruptly, her face betraying a silent struggle before a determined resolve emerged. she would prove the strength of the northern people. Her unwavering readiness to risk everything stunned the other young demons, causing them to slow down in spite of themselves. Despite the mortal danger surrounding her, Lily launched into a complex and lengthy incantation, pouring every ounce of her willpower into the spell. Watching intently, Bellamus silently acknowledged that even this meager assistance, for all its limitations, was still better than doing nothing at all. Meanwhile, Behemoth grew furious. The sage found the plan, with Lily playing a key role, to be quite viable. Gathering his resolve, the sage summoned another surge of brilliant light, directing a vivid beam straight into the monster's eyes. Blinded and disoriented, the creature thrashed about wildly, completely unaware of where its main adversary was hiding. Bellamus seized upon this brief moment of weakness, launching himself into the air and delivering a powerful blow straight down onto the giant's back. Consumed by agony and fury, the creature unleashed an even louder roar that shattered the silence. Yet the monster regenerated with astonishing speed. Barely recovered, it whirled around and thrust its massive clawed paw toward the young wizard. The boy instantly realized his previous attack had lacked the necessary force. With a swift leap back to safety, he wasted no time before weaving his next spell. In the blink of an eye, the space before him erupted in a radiant burst. Hundreds of luminous arrows shot forward, racing toward the giant with breathtaking speed. Despite a barrage of magical attacks, the monster once again raised its claw for a devastating strike. Exhausted from constant strain and endless dodging, Bellamus barely managed to react in time, struggling to keep his weapon ready. Lightning-fast and precise blows landed as he searched for a weakness, yet the relentless beast pressed on, launching attacks with unyielding fury. A desperate leap to the side spared the sage from a direct blow, yet the toll of the battle became unmistakably clear to him. The behemoth radiated immense power and unyielding vitality, turning the fight into a true test of endurance. With a menacing roar, the beast lunged forward once more, its spear-like horn aimed straight at the boy. Bellamus stood frozen, unable to react quickly enough to this deadly attack. Dodging was simply out of the question. Yet in the final moment, someone appeared out of nowhere, stepping in to save him. One day, Behemoth was suddenly taken by surprise. He jerked back, growled irritably, and noticed with astonishment that fresh paint had appeared on his fur. Glancing back at those who had come to his rescue, the exhausted boy felt a surge of relief and joy wash over him. Long-awaited allies had finally arrived on the battlefield. Led by Lency, the Avroni charged forward, launching an assault against the monster. Goblin squads marched beside them, showering their enemies with relentless volleys of arrows, while at the front strode the Queen of the Ants herself. The inhabitants of Velisderal unleashed all their fury and strength, hurling themselves at the colossal beast. Amid the deafening roar of the defeated yet still unbroken beast, every mage summoned all their strength to continue the fight. Gasping for breath, the Magi noticed with growing hope that their combined efforts were finally paying off. The monstrous creature was clearly losing strength under their relentless assault. Goblin and orc warriors swarmed through the shattered breach in an instant. United in purpose, they launched themselves at the enemy, striking and stabbing with relentless determination. In the thick of battle, Navasha unleashed remarkable strength and agility, landing a powerful and piercing strike against the monster. Wounds covered Behemoth's body, and Navasha prepared to deliver the final, fatal blow. Just then, something unexpected caught her attention. Out from the shadow of the fallen giant, a mysterious hand reached toward her. The monster swung its massive tail through the air, aiming to strike the girl and fend her off. Deep concern for their friend weighed heavily on Madero and Della Rosa. Yet, as if guided by an unseen hand, The story began to grow, gaining momentum with each passing day. Without a moment's hesitation, Barbora rushed forward, shielding Navash with her own body and absorbing the force of the tail strike meant for him. Tears shimmered in the orc's eyes as he pleaded with his master to finish off the beast. The young sage, moved by the orc's loyalty and suddenly aware of the gravity of the moment, began to chant the words of the most powerful spell he knew. Everything now rested on him and this final chance. The orc chieftain turns to the wise sage for counsel. The orc pleaded with his master to deliver the final, decisive blow. Deep in concentration, the sage channeled the most powerful of spells, tension mounting with every passing second. Sensing the imminent threat posed by the boy, the colossal beast's tail lashed out, aiming to shatter the ritual and crush the fragile hope within. Summoning every ounce of determination, the hero braced himself for a decisive strike, while the enemy pressed on relentlessly, refusing to grant even a moment's respite. Concern flickered across York's face as he tried to warn the boy of the looming danger. Suddenly, an unexpected force intervened, sharply altering the course of the blow. The person turned out to be Lily. The sudden and desperate act left Barbara and Navash stunned, their minds still reeling from the terror they had just endured. Meanwhile, Bellamus was in the final stages of casting his spell. A tremendous surge of energy gathered, transforming into a sacred destroyer, a concentrated mass of pure power that hurtled toward the gigantic beast in a dazzling flash. The force of the blow unleashed a shockwave that hurled clouds of dust and clumps of earth into the air, while a beam of energy pierced the monster's body and soared skywards, splitting the clouds apart. As the dust slowly settled, a young sage remained alone at the center of the battlefield, breath coming in ragged gasps after the ordeal and the effort it demanded. As the fog and dust cleared, the defeated monster lay sprawled across the ground. At last, a breath of relief escaped the protagonist. A joyful atmosphere filled the city as the people of Velestarala celebrated their hard-earned, long-awaited victory, warmly exchanging heartfelt congratulations with one another. Yet a shadow lingered over the sage's joy. Turning to the cluster of imps, his gaze burned cold with a restrained fury barely held in check. The other amplifiers shrank back, unable to withstand the weight of his stern gaze. Bellamus made it clear that every action and every decision would inevitably come with consequences. At that moment, Lily spoke up. Dropping to her knees, she earnestly begged for permission to serve him. The sight left every warrior present in a state of utter bewilderment, with the sage himself more lost than anyone. Amazement held the girl motionless as she watched his spellcasting unfold before her eyes. Lily made no effort to hide her admiration and eagerly begged to be allowed to join his service. Bewilderment and irritation flickered across Bellamus's face as he tried to abruptly halt her further, insisting that he had no need for servants. Yet his protest seemed to fall on deaf ears. Ignoring his refusal, the imp surged forward, ready to demonstrate her deep respect by licking his boots. The heated argument between the protagonist and the love-struck Lily continued to flare. Desperate to keep the bothersome girl at arm's length, he scours his group of friends, urgently seeking support. Iolencia, a member of the Alron, offered a sound perspective. She pointed out that the MC could easily become true friends and new residents of Velas Daral, just as the Alron themselves once joined the community. Moreover, she highlighted the obvious benefits. Their growing settlement was always in need of extra hands. Ilencia's words gave Bellamus pause for thought, and his initial reluctance slowly began to fade. Memories of Lily coming to his rescue warmed Bellamus's heart. Determined to hear what others thought, he began asking around the fortress. To his surprise, Most residents responded with either a neutral attitude or a hint of agreement. Della Rosa noted that the imps appeared far too frail, making survival in the forest a daunting challenge they likely would not overcome. From the perspective of the main character, extending his hand toward Lily, who remained kneeling and radiant with joy, he solemnly invited IM to join their community. At the same time, he made it clear that they were now residents of Welsteral, equal members of the community, rather than anyone's servants or slaves. The news swept through the group of imps like a tempest, filling them with both delight and utter astonishment. Overcome with emotion, Lily's eyes brimmed with tears of joy and gratitude. Swept away by her feelings, she clung once more to Bellamus's leg, fervently promising to fulfill his command and become a resident. Yet, with unwavering determination, she insisted that she would remain a loyal servant to her master, unable to let go of her devotion. As the sun climbed above the fortress, the sage grew pensive, pondering what plot Lily might be hatching. As dusk settled around the campfire, gentle notes of music drifted through the air. The locals organized a lively celebration in honor of their victory. Della Rosa savored the delicious taste of the hippo, thoroughly enjoying every bite. Belimus shared that his flesh and bones were considered highly valuable treasures among the city's people. Upon hearing this, his sister eagerly suggested organizing another hunt for the giant monster. The protagonist, however, firmly rejected such a reckless idea, calmly reminding her of all the recent hardships and losses he had barely managed to survive. Observing the ever-energetic Mary Lily, the sage smiled quietly, certain that boredom would never trouble them with her around. Another fascinating character had joined Velas Dorla's crew. As dawn gently breaks, birds are already singing, basking in the golden sunlight as if celebrating the arrival of a brand new day. Jan stretched luxuriously, working out the stiffness in his arms from a deep, restful sleep. On either side, his companions still slept soundly, lost in their dreams. Someone with a gentle voice approached from behind, carefully helping him slip on a robe and addressing him politely as Sir. Still half asleep, the young man offered his thanks, thoughtfully adjusting the robe over his shoulders. Rising to his feet, uncertainty clouded his mind, leaving him at a loss for words. Behind him stood a girl with small horns and a demon's tail, quietly awaiting something. On either side of where he had been sleeping, two more girls dozed peacefully. Outrage flashed in his eyes as he glanced at Lily, demanding to know what she was doing in his home. In response, she greeted him cheerfully, remarking that she hadn't needed to wake him at all. He already woke up on his own, and even offered prayers to him. The young man gently reminded her that they had built a little house just for her. Still, a hint of hurt colored her reply. She insisted a servant should always remain by the master's side, ready to help in every way. The protagonist scratched the back of his head, uncertain, as he noticed the girl growing more animated once again. The other girls, still sprawled on the straw, suddenly woke and immediately demanded to know what was happening. Holding a sun hat in her hands, a woman greeted Lilica and warmly invited her to join their breakfast, provided she didn't mind. The girl with the devilish tail wasted no time, hurrying over to Lilica and earnestly pleading for her assistance. The lady noticed the confident way she handled the knife and praised her diligence, remarking that she performed even better than Della Rosa. In response, the girl merely shrugged and replied that she was just a servant here. The girl, who had just awakened, shot them an irritated glance. After a short while, with breakfast finally prepared, the lady in the Panama hat called everyone to gather around the table. After tasting their dish, the lady expressed her delight and remarked that it was truly delicious. The girl, with a touch of modesty, pointed out that their success was only possible thanks to the help she received in preparing the meal. The four of them then sat together and enjoyed breakfast. Madame remarked that Delarosi would do well to follow Lily's example. Though clear irritation flickered across the unicorn woman's face at these words, she nonetheless continued to eat in composed silence. After some time had passed, the main character expressed gratitude for the delicious meal, leaving not a single crumb on the plate. Upon witnessing this, the girl with the demonic tail broke into a joyful smile and praised him for finishing every last bite. Eager to help, she quickly made her way over to her mother, offering her assistance. The lady in the sun hat apologized for disturbing her, but the girl, her cheerful smile unwavering, simply reminded her that she was just a maid. Dilly Rosa's displeasure showed clearly as she stated outright that Lily irritated her, and added that it would be best if Lily left as soon as possible. A gentle smile played on the lady's lips as she remarked how attentive and sweet the girl was, qualities that made her particularly endearing. Across the room, however, the lady with the horn offered only a dissatisfied look, clearly unimpressed by such a response. Once they finally escaped from that place, Delaro suggested he head to training without delay. Wordlessly accepting her advice, he walked alongside her, ready to move forward. Without warning, Lily appeared behind them, her smile bright as she casually asked where they were headed. Yunak mentioned they were heading off to practice and pointed out she wouldn't be joining them. In response, she declared her willingness to follow him to the ends of the earth. With a playful tone, he asked her to have mercy on him. At home, enduring her tight embraces seemed manageable, but out in public, it felt like too much. Now, he wrestled with uncertainty, searching for the right way to handle such moments. His gaze shifted to Lily as he wondered if she truly absorbed every word he spoke. Lily's cheerful nod confirmed her attentiveness. As a maid, she moved unnoticed through the busy street, while passers-by remained preoccupied with their own concerns. Upon hearing her reply, the boy calmly stated that in that case, she ought to stay at home and assist her mother with everything, making it clear that this was his wish. The girl with black horns looked at him in surprise, clearly taken aback by his words. Ready to protest his command, Lily found herself silenced before she could utter a word. His stern voice cut through the moment, demanding whether she dared defy him. Uncertainty clouded her thoughts as she hesitated, torn between two choices, each one feeling equally wrong. Delrose eagerly hurried over to Maduro and Nawashi, her eyes bright, as she asked if they intended to have a good time together. The girls responded with only an enigmatic smile. Observing their reaction, the young man realized that this meeting was no simple game, and fun was far from their minds. The arrows struck the target with precision. A triumphant smile spread across the face of the boy holding the bow, proud of his accurate shot. Observing this, another youth offered firm praise for the impressive achievement. The main character surveyed the group of boys, instantly sensing their combative spirit. The boys were training in pairs, each focused on their opponent. Suddenly, a voice complained about being woken up, prompting the hero to turn and look. Delaro stood motionless, eyes closed, arms outstretched in opposite directions, as she conjured a magical seal that towered far above her own size. The young man stared in disbelief, unable to trust what he was seeing. At last, her eyes fluttered open, and she resumed crafting the seal. A gentle radiance flowed from her hands, while the magic seal shimmered, its many rings inscribed with intricate symbols. Raising the seal high, a surge of dazzling light burst forth, a stream, with the force to obliterate anything before it. This magical seal bore the fearsome name of the sacred annihilator. A cloud of dust rose into the air, stirred by the force of powerful magic. At last, before the eyes of everyone present, the beam of light began to fade. The boys, who had been practicing nearby, paused in amazement and offered the girl enthusiastic praise for her command of magic and impressive skill. The main character regarded her with surprise and inquired when she had managed to master such a skill. Meanwhile, the girl watched in satisfaction as the magical beam slowly faded into the air. Dolores offered a hesitant smile, mentioning that she had already seen it twice before and assuring that it was enough for her to remember such a spell. Stunned, the young man watched as admiration sparkled in the eyes of his friends, their respect for her skill growing even deeper. He admitted he had always known she was talented, yet he had never imagined her abilities reached such heights. With a tired sigh, the girl confessed that this craft demanded a great deal of energy from her. Observing closely, he realized that the sacred destroyer stood unrivaled as the most formidable among all light-based magic. Its technique was far from perfect, yet the ability to replicate such power after only 2 demonstrations revealed her extraordinary talent. In a clear voice, the young man called out to her. The protagonist asked if she wished to evolve. Della Rosa, brimming with joy and confidence, responded by wondering aloud if she could continue pushing her evolution even further. In response, he assured her that she was free to buy all the ingredients herself. At first the girl agreed, but then a new determination flickered within her. She decided she wanted to prepare everything alone, without relying on anyone else. With firm resolve, he refused outright, stressing that the next demon essential for evolution would be far more terrifying than any spiders. Advising her to stay out of it, he insisted on handling the matter on his own. Unwavering in her stance, she cut off Belomus the moment he tried to persuade her to trust him. With a steady voice, the young woman declared that unless she gathered the necessary ingredients herself, there would be no way to prove her ability to truly evolve. Her willingness to embrace change stood as proof she could conquer the demon. The young man found himself deeply impressed by her resolve. When the girl finally finished her story, an uncertain tone colored her voice as she quietly asked if there might still be a way to avoid it. At first, the boy assumed she was simply being difficult again, but it seemed she had truly given the matter careful thought this time. Without hesitation, the main character agreed and invited her to join the hunt for the Hellhound. The boys nearby cheered for her while Dolores beamed with happiness at his acceptance. As they walked side by side through the forest, Della Rosa turned to the protagonist and asked him what a hellhound actually looked like. A gentle smile played on his lips as he told her it resembled a black wolf. All the while, a cheerful squirrel darted along behind the girl, following her footsteps with playful energy. He asked if she had seen any wolves, mentioning that they were relatives of dogs. The girl looked at him in surprise and asked about dogs. The young man, taken aback, repeated the question, wondering if she truly didn't know what a dog was. Then, the memory struck him. There really hadn't been a single dog in their village. The main character found this outcome unsurprising, given that the Flass forest was far too harsh for such delicate creatures. Still, the thought lingered that one day it might be worthwhile to try raising domestic animals here. Horses would be a particularly valuable asset, making travel much easier than before. The thought lingered in his mind, demanding careful consideration. Meanwhile, the girl admitted she was grateful he had brought her along. Curiosity lit up her eyes as she wondered why Lily needed to join their group. Up ahead, the girl with the demonic tail walked briskly, humming a tune to herself. The young man offered nothing more than a shrug, conceding silently that only she could lead them to the hound's dwelling. Lily paused in her tracks, glanced back at them, and pointed toward a cleverly concealed cave nestled among the trees and thick greenery. With quiet confidence, she announced that they had arrived, and their destination now lay just ahead. The young man realized he hadn't noticed it before, and wondered aloud how she had managed to discover such a hidden spot. Smiling, the girl replied that she had simply stumbled upon it by chance. She recounted wandering in search of a spot to rest when a cave caught her attention. Without warning, a hellhound sprang out from the darkness. Yet, against all odds, she managed to survive and escape unharmed. With purposeful strides toward the cave, Dolores declared her intention to deal with the monster at any moment. Lily hesitantly wondered if it was truly wise to let the girl take the hero's place in battle, considering Hellhound's reputation as an exceptionally powerful demon. In response, he assured them that although the girl looked delicate, she was more than capable of handling the dog. The horned girl grew uneasy, convinced that Lord Bellamus would undoubtedly win, but solace remained in the thought that Della Rosa was still in the running. He mentioned his concern for her. The girl, trembling with fear, whispered that if things became unbearable, she would try to help. In that instant, the boy realized Lily would be of little support in a crisis. As their conversation unfolded, the girl, brimming with confidence and unwavering determination, dashed into the depths of the cave where the infernal hound was said to dwell. The protagonist raced after her, calling out to warn her not to run blindly. The girl glanced back and remarked how dark it was around them. Suddenly, as the boy caught up, he struck her on the head without warning. A clenched fist served as his silent reminder to proceed with caution. Della Rose pressed her hands to her aching head, nodding in understanding. Lily clasped his hand, her voice trembling with fear. The contrast between the two women struck him. They truly seemed like opposites. From the shadowy depths of the cave, an eerie, piercing howl echoed, sending a chill through the bones. Tears streaming down her cheeks, the horned girl clung desperately to the protagonist. Della Rose advanced with unwavering confidence, recognizing at last the very thing they had been searching for. The hellhound. Out of the shadows, paws tipped with bony claws began to emerge. A hellhound, with a skull for a head, suddenly leaped out from within the girl, its jaws gaping wide and ready to tear her apart without a hint of hesitation. Delaro unleashed a fireball spell with swift precision, directing its blazing force straight at the hound. With remarkable agility, the creature darted aside, evading the magic as if it were nothing. Lily watched in disbelief, astonished by the animal's effortless escape from such a formidable attack. Time and again, she lunged at the hellhound, but each attempt was effortlessly evaded or parried as he sidestepped her relentless strikes. Fear seized Lily as she clung to the hero's sleeve, convinced that no magic could protect him now. With the hound drawing ever closer and disaster looming, a desperate urge to offer her own help welled up inside her. The young man urged her to stay calm and assured her that she fully understood her actions. Delaroz summoned a spell of the fire dragon. From a mystical seal, the blazing head of a dragon appeared and swallowed the hound whole. Enveloped in flames by a powerful spell, the hellhound burned fiercely. The dragon's head vanished, leaving behind a glowing trail of fire that led directly to the beast. Peeking out in astonishment, Lily realized she had succeeded in a victory she never thought possible. Genuine surprise flickered across the horned girl's face as she realized the true extent of her strength. Dust from the recent battle still swirled gently around her, hanging in the air like a curtain between past and present. Relief flickered across Dalarosa's face as she glanced at the hound, a gentle smile escaping her lips. Yet in the next instant, realization dawned. Her fiery dragon spell may have been a touch too powerful, leaving the creature more singed than she intended. To everyone's surprise, the young man replied that everything had turned out perfectly this time and wondered aloud if she would like to have a taste. With delight shining in her eyes, the girl agreed, and he offered to help carve the meat. After some time, the protagonist peeled the skin off the roasted hellhound carcass and carefully carved it into portions. The first savory piece of meat he handed to Della Rosa, who accepted it with evident pleasure. Meanwhile, Lily stood behind them, rummaging through her backpack. The woman handed the girl a small bottle filled with liquid, casually mentioning she had also brought along some jam and red berries, just in case. The girl couldn't help but giggle at her preparations. Delarose poured a generous helping of thick red al-rajam sauce over a slab of perfectly seared hellhound meat. The mouth-watering sight and intoxicating aroma made her mouth water. Wasting no time, she hungrily tore into the piece of meat, stuffing her mouth and murmuring with delight about its incredible flavor. Wiping her mouth with the back of her hand, she marveled at how the sickly taste of spider venom had left no trace. It seemed to her that the sudden arrival of the red aura had been perfectly timed. Lily asked if she could have a piece, but the young man explained that it was needed for Della Rosa's evolution, so she would have to do without. Lily had no choice but to agree, even though her mouth watered as she gazed longingly at the meat. The one-horned girl inquired about how much more she needed to devour. He replied there were only 2 hellhounds left. The ordeal neared its end. Only one more remained ahead. Della Rosa remarked that after swallowing dozens of spiders, taking down this hound felt trivial to her. She went on to say that if she managed to hunt one more, evolution would be within her reach. A gentle smile danced on Lily's lips, for next to this pair, even a hellhound would seem no fiercer than a playful puppy. Such was the bond of true brotherhood and sisterhood. With this realization, her worries slipped away. Bellamus was not the only one endowed with remarkable talent. Della Rosa thanked her hosts for the meal, her hand resting contentedly on her stomach as a satisfied smile spread across her face. Remarking on the delicious flavors, she then inquired whether it was now time for her to evolve. With newfound certainty, the protagonist declared that by tomorrow she would become a goblin witch. This realization delighted her, and a sense of peace washed over her mind. Ready to rest, she closed her eyes and began drifting off to sleep, right there at the table. Meanwhile, the young man busied himself, settling in and preparing a spot for the night within the house. The following day, inside the protagonist's home, the lady in the sun hat cast an awkward glance at the girl standing before her. After gathering her thoughts, she quietly remarked that the girl hadn't changed at all. This unexpected observation left the girl genuinely surprised. Della Rosa began to explain that perhaps her mother hadn't noticed, but she truly had grown stronger and now sensed a newfound power simmering within her. In response, her mother merely remarked that it seemed her daughter's horn had simply gotten a bit longer. Lily also noticed that she had hardly changed at all. The protagonist observed the horned girl, noting how calmly she carried herself, showing no signs of discomfort despite standing in an unfamiliar home. The unicorn girl stood tall and assured everyone that she had grown much stronger than before, inviting them to see for themselves. Meanwhile, the lady in the sun hat gently suggested that everyone should have a bite to eat first. Upon seeing the girl dash out of the house, the woman called after her, wondering aloud if her words even reached her. Meanwhile, the young man realized that the girl's every action was driven by a fierce desire to demonstrate her newfound power. The mother stepped outside, her expression stern, as she demanded to know what Delarose was doing there. Standing tall, The girl raised her arms high and declared in a clear, unwavering voice that she was starting. From her palms burst a blinding pillar of flame, soaring toward the sky before swiftly transforming into a massive sphere of fire, a true giant fireball. A sphere of magical fire soared high above the village, bathing everything below in brilliant light and painting a mesmerizing yet fearsome scene for the onlookers below. The sight left Lily frozen in astonishment. The magic had grown even stronger than before, appearing almost like a completely different spell, and she couldn't begin to imagine the immense power required for such sorcery. The main character admitted that it was truly impressive, perhaps even a little intimidating. The girl laughed cheerfully, while her mother watched her with proud eyes. Meanwhile, Lily observed everything with keen attention. The lady in the Panama hat suggested they all head home together for breakfast. Suddenly, to everyone's astonishment, the girl with horns dropped to the ground and started doing sit-ups, gripping her horns as she loudly counted each repetition. The young man asked about her activities. She explained that she was training, since everything became clear to her after witnessing De La Rosa's actions. From that moment, she resolved to take a different approach. Realization dawned on her that both of them possessed remarkable strength, a strength far beyond her own. In light of this, what sort of servant could she hope to be? With unwavering determination, she made it clear that things could not continue as they were. In response, the young man remarked that her expectations for her servants truly surpassed the ordinary. Realizing how convenient this would be, he asked her to gather everyone at the training grounds after breakfast. The girl had no idea what he was planning. Once breakfast ended, Lily gathered everyone on the training grounds. The protagonist expressed heartfelt gratitude for her dedication and care. With calm assurance, he declared that he would teach them how to cast spells without uttering a single magical word, leaving the entire audience thoroughly astonished. Surprise flickered across Lily's face as she realized they possessed such abilities as well. He explained that imps are inherently gifted with magic, allowing them to master these skills at a remarkable pace. Inspired by these words, the girl's eyes sparkled with determination as she eagerly urged to begin the training without delay. With a spark, the young man kindled a flame at his fingertip and announced the immediate start of training. He explained that mastering a spell required nothing more than forming a clear image of the magic you wished to create. That was the entire secret. At first, he instructed them to conjure a simple light. All the imps tried their best to accomplish even this modest task, but despite their earnest efforts, success slipped through their fingers. Lily glanced at her hand and confessed she was trying, but deep down remained certain nothing would come of it, convinced she simply didn't possess the proper skill for magic. The young man suggested she imagined that he was the one preparing the meal, not them. He admitted it might sound odd, yet encouraged her to give it a try. The girl focused intently, extending her hand forward and closing her eyes, her mind picturing Mr. Balamus weaving his magic. At last, as she pictured it in her mind, a glowing orb of light blossomed in her palm. The main character noticed her success, smiled warmly, and offered words of praise. When she opened her eyes, astonishment spread across her face. As the others followed suit, each picturing the young man casting his spell, glowing orbs of light flickered to life in the palms of their hands. The group erupted into celebration, delighted with their success, and eagerly recounting how impressive it all had been. With a playful grin, the boy remarked on their quick learning, teasingly calling them a lively bunch of mischief makers. Lily called out to him, asking him to look her way. He turned around, and amazement nearly rooted him to the spot. Before him stood the horned girl, effortlessly summoning all four elements, calmly explaining that she had figured out how to command them. The young man offered her praise, mentioning that while imps were naturally skilled in sorcery, she had surpassed everything he had anticipated. Hearing this, genuine surprise sparkled in her eyes. A faint blush colored the girl's cheeks as she quietly wondered aloud if she could ever become as strong as his sister, Della Rosa. With unwavering confidence, she replied that she certainly possessed a natural talent for magic, and added that with diligent study, her powers would surely continue to grow. Buoyed by his heartfelt words of encouragement, the girl radiated joy and newfound confidence, eagerly promising to do everything within her power. He simply asked her not to let him down, silently noting how first Elirasa had surprised him and now Lily as well. This only added to his curiosity, making it even more intriguing to watch how these girls would develop their abilities. The girl explains that everything revolves around her report on the incidents in Velesteral. The creature inquires if there is anything about it that bothers her. Amaldora turned to him and asked if he had ever crushed ants out of sheer boredom. Pausing in the middle of the vast hall, the girl turns to the clerk and asks if he has ever crushed ants simply out of boredom. The clerk remains silent, offering no reply. Silence settled between them as he listened, absorbing her words. Amaldora glanced his way and remarked that while growth and development are good things, life truly becomes fascinating when challenges arise. The clerk remembered that, as far as he knew, the hippopotamus posed a truly serious problem. She noted as well that calling it a problem felt like an exaggeration. Everything went surprisingly smoothly. She mentioned wishing for something truly dramatic, like an attack by an entire legion of ants. In her view, this crisis will ultimately benefit Valle de Huela and help the city flourish even more. Bare feet clad in sandals make a gentle path across the water's surface. Gazing intently at her enigmatic reflection on the water's surface, she pondered what clever plan might help her achieve her secret goal. Clark noticed that his landlady seemed to genuinely enjoy dampening the spirits of others. When she asked him to repeat what he had just said, he assured her that he had not spoken at all. A gentle smile played on her lips as she wondered aloud what should become of this village. In the large mirror, the village gates stood out in sharp detail. Clark immediately pointed out that if they tampered with the ancient one in any way, there was a real danger it could be erased entirely, something she absolutely wanted to avoid. The girl nodded in agreement, admitting it truly would be a shame. Yet she added with quiet confidence that they would get through it somehow. He simply shook his head in response. The moment he mentioned having an idea about it, she turned around and immediately asked him to share his thoughts. According to his story, the village chief appeared to be an ordinary man at first glance. However, beneath that simple exterior, he was no mere mortal, but the son of Count Estrella. When his father disowned him and cast him out into the forest, a goblin discovered the boy and took him in, giving him shelter in the village. As the girl adjusted her hair, she quietly admitted she had known for a long time. The father had cast the child out and demanded to know who could be so heartless. Lost in thought, he wondered who would finally reveal the truth. He also shared that he had carefully studied Belomus's biography and uncovered every detail about his birth. In addition, he managed to learn a few facts about the Count's family. After the Count drove his son away, another child was born to him. A complete mediocrity, he possessed neither nobility nor virtue, lacking both sharp intellect and any talent for battle. Amaldora noticed the Count clutching his head and remarked that every action returns like a boomerang. Clark concluded that if the Count learned of Belomus's achievements, he would immediately want him back. In his view, few people his age ever rise to become not only the leader of a village, but also the commander of a demon army. Achieving both, he considered this a clear testament to his remarkable talents. The young woman inquired if it was truly so easy to declare as his heir the very child he had cast out onto the streets. Naming him as successor, after admitting to abandoning his own son, surely meant exposing the Earl to public disgrace. Clark assured everyone that there was a solution for this as well. One possibility would be to claim that goblins had kidnapped his own child. He also emphasized that people trusted the Count and held him in high regard, so they were likely to believe such a story. The girl agreed, yet pointed out that even if people decided to attack the village, there was little they could actually do to him. She emphasized how ordinary folk were completely unprepared for life in the forest. Clark took a moment to consider her words before deciding that he needed to come up with a different strategy. Emeldora agreed with his plan, promising this time to place her complete trust in him, and added that Velasdora should be made to stand upright. The girl stepped even closer, her wild eyes fixed on him, and asked if he would let her fall. After some time, Clark finds himself standing on a small rocky outcrop in the heart of the nighttime forest, quietly admitting that conversations with girls drain all his energy. The realization struck him. A single moment of disrespect or the slightest concession to this seemingly innocent girl, and he would vanish without a trace. The memory of her gaze remained vivid in his mind. Resolute not to sacrifice his dignity, he awaited the arrival of the clerk. As he turned, a dark figure appeared behind him, prompting him to address the newcomer by name, Bass. The figure in black received a scroll containing a message about a mission for Bass. Inside the scroll, every detail of the assignment was carefully outlined. Accepting the scroll, he unfurled it and let his eyes dart swiftly across the lines. The contents met his expectations, and he agreed to take on the assignment. A radiant seal shimmered beneath him as his true form, a black lizard, shifted, seamlessly morphing into that of a human. After adopting the appearance of a blond man with a monocle, he offered a pleasant smile and announced his intention to move. Doris claimed that Bellamus was supposed to encourage her. However, her expression remained as eerie as ever. The territory of Count Estria stretched near the Flasy Forest, far from the royal capital. Few people made their homes in this quiet settlement. Yet in this place, poverty remained an unknown word. The local economy thrived on the bustling extraction of gold from its mines, where men toiled endlessly deep underground. At the head of the Estrella family stands Renis Estrella, a young man who rides his horse through the countryside, his gaze filled with curiosity as he takes in the world around him. Through the bustling city streets rides a confident horseman, his loyal knights keeping pace by his side. Suddenly, a young woman stumbled right in front of the horse, dropping her vegetables and startling the animal. In an instant, the young woman rushed to Mr. Estrella's side, pleading for mercy on behalf of her unfortunate daughter. Kneeling beside the child, she gently cradled the injured leg, offering her careful support. The man's gaze instantly settled on the girl's wound. Reaching into his pocket, he produced an unfamiliar item and insisted that she use it to tend her injury. Uncomfortable, the girl protested, arguing that she couldn't accept something so valuable. With gentle reassurance, he told her there was no need for concern. He remarked that his duty was to protect the most precious treasure of their community. The girl specified that treasure itself was what she meant, prompting him to explain. For him, true wealth was not measured in gold, but in the joyful smiles of children. Everyone nearby found themselves captivated by his words and the genuine warmth of his spirit, while his nobility and kindness left a lasting impression on all who met him. Leaving the downtown area behind, he made his way toward the settlement's main building, a structure adorned with masterfully carved architectural details. Count Astria sat at his writing desk, lost in contemplation about his next move. Two plush sofas faced the desk, while fresh flowers graced the corners of the room. Arms crossed over his chest, he sank into thought. The eldest son must head the family. Such was the law's demand. Mention was also made of his eldest son, a boy of merely 5, who still struggled to speak clearly and could not walk like other children his age. Such circumstances point unmistakably to serious congenital health issues. Thoughts drifted to his youngest son, a mere toddler of 2 years. It was still too early to judge what talents the boy might possess, yet even now, his magical abilities set him apart, a gift seen as perilous even in much older children. Memories surfaced of past decisions when he had already been forced to reject this very option. Abiding by law and handing power to his eldest son would have spelled the end for their bloodline, a possibility he could never allow. The Count studied the portraits of his predecessors with great care, tracing the faces of those who once led his family. Doubt darkened his thoughts as he wondered what decisions they might have made in his position, for to him, only one path out of this difficult situation seemed possible. Eyes squeezed shut, the young man trembled violently, gripped by the realization that he might be forced to raise his hand against his own son. Before his dark thoughts could drag him further down, the butler entered the room, announcing the arrival of their guest. The man inquired about the guest's identity, and the servant informed him that the visitor's name was Bass Robertson. The Count immediately replied that he had never heard of such a person and had no time at the moment for meeting someone new. The old man began to explain that the visitor claimed to have seen a young boy around 6 years old in the Flissogi forest. Although the grandfather admitted he did not fully grasp the meaning of this tale, he sensed that it could hold some significance. Upon hearing this, Estrezia paused for a moment in contemplation. Realizing that the visitor might be the son he once banished to the forest, he sprang from his chair and ordered the butler to bring the guest to him at once. A young man with blonde hair and a monocle stood in the room. With a courteous greeting directed at Australia, he introduced himself, a faint smile playing on his lips. The man inquired whether he had truly seen the boy. Bass nodded in confirmation, explaining that a subordinate had reported the sighting to him. He also remarked that the boy appeared to have grown up among goblins. The Count inquired whether anything like this had happened before. In response, he learned that troubling rumors about demons had circulated through the village for a long time. Among all the rumors circulating, exceptionally upright individuals could still be found, and in his view, the boy was simply fortunate to have crossed paths with people like them. Then, with a gentle smile, he admitted that these were nothing more than his own speculations. The Count fell silent, pondering what exactly he meant by those exceptionally moral demons. Noting that tales of goblins raising human children were unheard of, he decided there was no reason to place his trust in this visitor. Australia issued a blunt warning at once, making it clear that lies would not be tolerated, and that their time was not to be wasted. Bass responded with a calm smile, insisting that his assistant was trustworthy and his own words sincere. Arms crossed firmly over his chest, the man declared with unwavering conviction that he could not place his trust in a complete stranger, then carefully inquired if the other understood the gravity of their current predicament. With a measured smile, Robinson suggested that his trusted associates investigate the matter, assuring them he would share any information regarding the location once it was uncovered. The Count's composure began to slip, a hint of anxiety creeping into his voice as he pressed for answers, wanting to know what the other man hoped to accomplish and why he was sharing all of this with him. in the first place? The boy replied that it was indeed an intriguing question, then explained how the goblins had chosen this child as their leader, and from that moment on, their village began to thrive rapidly. Furthermore, he mentioned the village was expanding at such a rapid pace that its inhabitants might soon threaten neighboring settlements. For this reason, he urged the local feudal lord to take preventative action, explaining that this was why he brought the matter to his attention. Doubt clouded Asterius's mind, prompting him to ask again, this time emphasizing that the child was only 6 years old. The very idea seemed beyond his comprehension. Baseg read along with him, then remarked that the boy possessed such remarkable strength and talent it hardly seemed right to call him a child. He mentioned that their village was home not only to goblins, but also to orans and orcs. Fixing his gaze on the Count with a stern expression, he remarked that this situation simply could not go unanswered, and asked if his understanding was correct. The man appeared clearly taken aback. The wooden sword slipped from the knight's grasp. Armor clattered as the fallen knight crashed to the ground. Opposite him, a long-haired girl stood tall, her grip steady on her sword, having just earned her victory. The sight left the other knights in awe, for never before had they witnessed such extraordinary swordsmanship from anyone, let alone from this girl. Lisa smoothed her long hair, tousled from the fight. Lowering her wooden sword, she stood with armor gleaming, the polished surface catching and reflecting the sunlight. The butler approached the swordswoman with a message. Count Renest requested her presence at once. She fixed him with a focused gaze as he continued, explaining that the Count had a special assignment meant just for her. Della Rosa asks about the benefits of physical training and the element of surprise. The dark-haired girl responds with a mysterious smile. Right from the start, the protagonist makes it clear. As the name suggests, this spell is designed specifically to enhance both physical abilities and magical skills. Today, the class will learn how to master it. The girl asked what he meant by physical abilities, and the boy explained that it referred to being able to run quickly and jump high. With a bright smile, Della Rosa admitted the idea sounded truly exciting and silently promised herself to remember it. The girl with the bangs explained further, insisting this was exactly what to do when hoping to escape terrifying enemies. He inquired whether she had witnessed him wielding this magic, remarking that for someone who had mastered such a powerful sacred destroyer spell, this was a true accomplishment. The protagonist pointed out that by now, the method he used to enhance his physical abilities with magic should be clear to her. Della Rosa admitted honestly that she still had no understanding of how it worked. Memories surfaced as she recalled a moment when he suddenly darted forward with astonishing speed, weaving magic into every stride. The display left her convinced that this must be a unique power possessed by humans. Yet his response to her amazement was a gentle smile and a simple remark that she greatly overestimates them. The dark-haired girl wondered how they might master this, prompting the young man to explain that the principle remained the same as with any other form of magic. He reminded them that simply imagining their power growing was already enough to make it happen. With those words, he paused for a moment, focused his thoughts, and closed his eyes. The girls closed their eyes and promised to give it a try. Inwardly, the boy noted that Della Rosa would likely find this easy, as she had already mastered many spells simply by watching others. The girl closed her eyes and focused intently, imagining a growing power welling up inside her. Noticing the curious expression on her face, the boy asked what she was doing. Admitting her struggle, she explained how much easier it was to picture the magic of water or fire. Yet this spell offered none of that. The boy's eyes widened in surprise at her confession. Following her request to demonstrate the technique, the other girl agreed. Focusing intently, the protagonist summoned his magic, channeling it to reinforce his body and make himself stronger. Della Rosa furrowed her brow, fixing him with a careful gaze before admitting her confusion. She quietly asked for a demonstration. Without warning, the boy sprang upward with such force and height that everyone around stared in astonishment. Perched atop the tall building beside the village gates, the protagonist called out, wondering aloud if anyone had made sense of the situation. The girls exchanged bewildered glances, clearly at a loss. Observing Delaro's occasional lapses in magic revealed to him that even the skilled have their weaknesses, and recognizing this served as a valuable lesson. Memories surfaced of past days when he had lost himself in the world of books, and he realized that same passion still stirred within him now. Reflecting on those days, he realized that only by overcoming every hardship could she discover what truly mattered. Casting a glance his way, the girl admitted that everything felt overwhelmingly complicated and she could not make sense of any of it. She wondered aloud if he also struggled with magic. Her words earned his agreement, and he remarked that everyone faces challenges from time to time, the very essence of real life. He pointed out that she was going through such a phase now, yet the girl admitted that despite this, she still didn't understand anything. Suddenly, a voice called out to the protagonist. As he turned around, a dark-haired girl came into view. She had just attempted to cast a spell, but something went awry, and now she was tumbling straight toward him. Tumbling onto him atop the stone rooftop, she stirred up a cloud of dust and quickly began to apologize. Concern flickered in the boy's eyes as he asked if she was all right. Delaro noticed and felt a pang of disappointment. Madero had mastered the skill before she did. The dark-haired girl quickly assured everyone it was fine and reminded herself with determination that she would learn everything in time. Encouraging words came in response, reassuring her that she would certainly succeed. Time passes, yet she remains on the training ground, diligently retracing each movement, step by step, exactly the way he taught her. The young man told Madero she could head home, reassuring her that he would stay until Della Rosa had calmed down. The girl gently reminded him that Arisa would be worried as well. He nodded in agreement and asked her to let his mother know they would be late. Day after day slipped by as she tirelessly practiced, determined to master the elusive spell. Night settled over the city as the boy sat on the rooftop, book in hand, gazing down with curiosity at the world below. Drowsiness gradually overtook him. Lifting her gaze, the girl noticed he had already fallen asleep inside. Weariness settled over her as she admitted just how exhausted she felt, confessing that she hadn't anticipated things to be so difficult. Quietly, she suggested perhaps it was enough for today and raised her eyes once more. His words echoed in her memory. The boy had faced challenges of his own, and only by overcoming every obstacle could true worth be found. Drawing a deep breath, the girl steeled herself and summoned her courage. With unwavering determination, she declared that as long as Bellamus refused to surrender, she too had no right to retreat. With the added fact that she was the eldest daughter, the mother paused when she saw her daughter's cheerful smile, wondering whom she resembled so closely. Upon waking, the young man noticed with surprise that the girl had managed to cast the spell after all. Completely exhausted, she lay draped across him, her face etched with fatigue. Without hesitation, she immediately promised never to train so intensely again. He nodded, then gently asked her to turn around and look at something. As night quietly retreated, the sun crept above the horizon, bathing the endless forests surrounding the village in a golden glow. Della Rosa and the young man welcomed the dawn side by side, watching the world slowly stir to life. Atop the towering rooftop, she drew every gaze in the city below, demanding their attention. The townspeople looked up with awe, admiration lighting their faces. Despite a night without sleep, the protagonist noticed an impressive amount of energy still brimming within her. Suddenly, a boy rushed over and called out to him in a loud voice. The young man approached him with a calming presence, gently inquiring about what had happened. Curious citizens gathered nearby, their conversations focusing on the troubled stranger. Unease spread swiftly throughout the crowd. News of a wounded man lying by the village gate reached the villagers, delivered by a young boy. Concern swept through the residents, and the main character felt the same anxious curiosity as the rest. News spread from a local farmer about a wounded man who had collapsed near the village gates and now lay there, unmoving. News of a mysterious man left the young boy puzzled, and when he heard that the stranger was bleeding and someone asked what to do next, uncertainty clouded his face even more. A sense of curiosity stirred within him as he wondered what kind of man would venture into the forest, surrounded by a whole pack of demons. For now he chose not to dwell on it, trusting that the truth would reveal itself in time. With quiet certainty, he declared that an injured person deserved aid and ordered the wounded brought into the village. Several sturdy young men sprang into action, hurrying toward the gate. Inside one of the village houses, a young man lay unconscious on a straw-filled bed. A deep, jagged wound split the girl's abdomen, blood spilling steadily from it. Pain seemed to grip her, even in unconsciousness. Tension and worry filled the air among everyone present. De La Rosa observed that Nita seemed no different from the story's main character, an ordinary person just trying to get by, and asked if she was feeling all right. Anxiety clouded Lily's face as she studied the wound. With a grave voice, she remarked that the situation was dire. Blood flowed freely, and if it continued at this pace, the consequences could be fatal. The villagers, gripped by anxiety, stared in horror at the gruesome wounds covering the girl's body as she lay beside the cave dweller. With unwavering resolve, the main character pushed through the crowd, commanding everyone to clear a path. Extending his hands toward the wound, he pressed a healing magic seal onto it. A gentle glow emerged around his palms, drawing a protective circle of light. Within minutes, the fresh wound that bled moments before began to close and heal before everyone's eyes. The assembled residents watched in awe as the boys revealed their remarkable abilities, marveling at the speed with which the wound healed. Voices filled with astonishment, they spoke of witnessing such a miracle for the very first time in their lives. The main character realized that this was far from over. Merely tending to the wound would not suffice. Restoring her blood and bringing life back into her body remained crucial steps that still lay ahead. In addition to the inherent difficulty of mastering healing magic, another factor exists that discourages many sorcerers from pursuing this path. This magic demands the utmost caution. A single misstep can cause the patient to be torn apart from within. In such moments, medicine so easily transforms into poison. The main character remarked that fortune had smiled on the woman with the sword. As fate would have it, he arrived just in time. Once everything had calmed down, he assured her in a firm voice that she was now safe. Observing her closely, he noted that consciousness had not yet returned to her, but assured everyone she would survive. De La Rosa noticed a faint flush spreading across her cheeks, while Lily praised the young man, declaring his work simply outstanding. One of the villagers pondered how it came to be that a wounded stranger had suddenly appeared at the gates of their village. The young man realized he would need to ask her directly to uncover the truth. Most likely, she was just a lone traveler who had the misfortune of crossing paths with a demon in the woods. Accepting this as the most sensible explanation, she continued on her way. As her eyes fluttered open, the girl immediately noticed the main character standing before her and inquired if he was a child. In an instant, she sprang to her feet, only to be struck by a sharp pain lingering from her injury. Concern etched across his face, the main character gently inquired about her well-being. As he opened his mouth to caution her against standing up too quickly, a loud rumble from her stomach interrupted the moment. Clearly flustered, the woman admitted with some embarrassment that she was probably hungry. The young man responded with a gentle, reassuring smile. The boy asked Della Rosa to bring some food and water. After finally having a meal, she bowed deeply, her gratitude evident, as she promised never to forget his kindness. Arms folded across his chest and a gentle smile on his lips, the young man reassured everyone that nothing unusual had happened, and there was no reason to worry. The swordswoman, clearly surprised, remarked how remarkable it was to see someone so young possessing such strength. A faint smile played on the armored knight's lips as she quietly introduced herself as Liza Ludlit. In response, the young man offered his own name. Driven by curiosity, he set out to uncover what had happened to her, and she agreed to share her story. She shared how her journey led her through the dense Flazer forest to reach her destination. Along the way, demons attacked, leaving her badly wounded. Suddenly, she realized her wound had vanished and asked where she should go next. The main character calmly explained that he had healed her himself. Surprise flickered across the girl's face as she tried to grasp how he had pulled it off. Curiosity got the better of her, so she asked him to reveal his secret. With a sly smile, the boy simply replied that it was magic. A new wave of astonishment washed over her as she learned that magic could heal wounds. Without hesitation, she inquired about her current location. Bellamus calmly revealed that they were in Dural Invel, deepening her sense of wonder. Unable to believe what she had just heard, she asked him to say it again. The man repeated the name of the village. At last, as the realization dawned, she turned and glanced at the girl with a horn on her forehead. In that moment, the truth became clear. This was a place where goblins lived. The year was 1982. The young man apologized for forgetting to warn her and gently asked that she not be frightened. He explained that this was a village of demons, though the inhabitants here bore no hostility toward humans, so there was nothing to fear. After listening to his words, the swordswoman remarked that he was the village's sole resident, then calmly announced that she had finally reached her intended destination. After quietly closing the door behind her, she drew her sword and leveled it at Adela Rosa. With steady poise, she assured him there was no need for concern. Her mission was to rescue the protagonist from the ever-present threat of goblins. The sudden arrival left everyone in the room stunned. The knightess leveled her sword at the goblins, declaring in a strong, commanding voice her intent to rescue the protagonist from the ever-present menace of goblin evil. Fear shot through Della Rosa as the blade's tip leveled directly at him. The young man, lingering behind the swordswoman, found himself lost, unable to grasp the meaning of her words. The question came immediately, curious and direct. She replied with calm certainty, "You are the eldest son of Count Asterius, the very man to whom I owe my service." The young man listened in bewilderment, unable to grasp her words, and admitted this was the first time he had ever heard anything like it. According to the girl, there was nothing unusual about the situation since he had been kidnapped almost immediately after birth. She recalled the moment she was assigned the task of finding him. Lisa entered Count Asterius's office, inquiring whether he had summoned her. Rennes stood with his back to her, lost in thought as he gazed through the wide panoramic windows. Without turning to face her, he announced that he had an important mission for her. He continued, emphasizing that what he was about to reveal must remain her secret alone. With a slow, measured tone, Kosaki cast a sidelong glance at her and revealed that he suspected his son, the one taken by goblins as an infant, might still be alive. Lisa blinked in surprise and asked if he was certain. He admitted the news had reached him through unreliable sources, so he couldn't make any promises. Still, if the information turned out to be true, it truly was unexpected. Admitting the weight on his heart, he revealed how difficult it was to send her into such peril with nothing solid to hold on to. Yet even so, he asked if she would agree to set out in search of his missing son. With calm certainty, the swordswoman insisted that if this truly mattered to him, such an opportunity should not be overlooked, and offered to take responsibility herself. After sharing her story, she explained that these events had led her to this village. After listening to the girl, the protagonist found himself unable to believe what he had just heard. Doubt and confusion took hold as he wondered if he had truly been abandoned in the forest. Lisa admitted her uncertainty about whether he was truly Renest's son. Still, the color of his eyes, his hair, and other distinctive features made it seem very probable. The young man regarded her with a wary, skeptical look. Memories from that day in the forest drifted into his mind, sparking a quiet curiosity. Could it be true what the girl had claimed, that he was Count's son? Yet certainty remained, for that was the very day he had been left behind. As memories of that day and her words resurfaced, an uneasy sensation crept over him. Her eyes lingered on him with a careful, searching gaze. Noticing what seemed like a pattern of frequent mistakes on her part, the main character remarked on it, prompting the girl to shoot him a look filled with surprise. The young man promised to explain everything, but first asked her to put away her sword. Delia Roach kept her gaze fixed on the sword's gleaming tip, unwavering even as uncertainty flickered across the armored knight's stance. Villagers gathered in a tight ring around the house. The main character shared his side of the story with her. Hearing that he had been cast out, Lisa's eyes widened in surprise. In 2005, the goblins found him, and he nodded to confirm it. The girl immediately objected, insisting that this could not be true because goblins were deceitful creatures. Della Rosa, puzzled, asked why he didn't understand her words. The boy clarified that she actually meant all goblins were evil. Outraged by the words she just heard, the horned girl immediately declared it all a pack of lies. Meanwhile, interest sparkled in Lisa's eyes as she inquired about the identity of the goblin standing next to the young man. The boy explained that her name was Della Rosa, the daughter of the very goblin who had offered him shelter. In this village, she had become almost like a sister to him. The goblin cast a clearly displeased glance at the woman bearing a sword. The armored lady declared with unwavering conviction that she would never believe a goblin had saved a human. The young man calmly replied, insisting it was true, whether she believed him or not. Nearby, villagers watched their tense exchange with anxious curiosity. In 2009, Lisa confronted him with a stern question, demanding to know if he truly believed that Mr. Renest was lying. She added firmly that she would not allow her master's good name to be tarnished. Without hesitation, Lisa pressed on, asking whether this boy had any evidence at all. The young man acknowledged a certain respect for unwavering dedication, yet at this moment it proved to be somewhat troublesome. The young woman requested additional proof, but the protagonist replied that, in his eyes, simply being present here and living a life untouched by sorrow stood as evidence enough. He went on to say that if he had truly been kidnapped, by now he would have either been forced into slavery or even eaten. Her eyes widened in surprise as she wondered aloud if that meant he had been raised by goblins, and she asked if he might simply be making it all up. The main character considered the situation. Perhaps this man was merely a wretched servant of cruel, heartless goblins. But then why would he bother sparing her life? What reason could he have to let her remain here, sword in hand, making no attempt to take it away from her? The tale unfolded further, as it was revealed that the goblins themselves had found her and escorted her to the village. Had she regained consciousness on the way and reached for her sword, the goblins might not have survived the encounter. After pondering countless rhetorical questions, the protagonist finally turned to her and asked, "Do we really seem like villains?" Della Rosa furrowed her brow and studied the girl intently. Lisa, determined to rescue the young man from the demon village, paused and reflected deeply on his words, falling silent for a moment. At last, the armored girl confessed in a hesitant voice that, to be honest, she was unsure whether his words could be trusted. Afterward, she quietly mentioned she had a small favor to ask of him. With quiet confidence, the swordswoman invited her to remain in the demon village for a while. She explained that, after observing their way of life, the guest could decide for herself how to proceed. The main character and Della Rosa exchanged surprised glances, caught off guard by such an unexpected offer. Every resident who crossed paths with the protagonist greeted him warmly, and in return, he offered a gentle smile and wished them a good morning. Della Rosa walked by his side. Observing this scene, Lisa watched on with quiet amazement. Determination burned in her eyes as she resolved never to be deceived. Experience had taught her well. No demon, no matter how charming their disguise, could be called good. After all, these very creatures had stolen away her teacher's son, and caution would be her strongest shield. The protagonist pauses beside a modest monument, pointing out that this very spot marks the heart of Velis Dorola. The city's name stands etched into the stone, quiet and enduring. Beyond the monument, fields unfold, brimming with a variety of flourishing plants. The girl gestured toward the fields and inquired about the workings of agriculture among the demons. Della Rosa appeared preoccupied by something. The young man mentioned that beyond the settlement, they managed an even larger farm. A young woman in elegant attire approached quietly from behind. Greeting him, she asked if their new guest was feeling any better. The boy turned and replied that the guest still needed a bit more rest, and the young woman gently reminded him not to neglect proper meals. Dressed in elegant attire, the young woman offered a warm smile as she handed her a rather large fruit, mentioning that it had just been picked from the field. Lisa picked up the fruit and asked the young man what the girl had said. He replied that she had offered it to her, hoping Lisa would taste and enjoy its unique flavor. The swordswoman offered her thanks, yet as she studied the fruit resting in her palm, realization dawned. A poisonous fruit lay before her. Realization dawned on the girl, and together with the armored knight, she began casting wary glances at the main character and the lady beside him. Without much hesitation, Della Rosa asked if she intended to eat it, then promptly announced that she would handle the task herself. Wasting no time, she gladly devoured the fruit and declared its taste to be delightful. Lisa promptly warned that the fruit was poisonous, yet the young man simply reassured her, insisting there was no need for concern. He elaborated that these fruits are cultivated using a special method, assuring her there was no need to worry about poison. With a gentle nod, he acknowledged and respected her caution. The young man remarked that if they had truly intended to poison her, they would have done it much earlier, perhaps even yesterday when they brought her food. In fact, no one would have bothered to save her life at all. The protagonist offered her another piece of fruit, mentioning there was still plenty more where that came from. She expressed her gratitude but declined once more. With a casual shrug, he told her not to worry about it. Next, he suggested heading to the training grounds together. Some time passed before the boy led her to the training grounds, a place where all the locals diligently honed their skills. It became clear to Mitch, as it had to me, that a striking number of soldiers moved among them. Curiosity sparked in him, prompting a question about their intended adversaries. The young man replied that they were not soldiers. Everyone here belonged to one family. Within this forest, countless dangers lurk, including the infamous hellhounds. Hard lessons have already taught her the truth of these perils. The main character gently reassured her, explaining that the villagers meant no harm as long as they were left in peace. His words settled her nerves, and she listened carefully to his calm reasoning. A local woman, witnessing the scene unfold, asked after the man's health. The young man assured her that his wounds had already healed and he was slowly recovering. With a lively sparkle in her eyes, the girl expressed her delight, explaining that this was perfect, since she had wanted to test her skills against her. She added that the man appeared to be remarkably experienced. The young man turned to the sword mistress and confessed his dream of sparring with Lisa. He also remarked that, among everyone in the village, Navasha was considered the most formidable sword fighter. Without a moment's hesitation, the knight accepted and quickly grabbed the wooden sword, claiming it as her own. The boy looked a bit surprised, but chose not to object. With unwavering confidence, she declared that words held no power here. Only the blade would reveal one's true nature. Navasha glanced over, curious about the girl's response. The girl replied tersely, stating her agreement. Two fencers squared off in fierce silence, ignoring the fact that their swords were made of wood. Nearby, a young man tried to intervene and speak, but his words fell on deaf ears as the duel raged on. Delaria chose to cheer for Noashi, her voice rising above the crowd in his honor. At the same moment, the village's most formidable swordsman launched a devastating attack. Lisa parried the blow, her surprise growing as she realized something unexpected. The opponent, despite being short, delivered a strike packed with remarkable strength. This hardly matched Lisa's image of what goblins were capable of. Navashi struck another blow and admitted to herself that this girl was no ordinary opponent. Never before had she faced a rival whose expression remained so calm and composed. Two of the mightiest warriors clashed in a furious duel, unleashing their full power without restraint. Suddenly, the sword of one knight snapped mid-battle. Half of the wooden sword snapped off and flew aside, sending a cloud of dust swirling into the air. With calm composure, Liza shifted her gaze toward her opponent. A warm smile lit up Navashi's face as she extended her hand for a handshake and praised the girl as truly remarkable. She mentioned that once the girl had fully recovered, she would look forward to testing their strength against each other once more. The quiet hush of the night slipped by like a fleeting sketch and faded away. The armored girl noticed that the goblin made every effort to avoid touching the area where she was wounded. Weighing the notion of whether she followed the rules of the night, Navashi dismissed it as nonsense, unable to grasp what was truly happening with Liza. Meanwhile, Liza told the boy she needed some time alone to gather her thoughts. Perched on the bench, the young woman spoke her thoughts aloud. She believed that if she only glimpsed the village from the inside, every hidden lie would unravel before her. Yet reality defied her expectations. Beside her, the young man sat in silence. She noted that the village, once a place she had viewed as a den of wicked demons, now appeared to her as an ordinary, bustling town filled with people. The residents focused intently on their daily routines. A gentle smile played on the protagonist's lips as he replied, clearly pleased to hear such words from her. With confident assurance, he added that her eyes spoke only the truth, promising to prove it through his actions. She looked at him, captivated. From a distance, a few townspeople called out to the young man. One of them stepped forward, sharing the news that his friend had just welcomed a newborn into the world. Nearby, a woman cradled the baby in her arms. The young man offered warm congratulations on their joyful occasion. Della Rosa approached, glanced at the little one, and warmly remarked how incredibly adorable he was. The swordswoman studied the tiny infant with care, taking in the delicate horns sprouting from its forehead and the small, pointed fangs peeking out. The woman holding the baby caught her gaze and asked if she had ever seen an orc child before, then invited her to hold him. The girl did not understand the orc woman's words, but the boy quickly explained everything. The orc gently handed her baby to the girl, asking her to hold the child for a moment and assuring her that this was the sweetest little one in the world. At first, the swordswoman hesitated to accept, yet in the end, she took the infant into her arms and studied the baby's face with careful attention. The child beamed with delight, swaying gently in her arms and babbling happily in its own little language. With a thoughtful gaze, the young woman watched the infant closely. A gentle smile lit up her face as she cradled the child, while the protagonist watched them with warmth in his eyes, a smile spreading across his lips. Della Rosa reached out, her hand extended in a silent request. She wished for a chance to hold the baby as well. Upon returning home, the young man inquired about her day in the village. Without answering his question, the girl simply admitted her hunger and asked if she could try some of the fruit from the basket. The protagonist picked up the fruit and offered it to the girl. She studied it carefully before taking her first bite, savoring the taste as she began to eat. A delighted grin spread across Liza's face as she tasted an unfamiliar fruit for the first time, her mouth still full as she exclaimed how incredibly delicious it was. Hearing those words from her brought a warm glow to the young man's heart, and he offered his greeting in the language of Velosterala. Della Rosa, standing by his side, smiled gently. Word spread that a woman had given birth. Cradling her newborn in her arms, she gazed at the child with a look of gentle surprise. An exhausted woman reached out her hand, her voice trembling as she asked what had happened and pleaded for permission to hold her child. With a trembling voice, the maid insisted she had not screamed and nervously asked someone to pinch her heel. Another maid replied that she had already tried, but at that moment, everyone realized something odd. The baby was breathing, yet he still had not cried even once. The baby wiggled his fingers, surprise washing over him as he realized he had truly managed to use the magic of transformation. In that moment, a realization dawned upon him. The gentle girl cradling him was his mother. Though weary, a quiet happiness lit up her face as she gazed at her baby, already considering the perfect name to give him. The door burst open unexpectedly, and the Count strode into the room. Without delay, he asked whether the lady had given birth yet. The maid offered warm congratulations on the birth of his son, and mentioned that the child was in perfect health. The man understood her words with ease. As their eyes met, the infant silently assessed his father, noting his dignified appearance. The father could easily be mistaken for royalty. The young woman holding the infant smiled gently and asked what name he would be given. The Count, however, urged her not to rush, explaining that he wished to test the child's abilities before deciding. Anxiety flickered in her eyes. The child pondered his father's words. If nothing had changed all this time, perhaps the conversation was about that unique power lying dormant within everyone. He went on to explain that this was the reason newborns are examined immediately after birth. Yet shock lingered in his voice at the thought that someone could be capable of such an act, especially before the child even received a name. Reaching out, the father extended his hand toward the tiny infant. Worry crept into the mother's eyes as she reminded her husband of the promise he made long before their child was born. She wished to ask him to reconsider, yet her words stalled when he cut her off, declaring firmly that the matter was closed. He declared with unwavering certainty that should the child develop any evil or dangerous abilities, he would not hesitate to cast her into the demon forest. Clutching her baby tightly, the young woman couldn't bring herself to believe such a thing had happened. Hearing her muffled sobs, the infant began to cry softly, already pondering how a father could forsake his own child just because of a gift they possessed. The man realized the child seemed to understand their conversation. Offering an apology to his son, he gently explained that these were the rules their family followed. Furthermore, the right to lead is meant to pass to the eldest son of the previous head. However, if he possesses dangerous abilities, he is deemed unworthy of leading the family. The girl protested, insisting that abandoning a baby in the forest was wrong, and at the very least, the child should have been left in the city. Her father dismissed her argument, stating that such a decision would only create more problems later. He added that it would have been easier if they had gotten rid of the baby right from the start. The man drew his knife and confessed that his conscience would not let him rest. Fixing them with a steady gaze, he revealed the turmoil within him. He mentioned he needed to inspect everything first, assuring that if all was in order, there would be no trouble. Meanwhile, the child's gaze remained fixed, studying the knife with intense curiosity. The cow gently asked for permission to hold the baby's hand and made a small cut on one of his fingers. A single drop of blood welled up immediately. What surprised her most was the baby's calmness. He did not even cry. The girl gripped his hand tightly. Behind them, the butler appeared, carrying an unusual object in his hands. The child instantly recognized it as the stone used to reveal innate abilities. An item so precious that ordinary people could only dream of obtaining one. With careful precision, the man lifted the child's finger and let a single drop of blood fall onto the stone. He watched intently, waiting to see what color would glow from within the stone. Within moments, the stone inscribed with symbols gleamed with a vivid blue light, leaving the child's father thoroughly astonished. Cradling the infant in her arms, the young woman broke into tears. The baby, completely enchanted by the magic, giggled in delight. Meanwhile, the father, jaw clenched, announced in a steady voice that the stone was glowing with a blue light. Standing by the bedside where mother and child rested, the Count quietly remarked that the color of blue was a dreadful flaw. The boy's eyes widened with surprise at those words. How could magic be something to fear? What had happened to this world to change its nature so? His father reached out, offering an apology, his gesture gentle and regretful. Tears streamed down the young woman's face as she pleaded for him to stop, unable to understand how he could do such a thing to a newborn child. The maid gently tried to soothe her, but the Count, with unwavering resolve, took the infant away. The man coldly declared that this child did not deserve to live, insisting that not a single hint of talent could be found within her. The memory of that moment returned to the protagonist, along with the haunting words of his mother as she pleaded for him to stay and not leave her side. In a low, almost whispered voice, the boy wondered aloud what one is meant to do when completely lacking any talent. Gazing up at the star-studded sky, with the moon shining brightly above, he made himself a promise. The events of that day would remain forever etched in his memory. The man explained how Count Astarius had once cast him into the depths of the forest, leaving him to fend for himself. Now, puzzlement filled his thoughts as he tried to understand why the Count might suddenly have need of him again. At dawn, as the sword maiden stepped through the village gates, She paused to thank everyone for their heartfelt hospitality. With calm certainty, she admitted that she now truly believed his words had been spoken with honesty and without an ounce of deceit. The young man expressed his happiness at her trust. Villagers gathered quietly, ready to see her off on her journey. Lisa also noticed that his demands were excessive, yet she understood that the goblins had only taken him by unfortunate mistake. Despite this realization, Lisa invited the young man to return with her to the estate. The girl went on to say that the main character would make an excellent count. Her suggestion caught the young man completely off guard. Despite everything, the young man declared he was not the son of Count Astarius, but instead the true son of Arisa from Velestorala. The young man explained that the villagers would struggle in his absence, so walking away was simply not an option for him. With a gentle smile, Liza assured them that she understood perfectly, then mentioned that if that was the case, she would return to the estate. As the main character watched the girl walk away, it became clear that she had fully recovered and would be just fine from now on. Delarisa waved cheerfully, calling out with a bright voice, urging her to visit them again soon. After spending the day in Velesdord, Liza returns to the Count's office and shares everything she has learned. Once her account is finished, she calmly announces that her report is complete. The man sits at his desk, listening to her words with careful attention. The man listened carefully to her report, then sought clarification. Did the main character truly say he would not return? He wanted to be certain that these words were spoken directly by him. The girl explained that Belamus had chosen to dedicate all his energy to developing the village in his role as its leader. The Count, taken aback by what he considered nonsense, asked her why she dared to return to the estate after that. With a grave expression, the man fixed his gaze on Liza and asked why she hadn't simply taken him by force. Caught off guard by his piercing stare, Liza grew flustered and anxious. The swordswoman, visibly uneasy, hesitated before quietly mentioning she had something she wished to ask. He looked at her with interest and gently inquired what was on her mind. Without a moment's hesitation, she asked if it was true, as the Count had claimed, that goblins had kidnapped the boy. The question caught him off guard, though his face betrayed no hint of surprise. Nightfall whispered through the village, carrying the news that everyone was discussing. A boy had been discovered abandoned in the forest and taken in by the villagers. After a brief pause, Renest asked what exactly she meant by trusting them. The girl replied that she felt they didn't speak any lies. Springing to his feet, the man stared at her in disbelief and demanded to know if she had lost her mind, insisting that they were dealing with truly sinister demons. Lisa admitted it was true, and because she truly believed it, she didn't dare take Belamus away by force. She went on to say that if the Count had not abandoned his own child in the forest long ago, perhaps everything would have turned out differently. The man responded with nothing but silence. With careful words, the swordswoman suggested that Belamis might not be his son. She observed their matching eye color, hair, and other similarities, but insisted these were likely mere coincidences. The notion clearly unsettled him. Lost in thought, she quietly wished for peace to remain in Velis Darali, silently noting that Master Ernest possessed a sensible nature and would surely understand. Rising to his feet, the man walked over to the window, expressing his understanding of her feelings. After a brief pause, he added that perhaps the moment had come to finally reveal the truth of what had happened. She glanced at him, her eyes filled with curiosity. The Count stood by the window, his gaze lost in the distant horizon. In a calm voice, he explained that the goblins had not taken his child, just as he himself had never abandoned her. Lisa, filled with surprise, asked him to clarify his words. He recounted how a trusted knight under his command had betrayed him and kidnapped the child. Furthermore, once he was finally caught and interrogated, it emerged that he had abandoned the child in the forest. Sadly, the little one was never found. Rennis revealed that he never suspected he had been found by goblins, and added that no matter how hard he searched, all his efforts were in vain. Gritting his teeth, he confessed that believing his son had already fallen prey to the demons, he gave the heartbreaking order to call off the search. The girl listens intently as the man elaborates, explaining that a subordinate's betrayal brings shame upon account, and such matters must be carefully concealed. Facing the window, the Count explained that the servant had been executed for a different reason, while the child's death had been attributed to entirely separate circumstances. After hearing the young man's story, the girl grew curious and asked why the knight would need to steal a child. The man explained that the interrogation had revealed a startling truth. Hatred toward the Australia family had driven their actions. He admitted he never suspected such a motive and acknowledged this as his own oversight. Lisa objected. Her curiosity piqued and asked if they might be referring to the execution of Mr. Anbus that had taken place 6 years earlier. She pointed out that the real reason for the event was never revealed at the time, and wondered aloud if it truly was him who had been executed. Renest confirmed her suspicion. The swordswoman found it hard to believe, and asked why he had kept this from her until now. Offering his apologies, he explained that his subordinate had been a close friend, and he had wanted to prevent rumors from tarnishing the man's name after the execution. He also mentioned that, having learned his son was alive, he would bring the boy back and ask for her help in this matter. The young woman acknowledged his perspective, yet gently pressed her point, insisting that this was exactly what his son did not want. Turning to her with unwavering confidence, the man declared that his son was an ordinary human being, and therefore belonged among other people. He continued, explaining that only here could the boy ever find true happiness. Lisa immediately assured them she understood everything perfectly, yet attempting to free her kidnapped son by force felt somehow wrong to her. Rhinus nodded in agreement, suggesting that their first step should be to speak with him again and attempt to persuade him. If they manage to succeed, all the better. Yet if that fails, a full-scale invasion will begin. Turning away, he faced the window. The man announced that this was his final decision. Lisa felt stunned by what she had just heard. Without glancing at the girl, the Count added that he trusted the master swordswoman. Faced with no other option, Lisa silently agreed. Upon returning to the village of demons, the girl recounted every detail of her experiences to the main hero. With a resolute sigh, the young man declared his decision unwavering. He would not return to the Count's family. Knight then calmly remarked that if persuasion failed, Renost would attempt to bring him back by force. The young man asked if she planned to send in troops, and Lisa admitted that she probably would. He then wondered if she truly believed the Count's words, but Lisa turned the question back on him, asking if he thought the Count was lying. With steady confidence in his gaze, the main character assured her of his conviction. Curiosity sparked in her eyes as she asked why he believed so strongly. The young man insisted that she was not telling the truth, for he remembered every detail of the day he was abandoned as clearly as if it were laid out before him. His words surprised the girl, who could not grasp what he was talking about at all. The main character spoke with quiet confidence, recalling that day so clearly it might as well have happened yesterday. The memory remained vivid before his eyes. The girl listened, visibly moved by his words. With suspicion in her eyes, she glanced at him and asked if he was truly making that offer. He responded with a confident nod. According to his account, The young man was abandoned in the forest by order of the Count. The reason was clear. From birth, he possessed magical abilities, and for that alone, the Count deemed the boy unfit to live among ordinary people. With unwavering certainty, Liza insisted that such a thing was impossible, and added that magical abilities were, of course, considered a vice. Yet even with everything laid out before her, disbelief lingered in her eyes at the thought of Mr. Ernst committing such a deed. Lowering her gaze, she struggled to hide her doubts, while the young man quickly realized her trust in him remained uncertain. The main character invited her to listen as he reminisced about the Count, then shared memories of his mother and spoke of a knight who shouldered all the unpleasant tasks, and this very knight was the one who carried the boy into the forest. For a while, the boy carefully described each of these individuals to her. When he finished, he summed it up by saying, "That was exactly how they appeared at that moment." The swordswoman noted with surprise how everything truly matched up. The stories about Renest, his wife, and even Mr. Anbas all seemed to fit together seamlessly. Curiosity sparked in her eyes as she asked how he knew all this. The Count, it turned out, remained among the living, but both his wife and former superior had long since passed away. The young man, taken aback, inquired if his mother was truly gone, and the answer came quietly. She had died 3 months after giving birth to him. Memories of his mother's anguished cries echoed in his mind as the Count tore him from her arms. Now, at last, the reason behind that heartache became clear to him. The memory of his brief connection with his mother surfaced instantly, and the news of her death struck him like a heavy blow. A profound sorrow settled across his face. De La Rosa, who had been standing nearby, noticed what happened and spoke to him. The young man simply smiled in response, assuring everyone that he felt perfectly fine. Lisa then asked why the Count wanted to bring him back if there was nothing wrong. The young man replied that she should already know the answer herself. The swordswoman recalled her eldest son, Renest, and remembered the worries that once shadowed his health. Yet in her heart, she trusted those concerns would fade as he grew older. It became clear that the Count had not anticipated this outcome. She also mentioned that, if Belaumus were to return, he would assume the role of the eldest son in the family, causing the current heir to lose his claim to inheritance. Yet now, the memory of abandoning his son once keeps him from acting so easily. Lost in thought, the girl wondered why Renast offered nothing but cold calculation instead of parental affection. She also realized that even Belaumus had no desire to return, yet forced himself to go back through sheer willpower. Closing her eyes, she fought to banish the thought from her mind, unwilling to believe that Lord Asterius could ever be so deceitful. The young man firmly declared that he had no intention of ever returning, yet in the same breath, he mentioned a small request. He instructed her that upon returning to the estate, she should inform everyone that he had died from an illness or a tragic accident. Surprise flashed across the girl's face as he pressed on, insisting she would come up with a solution. The most important thing, he emphasized, was to eliminate the reason behind the assault on the village. Her voice held uncertainty as she asked if he was suggesting they lie, and with a serious nod, he confirmed that it would be for the best. The knight pondered the request for a long time, before eventually agreeing to carry it out. Rising to her feet, she promised to inform Renest about everything that had happened. The young man thanked her, acknowledging that now they owed her a debt. With a polite bow, Liza finally took her leave. De La Rosa waves her farewell, and for a brief moment, silence hangs in the air. From behind the building, someone watches them closely, their gaze sharp and intent. Lily glanced outside and hesitantly asked if she should be allowed to go. The young man wanted to know whether she had been eavesdropping, But the girl with horns calmly explained that Lily was nothing more than an ordinary maid. She realized that, while lying to the Count had certainly been the right thing to do, asking her to stay would have been simpler and perhaps even more effective. The young man pointed out that this would simply give the man yet another excuse to attack the village in hopes of reclaiming his knight once more. Lily admitted her mistake and confessed that even if she had lied to the Count, there was no guarantee he would leave them alone. The young man agreed with her, noting that they needed to come up with a plan in case they were attacked. The main character recounted the entire series of events to everyone present, explaining that, should the situation turn dire, surrendering to Renest alone might be his only option. Upon hearing this, the lady in the straw hat firmly refused, declaring she would never allow such a thing. The old man inquired whether Belamas wished to live among people, but the boy declined, and quietly added that this place had always been his home. Deliriosa narrowed her eyes and declared she would never forgive those who had tried to take her brother away from her. The woman pointed out that Mr. Belamas was vital to the village of Velas Doral. The blonde girl went on to mention that his guidance had allowed them to unite and grow stronger together. Through her tears, Lily asked who she would serve if he were gone. The demon at her side watched the weeping girl in silence. The orc declared that if these people tried to take the boy by force, they would demonstrate exactly what they were capable of. Navashi stood by the orc's side, firmly insisting that under no circumstances would they give the boy up. Reassured by the villagers' confident promises, he offered them his heartfelt gratitude. Without a moment's hesitation, he declared with unwavering conviction that no matter what happened, the main character would never abandon the village. He added that they must prepare for the coming battle. Meanwhile, the Count gazed thoughtfully at the landscape outside the window. One of the villagers turned to the young man, inquiring about the size of the elder's army. The protagonist remarked that nobody knows the exact number, but there could easily be thousands, perhaps even as many as 10,000. A sense of unease swept through the villagers as their numbers swelled. Someone remarked with a wry smile that soon there would be as many of them as there had once been ants in this very place. He also pointed out that humans are hardly suited to face the perils of the forest and are likely unprepared to encounter the monsters dwelling there. Their numbers would likely dwindle before even reaching the village, leaving little real cause for alarm. Yet the thought struck him at once. The danger they posed was real, and it could easily spiral into serious trouble. He needed a quick solution. Just then, a young woman spoke out from the crowd. First, she suggested unleashing her army of ants into battle to weaken the enemy forces. Observing that their numbers had grown thanks to the nearby village, she recognized their potential value in the coming fight. The young man gazed at her and quietly said that in that case, great suffering awaited them. The girl explained that, in truth, the soldiers of the Ant Legion without their main core were much like arms and legs cut off from a body. In their case, though, these limbs could simply grow back, so they suffered no real harm. The boy then asked if she was certain about that. She added that as long as the core remained intact, her people would continue to thrive and grow. Even so, a quiet sorrow lingered at the thought of bidding farewell to many companions who had recently joined their ranks. Despite everything, she insisted they were fully prepared. Calmly, she explained her intention to stay in the village and help organize its defense. Her request to be allowed to assist took the young man completely by surprise. After a moment's thought over her request, he eventually agreed, suggested that she take action, and inquired about the exact number of legionnaires in the unit. Medina responded that there were around 700. The main character, taken aback by the news, asked if the task of scouting the area could be entrusted to him. Medina nodded in agreement and mentioned that a general with astonishing reflexes and remarkable speed had recently joined their ranks. The young man nodded approvingly and remarked that it was an excellent idea. He mentioned that the council was located in the west and asked her general to keep a close watch on the routes that the army might use. She agreed to his request. The girl noted that every site captured by the general was instantly transmitted to her mind, allowing her to immediately inform the boy of any developments. The protagonist marveled at these abilities, remarking on their impressive usefulness. One of the orcs turned to Bellamus and inquired about their next course of action. The young man suggested that everyone should keep training and preparing for the fight for now. The villagers agreed with his idea. Announcing his new mission, he set out to strengthen the village's defenses and called upon everyone skilled in earth magic to join his cause. Della Rosa and Lily immediately stepped forward, eager to lend their support. The Count remained skeptical of the young woman's words and demanded once more if his son had truly died. The knight solemnly affirmed the tragic news. Slamming his fists on the table, he demanded in a raised voice whether what she had said was truly the truth. The girl nodded, confirming the truth, and explained further that a demon had indeed killed him near the village, since the forest nearby swarmed with danger. Despite her words, the man found them difficult to accept. Desperation overwhelmed him as he clutched his head, offered her a word of gratitude for her service, and ordered her to leave. Her eyes met his just as the butler entered the room and announced that Mr. Bass had arrived to see Renest. The man lifted his head, surprise flickering across his face. At first, he muttered that he was too busy for this, but then his expression shifted, and he changed his mind, granting permission to enter. The Count concluded that all this commotion began because of Bass, and made up his mind to share the whole truth with him. Perhaps, in doing so, a sense of relief would finally settle in his heart. A blonde-haired man entered the room, greeted the Count, and immediately noticed that Mrs. Liza. Her eyes lifted to meet his. A soft smile appeared on Bass's face as he admitted he had heard the news. The boy from the forest village was, in fact, the son of a count. The revelation had genuinely astonished him. He inquired whether the child had already been brought back, prompting Renest to reveal that his son had passed away. The man expressed surprise, but the boy's father quietly confirmed the truth of those words. Before the explanation had finished, the fair-haired man immediately insisted it was impossible. The serious one turned a curious gaze in his direction. Unease crept over Liza, making her fidget nervously. Renest immediately insisted that the knight had confirmed this information, but the knight denied it altogether. His gaze snapped to the girl as he demanded in a stern voice to know what had caused the child's death. Flustered and stumbling over her words, she admitted that a demon had taken the child's life. Bass dismissed it as nonsense, remarking that this boy could outmatch even a hippopotamus. In the western woods, demons dwell whose strength pales in comparison. She claimed to have witnessed it firsthand. With a deceptive smile, he locked eyes with her and calmly asked whether she had truly lied about the boy's death. Fear flickered in the girl's eyes as she turned away. Rising from the table, Devan calmly requested him to pause, then firmly insisted that Lisa would never lie to him. Bass noticed that Count San had managed to unite entire demon tribes all on his own. He emphasized that without an extraordinary gift for eloquence, such a feat would have been completely impossible. The man noticed that his son had managed to deceive Mrs. Lisa and make her tell him a lie. He simply watched the two of them interact. The girl lowered her gaze, her anxiousness evident in her every movement. Rhinus noticed her unease and reflected that, under different circumstances, he would have trusted her without a second thought. Yet now, with the possibility that his son might still be alive, the Astriason family held on to a fragile hope for their lineage to endure. The boss stated plainly that trust or doubt would make no difference. The problem would remain. Even if his son were gone, the village of Velestero would continue on. He also noted that the village would continue to pose a serious threat to the local residents. The Count could have chosen to leave things as they were, but in that case, all responsibility for any potential harm to the town would fall squarely on his shoulders. Anxiety tightening her chest, Liza pleaded earnestly with Renus to stop and calm himself. She insisted those demons from the village posed no real threat, assuring him of their harmlessness and urging him not to spark any conflict with them, as there was simply no reason for hostility. Base offered a sly smile and remarked on her fervent defense of them, noting the passion and conviction in her arguments. He added that her behavior seemed rather suspicious. Afterward, she explained that this was exactly the point. There was only one way to discover the truth, seeing everything with one's own eyes. The man fell silent, lost in thought. Lisa and the fair-haired man wait eagerly, their attention fixed on Count Asterius as he prepares to respond to the challenging situation unfolding before them. The man lingered in thought, memories swirling of the child he once abandoned in the forest just after birth. With each passing moment, his heartbeat grew quicker and more forceful. Unfortunately for the swordswoman, Count Renast firmly announced that preparations must begin for an invasion of Velesterol. With a proud declaration, the protagonist announced that everything was prepared. Several villagers stood atop the towering wall, protecting the settlement. All defenses were in place, ready for the impending assault. The young man assessed their progress, noting another wall had been erected. 15 towers now stood tall, and a shallow moat had been dug just beneath the outermost barrier. With quiet confidence, he announced that over the past 20 days, their hard work had truly paid off, emphasizing that none of it had been in vain. Furthermore, he remarked that now, even an army of 1,000 would not be able to conquer them easily. Yunak also noted that these tasks benefit not only the village, but the mages themselves, as constant use of their abilities would greatly enhance their powers. Navashi offered a faint smile and remarked that fear had never held him back. He continued, explaining that while some people lost themselves in the wonders of magic, others pushed their bodies to the brink through relentless training. With unwavering confidence and enthusiasm alongside Elarosa, she boldly proclaimed her certainty in easily defeating these pitiful humans. The protagonist reassured everyone that the rumored attack on the village had not yet been confirmed, urging them to hold on to hope that the situation would resolve peacefully. The dark-haired girl shrank back in fear, murmuring her hope that things would turn out well. The thought of getting into a fight with others was the last thing she wanted. Navashi, sensing that their previous business had concluded, suggested they spar together so they could both get some practice in. In response, Delero offered to teach her about room magic. The short-haired girl grabbed the boy's hand and pulled him toward her, announcing with conviction that she would be the first. In an instant, his sister intervened, tugging her brother back to her side and insisting firmly that she should have the first turn. Stepping aside, the main character calmly urged everyone to avoid arguing over trivial matters and reminded them that he had already arranged a training session with Nawashi. Upon hearing this, Delarosa's expression grew somber. Suddenly, a shout rang out, calling for Mr. Bellamus and warning that something terrible had occurred. All four immediately turned toward the source of the voice. Pausing by the office, Medina caught her breath after her run. A young man approached, concern in his eyes as he asked what had happened. Sensing that something was wrong, he fixed his gaze on the girl and quietly asked if the enemies had already arrived. A simple nod from her confirmed his worst fears. Closing her eyes, she tapped into the collective consciousness, instantly witnessing the very scene one of the ant generals had reported, a vision of enemies advancing from the west. Perched on a sturdy tree branch, the towering war chief calmly surveys her surroundings. She announces that an entire army of humans has entered the Flazer forest. In her mind's eye, Medea envisioned the entire force and reported their numbers, nearly 7,000 knights in all. The room fell silent, taken aback by the mention of their number. Clearly, no one here had expected such an answer. The young man quickly realized that Lisi's attempt to sway the count must have failed. After all, deceit was never one of Lisi's talents. He replied that, in that case, they would proceed according to the plan and gave the order to release the army of ants. Their mission was to try to thin the enemy's ranks and buy a bit more time. He went on to say that if they managed to slow the enemy's advance, it would significantly affect the soldiers' morale. He also pointed out the importance of reminding the fighters that these woods belong to the demons. Medea agreed to his order and explained that she needed to concentrate in order to control the legion from such a distance, so she would return to the nest. Della Rosa wondered aloud what course of action remained for them. After a moment's thought, the young man responded that rest was a luxury they could not afford, while Medea's troops still fought on the battlefield. At the same time, he directed Navashi to gather every goblin warrior and have them prepare for battle, while he quickly taught Derail and Delaresa the fundamentals of defensive magic. The young man noted that Lily and Alansi should learn this as well. The girls replied that soon they would be called over. As the others fled, solitude wrapped around him, and he quietly wished he could stay far removed from the turmoil of this war. The protagonist fixed his gaze on the forest rising beyond the village walls and recognized that mercy had no place here. Without hesitation, he delivers justice to his enemies, even if the adversary happens to be his own father. The count rides ceremoniously atop his horse, armor gleaming in the light. Base wears a sly smile, while tension is visible in Lee's uneasy expression. The army, 7,000 strong and led by Count Renetst, marched steadily through dense forest thickets, drawing closer to the village of Velasdarel. Asturias fixed a steely gaze on the path ahead and led his army forward toward the demon village. Suddenly, the sight of a mercenary squad appeared directly in their way. While staying at his estate, he brought up the topic of preparing for an invasion. Lisa listened in disbelief, unable to process what she was hearing. Bass responded with a quiet smile, assuring her that it was indeed a wise decision. Additionally, he mentioned that since he had decided to go to the village, he wanted to offer jobs to him and his friends. The man inquired about his identity, prompting the boss to realize he had yet to introduce himself. Calmly, he explained that he was the leader of a mercenary squad. With a smile, he remarked that their expertise lay in hunting demons, making them undoubtedly valuable allies to the Count. Renest immediately inquired about the cost of hiring mercenaries and the size of their group. The fair-haired man replied that their numbers hovered around 1,000, and the fee came to 50,000 rin. The Count expressed surprise at the low price and inquired about its reason. In response, Bass simply assured him not to worry, remarking that the quality of their services far surpassed the cost. That conversation returned to his mind as he resumed writing. He also mentioned his doubts about their true usefulness, yet didn't see spending 50,000 rin on such an item as much of a loss. Yet even at that moment, Renest could never have imagined that Bass would turn out to be the leader of the mercenaries. A smile played on the man's lips as he fixed his gaze on the Count. Turning his gaze to Lisa, Concern flickered in his eyes as he noticed her pale complexion. He gently asked if she was feeling all right. Lisa managed a small smile and reassured him that she was fine. Lost in thought, the young woman wondered if she truly made the right choices. Perhaps, with more confidence, convincing Renest would have been easier. Her mind wandered to the possibility that another solution to this predicament might still exist. Memories of the protagonist who revealed the monument surfaced in her mind, prompting a quiet contemplation on whether it was right for Dar al-Veli to face destruction because of that decision. Lisa reminded herself of her vow to serve the Count's family, understanding that fulfilling Lord Asterius's wishes was her duty as a knight. As a human, acting that way went against her conscience. Memories of the demon's kindness resurfaced, how they had saved her life, healed her wounds, and offered her food. Doubt now crept in, leaving her uncertain if she could ever raise her sword against them. Startled by a chilling scream, the girl spun around and witnessed ant-like monsters swarming the knights, mercilessly striking them down. After a few monsters fell, the rest darted into the shelter of the forest. The knights spotted their retreat and immediately gave chase. Lisa called out, urging them to stop and abandon the pursuit. With unwavering confidence, she announced that following them would lead straight into an ambush, then commanded the soldiers to maintain their formation. Base explained that they were facing an entire legion of ants, emphasizing how formidable these opponents were. Just as organized as their own group, every member of the swarm knew every blade of grass in this forest. The knight's army pressed forward through the dense forest, undisturbed by the silent legions of ants observing from the treetops above. As one of the enemies lunged forward, the swordswoman reacted in an instant, her blade slicing through her foe with a single, precise stroke, saving a soldier from impending danger. Other monsters clambered down from the trees, gathering their strength for an assault. The girl raised her voice, warning everyone of the impending attack from above and commanding them to strike back at the enemy. The ant army moved in perfect harmony, a sight that filled the swordswoman with genuine unease. Lisa noticed the monsters aiming their weapons at Bass and quickly shouted a warning, alerting him to the impending attack from behind. Yet one by one, they fell to the mercenaries loyal to the fair-haired man. None of his enemies could even get within a meter of him before being struck down. Base lifted the head of the freshly slain monster from the ground, gazed into its eyes, and stated in an icy tone that any further struggle would be futile. The swordswoman faltered, unsettled by the sight before her. With a measured glance at the lifeless gaze of the defeated monster, the man turned to Medea and asked what further surprises she might have in store for him. A piercing scream suddenly echoes from deep within the forest, startling the birds into flight as they scatter frantically in every direction. A wave of anxiety sweeps over Liza as she realizes the enemies have set another ambush. Sword poised and eyes sharp, the warrior woman surges forward, searching for the source of the imminent threat. One of the soldiers, noticing her hasty advance, moves anxiously to intercept her. Confusion and fear flicker across the girl's face, her uncertainty evident in every glance. Liz freezes in place, her eyes wide as she confronts a massive crater plunging deep into the earth. Clouds of dust billow upward, while loose soil tumbles down the sides, collapsing inward. The warrior woman halts abruptly, a sudden realization striking her. Danger could be concealed ahead, possibly a hidden trap. Base and Lisa walk up to the edge of the chasm. Anxiety flickers in the girl's eyes as she peers down, clinging to a fragile hope that the fallen warriors below may still be alive. With an icy detachment, Bass surveys the trap and notes that the pit runs surprisingly deep. At the bottom of the pit, motionless warriors lie, their bodies buried beneath the earth. The shattered remains of broken armor cover them. The man observes that if they must remain constantly vigilant from now on, their journey could stretch out for an entire month. The girl listens carefully, thoughtfully taking in his words. With a hint of sorrow, the heroine observes that their warriors seem to lack the resolve to press forward. The boss responds with a nod, silently acknowledging the truth in her words and the gravity of their predicament. With a discerning eye, Liza surveys their surroundings and acknowledges that the dangers lurking in the Flay Forest are far greater than they had anticipated. She suggests halting their advance without delay. The warrior woman suggests a retreat, vowing to approach Count Rhinus with a proposal to resume the offensive, this time with careful preparation. A subtle smile flickers on Bass's lips as a confident snap of his fingers signals his declaration. There is indeed a way out. At the basist's signal, figures draped in dark cloaks emerge from the shadows, already poised to set their plan in motion. One of the sorcerers, his focus unwavering, extends his hand and begins to murmur an incantation. The second man pulled his hood low, casting his face deep into shadow, and watched the world ahead with intense focus, his gaze tracking every movement around him. Beneath the hood of the third sorcerer, a single eye glimmers, evidence of his complete immersion in spellcasting, every ounce of focus honed to its sharpest edge. The fourth mage grits his teeth and loudly chants a powerful spell. With a tremor of fear, Ver buries his face in his hands as a sudden burst of light erupts from the magical circle. Along the woodland path, magical traps begin to appear, each one leaving behind perfectly round craters in the earth. Base explains that thanks to magic, every trap in the forest has become visible. The girl, eyes wide with astonishment, notices that the spell has indeed worked. Lisa reproaches the mage for not casting the spell right away. With calm composure, he explains that such magic drains a significant amount of his strength. Turning away, he quietly adds that this is precisely why they never hurried to take action. The warrior looks at the man with a bewildered gaze, trying to unravel the truth of his identity. Arrayed in a disciplined line behind Bassa stood his mercenaries, an unexpected sight that startled everyone nearby. Until now, not a soul had heard of them. The girl's astonishment grew. A force so formidable could not have been bought for only 50,000 rin. Confusion clouded Liza's thoughts as she struggled to grasp the reality unfolding before her, unable to accept that such a thing could truly happen. The military camp buzzed with activity as soldiers immersed themselves in their various tasks. Meals simmered over an open fire, while nearby, other warriors carefully inspected and stacked spears beside the supply tent. Chaos erupts as the camp comes under sudden attack. The soldiers, caught off guard, glance around in confusion, barely able to react before demonic ants burst inside. Their piercing screeches fill the air as they brandish their weapons above their heads. The soldiers formed a rigid line, weapons held at the ready, their faces marked by a clear trace of fear. A colossal serpent, surging with untamed strength, barrels through the soldiers' ranks, scattering them in every direction. The battlefield lies strewn with motionless bodies of warriors, scattered among discarded spears and assorted weapons. A coat of arms, bearing the image of two crossed swords, hangs upon the fortress wall. Medina reports that they managed to defeat 3,000 enemy soldiers, yet the squad's strength is nearly exhausted, making it almost impossible to hold back the advance any longer. Balamas assures his companion that she handled the task admirably despite her apologies. The young man points out that the squad managed to hold back the enemy for a whole half-month, an effort that must have drained all their strength. Hearing this, the girl cannot hide her happiness. Surveying the scene, the young man quickly realizes that the enemy, battered by recent defeats, has dwindled to around 4,000. In contrast, Only 500 warriors now stand beside him. Despite Medina's actions dealing a hard blow to the enemy's morale, Belima admits uncertainty about whether the enemy can overcome such a massive numerical advantage. The young warrior warns everyone gathered that the enemy is already nearing their gates. With determination, he urges them all to stand firm and fight with every ounce of their strength. Belamus instructs everyone to take their seats and announces that he has something important to share. The soldiers press onward with determined strides, while the young man urges everyone around him to keep going and not lose hope. Hidden among the trees, Liza studies the towering fortress walls that loom before Velastoral, her gaze sharp and unwavering. Among the gathered warriors, a young woman recognized the fortress. Its name surfaced in her mind as she drifted into silent contemplation. The enemy army gathers just outside the gates, while the warrior woman, weighed down by sorrow, contemplates how differently she had imagined her return home. From the lofty heights of his grand castle, Belamus calls out to the knights below, his voice laced with curiosity as he inquires about the purpose of their visit. A young man grips his sword tightly and declares with fierce determination that anyone who arrives armed should abandon all hope of mercy. Silent and anxious, the young woman watches events unfold before her eyes. Pain and tension flicker across her face, both emotions stirring from somewhere deep within. Lisa recalls a moment when Navasha, full of admiration, praised her strength and made a promise. As soon as she fully recovered, they would face each other in battle once more. Memories flicker with the image of a goblin infant, wrapped snugly in a blanket, beaming with happiness and bubbling over with joyful coos. With a warm smile, Belamus offered the marlin, extending it as a friendly invitation to enjoy the treat. Eyes closed, the girl lets her imagination roam, picturing just how exquisite this dish will taste. Count Astria fixes his gaze straight ahead, brow furrowed in concentration, while partially shielding himself behind a banner marked with a striking emblem. A razor-sharp sword slid from its scabbard. Eyes blazing with determination, Liza raises her shield and issues a firm order to seize Velastoral. The enemy advances in a tight formation, steadily pressing toward the fortifications. From the tower, the defenders watch their every move with keen attention. Eyes lowered, the young man inwardly reaches out to Liza, his thoughts filled with sorrow and compassion. A colossal magic circle bursts to life above the tower, casting an ominous glow over everything. At its center, a black sphere writhes, bound tightly by rings of intricate runes. This is an ultimate-level earth spell, feared even among the most skilled mages. Below, soldiers watch with growing dread as the powerful force looms ever closer, its ominous presence pressing down on their ranks. A group of soldiers glances upward in terror as an eerie sound fills the air, signaling the approach of something mysterious and unknown. A massive magic circle hovered above the battlefield, instantly capturing the attention of every warrior below. Fighters gazed upward in confusion, uncertain about the force they were about to face. A colossal meteor crashes down from the sky with a thunderous roar, slamming into the earth and unleashing a tremendous explosion. Flames erupt in all directions, while shards of debris scatter across the landscape. Crushed beneath the weight of fallen debris, the soldier's face contorts with unbearable pain, his mouth frozen wide in a silent scream. A sudden shard tears through the air, striking one of the soldiers and leaving him gravely wounded. Drenched in blood, his face battered and teeth clenched tight against the pain, he refuses to slip into unconsciousness, enduring even after being struck by a stone. Dust and smoke from the devastating blow sweep across the battlefield, shrouding scattered swords, lifeless bodies, and fragments of shattered armor among the debris. A massive crater now marks the impact site, with debris scattered all around and dust swirling in the air. In the foreground, several soldiers watch intently, their eyes fixed on the aftermath of the destruction. The soldiers, shaken and bewildered, report heavy casualties, recounting how a single devastating blow wiped out many of their comrades. With determination burning in her eyes and a commanding voice, Liza inspires everyone around her to stand strong and push forward, her unwavering resolve making it clear she will fight until the very end. At the front, a woman leads her army, raising her sword as a sign to charge. Determination burns in the eyes of her soldiers, and with unwavering resolve, they surge forward as one, united in purpose and strength. With calm precision, Bellemus utters the name of a powerful spell, signaling that a massive wave of magic is about to be unleashed. The ground lay torn into jagged fragments, scars of an unimaginable force etched deeply across its surface. Shattered debris floated through the air as pulses of magical energy flickered and danced, lingering in the aftermath. With a composed tone and an icy stare, the young man quietly speaks the name of the spell he has just cast. Thick clouds of dust shroud the spot where the impact struck. Wounded soldiers, caught in the attack, lie sprawled on the ground. Spells resound from every direction across the battlefield, while explosions shake the air, sending thick clouds of smoke billowing upward. Dust drifted through the air, while the knights sprawled across the ground, felled by powerful blows. Several knights break into a frantic retreat, while Liza desperately calls out to them, reaching out in vain to capture their attention. Clad in armor, the woman watched with surprise as soldiers raced toward her across the battlefield. One soldier, upon noticing her, froze in awe. The young man observes his enemies scrambling in panic, retreating and disappearing into swirling clouds of smoke and dust left behind by the devastating blows. A sense of unease settles within Della Rosa as she observes how effortlessly everything unfolded. With a thoughtful gaze, the young man recalls recent events, recognizing that their enemies had simply underestimated them. However, he knows that next time they are bound to face opponents who will be much better prepared. A thin veil of smoke still hangs over the battlefield after the recent assault, prompting Bellemus to remain sharply alert. After a while, the chaos gradually fades, leaving the forest wrapped in calm and silence. One of the allies catches Bellemus's attention by waving a hand and calling out to him. Bellemus turns around, a hint of curiosity flickering in his eyes. A young man, his face set in a serious expression, suddenly notices something unusual. The discovery unsettles him and draws his full, tense attention. The ground near the castle walls stirred, as if an unseen force were deliberately filling the moat that surrounded the fortress. The young man swiftly leaves the observation post, while the others remain on the tower, their eyes fixed intently on the unfolding events. The protagonist suddenly notices something, whirls around sharply, and tenses, his senses on high alert. From the tower, three figures catch his eye as they slip furtively along the edge of the forest, immediately rousing his suspicion. Deep within the forest, three mages draped in dark cloaks emerged, revealing themselves as the masterminds behind the enemy's magical assaults. A young man unleashes a powerful surge of energy from his enchanted bow. Surprise flickers in his eyes. At that moment, beneath the castle walls, one of the attackers rolled a wooden siege tower right up to the fortress ramparts. From his vantage point high above, Bellemus observes the enemy forces drawing closer, already equipped with formidable siege engines. From above, the stronghold appears entirely encircled by the enemy, their overwhelming numbers pressing in from every side. A determined glint flashes in the hero's eyes as the realization dawns that the real battle is only just beginning. The warriors crept silently to the enemy fortress, stealthily positioned their assault ladders, and weapons raised, surged forward to launch their attack. One of the attackers passionately declares that their main objective is to seize the fortress, firmly believing that evil demons are hiding within its walls. Anxiety swept through Balamus's companions as they tensed, fully aware of the spiraling danger building before the inevitable assault. Soldiers race toward the fortress, shouting as they drag assault ladders behind them, determined to storm the walls. Demons howl fiercely, clawing their way upward. Their numbers overwhelm, each wave of attackers flowing without end. The protagonist fixes a keen gaze on the approaching enemy, weighing each movement with careful anticipation of what might unfold. An armed squad of soldiers, shouting war cries, climbs ladders up the fortress walls. Their orders are clear: eliminate everyone except the boy and leave no survivors. Among the warriors climbing upwards, one suddenly freezes in terror, eyes wide with horror and cold sweat tracing his face. He halts mid-motion, as if something dreadful caught his attention above, perhaps a chilling sound or a fearsome sight. Suddenly, Barbara appears above him, a mocking smile playing on her lips as she announces she has a souvenir for them. Confidence radiates from her expression, and she clearly prepares to strike back. Perched atop the wall, the orc effortlessly hoists a massive stone above his head. With a menacing glare, he commands the attackers to retreat and return to their homes. A massive boulder crashes down with a thunderous roar, smashing the staircase apart and scattering the attackers in every direction. Soldiers plummet alongside chunks of debris, losing their balance as they fall. The enemy commander issues a sharp order to fire upon the orc standing atop the wall. Archers draw their bows in perfect unison and let their arrows fly, sending sharp shafts soaring into the sky, aimed directly at their target. The orc's massive frame absorbs the volley of arrows without flinching, as though unfazed by the assault. Not a single arrow manages to pierce his thick hide. His eerily calm demeanor only heightens the chilling impression he leaves on those who watch. Up close, the orc fixes a fierce and arrogant stare, declaring that this attack was nothing more than a minor inconvenience to him. The soldiers advancing from below stood in stunned silence, their assault having had no effect. Fear and bewilderment flickered across their faces as they struggled to comprehend how the enemy could remain untouched by their efforts. From high above, the orcs unleash a barrage of massive stones, sending them hurtling down with a piercing whistle and deafening crash. The heavy boulders strike with relentless force, knocking soldiers from their ladders and bringing their advance to an abrupt halt. One of the defenders suddenly glances over his shoulder at the sound of shouting from behind. Surprise and caution immediately sweep across his face. Catching sight of his comrade under assault, the orc charges forward without hesitation. All along the walls, the battle rages in wild disorder. The attacker focuses on the gaps between the scales, aiming precise blows where the flesh is exposed, intent on inflicting serious pain. The warrior flinches as pain jolts through him after a surprise blow. A scowl of anger and anxiety twists his features, caught off guard by the sudden attack. The orc suddenly finds himself caught in a trap, surrounded on all sides as enemies close in. Weapons glint menacingly in their hands, striking at him in an unending barrage. Despite his formidable strength, he quickly realizes that the attackers are too numerous, and the situation is slipping beyond his control. With wild eyes ablaze, one of the soldiers lunges forward and swings his sword right at the orc's face, as if determined to tear out his eyes. He shouts that not even thick scales will save his enemy intent on delivering a fatal blow. Out of nowhere, an unexpected assault erupted. Out of nowhere, a powerful hand crashes into the attacker's face, crushing his helmet and breaking his nose. The llama spins fiercely within a deadly whirlwind, flinging a soldier high into the air. His sudden arrival shifts the balance of power on the battlefield in an instant. Shock freezes Barbara in place, while panic spreads rapidly among the enemies. The soldiers stand frozen, their eyes fixed in shock on the youth who just launched an attack against them. A pallor spreads across one soldier's face as he suddenly recognizes the son of Count Renest among their ranks. Another cannot bring himself to believe that this is merely an ordinary human boy standing before them. A young man, eyes narrowed in sharp focus, gathers his resolve as he readies himself to strike. In a sudden, swift motion, his sword slices through the air, carving a brilliant streak in its wake. Enemy soldiers collapse onto the ground, one after another, in the wake of the attack. The young man finishes his motion and now kneels, breath steady. Behind him, an orc stands frozen in astonishment, witnessing the aftermath unfold. A look of relief spreads across the orc's face. Belamus finds joy in seeing Barbara still safe and sound. Once certain that everything was under control, the young man declared his intention to move on, entrusting the defense to capable hands. Without hesitation, the orc replied, promising to deal with the remaining enemies himself. Lips pressed in concentration, Alensi channels a fierce torrent of fire from the magic circle, sending it surging straight toward her enemies. Fire descends from the sky, sweeping over the enemy soldiers and engulfing the entire battlefield. All around, agonized screams and groans fill the air as the enemy desperately struggles to escape the searing tongues of flame. Relief and newfound confidence wash over the girl as she registers the success of her attack. Yet in that very instant, something unusual catches her attention, pulling her focus away. Spinning around abruptly, she finds herself startled by the emergence of a new threat. An enormous battering ram tipped with metal crashes through the fortress wall, echoing thunderously. Stones scatter in every direction, and swirling smoke emerges from the breach. The attackers launch a full-scale assault, wielding their siege engine to tear through the defenders' resistance. The battering ram rolls back toward the wall, gathering momentum for another assault. The commander issues a firm order to press on without hesitation and advance relentlessly. Ilansi watches the unfolding events with growing anxiety. Urgently insisting, she declares that the enemies must be stopped at once, or the battering ram will soon bring the wall crashing down. As the woman began to speak, a group of people appeared nearby, rapidly closing in on the breach. One of the defenders, spotting their arrival, noted with relief that reinforcements had made it just in time. Leading the defenders forward, Navasha inspired a surge of bravery. A spirited cry rang out, and the group rushed toward the tower, their determination clear in every step. Their unity and resolve echoed through their swift advance and the single shout that bound them together. On the opposite side, the enemy army advances. Warriors charge forward with drawn swords, driven by orders to wipe out every last goblin. The young woman lunges forward with remarkable speed, delivering a swift and precise strike. Her sword flashes ahead, moving with breathtaking quickness. With a fierce burst of speed, the goblin girl launches a powerful kick at her opponent, propelling herself upward like a bolt of green lightning. The soldier targeted by the strike freezes for an instant. Terror and disbelief flood his eyes as the realization dawns. There is no time left to dodge. With swift precision, Navasha sizes up her opponent, her gaze sharp and full of confidence. With determination etched across her face, the girl finishes her attack by swinging her sword with tremendous force, sending her opponent soaring high into the air. The adversary loses both his helmet and balance, tumbling face first to the ground, left, defeated, and powerless. Panic swept through the ranks as soldiers watched their comrades fall, struck down by fierce blows raining from above. One terrified man shouted in disbelief, unable to fathom how such a thing could happen. Their enemies were swift beyond comprehension and possessed astonishing strength. Navaja dispatches her foe in an instant, moving forward without breaking stride. Steadfast confidence and a calm demeanor mark her as a seasoned warrior. Every movement reveals an encounter that feels routine to her, one where she effortlessly outmatches her opponents in both speed and skill. The soldiers stood bewildered, struggling to grasp how beings they once deemed weak could display such astonishing strength. The battering ram crashes to the ground with a resounding thud, shattering into pieces along with the enemies who are hurled in every direction. From within the swirling haze of dust and smoke, a mocking voice cuts through, echoing the enemy's recent words about inferior beings. Belamus warns his enemies not to make the grave mistake of underestimating them. The orc fixes his gaze with unwavering seriousness, eyes locked forward in intense concentration. Determination shines in Navasha's eyes. The young man believes that those fighting to defend their land stand among the finest warriors of Velas Doral. A serene panorama of sky and forest unfolded before their eyes, the world around them breathing with quiet and calm. The grounds of the makeshift hospital overflow with wounded soldiers. Some lie sprawled on the bare earth. Others rest atop crude stretchers. Agonized groans fill the air, mingling with desperate pleas for aid. Among them are those gravely injured, as well as fighters, nearly faint from exhaustion. With gentle hands, the healer wraps fresh bandages around the warrior's wounds, earnestly suggesting she refrain from battle for a while. The young woman nods, assuring him she fully understands. Lost in thought, the warrior reflects on the recent battle. Despite the bloodshed, her own body bears hardly a mark. Among the groans of the wounded, guilt and responsibility settle heavily on her shoulders. A deep sadness lingers in her eyes as she takes in the suffering around her. Wounded soldiers covered in bandages writhe in agony, while some have already slipped into unconsciousness from exhaustion. The medic carefully applies a bandage to the fighter's deep wound, while the wounded man groans in pain. A group of men sit together, heads bowed in silence, each lost in the depths of his own thoughts. Memories of the recent battle flickered through the mind of the woman warrior. Faces of fallen soldiers resurfaced in her thoughts, each one etched with the cost of following her command. Uncertainty crept in, shadowing her resolve as she questioned whether she had the right to speak on their behalf. Lost in thought, Liza recalls the faces of those who fell in the recent battle. Uncertainty stirs within her as she wonders if their sacrifice truly had meaning. Just then, a soldier rushes over, urgency written all over his face as he brings her an important message. The woman receives a summons to headquarters, where Count Renest himself awaits a conversation with her. Armed guards stand at the entrance of the tent, their presence emphasizing the significance of the meeting. Inside the tent, the Count fixed Lisa with a reproachful gaze and directly asked why she had failed to warn him about the true scale of the fortress they would now have to confront. Lisa explains that she was simply caught off guard by the unexpected turn of events. She points out how much the fortress has changed since her last visit. The transformation from a small village into a formidable stronghold strikes her as almost unbelievable, even to her own eyes. Rennis abruptly shifts the conversation, recalling the girl's earlier words about his son's death. Doubt flickers in his eyes as suspicion takes hold. His gaze sharpens, and his voice resonates with mistrust. Without hesitation, he demands a clear and honest answer, pressing for specific details. Silence hangs between them as tension tightens across Liza's face. A single bead of sweat slips down her cheek, betraying her anxiety. Her gaze remains locked and unwavering, though not a single word escapes her lips. The commander notes that even though their army outnumbered the enemy, the opposing forces still managed to hold their ground. Renast studies the scene intently, quickly deducing that orchestrating such an impressive defense could only be the work of a truly exceptional commander. He turns to Liza, his eyes sharp with suspicion, and directly asks if his son is still alive. The warrior, who had been silently staring at the floor, finally realizes that his son is alive. With a stern gaze fixed upon her, the Count declares plainly that she has deceived him. A bead of sweat glistening on her forehead, the girl's tense expression reveals her readiness to contribute something important. Lisa tells Raynest that he lied to her as well. Her words cut through the silence, leaving the boy frozen in shock at hearing them. The woman reminds him of a time long ago when he fervently insisted that he had never left his son alone in the forest. Anger and pain sharpen Liza's voice as she declares the words a lie. She insists that Belamos remembers every moment of the day he was abandoned. The certainty in her tone gives the impression that she speaks not only for herself, but also for the child who was left behind. The young woman, struggling to contain her emotions, asks the Count to speak honestly. Tension marks his face, the conversation having reached a point where nothing can be concealed any longer. With fierce determination, Liza turns to Anbaus and points an accusing finger at him, declaring that he never threw Belaumus into the forest on his own accord. She insists it was someone else's orders. Staring him down, Liza lays her suspicions bare and demands that he finally admit the truth. Resting his chin thoughtfully on his palm, Renest listened in silence as he was reproached for Belaumus's expulsion, accused that the only reason for it was his affinity for magic. No trace of shame remained. Contempt and utter indifference marked every gesture. Confidence in his own righteousness was the only expression etched across his face. Lisa froze in shock, her eyes wide with confusion and fear at the sheer cruelty behind those words. Clearly, she had never anticipated such cold indifference. Renest stands firm, insisting every action was for the good of the family. With icy certainty, he adds that Liza simply cannot grasp his reasoning. Stunned, Liza cannot hold back and argues against him, unable to comprehend how anyone could abandon their own child in the forest. The Count reflects with calm deliberation. Children who display a natural talent for swordsmanship or leadership from a young age often grow into remarkable individuals. Yet in his experience, those who awaken to magical abilities tend to lead lives that keep them on the fringes of the wider world. Gazing into the distance, the man confides that being a worthy count holds greater significance for him than excelling as a father. This is the path he has consciously chosen. Renus stands his ground, challenging Lysa's proposal with unwavering resolve. In his view, she seems willing to gamble the future of their entire family and the lives of thousands for the sake of a single child, whose fate remains uncertain. Utter confusion clouds Liza's eyes, a blend of pain and turmoil playing across her face. Struggling to grasp the strange logic before her, she stands silent, unable to form a single response. Wearing an icy expression, the man states He is willing to overlook his companion's lie this time, adding that with this, they are finally even. With a tremor in her voice, the young woman asks whether he intends to continue the war. Turning away, the man calmly replies that he is giving her a chance to reclaim her honor. The man acknowledges that circumstances are against them, yet he still cannot ignore the colossal demonic fortress looming nearby. Lisa objects, pointing out that the demons will fight to the very end to defend their home. The man explains that his army's morale has completely collapsed, but he remains unconcerned, trusting that with enough money, the issue will soon be resolved. Rheneas turns away and declares with confidence that he already has a plan, while the girl stares after him, her eyes filled with worry and uncertainty. The Count meticulously lays out his plan for Lisa. She must pose as a traitor, slip deep into the enemy's stronghold, and unlock the main gate to let the army pour inside. The girl freezes in place, stunned by what she has just heard. Wide eyes reflect her shock, while worry is etched across her face. The man reveals their plan. They intend to send the girl deep into the heart of enemy territory, where she will be forced to pose as a traitor. Renest explains that, at the crucial moment, she must unlock the main gates of the fortress, allowing their army to slip inside undetected. The girl recoils in horror upon hearing this, denouncing the very idea as revolting. With calm authority, the Count declared that, in times of war, any methods were permissible. Rhinus acknowledged that the proposed plan offered the most straightforward path to victory, even if it hardly seemed worthy of admiration. The man admits with a heavy heart that shame haunts him as he makes such an unworthy request, yet he cannot ignore the pain of watching his comrades fall time and again. Lisa listens quietly, sadness shadowing her face, as her gaze remains fixed on the floor. The man confides that only she can be trusted with this mission, urging her to fulfill it for the sake of their family's future and the well-being of their people. With genuine desperation, Renus turns to her, seeking help. The girl squeezes her eyes shut, a clear sign of the fierce battle raging within her. Lisa nods in agreement, her gaze steady as she asks to be entrusted with the task. With a quiet incantation, Bellamus channels his magic, gently closing the wound of his elven ally and restoring lost strength. The restored goblin, filled with gratitude, bids farewell to Bellamus and expresses his thanks while standing among the other warriors. Yonak observes the large number of injured among them, and Medina nods in agreement. Queen Ampligen points out that, despite the fierce battle, they managed to escape without any casualties. Memories of the fallen warriors in the Legion flicker in the young man's mind as he quietly offers a heartfelt apology. The girl explained that preserving the Corps' integrity mattered most to her, and she felt genuine happiness that the village remained safe. Doubt clouded Barbara's mind as she wondered if the enemy would continue their assault. Bellamus offered a suggestion, proposing that surrender and retreat might be the wisest course of action. Weariness hangs over the fighters' camp. One soldier drains his glass, while another carefully bandages a wounded comrade. A young man observes the scene, realizing that everyone's strength is nearly spent, and they cannot endure much longer. Although the Count's army has dwindled in number, it remains a formidable force, making any hope for an easy victory unlikely. The protagonist considers the options and concludes that, in circumstances like these, the best defense lies in taking the offensive. With determination, he chooses to strike first. The boldness of the plan leaves his companions both stunned and uneasy, caught off guard by such decisive action. The hero explains that after their recent defeat, the enemy's morale has sunk to its lowest point. Striking them again now, before they have a chance to recover, could shatter their resolve completely and force them to retreat. Hope surges within Medina and Barbara as a sense of imminent victory fills the air around them. While a scheme to set the enemy camp ablaze began to take shape in his mind, his thoughts were abruptly interrupted by his comrades rushing toward him. Navasha hurries over and reports that the same girl from last night has appeared once more, this time arriving alone. Balamas asked whether the girl was waiting alone. His sister assured him that she was indeed by herself, while Nitas lingered by the gate. The young commander, his features set in determined concentration, scanned the horizon and puzzled over the enemy's sudden, unexpected maneuver when a simple retreat had seemed the obvious choice. Curiosity piqued, Bella chooses to hear out the unexpected visitor, eager to discover the reason behind her arrival. A young woman, clad in armor, appears at the castle gates, instantly drawing the attention of everyone present. From the crowd, the Yorkies and goblins watch with wary eyes, struggling to grasp the intentions of the mysterious newcomer. The girl knight has just arrived, silent and focused, with a hint of worry in her eyes. She keeps to herself, showing no eagerness to start a conversation. The warrior and the young man call each other by name. The armored girl casts a wary glance around, expressing her gratitude for the warm welcome. The young man cuts her off, urging her to get straight to the point. Eyes lowered, the girl falls silent, as if gathering her courage in the quiet moment. With renewed determination, Liza lifts her head and declares her intention to betray Renast. Stunned and bewildered, the young man gazes at her, making no effort to hide the astonishment written on his face. As evening settles, a knight raises a thoughtful question about whether their approach truly leads to victory. War banners flutter against the shadowy backdrop of the forest. Amidst the hush of the forest, the question lingered. Was it truly wise to remain hidden among the trees and simply wait? Seated atop his horse, the Count reaffirmed the promises he had made under the cover of night. Lisa slipped into Vilstaral under the guise of having defected to the enemy. Among the locals, a heavy atmosphere hung in the air as the men regarded her with unflinching seriousness. The knight stood still, stunned by such words. The Count explains that her duty is to inform everyone about the preparations for retreat. Convincing everyone that victory was already theirs became her task. The hero listened intently, his expression solemn, while all around them, the creatures had begun to celebrate, their joy filling the air. Now, all that remained was for her to wait patiently for the perfect moment, to unlock the gate and let them slip straight into the very heart of Velestrol. At the right moment, she will give them the sign to begin the operation, tossing a coin bearing their crest through the gates. Night crept closer, the first traces of darkness hinting that everything would soon begin. A girl studies the coin, resting on her palm, her gaze sharp and unwavering. Clenching her fist with determination, the warrior fixed her gaze ahead in tense silence. Noticing her pale face, the young man halts before the gate, concern etched in his voice, as he gently asks if she feels all right. Belima extends a gentle hand, offering to heal her wound. Barely holding on, she quietly agrees, her voice a faint whisper. Lisa offers her thanks as he joins the others, leading the way forward. The fortress gates remain firmly shut as someone calls out loudly for Belamus. The knight regards Lisa with a look of uncertainty, doubtful that she can carry out a task that defies his code of honor. Yet, he admits quietly that if she succeeds, victory will belong to their side. The Count confidently assures everyone that Liza will handle the task without fail. Rines explains that while Lisa's actions might not conform to traditional codes of nobility, she truly embodies the spirit of a knight. The teacher once explained that a true knight must obey his master without hesitation. Regardless of whether the order is cunning or dishonorable, the master's word stands as absolute law. Upon hearing these words, The old knight nods in agreement, clearly persuaded by the argument. The stillness of night envelops the fortress wall beneath a sky sprinkled with twinkling stars. Someone strolls leisurely down the stone road, their footsteps echoing softly in the surrounding silence. The girl scans her surroundings with tense urgency, her eyes darting anxiously from left to right. Alone, Lisa stands before the towering fortress gates, her grip tightening around the hilt of her sword. The warrior's face grew solemn as her eyes lifted toward the sky. Lisa's fingers curl into a fist around a coin, its surface engraved with a family crest. Her eyes linger on the emblem for a moment before she lifts her gaze and turns back to her companions. Her gauntleted fist clenched with fierce resolve, the girl spoke Bellamy's name with a tense, unwavering voice. A cry of pain escapes the warrior woman as she flings a coin aside, her voice trembling with an apology. The coin bearing the coat of arms darts forward, leaving behind vivid streaks in its wake. The night sky unfurled above the forest, while a distant voice called out for Mr. Renest. Late one night, a watchman alerts the commander to a received signal, prompting the squad to set out without delay. As the flag rises, the commander signals the group to advance swiftly and silently, urging them to move without drawing attention. The army advances, each heavy step of the soldiers beating out a tense and ominous rhythm as they push forward. Clad in full armor, the warriors marched steadily toward the fortress, preparing themselves for the impending assault. The army advanced toward the bridge near the gates of the fortress. The soldiers froze in surprise as the gates they were headed toward stood firmly closed, stirring unease and confusion within their ranks. Eyes shut tight, the girl remains silent, tension swirling within her soul as she readies herself for a crucial step. Clad in armor, the young woman walks slowly among her companions, lost in thoughts of days gone by, as she tries to uncover the true reason behind her struggle. A warrior bearing the invader's crest emerges before Liso. Uncertainty flickers in her eyes, for the true purpose of her struggle remains elusive. The enemy soldiers glance upward in astonishment, their eyes widening with surprise. One of them suddenly shouts out, pointing to something overhead. Meanwhile, the heroine finds herself lost in thought, questioning deep within whom she is truly meant to protect. The defenders take their positions around the fortress, while, in her heart, the girl quietly begs forgiveness from her companions and commander. Outside, utter chaos reigns among the enemy ranks. Panic sets in as one soldier suddenly realizes, with mounting fear, that they have walked straight into an ambush. Among the soldiers, uncertainty and panic begin to spread, as the unfolding events differ completely from what they had anticipated during their preparations for the assault. Eyes closed yet senses sharpened, Liza absorbs the world around her. In that stillness, a profound realization dawns, bringing her at last to true understanding. The young woman comes to understand that she must fight as the true Liza Ledleff, refusing to hide behind another's name. Fully aware of her decision, she now stands prepared to accept responsibility for her chosen path. A sudden volley of arrows rains down on the enemy as archers launch a surprise attack from behind the fortified walls. The remaining defenders unleash powerful magical spells, striking down the enemies trapped within their encirclement. Rianest and his squad glanced around in confusion as panic swept through their ranks, struggling to comprehend the source of the sudden chaos engulfing them. Shock overwhelms the commander as disbelief clouds his vision. Every instinct insists that he has fallen into an ambush. Count, stunned and bewildered, confesses in a trembling voice that it appears Lisa has betrayed them. At the gate, the young woman stands, surrounded by her comrades, while a soldier fixes her with a look of surprise and asks if she has truly chosen betrayal. The girl expressed her belief that Mr. Rhine's actions were misguided, clarifying that she spoke not as a knight, but as an ordinary person. Throughout her life, every moment had been devoted to serving the knightly honor, but eventually, a chilling realization struck her. Everything she had believed in was nothing more than an elegantly crafted lie. Unaware of the truth, the soldiers surrender their lives, paying the ultimate price for their ruler's mistakes. Even the most loyal and devoted have their heads cut off simply for uncovering the truth. Yet the truth is not something she can simply ignore, nor could she ever summon the resolve to reduce Vela's drow to ashes. Such an act lies beyond her reach. The young man listens intently, his expression solemn, as if absorbing the importance of every word she speaks. It seems to him that her words ring true. At the same time, she admitted that she could not be trusted. The young man suspects that every word exchanged might be a carefully laid trap by the enemy. In response, the girl murmurs softly that she understands how they feel. With a calm voice, the girl explained that she had in fact been ordered to infiltrate the castle, pretend to betray her own, unlock the gates, and signal for an attack. The news left the hero utterly stunned. Belamus looks Lisa in the eye and asks directly whether she has truly decided to betray her master or if she is only pretending. A thunderous explosion erupts across the battlefield, casting disorder near the gates. Brilliant flashes of attacks illuminate everything in their path, filling the air with chaos. From a distance, the young man watched everything unfold, a satisfied smile playing on his lips as he admired the outcome. Perched comfortably on a sturdy tree branch, the young man declared with confidence that their plan had succeeded. The enemy had been lured straight to the gates and had fallen neatly into their trap. As explosions thunder around them, the soldiers surge ahead while the boy calmly lays out the plan to infiltrate enemy lines and take down the commander. Genuine bewilderment flickered in Belmus's eyes as if he had encountered something entirely unexpected. Beneath the shelter of a thick, sprawling tree, a young man remained hidden, his eyes fixed intently from afar. Determination set in his gaze. From his concealment, he spotted his father, quietly noting how much time had slipped by since their paths last crossed. Desperation fills the writer as he calls out the Count's name, sensing the battle slipping beyond anyone's control. The main character weighs the possibility of displaying the fallen leader's body to the enemy, considering if this act would truly convince them of his demise. Memories of childhood return to Beladimus, times marked by cold indifference from those around him. Despite sharing the same blood, his lack of talent condemned him to a life on the fringes, ignored and unseen. Disgust twists the man's features as he gazes at the child, his words slicing through the air with chilling indifference. "No trace of ability exists within you," he says, his tone sharpened by cruelty. He adds mercilessly that he is not the boy's father. Clutching the man, the little one trembles, frozen in place, as if his entire world shatters in that painful moment. Unease flickers in the boy's eyes as he looks up at his mother, his gaze clouded by despair and confusion. The question gnaws at him. Why would his own mother aid a human when humans pose a deadly threat to their entire people? 0.295. With a surge of powerful magic, the hero releases a dazzling wave of energy and declares with unwavering conviction that he has only one mother. In my memory, an image of Risa appears. She gently cradles a baby in her arms, her face glowing with a soft smile. Her words echo in my mind, reminding me that every life matters no matter where someone comes from. The boy's gaze sharpens, magical symbols flickering around his eye as a clear sign that the spell is already taking hold. The hero cries out his mother's name, and at that very instant, magic erupts around him. The air shimmers with glowing seals and pulsing bursts of light. Amidst the chaos of battle, the Count urges his horse forward with unwavering courage, unaware of the enchanted bullet hurtling toward him. Explosions and flashes of magic light up the battlefield, each burst intensifying the looming danger. René whirls around, his face frozen in a mix of shock, unease, and fear. The warriors stood, frozen in hesitation, as the sorcerer's spell struck the Count with undeniable force. A brilliant flash of light gradually faded, giving way to a heavy, eerie silence that settled over the scene. Terror widens the man's eyes as he stares ahead, frozen by disbelief at what has just unfolded. His body stands immobilized, while his gaze slips away into emptiness. A gaping wound opens in the Earl's back from the forceful blow, and the stunned soldiers stare in horror, realizing their commander has truly been pierced right through. A wave of nervous murmurs sweeps through the ranks of soldiers as someone shouts Renest's name, their voice thick with fear and disbelief. The sense of panic ripples outward, swiftly infecting everyone nearby. The reins slipped from the Count's grasp. Renest's lifeless body sprawled across the ground, a gaping hole torn through his chest, with traces of dust swirling around him. Soldiers stood frozen in shock, unable to process the grisly scene before them. With calm certainty, the young man declares that it is love, not talent, that truly gives a person their worth. In the midst of the blood-soaked chaos on the battlefield, the commander's voice rang out, commanding a retreat. Gripped by panic, the soldiers scattered in all directions, desperate to escape the deadly onslaught of magical attacks. The girls watched the battle unfold, their eyes shining with excitement. The retreat of the soldiers did not escape their notice. Landing softly near the gate, the main character took in the grim scene. The bodies of the Night Watch lay scattered all around. Gazing at the gate, he quietly declares that he has returned home. The young woman dashed past the gates, calling out Belaumus's name at the top of her voice, with the crowd surging after her in pursuit. With genuine concern, she asks how the operation went, hoping sincerely that everything turned out well. Surveying the heaps of fallen night warriors, the young man breathes a sigh of relief and announces that the operation was a success. The enemy general has been defeated. The girl inquired about his well-being. A gentle smile spread across his face as he assured her that he felt perfectly fine, all because they were by his side. A gentle smile plays on the protagonist's lips as he admits that, despite the complicated ending, he feels relieved to see this chapter finally close. Clad in knightly armor, the woman stands in silence before the charred sign, her heart stirred by a surge of emotion. Diverting her gaze from the flag, Liza quietly asks if their commander, Renest, has truly fallen. Uncertainty laces her voice, mingling an anxious hope with the search for reassurance. With a calm gaze, Belaumus surveyed the battlefield strewn with fallen bodies and quietly stated that the enemy was dead. His voice carried no hint of triumph, only a subdued sorrow for all who had perished in this conflict. The young warrior expressed his gratitude to a girl named Liza for saving his life, then observed that since she had now betrayed her master, she might have nowhere left to turn. The young man invites her to stay and build a new life together in Velis Darali. Lisa's eyes widen with surprise at the proposal, yet she remains silent, lost in thoughtful contemplation. Confession spills from the girl's lips as she admits there is no escape left for her. Guilt gnaws at her heart, for she is convinced she has betrayed not just her master, but the entire human race. Without a moment's hesitation, the young man affirms that she made the right choice by trusting her own sense of justice instead of blindly following orders. With quiet curiosity, Belaumus wondered why she couldn't stay with them in Velina Darala and begin a new life. Liza's memories replay her reckless trust in Renest, recalling how she led her companions straight into danger without hesitation. She remembers the moment she attacked those who had once saved her life, acting on impulse rather than reflection. Lisa now understands that her command cost the lives of those who put their faith in her. Guilt settles on her shoulders, weighing her down with its relentless heaviness. Convinced she had no right to share a life among Velosteralla's people, the woman carried the unshakable belief that forgiveness was something she could never earn. With a genuine smile, the boy gently tries to ease her pain, assuring her that there is no need to rush with an answer. Time remains on her side. The young man urges Liza to carefully consider everything. In response, she gazes silently toward the battlefield, where the echoes of recent horrors still linger in the air. An uneasy silence stretched across the nighttime forest. Towering spruces swayed gently in the soft breeze. A squad of soldiers in heavy armor moves steadily through the trees, their weary expressions and sluggish steps betraying exhaustion and grim tension. Surrounded on all sides by guards, Bassa maintained a calm composure, quietly noting to himself just how feeble and unsteady the Count's army truly was. With a cold edge in his voice, the man declares that their master will hardly be pleased with such behavior. Disapproval rings clearly in his tone. Bass suggests that the knight should hold its ground, and while there is still an opportunity, launch another attack. The man insists that avenging the Count's death is their duty. Meanwhile, the knight remains silent, standing motionless and offering no reply. The officer reports that the troops are worn out and the soldiers exhausted. They must return, rest, and regroup before launching another offensive. The knight, with calm composure, remarks that victory itself holds little real significance. Turning to Bass, he subtly suggests that Bass's team is here solely in pursuit of money. A faint smile flickers across Bass's lips as he calmly explains that winning is not his only goal. What truly matters is fulfilling his master's command and inflicting as much harm as possible upon Velestero. A knight clad in a helmet, eyes wide with disbelief, hesitates and asks again, struggling to accept what he has just heard. With a snap of his fingers, shadows of monsters emerge from the darkness, his air radiating absolute confidence before the battle begins. The scene shifts to a close-up of a monstrous creature with an enormous gaping maw, while other fierce and restless beasts stand frozen in anticipation behind it. Enormous furry paws press into the earth with each step, sending deep, muffled vibrations rippling through the air. A seething horde of monsters surrounds the fortress. Winged demons spiral through the sky, while lizardmen and shapeshifters surge at the front lines. With unwavering confidence, the man announces that military reinforcements are already in position. The squad of knights watches in horror as the monsters draw nearer. Panic sweeps across their faces, each expression marked by fear and utter confusion in the face of this mysterious threat. At this moment, the city of Bass was surrounded by a menacing force. Towering demons, shapeshifters, winged beasts, and monsters clad in scales stood assembled in tight battle formations. Their leader declared with unwavering confidence that with such an army, even reaching the ends of the earth would be possible. With a sly grin, the man addresses his companion, eyes gleaming with a silent challenge and clear disbelief that anyone would dare contradict him. The mocking undertone in his voice reveals his unshakable confidence in his own strength. Panic and terror grip the knights, their eyes wide with genuine fear at the sudden emergence of such a formidable army. The system crumbles before everyone's eyes, and even the bravest can feel fear creeping in. A demon seized the knight with claws as sharp as blades, Frozen in disbelief, the man could not comprehend what was happening. The creature twisted the knight around, clutching the man's sides with both hands. He pleaded desperately to be released. With casual ease, he spins the person around as if they were nothing more than an old rag doll. Blood trickled from Nochi's mouth while tears streamed down his face. It seemed as though his soul was slowly slipping away from his body. The monster hurls the lifeless body of the unfortunate man to the ground. Paralyzed by terror, the others watch the scene unfold, unable to move. Base announced that anyone who believed their legs to be quicker was welcome to attempt an escape as well. Yet, not a single soul stepped forward to take up the challenge. One of the knights trembled with fear, swallowing hard as he struggled to control his nerves. Fear etched itself across the bearded knight's face as he watched the events unfold before him. The other two knights gape in terror, their mouths hanging open in disbelief. Clad in full armor, the commander shouted in terror and despair at the enigmatic stranger, desperate to uncover the figure's true identity. The boss turns away from the soldiers, leaving them steeped in tense anticipation. At last, he prepares to reveal what he has kept hidden for so long. A close-up reveals a paw tipped with sharp claws, unmistakable evidence that the transformation has begun. Hiding it any longer serves no purpose now. An enigmatic man with an eye patch wears a chilling smile as he announces he is about to reveal something extraordinary. His expression suggests he is on the verge of unveiling something truly dangerous. A colossal figure looms before the soldiers, a lizard-like creature clad in armor, from which steam curls in thick, ghostly ribbons. The monstrous being rises high above the crowd, an overwhelming presence that fills every heart with dread and astonishment. One of the knights, witnessing the unfolding events, suddenly lets out a terrified cry, unable to conceal his fear. Panic twists his features, leaving his face a mask of dread. The lizard towers before the soldiers, radiating an icy confidence in both stature and gaze. A voice, deep and commanding, echoes throughout the camp, declaring itself as the new commander of this army. The monster speaks with an icy tone, declaring that anyone who dares disobey will be executed on the spot. Unease ripples through the ranks as the soldiers exchange anxious glances. The weight of the threat settles over them all, and no one doubts these words are deadly serious. Under the night sky, shimmering above the forest, his booming voice marks the end of his speech as he seeks confirmation that everyone has understood him. Against the backdrop of the dark towers, a desperate cry suddenly pierced the uneasy silence. One of the warriors, seized by fear, called out for Bellamus, his voice shattering the eerie stillness. Medina darts through the camp, worry etched deep across her face. Reaching her destination, she breathlessly announces that something terrible has happened. As she speaks, Bellamus steps out of the building, his demeanor tense, yet marked by a cold resolve, as he demands an explanation. The Queen of the Ant Legion shared the findings from their reconnaissance. Her scouts had shadowed the retreating enemy army. Unexpectedly, the troops altered their route and moved directly toward Vela Zodarel. The news hits the boy hard, and a look of utter shock washes over his face. Beside him, two girls stand close, their expressions tense with worry. Astonishment filled the young man's mind as he witnessed the army, devastated by the loss of its general and staggering casualties, rise once more and return to battle. By his calculations, months should have been needed to recover from such a devastating blow. Medina reveals that the army now serves under the command of a demon. More disturbing still, its ranks are filled not only with humans, but also with eerie demonic creatures. Confusion clouds the young man's mind as he struggles to comprehend how any of this could have happened. Beside him, his friend admits her own bewilderment, but the enemy draws ever closer, leaving them little time to dwell on their uncertainty. Whether the enemy will strike at this very moment remains uncertain. Yet one thing stands clear. The foe has no intention of retreating on his own. Thoughts swirled in Bellemus's mind as he pondered the harsh reality. If people held such contempt, even for goblins, could there exist a place where demons and humans might ever form an alliance? The young man admits his confusion, yet even as uncertainty swirls within him, he pushes aside his doubts and sets about preparing his defense. With a tense expression and focused gaze, the hero turns to Medina, seeking to uncover the composition of the enemy army and the identities of the demons involved. Every movement betrays an undercurrent of anxiety as he awaits her answer. Medina proceeds to list the demons assembled within the enemy ranks. She mentions the lizards, ogres, shapeshifters, and succubi, emphasizing the formidable power they represent. As the list unfolds, the hero realizes the grim reality of the situation. The overwhelming strength of the opponent weighs heavily on his mind, leaving him with a look of quiet defeat. Medina receives orders to continue monitoring the enemy's movements. With a brief response, she confirms her understanding and acceptance of the command. The main character asks De La Rosa to gather everyone together. Meanwhile, he prepares to call Lise, and the girl beside him nods silently, encouraging his decision. Ariza stands her ground, sensing that the battle is far from over. A mix of anxiety and determination flickers in her eyes. The woman and girl stand with their backs turned, silently taking in the scene around them. Worry and unease are clearly etched across their faces. Impressions of hands, each a different size, marked the surface of the wooden board. Concern flickered across the ram's face as he turned to his father, his thoughts occupied with the safety of the children. He wanted to ensure that none of them would come to harm. The entrance to the building comes into view. News of the joint offensive with the demons leaves Lisa reeling. Surprise and outrage play across her face, betraying her shock at the revelation. The protagonist and the warrior exchange thoughts about the recent events, each searching for a reason behind the unexpected attack. The girl wondered aloud if people had somehow discovered a way to control demons. The heroes discuss the proposed option, dismissing it as utterly impossible. One of them points out that if it were actually feasible, their enemies would have seized the opportunity long ago. The young woman admits her uncertainty, her thoughts lingering as she searches for the right answer. Lost in contemplation, she finds Bellemus silently attentive, granting her the silence she needs to sort through her thoughts. Word spread that Renest had hired a band of unknown mercenaries. Their identities remained a mystery to everyone, stirring up a great deal of suspicion. The young man, astonishment etched across his features, asks again if mercenaries are truly involved. Lisa confirmed that the group is led by a man known as Boss. She suspects he is the one behind all these incidents. The Lady Knight admits her uncertainty about her theory, though she allows that it remains entirely possible. Bellemus quietly turns over her words, considering them with care. Lisa explains that it was Bass who provided them with information about Valesderel. Moreover, his insistence on launching the invasion has grown so intense that it now arouses suspicion. Suspicion lingers in the protagonist's mind, wondering if this is all just a ruse. Curiosity grows as he tries to understand what possible reason Basu could have for orchestrating such a scheme. The boy turns to Lisa and asks if she is prepared to join and assist with the unfolding situation. Without a hint of hesitation, she responds with a confident yes. Lisa vows to protect the Lesdare family no matter the cost. while behind her, the sinister face of a lizard-like enemy slowly emerges. Targets for archery line the fortress walls. Navasha, along with the other fighters, turns away uneasily as word of a second attack spreads through the group. Tension and unrest ripple through everyone present. Belema quietly confirms the attack has begun anew, halting mid-stride as if sensing the shadow of another looming threat. In the heart of the square, a young man addresses the gathered crowd, his voice carrying a grave warning. With every word, he cautions them that when the enemy arrives, demons will follow in their wake. The weight of his message leaves the onlookers stunned and uneasy, a ripple of fear passing through the gathering. With a grave expression, Liza silently observes the unfolding events, a subtle tension flickering in her eyes, betraying her unease. During the conversation, one of the characters expresses surprise at seeing a demon take the side of humans. The boy, unable to find an answer himself, simply acknowledges that it has already happened. Such is the reality before them. Each of these beings ranks among the most powerful demon species. Notably, their presence here marks the first time they have ever appeared in this place. The protagonist issues a grave warning, stating that survival in the coming battle cannot be guaranteed. He adds that this fight promises to be even more arduous than their last encounter with Gelaraden. The boy issues a warning. Anyone unwilling to take part is free to leave immediately. Several faces in the crowd betray fear and a sense of defeat. Concern flickers across the faces of the residents, yet a young woman steps forward, her tone gentle and reassuring. She promises to accept whatever choice they make and urges them not to let fear hold them back. The young man addresses the crowd, emphasizing that the priority now is to save lives. The people gathered listen intently, the gravity of the moment settling over them as they recognize the importance of his words. Everyone stood motionless before the wall, heads bowed. The air grew heavy with tension, and silence reigned as no one dared to speak. Lisa keeps a close watch on the conversation, unable to grasp what is being discussed. The worried expressions on the others do not escape her notice. The young man remembers how the soldiers hurried toward the city walls, weapons firmly in hand, preparing for yet another assault. Bellemus observes that the people of Velisdoral have just endured a grueling battle, and now they must face an enemy even mightier than before. Nervous anticipation sends shivers through De La Rosa as she stands before her mother, whose gentle gaze radiates understanding and compassion, silently sharing in the same sense of fear. Arisa pulls her daughter close, wrapping her arms protectively around the girl's head. Though worry flickers in Arisa's eyes, she gently soothes the child, striving to conceal her own anxiety. The warrior woman stood frozen, her face a canvas of worry and sorrow as the scene before her unfolded. Arisa gazes at the girl with a blend of surprise and sympathy, then gently wraps her in a comforting embrace. In response, the girl murmurs something uncertain and indistinct, as though words fail her in that moment of emotion. Раптом De La Rosa вибухає люттю. Вона кричить на всю кімнату, обурено розмахуючи руками і не стримуючи емоцій. Surprise and confusion mingled on the mother's face, clearly unsettled by the girl's unexpected response. The Night Watch maiden observes the sudden outburst of anger with astonishment, her eyes wide with shock, clearly unprepared for such an unexpected scene. Stunned by the unfolding events, Velumus glances around in disbelief, struggling to grasp the reality of the situation. Consumed by anger, the young woman hurls fierce accusations at her enemies, declaring their intent to steal her brother away. Flames of fury seem to engulf her entire figure as she stands her ground. Nearby, her mother watches the unfolding scene with astonishment, unable to tear her gaze away. The boy's sister continues to hurl curses, her voice sharp with outrage, as she reminds everyone that this enemy had already been defeated once and now dares to attack again. Fury twists her face, making her features almost unrecognizable. With a fierce warning, the girl unsettles her foes, promising a blow harsher than any their own mothers would dare deliver. Her determination becomes unmistakable as an eerie, almost grotesque smirk twists across her face. A hesitant smile flickers across Liza's lips as she watches the scene unfold, unsure how to respond to everything happening around her. Medina covers her mouth with her hand, struggling to suppress a laugh. Her gaze softens, though a glimmer of amusement now dances in her eyes. Navasha winks, and her smile returns, rekindling a cheerful energy. Confidence radiates from her, brushing away any earlier hesitation. The Goblin Girl shows her support for Della Rosa, nodding approvingly at her words. Around them, the rest of the crowd watches her intently. Medina speaks up as well, her steady confidence shining through. Behind her, more participants come into view, each one prepared to join forces. With defiance burning in her eyes, Barbara clenches her fists. She demands a harsh punishment for anyone daring to challenge Velastor La. Amidst the gathering, lively jokes and witty remarks ripple through the crowd. Laughter comes easily as memories of shared baths and loved ones surface. Everyone emphasizing how living together has long since become second nature. The young man's sister steps forward with fierce determination, vowing to protect Belamas. By her side stands another goblin girl, her fists clenched in unwavering resolve as she silently lends her support. The main character finds himself surrounded by beaming faces filled with inspiration. Warm hands rest supportively on his shoulders as everyone promises to stay united until the very end. Words of disapproval are reserved for those who abandon their companions. Amazement flickers in his eyes as he studies the faces surrounding him, a gentle blend of confusion and awe softening his expression. Surrounded by silent training dummies, Belomus's thoughts spill forth in quiet confession. Regret colors his voice as he admits to doubting himself and once believing that the burden of protecting everyone rested solely on his own shoulders. With a warm smile, the young man explains that family members must always stick together and support each other no matter what. The villagers raise their hands high with enthusiasm, embracing the spirit of unity. Determined to face any challenge, they prepare to stand together, side by side, in battle. Lisa takes in the scene unfolding before her, quietly reflecting on the situation. Despite the language barrier, an undeniable sense of sincerity and unity radiates from those around her. All around him, gentle arms reach out to embrace the boy, soft hands stroking his hair. Pure joy lights up his face. Observing quietly, Liza can't help but notice that sometimes demons show more compassion and understanding than ordinary people ever do. Bathed in the golden sunlight, the tower stands tall as the warrior's silent vow echoes within, an unwavering promise to defend Velosterol. With resolute eyes, the young knight proclaims her willingness to sacrifice herself to protect others. Unyielding courage and a readiness for self-sacrifice shine brightly in her gaze. Standing among the others, Liza calls out to the young man by name. The warrior woman declares her unwavering readiness to lend aid whenever it may be needed. The Lady Knight steps forward with unwavering confidence, her declaration to aid Velestaire clear and resolute. Determination burns in her eyes, and every word rings with firm conviction. Amid the backdrop of the schoolyard, a cautious agreement resonates. Belima addresses her with calm confidence, announcing that he has a task meant for her. Acknowledging her readiness, he entrusts her with a mission of great importance. Balamas gathers everyone in front of the training ground and suggests starting with a brief overview of the enemy. The Queen of the Ant Legion delivers her report. The number of enemies has swelled to more than 3,000, a force composed of both humans and demons. The main force of this army consists of lizard folk, all under the command of a larger and more formidable member of their kind. Balamas observes that despite their fearsome appearance, these creatures possess remarkable intelligence, on par with that of goblins. Among demons, they are known for their sharp minds, which only adds to the threat they pose. The hero observes that these opponents possess remarkable resilience in battle, revealing hardly any weaknesses and demonstrating exceptional skill in close combat. The young man explains that lizard folk are usually solitary creatures, yet when they form groups, their threat escalates dramatically. The Queen of the Ant Legion announces that ogres have now joined their ranks as well. Among the enemies, some exceptionally dangerous demons lurk, posing serious threats to anyone who faces them. The young woman shares her observations about the enemy army, offering crucial insights that lead to important new conclusions. Anxiety shadows the faces of the townspeople, their expressions marked by a grave and somber seriousness. The suspicions prove true, as the demons had indeed struck terror into the hearts of the people, driving them once more into battle. Eerie demon silhouettes loomed in the background while the human army assembled before them, ready for confrontation. Anxiety and frustration settle among the participants. Complaints arise about the impossibility of setting up an ambush. Resentment grows over the enemy's cruelty, and concern mounts over the ethical challenges tied to being forced into the fight. Belima confidently claims to have a plan. The attendees exchange bewildered glances, silent questions flickering in their eyes. Confusion hangs in the air as everyone awaits an explanation. The young man lays out the heart of his plan. Soldiers who lack a sense of duty and honor have nothing holding them back from betraying their own army. This very flaw in the enemy's character can be turned into an advantage. The young man turns to Lissa, emphasizing that without her, the plan cannot come to life. Around them, every eye shifts to focus on her, awaiting her response. Lisa watches in silence, her eyes filled with wonder and deep reflection. The night girl pondered whether she could regain the trust of the people, as her betrayal had deeply shaken their faith in her. The warrior woman admits that everyone is already aware of her betrayal, so the soldiers will likely no longer listen to her. Lisa ponders how, to the average soldier, the local residents must appear just as monstrous as demons themselves. The likelihood of anyone willingly offering them help seems almost non-existent. Balamas calmly explains that this plan doesn't seem likely to succeed. In response, the girl offers an uncertain reply, her voice wavering with doubt. The young woman admits that success is never certain, but without at least trying, the possibility of victory disappears entirely. Despite her inner doubts, Lisa steels herself and becomes determined to persuade the soldiers at any cost. Grateful for his support, the girl expresses her thanks. In response, Belamus reassures her that she will certainly be able to connect with others since he believes she is an exceptionally diligent person. The young man speaks about an upcoming attempt to persuade the soldiers to join their side. He emphasizes that, if their plan succeeds, only the demons will remain on the battlefield, as everyone else will refuse to fight. Absolute certainty about victory eludes everyone, as their opponent remains a formidable threat. The tension within the team is palpable, yet each member fully understands the significance of this crucial moment. Barbora suggests employing the same tactics they used last time to defeat the leader. The boy nods thoughtfully, finding merit in her idea. A weighty decision settles in the young man's mind. Should persuasion fail to soften his enemies, he knows he must rely solely on his own resolve. Responsibility sharpens his focus, and nothing exists for him now except the mission at hand. Memories surface for Balaams, recalling every detail about the enemy leader. This creature has reached the final stage of lizardfolk evolution and now bears the title of Lizardfolk Emperor. Possessing immense strength and unrivaled danger, the Emperor commands the opposing army. The allies stood frozen, stunned by what they had just heard. A heavy silence hung in the air as the reality of the enemy they would soon confront settled over them. The protagonist realizes there is still a chance to win the duel, yet the likelihood of the army intervening becomes almost certain. The situation grows increasingly complicated. The young man admits his uncertainty, unsure whether he has the strength to overcome such a formidable opponent. Though tension is etched into his expression, resolve remains steadfast in his eyes. Anxiety swept over the allies. One among them exclaimed in disbelief at the sheer strength of their foe, pointing out that even Belamost had started to doubt. Yet another stepped forward with unwavering resolve, declaring that from this moment the responsibility rested on their own shoulders. With inspiration lighting up her face, Navasha declares their intention to stand side by side against the lizard, radiating support and a fierce fighting spirit. Medina declared with unwavering confidence that they would draw the enemy's attention, bearing the full force of the opposing army so the main fighters could advance unimpeded. The protagonist steps forward with unwavering confidence, declaring that such actions will not be tolerated, and swiftly puts an end to the perilous initiative. The young man standing nearby mentions that, in the past, he would have turned down such an offer without a second thought. Now, everything has changed. With the unwavering support of his friends, he has discovered a sense of confidence in their shared strength and finally realized he is no longer alone. Memories of warm embraces and genuine encouragement from the locals linger in the young man's mind. Through these simple gestures, a sense of belonging blossomed, and he realized they had become his true family. The townspeople gaze ahead with eager anticipation. In their eyes shines a genuine understanding that true strength does not lie in a lone hero, but in their unity and mutual support. A sweeping view of the garden unfolds, its centerpiece a monument bathed in gentle light. Gazing at it, Bellamus softly remarks that true family means standing together, even when disagreements sometimes arise. With unwavering confidence, the protagonist declares trust in everyone present, radiating absolute faith in their unity. As the advancing soldiers loomed in the background, Balamas warned that this battle might demand the ultimate sacrifice. Their enemy possessed formidable strength and showed no mercy. Despite all the dangers, he calmly declares that victory will be theirs. His words reached deep into the hearts of the fighters, kindling their courage and preparing them to hold their ground to the very end. The sudden rush of birds into the sky shatters the silence, a clear warning that danger is approaching. Massive paws of wild beasts pounded the earth alongside the rhythmic march of soldiers, each heavy step intensifying the mounting tension. The heroes, stationed atop the tower, spot approaching enemies on the horizon. Lisa and the young man peer into the distance, their eyes fixed on the advancing enemy forces. With a worried voice, Belimus utters the words, "Everyone dreads. They have arrived." The vanguard of demons and beasts surged forward, drawing closer with every heartbeat. Wolves, lizards, orcs, giants, and warriors with twisted faces filled their ranks. Fear was etched unmistakably across their faces. Two allies stood atop the wall, gazing downward in horror. One clenched his teeth tightly. Despite their fear, both prepared themselves for the imminent battle. A lizard-like creature drags its long tongue along the blade of its weapon, leaving behind a gleaming trail of slime. Eyes narrowed, it radiates menace and concentration, readying itself for an imminent strike. The werewolves draw ever nearer, their wild cries filling the air, hunger for battle burning in their eyes. From behind the safety of the wall, the heroes watch the unfolding events and come to a chilling realization. The true danger before them far surpasses all the terrifying tales ever told about it. Massive, muscular arms clench into fists as the creature's entire body tenses, bracing for a devastating blow. In another moment, it will unleash a surge of primal fury and astonishing power. A powerful blow rattles the earth, sending clouds of dust swirling through the air. Confusion spreads among the soldiers as they retreat, struggling to maintain formation and avoid the strike that might come next. At that moment, the enemy team surges forward, their battle cries echoing across the field. Wild fury burns in their eyes, while every movement radiates unwavering determination and an almost fanatic conviction in their impending victory. A young man with a cold, piercing gaze observes how the enemy heartlessly treats their own troops as mere expendable pawns. He realizes that such a brutal strategy could sooner or later end up turning against them. Wasting no time, the young man issues a command to Lisa, and without hesitation or question, she follows his orders at once. With a commanding shout, Lisa orders her enemies to halt. Her words echo across the battlefield, cutting through the chaos of combat like a sharpened blade. At the sound of the unexpected command, enemy soldiers freeze where they stand. Surprise and confusion flicker across their faces, unable to fathom who would dare to intervene. The soldiers gradually become aware of a figure standing atop the wall. Slowly, suspicion stirs in their eyes. At last, one of them recognizes a familiar face. The soldiers suddenly spot a young woman clad in armor, and as soon as one of them recognizes her, genuine astonishment colors his voice as he calls out her name. Lisa's desperate cries fill the air as she pleads for the attack to end, insisting that she just wants to talk things through. One of the soldiers snaps at her in irritation, ordering her to be silent, then quickly rushes ahead. The others raise their voices at her, hurling insults and branding her a traitor and a coward, refusing to hear a single word she might say. Uncertainty flickers across the girl's face as beads of sweat gather on her brow, her eyes darting between them in confusion. The warrior woman bites her lip, determined to hold back the tension building inside and keep her emotions from breaking free. Eyes lowered, Lisa quietly acknowledges the truth in their accusations and accepts them without protest. The soldiers stand frozen in shock, their faces etched with surprise and bewilderment. The knight bows her head in remorse before her former comrades, sorrow weighing heavily in her heart. Regret floods through her as she laments the betrayal of their trust and the oath she once held sacred, branding herself unworthy of the title she once bore. The young woman calmly explains that her actions were a deliberate choice, made in the name of justice. She shares how she tried to start Rainest, believing his actions to be cruel, yet he refused to listen. So without hesitation, she chose to betray him. From the ground, the soldiers erupt in angry shouts, dismissing her words as empty lies and refusing to believe a single thing she says. Pointing at Beloma, the girl explains that it was because of him Renas decided to launch the attack. The soldiers arch their eyebrows in surprise as they learn the boy is Renest's son. The soldiers stood stunned by these words, clearly caught off guard by this unexpected turn of events. The Lady Knight addresses the gathered soldiers, her voice clear and steady as she asks what truly drives their struggle. She reminds them that, at the beginning, all this was nothing more than a command from their leader. The scene shifts to a close-up of several eerie demons, each one distinct in appearance. Lisa warns that now everyone faces danger from these creatures. The warrior woman warns that forging an alliance with the demons offers no hope of saving their lives. Her conviction remains firm. Survival in this battle would only delay the inevitable, as the demons would destroy them in the end. The young woman gestures toward Bellamus, assuring everyone that his kind heart will drive him to help anyone who chooses to join them. His portrait hangs on the wall, while Bellamus quietly observes the unfolding events. With a graceful flick of his hand, the reptiloid conjures a glowing magical symbol that bursts into light beside him. A demon unleashes a surge of magical energy from the fortifications, hurling it directly at Lisa and Bellamus. A powerful explosion rattles the wall as the previously unleashed surge of magic ignites, unleashing substantial destruction. Amid swirling clouds of smoke left by the attack, a boy and girl remain standing together. Weariness and tension line Liza's face. Nearby, Bellamus conjures a glowing magic circle, his focus unbroken. An irritated soldier gives a reluctant nod of agreement. The furious warrior declared that Villas Doro still served as a haven for demons, and not even Rennis's own son possessed the power to change that fact. Accusations fly as someone brands Liza a traitor, responsible for Rennis's death, labeling her a criminal and refusing to hear a word in her defense. Suddenly, a sharp command orders everyone to be silent. The soldiers turn in surprise, searching for the source of the voice. Commander Paran commanded respect, with an air of stern authority and undeniable influence. The warrior and Bellamus conversed quietly about this man. He was the very individual once trusted, without reservation, by Count Rhines. Now, he stood at the helm of the human army, wielding considerable influence among his people. With icy determination, Perion declares that Lisa has forfeited the right to speak for the knights, having strayed from their path. His words carry the weight of a final judgment. The young knightess meets his gaze in silence, fully aware of the gravity of the accusation and the far-reaching consequences it could bring. The soldiers fall silent as an invisible shift ripples through the air, the tension between the opposing sides mounting steadily. A stifling atmosphere settles over them, making each breath feel heavier. Yet suddenly, a faint smile flickered across Perron's face as he quietly revealed that, despite everything, he had never turned his back on his longtime friend. Lisa and Bellamus found themselves truly startled and uneasy by what they had just heard. Such an unexpected move left them bewildered, unable to grasp what he was planning. With a stern gaze fixed on Lisa, the young man warns her to stop, pointing out that she has strayed from the path of a true knight. Lowering her gaze, the girl stands stunned by the commander's words, unable to muster the courage to argue. He goes on, reminding her that everyone has turned their back on her. With unwavering conviction, Perron declares that despite everything, he alone has never turned his back on her, meeting Liza's gaze directly and sincerely. The words left Lisa and Bellamus genuinely stunned, as his unexpected support caught them completely off guard. The soldiers reacted with confusion to the knight's words, accusing him of betrayal and questioning his reasons for defending her. Perron admits that Lisa truly betrayed them. Still, it troubles him. Can they really blame her when they themselves live in fear and submit to the will of the demons? One of the knights clenched his jaw tightly, unable to muster a single word in response to the fair remark. His silence spoke more clearly than any attempt at justification. Deep down, he knew the other was right, but admitting it felt unbearable. Eyes cast downward, doubt and inner turmoil flicker across his face. Loyalty to the order pulls him in one direction, while personal dignity tugs him in another, leaving him uncertain which path to follow. The armored man observes that the girl chose to side with Velosterol, guided by her personal sense of justice, making that decision with full awareness of its meaning. Perron continues, admitting that although her days of strictly following the code of chivalry are behind her, a deep sense of justice still guides her heart. In the background, terrifying demons and monstrous creatures loom, their presence so menacing that even the soldiers find themselves gripped by fear. The warriors stood in heavy silence, their faces clouded with worry as their eyes dropped gloomily to the ground. With uncertainty in her eyes, the girl turns to Paran and quietly asks why he chose to stand up for her. The knight turned to the warrior, acknowledging that it was he who taught her to wield a sword. To her, the blade was more than just a weapon. It reflected the very soul of its bearer. Admiration and inspiration shine in Liza's eyes as she gazes at her mentor. The trust he places in her noble spirit is unwavering. Perron calls out to the soldiers, his voice commanding them to grasp the situation. The knights, however, remain frozen in place, their expressions blank and bewildered as if under a spell. The commander raises his voice, warning his comrades that their safety cannot be guaranteed. Anxious eyes settle on him, each man already grasping the grave reality of their situation. Perron advises against letting fear take control. The group remains rooted in place, their eyes locked in stunned disbelief as they silently look from one to another. As night drapes its veil over the warriors, it reminds them that each must choose their own path and embrace responsibility for their fate. A colossal lizard looms in their direction, yet the commander pays no heed to the danger, insisting that the time has come to choose where their loyalties truly lie. With his spear aimed squarely at the towering demon, Perron leaves no room for confusion. His steady voice makes it clear to all who their true target must be in this fierce battle. The lizard attempts to defend itself, thrusting its massive weapon forward and deflecting the spear. At once, an unpleasant noise cuts through the air, a sharp screech of metal scraping against metal. The demon lunges at the knight with burning fury, unleashing relentless and precise strikes. Caught off guard by this wild retaliation, the father loses his grip on the fight. The commander gathers every ounce of strength, muscles taut with determination, and shouting a battle cry, surges forward, refusing to let fear take hold. In the stillness of the night, the hero's sword slices through the air, landing squarely across the enemy's face. The lizard creature recoils in agony, its anguished roar echoing around them as fresh blood weaves in thin streams down its scaly skin. A sudden jolt of surprise grips Perron as an immense and menacing figure appears before him. The realization of the looming danger twists his expression with fear. The demonic lizard whirls around and slams its powerful tail into the man. The force sends the warrior flying several meters backward, crashing to the ground with a pained cry as he struggles to muster the last of his strength. The soldier collapses to the ground, a terrified cry escaping him as the fearsome shape of the lizard looms unexpectedly into view. Clad in armor, the commander steps boldly before the enemy and declares in a firm, unwavering voice that they may take his life, but they will never claim what he holds most dear. His words carry the weight of absolute conviction. Determination burns in Perron's eyes as he boldly declares that no one will ever strip away his dignity, no matter the risks he faces. His resolute words ripple through the ranks, lifting the spirits of his allies and presenting a steadfast challenge to his enemies. The enemy raises a massive weapon overhead, bracing for a devastating strike. The girl, her voice trembling with fear, calls out the commander's name, sensing the threat drawing dangerously close. The lizard poised to strike, only to have the attack abruptly intercepted by an ally's blade. Startled, he had no time to recover before a swift and precise counterattack found its mark. Overwhelmed by the mounting tension, one of the soldiers gives the order to retreat from Perion. Realizing their commander is on the verge of charging into battle alone, fear grips him for his commander's life, and the thought of watching him take such a risk is unbearable. With a serious expression, Parallel watches his companions, clearly puzzled by their actions, carefully studying each of them in turn. The soldiers form a battle line, standing ready for the clash ahead. Unyielding determination burns in their eyes. A wave of relief washes over Bellemus as he realizes the army has shifted its stance and now stands firmly behind him. Lisa turns to the warriors who have sided with her, her voice ringing out in delighted surprise. With a commanding order from Bellemus, the united forces of humans and demons surge forward, voices roaring their battle cry as they charge into the fray. With determination shining in his eyes, the young man calls out to the warriors, urging his comrades to band together. His voice carries a confident and inspiring tone, reminding everyone that victory in this battle hinges on their unity. The archers draw their bows, preparing to unleash a volley upon the enemy. Concentration settles over their faces, each movement deliberate and precise, as they await the perfect moment to strike. Maius chants an incantation while tracing intricate magic circles in the air before her, each one lending its power to aid her in battle. The knight stands before a dreadful horde of demons and charges into a fierce counterattack, rallying his comrades to follow. Soldiers clad in gleaming armor surge forward, steel in their eyes, ready to meet the enemy face to face. Chaos reigns across the battlefield as demons armed with claws and clubs tear through the lines of human soldiers. One fighter narrowly manages to block a blow from a massive paw, while his companions nearby engage in a desperate struggle. High above the battlefield, a winged demoness emerges, her predatory smile shadowing the chaos below. Arrows whirl around her, cutting through the bodies of enemies in her path. With clenched teeth, one of the soldiers charges into the fray, a mix of desperation and terror flickering in his eyes. No path of retreat remains, yet deep inside, fear still holds him firmly in its grip. Meanwhile, the winged demoness chants an incantation, causing 3 colossal flaming skulls to surge from the magic circle. With a deafening roar, they rush forward, trailing thick plumes of smoke and darkness in their wake. One of the knights edges dangerously close to the magical strike, barely managing to deflect the attack in time. Terror etched across his face. The soldier stared ahead, disbelief twisting his features. Never had he imagined that demons were capable of wielding such overwhelming power. As the man raised his sword to strike at the swooping skulls, horror crept across his face when he saw his weapon begin to melt under the force of dark magic. Frozen in disbelief, he stood motionless, unable to grasp what kind of power he now faced. Knight abruptly realizes, with a surge of fear, that the spell is racing straight toward him. Suddenly, the warrior loses all command of the situation. His sword melts before his eyes, and overcome by fear, he leaps backward. The skulls nearly collide, yet a sudden magical barrier envelops one of the warriors. Astonished, the fighter stands transfixed as a radiant wall of light flares up before him, effortlessly halting the enemy's advance. In an instant, the goblins weave their spells. A keen awareness drives them, defeat the enemy now, or risk losing their only chance. The defensive spell unleashes a brilliant flash of lightning, hurtling swiftly through the air toward the enemy. The devil turns back, her eyes wide with a mix of fear and astonishment. A brilliant burst of magical energy suddenly illuminates the surroundings, casting everything in a sharp, lightning-like glare. At the heart of this explosion stands a lone figure, just as a powerful force crashes down upon her. The demoness, struck by the violent attack, lets out a cry of pain as her form becomes distorted within the blinding light. Determination burned in Bellamus's eyes as he commanded the gates to be opened, his true leadership shining through and his willingness to take action unmistakable. The commander addressed the assembled soldiers, cautioning them about the dangers that awaited in the coming battle. At the same time, he spoke with unwavering faith in their courage and strength. With unwavering eyes, he displays his absolute faith in the team, making it clear that he entrusts this battle entirely to them. In response, the soldiers break into reassuring smiles, their confidence evident as they promise to handle the mission. One of them, with a note of concern, gently urges Miss Bella to take care of herself. The spirited squad marches boldly into battle, weapons poised. With triumphant cries and the thunder of their charge, they surge forward, every heart blazing with determination to claim victory. The commander explains that while the main forces distract the enemy, the elite squad is tasked with secretly slipping behind enemy lines to launch a surprise assault on the leader of the opposing army. The young man emphasizes the need to conserve his strength in anticipation of the coming clash with the enemy, making it clear just how crucial it is to preserve every ounce of energy before the decisive battle. Relying on his companions to dispatch every enemy that blocks their path, the young man channels all his focus into breaking through to the main objective. Upon hearing their mission, excitement sparkles in the girls' eyes as they vow to protect their gentle red at all costs, setting aside their own fears and worries. The warrior speaks with quiet conviction, assuring that their squad will pour every effort into completing the mission, his resolute tone underscoring unwavering dedication. Brimming with fighting spirit, Navasha urges Bellamus to take action, declaring that the moment has come to teach their enemy a lesson and finally settle the score for everything that happened before. The main character turns to the team and asks if everyone is prepared to begin the mission. A diverse band, demons, warriors, and mages, charges forward into the fray, their rallying cry echoing as one. Determination burns across their faces while they surge ahead, united by a single goal. Every member keeps pace with the group, ensuring their movements remain perfectly synchronized. The two demonesses suddenly turn around, an uneasy feeling washing over them as they sense that something is amiss. The sudden arrival of the girls stuns the lizard-like creature. Its head snaps up in alarm, and with a bewildered glance around, it quickly realizes that enemies now stand nearby. In an instant, Bellamus realizes the enemies have already spotted them, making it clear that their stealthy infiltration has failed. One of the lizards lunges forward in a wild attack, unleashing a fierce battle cry while brandishing its weapon and aiming a heavy strike at the young man's friends. With a powerful strike, Babora dispatches the foe, blocking his path, and confidently declares that he will handle this enemy on his own. With nimble precision, Navasia slips beneath the orc's hulking frame, blending seamlessly into its shadow. In a low voice, she relays her position to the team, signaling her readiness for coordinated action. Muscles taut beneath scaly skin, the powerful lizard gathers itself for an attack, launching forward in a burst of raw energy. Every inch of its aggressive stance amplifies the intensity of the battle unfolding. Seizing the perfect moment as her companion holds the enemy aloft, the girl delivers a powerful sword strike. Their flawless coordination transforms the attack into a truly effective assault. The blade slices through the lizard beast, sending blood spraying as agony contorts its face. Caught off guard by the sudden strike, realization of imminent defeat sets in. The enemy howls in agony, clutching its paw to the wound that pierces its chest. Across the battlefield, the anguished cry echoes, leaving no doubt about the force behind the blow. Navasha takes delight in noticing that the enemy's scales offer no protection against the blade. Suspended in the sky, the demoness unleashes a devastating blow as several fiery, skull-headed creatures surge forward. Their sudden assault spreads terror among the enemies, shattering their formation with relentless force. One of the allies faltered in confusion, her voice trembling as she asked what was happening. Meanwhile, another shouted desperately for help, urging her companion to take action. The situation spiraled further into chaos. From above, Della Rosa descends without warning, launching a swift and decisive assault on the demon. Magical energy radiates from her form as she strikes with unwavering precision, her attack honed directly on the target. Surprise flickered across the demoness's face as an unexpected attack rained down from above, forcing her to leap backward at the very last moment. With her fist clenched tightly, the protagonist's sister channels a surge of magical energy into it. Raising her voice, she calls out to Madara, signaling that it's time for their coordinated assault. Della Rosa unleashes a stream of magic directly at the demon, yet the creature slips out of harm's way with agile precision. At the same moment, she pivots swiftly and alerts Madara to brace himself for a counterattack. Madara gasps in surprise, utterly unprepared for the need to act with such urgency. Uncertainty and tension flicker across her face, betraying her struggle to keep up with the moment. For a brief moment, the defender closes her eyes, unwilling to witness what might become of this attack. Doubt lingers in her mind about her friend's chances of victory. Summoning every ounce of courage to overcome her fear, the girl declares she cannot fight in such a state. Yet, in the very next instant, she lunges forward and delivers a fierce, unexpected blow to her enemy. Laughter escapes Madara as surprise fills her eyes, her disbelief clear. She cannot fathom how she managed it. Uncertainty lingers in her expression, as if trusting her own abilities proves nearly impossible. Amid the turmoil of battle, her ally suddenly catches the sound of someone calling out to her. The voice rises above the clamor, drawing attention to an unexpected threat or a crucial signal. A warm smile spreads across Navasha's face as genuine happiness for Madara shines in her eyes. With admiration, she confides that not once did she ever doubt Madara's strength. After catching their breath following the attack, the girls exchange smiles, noting how the encounter served as an excellent warm-up. Yet behind their relaxed expressions, both recognize that the real fight still lies ahead. Towering demons now advance toward them, far more dangerous foes than those they faced before. Navasha clenches her fist with determination, her voice ringing out as she declares it is time to fight. Madara responds with a steady nod, his unwavering gaze making it clear he is prepared to battle to the very end. Balamas fixed his gaze on the path ahead, determination in his eyes. His mission required him to slip deep behind enemy lines. Shielded by the unwavering presence of his squad stationed firmly at his back, he felt their support as a steady force. The realization struck him. Now was the time to confront the enemy commander and bring this battle to a close. Without warning, the vicious lizards turned their writhing tentacles toward him, casting strange spells as they prepared to strike. The young man watched shells hurtling straight toward him, bracing himself for a counterattack, when suddenly a familiar voice sounded from behind. She called out, asking him to leave the assault in her hands. In an instant, a protective shield materialized beside Belamus. Both heroes found themselves safely enclosed within the magical barrier, which effortlessly deflected the incoming attack. The young woman mastered her magic with confidence, finally deciding it was time to reveal her true potential. Weaving a magical thread from thin air, she deftly bound the lizards together in a swift, skillful motion. Thick smoke rose into the air, followed closely by a mournful cry. The sound belonged to their servant. Time and again, enemies launched their attacks. The mechanical girl, brimming with extra arms, crushed the undulating lizards and proclaimed in a powerful voice that no one would ever be allowed to lay a finger on Mr. Bellamus. The entire squad surged forward. Standing within the protective barrier, the protagonist witnessed their unity and, beaming with satisfaction, remarked on how seamlessly everyone worked together. The girl noted that this teamwork was only possible because of his guidance. Hidden within the enchanted sphere, the heroes raced swiftly toward their next opponent. Two horned beasts raised their fists, poised to deliver the first blow. The girl shouted boldly, assuring everyone they would easily break through the barrier. But in the next moment, a fist crashed into her magical sphere. Unyielding, she held her ground and noted with quiet certainty that the shield would endure. Blow after blow rained down, yet the enemy gathered strength for a decisive strike, channeling every ounce of power into a single, focused attack meant to shatter the barrier and break through her defense. Lifting her gaze, the girl watched as the shield fractured under the immense pressure. Genuine astonishment froze across her face. In disbelief, she exclaimed that no one could break such a barrier with their bare hands. The assailants pressed their attack with renewed force, relentlessly hammering at the shield in their efforts to break it. A cry of despair escaped the girl as the situation grew dire, leaving her at a loss for how to escape. Each blow drove the shield closer to its limit, the sound of splintering edges echoing under the assault. With a sinking heart, she realized the barrier could fail at any moment. Without a moment's hesitation, Barbara rushed toward the monsters and shouted at them to leave. With swift determination, she pushed the enemy away from the shield. At the sight of Barbara, Bellamus called out his name with enthusiasm. The monster offered an apology, yet the hero remained puzzled about his companion's true meaning. Barbara hoisted them onto his shoulder and declared he would handle the monsters himself, urging the others to focus on the remaining enemies and their commander. With a swift motion, he hurled the protective sphere away from the two adversaries. The protagonist grasped Barbara's intentions and quietly asked him to stay alive. Meanwhile, Barbara aimed his fist at the enemy's vulnerable spot. The horned monster, equally determined, mirrored his motion. Its massive paw clenched into a fist as well, prepared to smash through anything in its path. Their shouts rose until their voices merged into a single, thunderous battle cry. Fists collided with a fearsome crack, sending a shockwave rippling through the air and forcing both fighters back several steps. Nonetheless, neither yielded an inch. The clash raged at close quarters, each blow charged with raw fury. The struggle turned against Barbara as two opponents closed in, raining down ruthless strikes. Gritting his teeth against the pain, he fought to withstand the assault until, overwhelmed, he was finally brought down to the ground. Muttering under his breath, he rolled across the ground, desperately trying to dodge the barrage of incoming blows. A loud braying laugh burst from him, reminiscent of a horse's whinny. His eyes swept over his opponents, and realization settled in. Sir Bellamus would not be coming to his aid this time, preoccupied as he was with his own desperate struggle for survival. In that instant, Barbara's mind raced back through memories of past battles. Crawling across the ground, tense muscles straining with each movement, he couldn't help but notice how this battle felt different from all those he had fought before. The monstrous warrior, balanced between exhaustion and resolve, gathered his focus once more, unwilling to yield. Eyes fixed on the path ahead, he summoned every last reserve of strength and pushed himself upright. Raw fury surged within him, spilling over as he roared a warning to his enemies to brace themselves for battle. Fortune favored him today, and he intended to reveal the full extent of his power. With determination burning in his chest, he surged forward, prepared to deflect any attack, even one that might come from the flanks. At that very moment, a fierce sword fight raged on. Blades clashed, sending sparks flying like fire, while sharp metallic strikes echoed through the air. Swift lunges followed in rapid succession, each movement faster and more frantic than the last. Gripping her sword, Nabasha pondered the reason for their prolonged entrapment. As her gaze lingered on the weapon, thoughts drifted to how much longer it would be before they reunited with the others. Suddenly, awareness struck. Her sword had nearly reached its limit, mirroring her own exhaustion. Amidst a heap of defeated foes, the girl stood her ground, while fresh villains waited ahead, their eyes fixed on her. The tension thickened with every passing moment. Realizing she had perhaps gotten carried away, Nabasha found herself surrounded by a fierce crowd of enemies. Whipping around, she darted off in a sudden escape. A plan was already taking shape in her mind. Her pursuers would inevitably give chase. For a brief moment, her stunned adversaries could do nothing but watch as she fled. Pleased with her own plan, she decided it would be better to have them chase after her. That way, Bellamus would have a chance to deal with the commander. The thought even conjured a humorous image in her mind, as if they were playing a game of tag. But when she glanced back, terror swept through her. What she saw left her stunned. In a swift move, the dark wolf opponent seized her by the leg, halting any chance of escape. Without hesitation, she raised her sword, her voice edged with defiance as she demanded to know why he was still alive. Suddenly, a new danger loomed above her. A massive, heavy axe, hurled by a furious lizard, hurtled toward her with breathtaking speed. Stunned and frozen in place, the girl struggled to grasp the reality that lethal steel was racing straight at her. At the very last moment, mustering every ounce of strength, she deftly deflected the axe with her sword. Yet, as her eyes fell upon her weapon, dread flooded her heart. The sword lay broken in two. Meanwhile, the cunning lizard quietly whispered sinister incantations. A shiver crept across the girl's skin. A surge of his magic shot straight toward her, a brilliant beam of energy racing directly at her chest. In that split second, Nabasha finally grasped the gravity of the situation. Terror widened her eyes even further. Out of nowhere, Nabasha felt a paw seize her leg and yank her off her feet. The ground vanished beneath her in an instant. Powerless and surrounded by chaos, pure terror surged through her. For the first time, the realization struck. This was the end. Blinding, hissing flames burst from the claws of one attacking lizard. A fiery beam shot toward her, whistling through the air and aiming straight for her heart, while the atmosphere roiled with crackling, destructive energy. In an instant, the air before Nabashi erupted with light. Dazzling bolts of lightning streaked through the space, filling it with blinding flashes and a crackling roar. These vivid sparks carved through the heavy atmosphere, forming a barrier that halted the fiery torrent in its tracks. Frozen in place, Nabasha watched as dense, coiling smoke rolled out before her. From within the swirling haze, someone collapsed to their knees with a heavy thud. Struggling to keep her eyes open, she peered ahead, unable to make out the figure's identity, and then let out a loud scream. Through swirling clouds of acrid smoke, a tall figure emerged, as if from dense fog. A girl knight appeared, her armor darkened and thickly coated in soot and ash, shrouding her in a shadowy haze. Pain and weariness etched themselves deeply into her face, mottled with fresh scratches and dust. Breathing came with difficulty for Lizzie, each inhale requiring all the strength she could muster. In her trembling hands, the heavy weapon seemed almost too much to bear. Meanwhile, Nabasha gritted her teeth and summoned every ounce of strength she had left to break free. With a sudden, desperate thrust, she wrenched her leg from the enemy's grasp and struggled to her feet. In the midst of the chaos, a strong hand reached out before her, a lifeline from an unexpected savior. With steady resolve, Liza pointed directly at Nabasha, her gesture both commanding and encouraging, signaling her to rise and assuring her she still had the strength to fight on. In that instant, a memory drifted through Nabasha's mind, a realization that she had faced this very night before and had already fought within it. She took note of the incredible strength this girl possessed, certain that sooner or later, another decisive duel would take place between them. After that battle, the knight simply turned around and walked away in silence. Now their eyes met, reflecting unwavering support, a shared purpose, and a silent readiness for the next battle. They exchanged a firm handshake, wordlessly pledging to stand side by side. A sigh of relief escaped Nabasha as she expressed heartfelt gratitude to Lesia, her voice rich with thankfulness. Moving with calm determination, she pulled the blood-stained knife from the fallen enemy's body and gripped the handle firmly. Steeled and resolute, she now stood ready for the next battle. A crowd of armed lizards and wolves blocked their path, bristling with weapons. The girl promised herself that if they made it out alive, she would insist the savior teach her everything he knew. Standing back to back, they braced themselves for a desperate final battle. Surrounded by foes on every side, the girls stood their ground, with unwavering courage, warding off each assault and raising their voices together in powerful battle cries. Meanwhile, the protagonist, wrapped in a shimmering protective shield, soared high above the others and swept swiftly through the air toward the remaining enemies. The enemies rushed straight toward the main boss. The enemies shouted at the top of their lungs, racing after them with relentless determination to capture their prey. Trailing behind the rest, their leader, both the chief commander and a formidable boss, moved with deliberate authority. Confused, the girl turned to Mr. Bellamars and admitted she couldn't trust what she was seeing. He lifted his gaze with quiet determination and simply affirmed her disbelief. The Emperor of the Lizardmen stepped into view, his presence commanding immediate attention. The heroes exchanged surprised glances, uncertain if this imposing figure was truly their ultimate adversary. Surrounding the Emperor clustered other monstrous beings, clearly serving as his protectors. Meanwhile, the main party sought shelter behind the crumbling shield, which the sorceress valiantly maintained. The enemy remarked that meeting Bellamus had been a long-standing wish. With unwavering confidence, the boy fixed his gaze ahead and inquired how the foe knew his name. In response, the monster pointed out that everyone talked about him. His reputation preceded him. Perhaps Bellamus himself was already aware of this notoriety. Only the two of them had dared to attack, a truly reckless act. The Lizardman Emperor raised his weapon defensively. Suddenly, above their heads, a fiery dragon's maw appeared, accompanied by a thunderous roar. A voice spoke, declaring that the heroes were not just two. All the enemies lifted their heads and caught sight of a brilliant blaze soaring in the sky. Terror seized them as scalding ash rained down from above, and in an instant searing flames enveloped each one. Lily landed gracefully on both feet after her dazzling strike, her posture immediately shifting into one ready for the next phase of battle. The protagonist turned to Delarose and the rest of the group, offering words of thanks. He urged everyone to remain alert. The young woman nodded in response, assuring him that she would stay vigilant. At that moment, Lily shouted loudly to Madero, urging her to prepare for an immediate attack. Summoning all her strength, Madero stretched her arms forward and unleashed a glowing magic circle. A colossal protective sphere swiftly formed around the lizardfolk emperor and Lord Bellamus. The girl turned to Bellamus and admitted she couldn't hold the barrier much longer. Bellamus thanked Madero, remarking that she always stepped in when things grew dire. He promised he would deal with the enemy as quickly as possible. Base, his opponent, failed to register even a hint of the speed before him. He blatantly underestimated the gravity of the entire situation. The boss introduced himself, twirling his spear menacingly in his claws. In one swift motion, he drove it deep into the ground, as if splitting the earth itself. Adopting a fighting stance, he called out boldly, challenging his opponent and declaring that the time had come to put their skills to the test. The protagonist pondered over the name Bass. Memories surfaced of a time when Lisa mentioned a mysterious squad involving Bass. Determined to deliver a decisive blow, he extended his hand forward. At that moment, Bellamus activated his weapon and assumed a battle-ready stance. Lily called out to the children, urging them to hold on just a little longer. Madero maintained the protective barrier, steady and unwavering. Determination shone in the eyes of the heroes as they rallied around the girl, promising that nothing would stand in Mr. Bellamus's way. A crowd of furious opponents glared at them with venom in their eyes, their shouts echoing through the air. Both factions, fueled by rage, charged at each other with wild cries, each determined to destroy the other. The ferocious battle began. In that instant, the young man surged forward, launching a swift assault against the Lizardmen Emperor. Their weapons clashed mid-air, each strike fueled by unrestrained fury and anger. Thus began a deadly duel, one destined to decide the fate of everyone caught in this battle. The rest of the squad, jaws clenched and every muscle straining, fought desperately to defend the flickering barrier from the advancing horde. The ground trembled loudly beneath the onslaught of countless feet, while the air grew thick with the scent of sweat, blood, and magic. In the heart of the chaos, Bellamus and Boss clashed in a fierce duel. Their battle cries and roars drowned out all other sounds of the conflict, as if the entire world had narrowed down to the intensity of their struggle. Two weapons crashed together with the ferocity of raging lightning, sending a shower of blinding sparks and flashes into the air. The sharp clang of metal echoed across the battlefield. Driven by unwavering resolve and fierce energy, Bellamus surged forward, meeting the storm of his opponent's blows head-on. Every sense sharpened as he searched for even the smallest opening in the defense, determined to unleash a decisive counterstrike. Suddenly, something inexplicable occurred. The lizard man's mouth shifted, not just opening, but contorting in a strange way. In an instant, his weapon shot toward Mr. Bellamus with astonishing speed and precision. The boy had no chance to react. In an instant, as if propelled by an invisible force, he was hurled away from his opponent. The sudden movement allowed him to dodge the direct strike, but left him struggling to regain his balance. A dull thud echoed as he collided with the clear protective barrier, collapsing into a heavy groan full of pain and despair. Madero, who was holding the barrier up, felt the impact and called out her commander's name, her voice trembling with anxiety. Base watched the scene unfold with open curiosity, a confident smile widening across his face. Amusement danced in his eyes as he found the situation irresistibly entertaining. The opponent, undeterred, chose to press on and continue the fight. Landing heavily on the ground, the young man struggled to catch his breath and offered only a silent nod, conceding the truth in his opponent's words. The strength of the lizard creature was undeniable. Balamas braced himself for a grueling, exhausting battle. This opponent surpassed every expectation he held. Bayaz stood before him, tall, commanding, radiating unwavering confidence in his victory. In his eyes glimmered a chilling strength and relentless calculation, hinting at even greater trials yet to come. With a loud shout, he charged at the young man. Memories of his companions flashed through Belamas's mind. Their support kept his strength from fading. Awareness sharpened his focus. Survival depended on keeping his distance and maneuvering beyond his opponent's reach. Without warning, the young man sprang to the side and vanished from Bass's sight. Bass froze, bewildered, unable to grasp what had just occurred. In that instant, Belamas unleashed an arrow of light, which sliced through the air with a whistle, narrowly missing his foe. Impressed by his own remarkable speed, the hero barely had a moment to savor it. Urgency pressed upon him. There was no time to hesitate. Ahead, the lizard emperor hurtled forward, closing the distance with relentless momentum. At that moment, the young man nocked another arrow, but a sudden realization struck him. He had overestimated his own speed. Right before the protagonist's eyes, Bass vanished, causing the arrow to whistle harmlessly past. Amazement seized the main character as he tried to fathom how Bass managed to dodge with such speed from that distance. Meanwhile, the boss set his sights on the protective barrier, readying his weapon with the clear goal of shattering the obstacle before him. Sensing the shift in the battle, the protagonist recognized this as his crucial moment to make a move. With a sudden jolt, he sprang to his feet and unleashed his magic toward the Emperor of the Lizard Folk. Channeling his ice breath ability, he sent a flurry of sharp ice shards hurtling straight at his foe. Shards of ice locked Bass's arm and weapon in a frozen prison, trapping him behind a wall of frost. Meanwhile, Belamas prepared his magic with both hands, offering a polite apology to his opponent. Yet in that moment, he noticed Bass had somehow slipped free and now glanced around in confusion, searching for his bearings. He declared, with unwavering resolve, that the game was over. In the same instant, dozens of swords hurtled toward Bass from every direction. Belamas called upon his magic, summoning a rain of hundreds of luminous blades from the sky that streaked straight toward the lizard. The enemy froze, eyes wide with astonishment as the scene unfolded. Suddenly, a deafening explosion shattered the moment, sending fragments scattering in every direction. Watching the scene unfold, Madero could not help but marvel at the sheer might of Belamus. The young man stood frozen, overwhelmed and stunned by such unparalleled strength. The chaos that followed the burst of gunfire left him utterly disoriented. Smoke thickened in the air, shrouding his senses, while deafening noises erupted from the impact site. With expert precision, Bass deflected the flurry of lightsaber strikes using his spear, emerging from the clash without so much as a scratch. With swift, precise motions, he spun his weapon and conjured a protective barrier around himself, effortlessly deflecting every enemy assault. Madero stared in disbelief, unable to trust what her eyes were showing her. Over and over, she reminded herself that such things were impossible. No magic like this existed in their world, none that could enhance physical strength. All the while, the main character kept his gaze fixed on his opponent, unwavering and determined. In that moment, Bellemus realized he had yet to unveil the full extent of his power. Before him loomed a figure shrouded in thick, swirling black smoke. With a faint, enigmatic smile, the Lizardman Emperor remarked that ending things too hastily would squander the true potential of the moment. The Emperor recognized that if the battle concluded in an instant, it would be robbed of all meaning. Madero suddenly shouted to Bellemus, warning him that the barrier wouldn't hold much longer. Spinning around, Bellemus glanced back to where his comrades continued their desperate struggle against the overwhelming enemy forces. United in purpose, they countered each enemy strike with the combined force of their magic. Barbara battled fiercely against the giant trolls, whose presence threatened everyone nearby. Meanwhile, the girls swiftly took down the lizards and werewolves with practiced ease. Witnessing their resolve, Bellemus steeled himself, furrowing his brow and readying for a decisive assault. The Lizardman Emperor inquired where the boy's recent confidence had vanished as thick black smoke began to curl around the barrier. He warned that unless Bellemus gave everything he had in this battle, trouble awaited him. As Bellemus fixed his gaze on his opponent, an inner struggle ignited within him. The realization dawned that this lizard-like figure possessed extraordinary power. Still, amid the growing tension, one thing remained clear to Bellemus. His own certainty stood unshaken. The lizard attempted to dodge the beam of light, but it couldn't escape entirely and ended up wounded. Clearly, a direct hit is effective against it. Moreover, the Emperor displayed his true strength by fending off the light rain with remarkable ease. This undeniable feat left no doubt about the extent of his power. Stretching out his hand, he summoned a magic circle, its symbols glowing with energy. The young man recognized the moment had come to deliver a truly formidable blow. A dense, impenetrable fog suddenly thickened all around. Activating his night vision, Bellemus's eyes glowed, piercing through the smoky veil, and the enemy came sharply into focus before him. Meanwhile, Bass wandered in confusion through the dense fog. Glancing around anxiously, he searched intently for any sign of his opponent. Suddenly, Bellemus appeared behind him. With a swift leap from above, he raised his sword and instantly activated his skill. At the same moment, he began to cast a spell. Bass suddenly interrupted with a sharp remark. The lizard man replied with confident assurance, claiming to understand everything perfectly. The young man froze for a moment, surprised by the turn of events, yet pressed on with determination. The Lizard Knight Emperor did not remain a passive observer, raising his hand in response. Activating the light, a blinding radiance erupted all around, flooding the surroundings with fierce brilliance. Overwhelmed by the intensity, Bellemus screamed in pain, his eyes unable to withstand the wild brightness. Noticing the boy, Bass shouted triumphantly, declaring at last that he had found him. Without hesitation, he unleashed the dragon's flame. Furious torrents of enemy fire streaked toward the Bellemusov nodes. Undeterred, the protagonist gathered every ounce of strength and summoned a towering wall of ice. With a thunderous roar, it rose before him, forming an unbreakable shield that held fast against the onslaught. In an instant, jagged icicles erupted from the corners of the frozen fortress. With breathtaking speed, they shot forward toward the unsuspecting enemy, slicing through the air with a piercing whistle. In response to the attack, Bass deftly spun his spear, effortlessly deflecting every shard of ice aimed his way. Speaking with steady confidence, he declared that these attempts were futile, and remarked that Bellemus, relying only on luck, would never manage to strike him. Maintaining a calm and steady composure, The protagonist quietly admitted to himself that avoiding a direct hit from the icy projectiles was never truly an expectation. Nevertheless, he pressed onward, continually conjuring fresh spears of ice with unwavering determination. A clear awareness of his true purpose burned within him. These shards of ice served merely as pieces in a far more intricate scheme, as countless icy spears tore through the air, filling the surroundings with their sharp whistles and cracking sounds. The lizard skillfully deflected each one with astonishing agility, its movements marked by remarkable speed and lightning-fast reflexes. Suddenly turning around, he noticed a small puddle nearby that had escaped his attention until now. At that moment, a powerful water cannon roared to life, filling the air with a deafening blast, as a forceful stream shot straight at Bass, knocking him off his feet. The protagonist quickly realized that the barrage of icy spears served only as a diversion before the real, decisive attack. Now, his opponent found himself trapped within a dense dome of water that had encased his head. Bass began to struggle for breath, his weapon slipping helplessly from his grip. Refusing to simply watch him perish, Bellamus swiftly took action. With practiced hands, he activated several magic circles in quick succession, each one igniting in the air with a vivid, dazzling light. Suddenly, through the curtain of water, the lizard's anger flared without warning. Its eyes flew wide open, eyelids lifted high, and it glared at Bellamus with pure hatred. Rage rippled through its entire body, every movement betraying its readiness to unleash a devastating attack. With a savage roar, a massive paw swept upward as the beast lunged straight at Bellamus. The protagonist, ever vigilant, wasted no time. His power surged forth, conjuring a magical circle that flared to life before him with a thunderous crash. Yet the lizard struck him, and in an instant he vanished before their very eyes. A surge of fury gripped Bellamus as he watched. Yielding so easily was not in his nature. Determination burned in his chest, igniting a fierce resolve to fight on to the very end. Consumed by anger, Bellamus raised his voice and shouted at his adversary. Medro's claws held the girl firmly, her body quivering with terror and pain. Muffled sobs, heavy with despair, escaped her lips. Watching this unfold, the protagonist was overwhelmed by helplessness, unable to imagine what steps to take next or how to offer any aid. In a faint whisper, she uttered her commander's name, hoping to find solace in it. Gripped tightly in the clutches of the reptilian creature, Madero's condition grew steadily worse. Suddenly, the protective barrier vanished, unleashing chaos and panic across the battlefield. The entire crowd sprang to their feet, paralyzed by terror, as the severity of the calamity became unmistakable. Hugo's voice rang out, shouting his sister's name, a wild mixture of panic and desperation twisting his cry. In a frenzied rush, he hurled himself toward the lizard, intent on halting its attack, consumed by a single purpose: to save Madero. With urgency in her voice, Lily warned that enemies surrounded them on all sides. They needed to do whatever it took to ensure nothing would stand in the protagonist's way. Doubt crept over Hugo as he prepared to rush to his sister's aid. Amid the commotion, a girl's voice rang out, her words steady and reassuring as she tried to calm the crowd. She insisted that Bellamus was strong and would certainly save her. Observing her commander, she recognized true excellence in leadership and felt certain he would devise a clever solution. Inspired by her words, Hugo felt determination surge within him. With confidence, he raised his weapon and declared his faith in his own strength. Without hesitation, he charged at the enemies, prepared to fight with unwavering resolve until his final breath. Meanwhile, within his watery dome, the emperor of the lizard people clenched his teeth, in fury. Belinus recognized that unless the spell was lifted, the girl might not survive. The thought of using Madero as a shield lingered in his mind, but he quickly realized nothing good would come from it. Waiting for Bas to succumb to the water also offered no real solution. Tension crackled between the rivals, each fully aware that everything would be decided in this very moment. Suddenly, the water capsule vanished from Bassa's head. Still gripping Madero tightly, Bassa made the main character uneasy. An electronic screen slid out from his chest, and he cursed under his breath, the sting of defeat fueling his anger. Unease gnawed at Belumus, though he tried to mask it behind a bold grin. Anxiety continued to build within him. The lizard began to realize why its master had become so invested in this particular man. Once more, the protagonist insisted on Madero's release. Base replied that he would act only when he deemed it necessary. With a swift flick of his tail, he sent the boy tumbling away. Realization struck the lizard man. Letting the girl go now would place him in grave danger. A direct confrontation with Belumus promised only defeat. Gathering his magical energy, Bas unleashed a barrage of fireballs, sending them hurtling toward his opponent. The protagonist winced in pain and collapsed onto the ground as smoke billowed from his body. Bas watched the scene with a smirk, silently noting that the boy still had some strength left within him. Pain racked his body, yet summoning every ounce of strength, he pushed himself upright onto his knees. Determination blazed in his eyes, a silent promise that surrender was not an option. Rising unsteadily and trembling from pain, the protagonist declared that he had finally accomplished his long-held goal, though it had demanded much of his time. Bas frowned in confusion, unable to grasp what his rival meant. Belumus continued his explanation, outlining two essential requirements for bringing his plan to life: a sorcerer's power and a blood loss equivalent to the emergence of deadly energy. The boss, unable to grasp the meaning, asked him to stop. The sight of so much blood pouring from the young man left him bewildered. The boy's blood-soaked hand was a silent testament to the trials he had endured. Sweat beaded on Belumus's forehead, yet his voice carried a firm resolve as he declared his solitary stand. In that instant, the surroundings burst with energy and light. The boy declared, with quiet confidence, that only he had the power to use this spell. Magical symbols shimmered into existence, casting their glow across the entire area. Base, bewildered, turned to Belumus and asked what he had just done. With unwavering pride, he revealed that he called it the secret art of reincarnation magic. A brilliant light illuminated Belum's face, while all energy gathered around him. Determination and danger radiated from his presence, every part of him primed for the final, decisive battle. The protagonist called upon the magic of transformation. Water and blood rose around him, filling the air with unease and anticipation. The Lizard Emperor lifted his head, peering intently into the emptiness, puzzled by the strange events unfolding around him. All the energy converged into a swirling stream that resembled a DNA chain, creating a mesmerizing spectacle. The protagonist gathered every ounce of his strength and steadily raised his hand toward the sky. Focus sharpened, he sensed the power gathering bit by bit in his clenched fist. As their farewell drew near, he introduced himself to his opponent. The rivals simply gazed back in astonishment, clearly puzzled by the unfolding situation. All forces and liquids spiraled together into an immense vortex, swallowing everything in its path. Light flooded the forests and fields, while a surge of energy swept across the entire land. At that moment, Bas unclenched his fist, letting Madero go. The girl landed gently on the ground and swiftly got back on her feet. An empty hollowness filled Bass's eyes. Confused, she glanced around, struggling to make sense of what had just happened. Balamas explained that he had used a secret technique, allowing Boss's soul to be reborn. Afterward, Balamas turned his attention to Madero. She reached out to him, wanting to know what this rebirth truly meant. He remarked that the lizard would one day return to this world. In times to come, his return would no longer be as a lizard, but as a fragile, defenseless fledgling. With quiet sorrow, the girl admitted her confusion about his words and gently apologized. Offering him a gentle hand, she walked beside him, and together they made their way forward through the dense, swirling fog. The young man reassured her, pointing out that the most important thing was her safety and well-being. In response, Madero offered him a warm smile and expressed her gratitude. As he moved away from the fallen enemy, newfound energy flickered in the main character's steps. Pointing decisively at the lifeless opponent, he called out in a clear, resonant voice, drawing everyone's gaze. It was he who had defeated General Boss. The young man issued a bold challenge to anyone eager for a fight, urging the brave to step forward. He made it clear that he alone would be their opponent. Every gaze in the room shifted toward Balamas. The team brimmed with determination, ready to plunge back into the fray. Gathering his focus, he drew a steady breath and stepped forward with unwavering resolve. At that moment, the opponents cried out in fear and bolted away from the crowd, desperate to escape. Gazing ahead, the girl realized they had broken free. Across the entire field, cheerful shouts echoed, a clear sign of their victory. The atmosphere buzzed with celebration as Mr. Balamas's name rang out on every side, and genuine smiles blossomed on the faces of his companions. Madero noticed right away. Something was wrong with the boy. Staggering unsteadily, the youth apologized softly and mumbled that nothing else mattered. Drained of all strength, he suddenly collapsed to the ground. Instantly, his friends rushed to his side, their voices tense as they called his name with growing concern. The group watched as his face turned ashen, drained of all color, and his breath grew faint, almost imperceptible. A cold wave of fear washed over them, paralyzing their hearts at the unbelievable sight before them. The entire crowd held its breath together, caught in the grip of terror. Memory of using blood as a source for magic returned to Madero. The young woman went on to clarify that unleashing the spell he used to defeat Bass demanded sacrificing so much blood it could have easily ended his life. The group stared in shock, realizing that Balamas, already on the brink of collapse from exhaustion, had pushed himself even further. Pushing her way through the crowd, Dilarosa demanded in a loud, commanding voice that she be allowed to reach her brother. Leaning in closer, she quietly shared that he was relying on them. Trust filled him. He believed they would be the ones to save him. With careful strokes, she traced a magic circle on the ground and summoned a healing spell. Silence enveloped the onlookers as they watched her every move. Silence filled the room as everyone lowered their gaze to the floor, unable to find the right words and quietly hoping for a miracle. The girl pleaded earnestly with Balamas, urging him not to give up, reminding him that everyone was waiting for his return. With a desperate cry, she implored him to open his eyes. At that very moment, a tremor ran through the protagonist's hand. Madero noticed immediately, his heart swelling with hope. Fear made the boy tremble, yet when his eyes fluttered open, a smile crossed his face. Sitting beside him, his sister turned to Balamas with obvious delight. Warmth filled her words as she admitted that her brother could not have managed without Balamas's help, for the boy sitting next to her was her beloved brother. Without warning, the girl pulled him into a tight embrace, gathering him close as she remained kneeling. Tears streamed freely down her cheeks, and in a voice thick with desperation, she confessed that she could never forgive him if he were to die. Every word rang with raw honesty and heartbreak. With a clear and unwavering voice, she declared that being his sister meant having a brother exactly like him. Genuine warmth and care radiated from her embrace. For the first time, the young man truly felt the depth of her love and softly whispered his sister's name. All around, joyful laughter mingled with tears as the crowd overflowed with happiness at both their victory and the return of their commander. Every gaze turned upward to the cloudless sky. Sunlight bathed the tower walls in a dazzling glow. Voices murmured as people wondered aloud if it was time to head home. Laughter and cheerful chatter drifted through the air. The battle had ended without loss, and in that moment, a deep sense of joy and unity filled everyone's heart. After an exhausting battle, everyone made their way back home. Temporary camps sprang up, offering a place to rest and recover. In these places, the heroes gathered to find rest and regain their strength. Stories of their journeys passed between them as they offered support, administered first aid, and used their magic to heal the wounded. Disbelief clouded the general's gaze as he struggled to accept the sight before him. Former enemies, now demonstrating genuine concern for each other, seemed almost impossible. Turning to Bellamus, the general admitted he had no words to truly express his gratitude. The man standing nearby joined the conversation. Calmly, he pointed out that thanks were unnecessary, as they themselves had endured the turmoil of war and suffered deep wounds and losses. If all wars came to an end, enmity would vanish along with them. Yet there was one more request he wanted to make. Intrigued, the general leaned in to hear what promise the man wished to offer. Bellamus extended his hand, demanding a promise that these lands would never again be attacked. The general hesitated for a moment, then assured him with confidence that such mistakes would not be repeated. Their handshake was firm and resolute. Astisum expressed her gratitude to her commander for believing in her words. Bellamus simply closed his eyes, replying softly that it was nothing. Deep inside, guilt gnawed at him for having left her alone to face such a difficult situation. The memory of parting with any hope of returning to a place called home stirred within Liza. His apology left her at a loss for words, confusion clouding her mind. Then Bella spoke again, confessing that all of them would perish without ever learning the real reason why. Clenching her teeth, the girl admitted that all the fault lay with her. Shame washed over her for everything that had happened. The knight realized that, had she acted more wisely, this battle might have been avoided altogether. Yet he accepted that what happened could not be changed. She had done everything within her power, and if guilt weighed on her, then they too had their own reasons to share in that blame. With a commanding gesture, he pointed straight ahead, urging her to take a look. Lisa's eyes widened in astonishment. Her courage became the lifeline that saved everyone. All around, people gradually healed and regained their composure after the battle. Shivers of excitement coursed through the young woman as she watched the unfolding events. Tears of joy traced down her cheeks, while a radiant smile lit up her face. Bellamus observed everything unfolding around him, warmth blossoming in his heart. Sunlight poured down from above, bright and reassuring. The day felt remarkable, a day brimming with hope and the promise of new beginnings for everyone present. In the depths of the cave, impenetrable darkness reigned, broken only occasionally by glimmers of light dancing across the icy stalactites hanging from the ceiling. A mirror, Dora watched all this with fascination, stretching slowly through a large shimmering mirror. Observing the situation unfold in such an amusing way, she then turned her attention to another lizard nearby, who at first seemed unsure of how to respond. The girl went on with her tale, emphasizing just how talented Bellamus proved to be. She even admitted that he managed to capture her interest. In response, the lizard remarked that Bass stood out as a model subordinate. As Amir Dora strode across the surface of the water, memories of Bass's tragic fate lingered sorrowfully in her mind. Yet within that sorrow, she admitted to herself that his death had allowed her to witness a new, captivating side of Bellamus. Terror froze in her eyes as she struggled to comprehend the source of his overwhelming strength. The sensation struck her as almost otherworldly. Turning to Krak Kun, the girl quietly informed him that he was free to leave. He replied curtly, promising to depart at once. Ever since Bass began serving Mrs. Amadori, fortune seemed to have abandoned him entirely. An uneasy thought flickered by. Perhaps his own turn was drawing nearer than he wished to believe. Observing everything unfolding before her, Bellamas felt a surge of health and energy. She considered this land a place where prosperity was shared among all. Relief and happiness spread across the girl's face as she saw that everything had ended well and the place remained untouched. Soon, the main character approached Lisa, gently reminding her that even though she had already declined, he wished to ask her once more. Lisa's expression brightened at his words, a spark of anticipation lighting up in her eyes. The young man reached out his hand to her, quietly asking if she wished to stay and make this place her home. Uncertainty crept over Liza as she struggled to find the right words. Her eyes lingered on his outstretched hand. She began to confess the terrible things she had done in her life, but her speech was abruptly cut short by a harsh interruption demanding to know her whereabouts. The warrior women offered to teach Lisa the art of swordsmanship. They noted her impressive experience on the battlefield and suggested she start by enjoying a hearty meal. Madero chimed in, confessing her exhaustion and longing for a soothing hot bath. Confused, Liza asked again what the girls were saying. The young man explained that they called her the friend of all Velosterol. This news struck Liza deeply. Her heartbeat quickened, and genuine surprise lit up her eyes. A surge of unexpected happiness washed over the girl. The main character extended his hand to her, and their palms met in a firm, meaningful handshake. In response, she dropped to one knee and expressed heartfelt gratitude to Bellamus for offering her shelter. The female warriors, moved by the heartfelt scene unfolding before them, could not conceal their emotions. Warm, genuine smiles spread across their faces. In that moment, Liza was officially welcomed into the friendly circle of Velestero. The entire village gathered around a roaring bonfire, its flames stretching high into the night sky. Music drifted from every direction, while villagers danced with abandon, delighting in the simple joy of being together. Every movement filled the air with an unmistakable sense of happiness. Standing on the sidelines, the protagonist cradled a steaming mug, quietly observing the festivities. Gentle waves of music drifted through the air, wrapping him in a cocoon of warmth and comfort. A sudden voice from behind shattered his reverie, and Bellamist spun around instantly. Berbora appeared, greeted by Ogro offering him a generous slice of roasted meat. Curious, Berbora glanced at Bellamas, noticing his untouched plate, and invited him to try the meat as well. Bellamas expressed his gratitude for the gesture, but politely declined the invitation to join the meal. Curiosity flickered in his eyes as he asked how Barbara was feeling after her injuries. The ogre replied with a reassuring smile, explaining that he was perfectly fine. His sister had healed him completely. He pointed out that ogres are remarkably resilient creatures. Barbara responded with a light-hearted laugh. The ogre then remarked that, from time to time, it's good to let others see your strength. At that moment, Bellamus declared Barbara to be his right hand. The ogre was taken aback by this announcement, so much so that a visible shudder ran through him. Suddenly, tears welled up in Barbara's eyes. Surge of emotion swept through him, leaving him trembling. The protagonist stood frozen in place, but in the next instant, Barbara leapt up, her voice ringing out with pure joy. The ogre dashed around in excitement. Belomus watched with astonishment, noticing just how much energy he had. Meanwhile, young Lily called Mr. Bellamus to share the news that the struggle was over and there was no need to keep fighting. Relaxed and content, she savored a delicious roasted meat dish. Bellamus nodded in agreement and remarked that it was finally safe to let their guard down a little. With quiet confidence, he assured her that Parian had proven himself worthy of their trust. Bellamus explained that as long as Parian remained at his post, the Australian forces would not dare to launch an attack. A significant agreement had been struck. The young girl turned to her mother, eager to know how beneficial this truly was. Her mother explained that the greatest value lay in putting an end to all wars. Bellamus glanced at his mug before suddenly stepping forward, determination evident in his movement. Climbing onto a low tree stump, he raised his hand to draw the attention of those gathered around. In a commanding voice, Bellum called for everyone to listen to him. Instantly, the crowd turned, falling silent as they waited for his words. Bellamus began his speech by acknowledging the people before him, attributing the successful defense of Velestra to their efforts. With a solemn promise, he assured everyone that there would be no more attacks from the human side, offering heartfelt gratitude for their courage. In response, the crowd erupted in a united chant, proudly calling out the name of their commander. Yet Bellamus pressed on, his words flowing without pause. He warned that just because people no longer dared to touch them, it did not mean they were safe from harm. He added that he had an important message to share with everyone. The crowd seemed to freeze. All attention shifted to him as they strained to catch every word. A suspicion crept into Elymas's mind that someone else was orchestrating the latest attack. During the battle, a remark from the Lizard Emperor lingered in his memory. He had mentioned finally beginning to understand why his own master was so intrigued by these events. From this, Elymas concluded that Bass was nothing more than a pawn in a much larger scheme. A murmur rippled through the crowd as people exchanged anxious whispers, confusion etched on their faces. The idea that anyone could be more terrifying than the boss struck most as unbelievable, and few were willing to treat such words with any seriousness. With a heavy heart, the main character spoke his final words. He remarked that sooner or later, the moment would come when they would all have to face an unknown threat once more. Bellamus turned to address everyone gathered there. He told them he had a request to make, and the entire group listened intently. The young leader emphasized that when the decisive moment arrived, they would once again have to stand side by side in battle. Silence settled over the crowd. People exchanged thoughtful glances, their faces marked by deep concentration. Meanwhile, the girl continued to savor her meat, turning to Bellamus with a look of curiosity as she asked what was going on. The girl gently reminded him that this was Doro Valley, suspecting that Lord Bellamus had let it slip his mind. She explained that this place was known as the land of shared prosperity, and they were its residents. The girl went on to say that everyone there supported his ambitions. A genuine sense of unity swept through the entire community. Smiles lit up every face, reflecting a collective determination to overcome any challenges that lay ahead together. Warmth flickered in Belomus's eyes as he gazed at his fellow tribesmen, a gentle smile forming on his lips. Inwardly, he admitted that his question had been completely unnecessary. With heartfelt gratitude, he thanked everyone present. In a solemn tone, Belomus pledged that from this moment on, they would stand together side by side to protect this place. Raising his glass high above his head, he delivered a bold toast to the future of Velesterol. Those gathered around the roaring bonfire echoed his gesture, lifting their cups in unison. Together, they welcomed the days ahead, filled with hope and the promise of happiness. 5 years had passed since that fateful day. The sharp ring of swords clashing echoed through the air once more, as determined warriors practiced their skills with renewed vigor. Nabasha and Liza trained diligently, perfecting their swordsmanship with precise, flawless movements. Their focus sharpened as the duel progressed, each fully immersed in the intensity of the session. Every skill they possessed came into play during this sparring match, pushing them to their limits. The girls exchanged glances and smiled, recognizing the remarkable progress they had achieved through their joint training sessions. Della Rosa hurried over and called out to the girls by name. She asked if they had seen Belomus, mentioning that she had already prepared breakfast for him. To her surprise, she explained that he had vanished without a trace. Carelessly tossing her sword onto her shoulder, Nabasha let out a quiet laugh, the gesture striking her as something Bellamuse would do. Meanwhile, Liza suggested to Della Rosa that they search for him together. The girls strolled leisurely through the outskirts, laughing as they teased about how Bellamus could take his time in the morning. After all, mornings were meant for tranquility. Before long, Madero spotted them, approached with curiosity, and asked in surprise what had happened. Della Rosa explained to Madero exactly who they were searching for and wondered if she had seen this person before. Madero replied that she hadn't come across him yet today. Suddenly, Della Rosa glanced upward and caught sight of Barbara hovering in the air. Without hesitation, she called out to him, asking if he had seen Belomus. Barbara exclaimed that Belomus was already ahead, her hand gesturing energetically to show exactly where to look. Indeed, the protagonist stood atop a lofty bridge surrounded by the elegant structure he had personally constructed. From below, Della Rosa called out once more, her voice echoing up to remind him that breakfast was ready. The young man glanced down at her, an awkward smile flickering across his face as he apologized, noting that breakfast hours had already passed. He noted that the day ahead promised to be full of activity. Amidst the dense forest, a grand castle now stood tall, a testament to their collective efforts, surrounded by a serene and peaceful air.